here, but being pressured from Ning walking up as well. That was actually Rookie who's disguised. We would get control ward in the end and try and open up his options in the future. Meanwhile, Baolan is a busy boy. They're going to start Herald, actually, with Doomby in full vision.
Crisp is finally making his way over, but so is Puff. Puff is much closer than LWX and Crisp, so IG should feel in a commanding position to just take this one.
Predator's been used. Across the arrows available though from range. LWX can fire that into the river. We'll do exactly that onto Baolan, who gets nicked. Double shielded around only to one though, as the Winds of War with a bit of damage, and the follow comes through as Crisp has nailed a big hook, a double play, and LWX has the slowest Ning over the wall. At the end of the day for Invictus Gaming, they're just getting pummeled once again. Doomby needs that Q to kill the Shy, and he finds it. 0-4, the Shy's having tea time.
7-1, 3K gold lead for FPX, and...
Oh no, he thought Tien was going to go for Ning. Now no Pop Blossom. Puff will get the double root, but it means absolutely nothing as we get our 7 for 1.
And IG, they go for the play, but amazing arrow coming out for LWX. Baolan does kind of just walk into it, but clearly not expecting it. Then Crisp once again making the big play. I think Doinby and Tien have been the two standouts because of how well they've been using their pressure mid in those globals. But Crisp, even being involved in pressure top lane kills earlier on, his cover towards Tien will allow him to pass.
He was level 4 when he started making this run.
And here we go, the arrow comes out, chasing that into the W from Doinby. They're able to burst out Baolan and flash from Crisp. So nice with that death sentence. Walks forward, gets the two-man play. As I suddenly had a southern accent, they keep going on to the Shy. And you know, he's gonna get taken down by the Galio Q.
I love these zoning from Gimgun around the Crisp.
Not deny me.
The Shy goes in a little bit too deep to try and find us. Crisp with the blind hook only onto the blue buff. Tien wants to steal and says, thank you for the leash. Shut up. 4-0 and 2. He's got warriors, and that just leads him right to the dragon. Okay, gold lead.
This is free for FPX. Like, IG really have no way of... And it's going to be really interesting to see how IG could really get back into this game, but hey, well, FPX... maybe going back to something that's familiar, but going to back off at the last second.
IG outscale this with the Volibear frontline, the Galio. What's your initial thoughts? Because I know it's built on the engage like IG have drafted many times.
In pure 5v5, seeing the way the build the Shy's going, no. FPX should definitely be able to win out in those later 5v5s, but I don't feel like that even matters right now because we're 4K gold inside of FPX. Like, you win out any fight at this point forward, you should just be able to...
You want to play too? That'll be fun.
For that Doomby ultimate, right? He has teleport, he has very shortly, and that ultimate.
That's the thing. I want to keep seeing them play towards topside because we can just keep seeing the Galio hover. We've obviously seen Crisp has a lot of freedom to just move from this lane, put all this pressure top, try and break down that top tier 1, and then we can turn that into something like a Rift Herald. Yep. And we only have 2 plates down on the bottom side as well, so should be quite easy to break that one down.
That is the funny thing, right? When you have such an acceleration so early in the game, you have plating available. So FPX, the world, their oyster, a lot of gold available.
They also have just way more plates. They've got 2 top, 1 mid. IG, I'm sorry, only have 1 plate in the bot lane.
Which is crazy when you see how IG have been playing these games. At least game 1 and game 2. But we're heading down the barrel of an early defeat. Now, at this point, we just keep going through the lanes. IG trying to get some advantage through the Shy up in this top lane.
Yeah, Baolan has even made his way top, so maybe looking to even set up a potential dive on top side. He does have Slicing Maelstrom up. Everything is up for Ning and Baolan.
All right. Well, depth charge is going to be crucial in this next engage. Gimgun with a low mana bar, but his ulti's still there. Dredgeline used just to get in range. Ultimate with the flash, waiting for it as he ults out. Gimgun burns his own flash. Sky Splitter with the shield. The Slicing Maelstrom doesn't do too much. Puff helps out. They use 4 ultimates for that, while LWX trades it with first turret blood.
I mean, they have to give up that bot lane turret. Still, Puff is going to go pick up CS in the mid lane and share that alongside Rookie, but IG had to overcommit on one side to even be able to make a play, so at least they're getting something back, but nice answer from IG. I do like the way that that IG played it because we saw Ning and Balan take it slow. They were hovering the wall. They didn't want to show too early and cut off the wave like you see a lot of teams do, because of course Doomby can always follow with his ultimate and his TP, so they had to kind of wait it out as long as possible.
But it's just a great indicator of where IG are in this game, right? That's what they have to do to get one kill and get a trade of gold on the map. That's how much it takes. As Gimgun goes down, he's the trade-off, while LWX picks up a lot of gold in this matchup. He's 1,500 over Puff. He's a person without a bounty, but he is quite fed.
Interestingly enough, on our mini-map, we actually saw Doomby TP to top, get out that instant push, so they can look for this invade in the enemy jungle.
Doomby has popped the Predator. He's running at Ning, but he's already away. While Ning just has to forfeit some of his jungle up towards his top side and gives them plating over for the next 20 seconds while it's available.
That's a great way of, I guess we can call it, I don't want to call it artificial tempo because it is tempo, but a great way of creating tempo out of nowhere is just, you know, committing that instant TP back to lane.
Yes.
You have the item advantage, you're able to push that out instantly, and it allowed Chris to make his way into that jungle first. It got the vision down, and the Herald will be up soon. So that one TP from Doomby going to translate into a lot of instant pressure. I
like the word vision alongside those lines as well. Deep vision in front of the Herald means that FPX just getting ready for this to be spawning in under a minute. Will even be some time for a reset.
If you want, I can throw out all the buzzwords for you.
Yeah.
Vision, tempo,
stop
priority.
Oh, my top button just came undone.
Rotations.
Oh, you got one more for me?
Oh, God.
What's
the
next?
synergy on this desk is too much.
It got a bit weird, didn't it?
As we see Doomby just instantly clearing out wave mid, Tien is going to be able to pick up that top side Herald, and Ning is top side, but I expect IG to just let this one go. Dragon is coming up in 40 seconds. So maybe going to transition down to that bot side for vision. Oh, actually, it's not Ning on top. That's Rookie.
That's all right. Again, spectator needs to change. It'd be nice if you could see the Nico at all times. And Shy wants solo kill, slicing Maelstrom used. Gimgun trying to escape, and you know what? Solo kill territory. No! It's a volley bear with Sky Splitter. Gimgun just sends it right back.
You know the funniest part of that play? The Shy was the one laughing when it happened, while Gimgun sat there as serious as could be.
At like 1/4 health the whole time. The Blade of the Ruined King cannon has been knocked down for his 5th death.
So IG are hard committing to playing through sides. FPX, going to get a ton of value through this course of plays as a team.
As the Tentacles arrow narrowly misses onto Ning, and collateral damage is away. We're taking a look at base because the Shy has TP but no ulti. But of course he just wants to move back to this side lane. You mentioned through sides. Rookie picked up a turret in that top side meanwhile. As, they're going to do this. Rookie's making the TP. Lyric, are you ready? Pop Blossom with Flash is available. He's coming on in, pretending to be Ning. Goes golden. I don't know if that was a mistake, but Rookie, that was not good.
I don't even understand what he was looking for. We've said many times, IG's comp doesn't play out like this. They have a Blade of the Ruined King cannon. This cannon only provides his auto attack damage. His spells don't actually do anything other than provide some utility.
Have you seen
I don't know.
my
When
red
Rookie
timbers?
has high highs, he also has low lows.
How do you tilt after the game you win? They just won.
IG stuff.
They came back strong and smart after their first loss. You know, with even asterisk on it, 'cause it was a bit of a mess. But hey, they won game 2. 3, and
So
there's nothing to break down
I'll
here.
break this down for you. TP's on a ward. Misclick. Wanted to make sure that the ward was there.
Why TP in the first?
Oh my god. Well, we're going to game 4.
We were going to go to game 4 regardless.
But we're definitely
There was
going
no
now.
way to not go to game 4.
But IG tried to make it as FPX as possible. I mean, this point around, let me just be real. Say that FPX have been the better team in this series so far.
Yes.
There have been some missed moments in
FPX
game 2.
have been it.
But FPX have definitely been communicating so much better. Or do you remember in round 1 versus V5? Was it you and I casting that? It was.
Yes, it was.
Versus V5, the miscommunication out of FPX was appalling for a world champion lineup.
We just saw them, kind of funnily enough, we saw them get outraned and outmatched. And you would think that would be able to happen against V5, but very acceptable to the way V5's draft, because V5 always drafted a strong bot side and had a lot of wins and lanes to play through, snowballing through early games. IG haven't really done that this series.
Hey, we're doing this again,
Oh
except
my god.
the Shy is 1 and 6. When does that buff come through?
Not this game.
No, not this game. This AD cannon.
I'm sorry. Oh,
Enchantress the arrow dodged away from. Rookie now has Crisp on him. No flashes from the death sentence. And, you know, this one's in the bin at 18 minutes in. If the Shy dying 1v1 versus the Volley Bear, who took no damage, is in the bad.
I wonder if IG you're talking about next.
I would be. Can we just have a moment to talk about the Shy? Just if it's only 30 seconds.
Yes.
What a roller coaster of emotion we've been through this year.
Let's enjoy. Latest rookie comes out once again. This champion only does damage with his auto attack. His spells provide him absolutely nothing. And you know, there's a reason why no one plays this champion.
We started summer thinking the Shy was playing some of his worst League of Legends. Of course, from MSC. They had some good games. Yep. We got towards playoffs, and the Shy got better. We got in playoffs. The Shy was not great again, as the auto attacks doing me. Really having too much armor bar dodge. He does. Technical arrows flying in, dodge away from the Shy. Level 11 gets out, but FPX are grouping up.
And you know, okay, Balam.
Alright, he wants to start. Chris actually flashes away. Tien is over the wall.
I'm just saying, he's the most consistent Nautilus I've ever seen at queuing that terrain.
Yeah.
He always moves forward.
That's how good Balan is.
Balan, you know, never looks behind, never looks to the past. But moving forward, I think the nice thing about FTX's comp from here on out, I mean, I guess any comp with a 9k gold lead, but even more so this one, they're going to fly out off the lane, so it's going to consistently be this where we see their bot lane link up with Tien, push out mid lane, get vision on the side of the jungle, playing around. Right now they're getting bot side vision. That is, it actually just seems like they're following the Shy around, which at this point is a great strategy. The Shy is so squishy, the Shy doesn't, he's able to lock you down.
Never going to get a chance to pass through in the series.
No, he's not. I'm pretty positive he is.
Yes.
Oh, he's even a level up.
I am too. Let's go. Blake from King. Grim Ultra available. It's not a 1v1 though. Grim will be coming in inside. 1 and 7. Get your soccer references out.
Hey, though. IG are on top side. They can potentially do something, but guess what? You're against the Volley Bear. And one of the reasons, talking to pros, that LPL's always preferred Volley Bear, even over some champions like Set that I saw places like NLCS and OC going towards, is the versatility in play. But no, the versatility with the ultimate, like a champion like Set, right, where you have to get on another champion because you only go in, Volley Bear can't get out, has more avenues to build.
And I think Tien so far in this series, Tien has been a great keeper. I mean, this is the first time playing it. I just want to note that with Marks, he's been in all 3 games, he's gone above this, which in the LPL is actually not too common.
In all 3 games, he's had 2 winning side lanes.
That also helps.
Skip, jump.
And Dragon's going to go over Mountain Soul just to make things worse for IG. Match point being faced right now, and elimination for Victor Gaming, the regional qualifier buff. Would feel like IG haven't been best of 5 outside of regional qualifiers. No. Remember 2018 against RNG? Apart from World, sorry to clarify. Lyric has written me a note, thank you.
No.
You help, hey, brother, you look out.
I write you notes.
And this is good, brother. You know, this is not the brother thing for me, about. This is good. Thanks, brother. Angle bar.
This is not ultimate.
Nah. Always played it. I remember on GameCube WrestleMania. Okay, Hogan Smash or whatever it is.
There's Wimby looking for it. It's a priority to put down.
Don't make me hurt
I mean,
you.
honestly, at this point, I wish they wouldn't. I'm sure they could just continue to fade out the Baron, force IG to come in.
Oh, flash shield of Duran. This is onto Rookie and his clone. Enchanted across the arrow with a follow-up. Pop Blossom won't come through, and immediately Baron on the menu for FPX.
FPX realistically could have done something in the past 5 minutes. They are so far ahead. IG has no hope of coming into there. And we're going to see people come over after the bottom lane just to provide a bit of safety. IG needs to win.
Yeah, they do, but it's Instead, FPX just turned the fire and flashes over the wall. Baolan's dead. Alright, well, here we
An
go
ally
again.
has been
And now back to the Baron for round 2. Oh, Gimgoon killed the Shy again.
And he's still laughing. Look at it. Gimgoon's serious. The Shy is
Laughing. How? The Shy has died. He's double-digit deaths in the series.
Maybe he's laughing because he knows something like this. He knows the second he gets to that magic number 10, that's where it'll start.
Oh yeah, this is when the split push cannon. I mean, he's got a Zeal, he's got a pickaxe. I think he used like Gwinsu's and then maybe Rapid Fire.
Man, it doesn't matter what he buys. It doesn't matter. Put anything in his inventory right now for free. They still don't win.
Maybe he's laughing because he thinks Game 4 is the RG buff.
So what you're saying is
We're going to 5.
even numbers. But the tragedy for that is, you know, Game 5 exists.
Don't be a scaredy cat.
But
Could
then
be
IG
like-
normally wins.
It could be like how like certain countries have like certain numbers. They don't put like elevators and building floors.
Oh yeah. Like for example here. We have all three. You don't bloody waste those.
It doesn't waste. It does nothing.
Well,
It's right a different number.
But how annoying it would be, I'm on the 4th floor, but I'm not really. Oh, the teleport. Wait. Oh, he TP'd. No! Gimgoon was waiting. Oh,
An
no.
ally has been
We don't have
slain.
to watch.
Let's remember,
An enemy has
he
been
was
slain.
first on our All-Pro team, right?
An
First.
ally has been slain.
Number 1. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just for you guys out there, the Shy was our best in the league as Odie.
Slain.
Now he's 1-8.
I love that. Again, this FPX plan is just so great.
It's
Even
fine.
finding a way to make use of LWXs, whatever you want to say, poor form, not being as good on these champions being meta, still finding value.
He's not even casting this. He flashes away. At least the Shy lives, but 1-8 again. He is more than half of the death for Invictus Gaming is against the turret. They're trying to find that last engage, but FPX still very healthy with the Kindred ult available. Ning gets the half himself, and forward they go into this turret to try and clear away.
I told this story last week. They're like one of those teams can't do anything. They just
Well, flash forward. Oh, actually, they're lining up the tangle buff, but Tien's ulti is going to do a lot as Pop Blossom comes down. It's flashed away from the heroes, entrance re-engages. Now maybe it matters, Lyric, because the Shy might have his chooses the kill onto Duaby. How did IG win that?
I mean, it all came from Puff and Rookie, right? The rapid fire cannon, sadly, not a big part, but nice exit. Nice exit from our nice double coming out. But hey, this is going to be so for us.
Now, it's going to have to try and be as good as Tien.
I mean, with this gold lead, I feel like FPX could play. Oh wait, no lamp despite ult though.
Let's see. IG wanted to draw it out. Remember, Puff has the sustain. 4 versus 5. Is 10k enough? You'd think it would be. The Shy's waiting for Tien to hop over the wall. He gets stunned up, and Chenekr's arrow comes through. Tien is dead, thanks to Rookie. The Dragon secured, and FPX now in the middle with Gimgoon leading the charge. 4 versus 1. The Bear angry. Someone took his honey as Pop Blossom is avoided with good timing as a stopwatch. And IG getting low. Baolander sacrifices his life. Puff flashes over the wall, and the Bear is still hungry. Baoland may be dead alongside the rest of IG, but Ning and Rookie aren't. The death sentence comes in, and just like that for Dragon, they sacrifice 4.
Great play coming out from Gimgoon. Just a great finish overall. Chris as well with the flash play onto 2 members. Gimgoon TPs in. Looks like they want to set up a play on this bottom side turret.
Enemy
IG's
rampage.
mid lane inhib is also respawned, so you think they want to open that up as well. It doesn't look like they're rotating now.
Come out, where
An
I'm
ally
going to say
has been
something
slain.
that is never been
An
said
ally has
versus the
been
Shy in the
slain.
past.
Gimgoon's the best top laner in the world.
Well, I was going to say top lane difference. Really feels like it is. But hey, best top laner in this series is not the Shy.
You know, and the surprising part isn't even the fact that we're saying it about the Shy.
Yeah.
It's the fact that we're saying it about
don't be a
Gimgoon.
scaredy cat.
No disrespect to Gimgoon. He fills his niche really well. He's one of the best Gimgoon is the best at being Gimgoon. But, I mean, man, in this series, guys popping off.
God bless Gimgoon.
So there's the flash tangle coming in from Rookie, setting up for the ultimate coming out from Puff. Rookie then runs forward. The Shy did do a bit of damage on LWX as well. Then Doom be left in a very bad spot. Dredge line from Balance.
Denies the mountain.
Hey, it's actually the Shy did quite a bit of damage there.
He did, but Gimgoon's still better.
I mean,
He's fed.
Gimgoon's fed.
Turret plating
Gets
will
in there,
soon
Crisp
fall.
there as well. Nice hook to deny Balan and plays the flash play on team members. Great series from Crisp on the thresh so far.
Yep. 008 goes beyond bomb.
Unstoppable.
Well, not really much.
I even like the redemption coming out from him at this point because all of these fights are very extended fights. They already have a lot of durable tools we talked about in previous games. So we're going to get a lot of value in the
Sarah, though, at half health, gets a tangle buff, but he might just be dead. Puff can't heal him in time, and there you go, 4 versus 5 for 45 seconds. IG, that may have sealed the deal.
Yeah, they still have all their other tools available. Every other ultimate is up. I mean, look at LWX. His is even already a third of the way there. They can keep going forward and forcing.
Inhibitor going to be first. Mid was already broken. FPX are dragging this minion wave in. LWX is going to take no through. Red flies set up from Balan. He wants to engage. The Wombo flies through again, but without Rookie, it's a lot harder. Gimgoon gets hit pretty hard as Tien is running for the Kindred heavy, while the Shy is DPSing. The 1-9 cannon forces out the Lambs respite, while the rest of FPX again busy the Slicing Maelstrom with the stun down to the Shy. Will die his 10th time in game 3, and Team is Puff can't defend this.
And Duimbi has people who's going to come back in, and FPX will be able to close out this game.
Eventually, they get through. IG managed to get 4 kills as the Enchantress Arrow flies in, hits the mark. Puff gets the kill. Pop Blossom flies down. But FPX, match point in what has been a chaotic series so far.
The head scratch. 3 very similar drafts back to back. It makes me wonder if next game that IG will finally change sides. But IG need to change something.
They need to change something because...
Oh my god, I mean,
holy
the Shy.
moly. He died half the deaths of FPX.
But even the pick is confusing, right? Because
Half the kills.
it is much more about playing that hard push style.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Chaotic. Why does the Shy have the most damage?
Because he got the stick in lane against the melee.
Dude, the Shy really can't carry IG. And look at this
Ally
game.
has been
Hey,
slain.
to be fair, I don't want to discount his. I'm sure he's trying to carry
Hey,
it.
I'll give him something. At least, as a 1 in 10 cannon, you did a lot of damage in the end. You know, those last couple
Hey,
of fights.
IG trying is different from other teams, though. There's, again, right? A
Try
different
harder.
edge.
Because, Lyric, let's be real.
Look, you can say chasing the throat, but
Let's be real. IG and FPX, you and I, we know this is fluctuating. We've been looking at them for a while. You know, I started casting last year. You've been an LPL fan for a very long time. IG and FPX, we know as teams, and we have very high standards.
An enemy is legendary.
This series doesn't hit those standards. I mean, high standards in the sense that IG have very high highs. FPX have amazing high highs as well. They're both world
you know what the
champions.
problem is? You know what the issue is? I was talking. When you believe in IGs and IGs, the problem is that coming into the series, most people believe in
Has
IGs.
been destroyed.
Oh, you think that's right there?
Yes.
I didn't think that.
You did. You predicted them as well. We all predicted them except Clement and
Yeah.
And see, maybe they were smart. Maybe they were angling for the IG. I know the fans believe in them as well. Everyone believes in IG.
The problem is, like, FPX at the moment look like the cleanest team. Even though in game 2, 3 back and forth.
Let's actually, because we saw them change up their draft this time to get that cannon to the top side. And we saw it was going to be the second.
Yes.
And And this was much more about playing from the time when kids going to be in your jungle and started picking up a bunch of kills topside. Well, now your top lane's exploded. We've seen every game that Ashe is going to have priority in the bot lane. And it doesn't matter if it's one time him because he can always match his global. So now, as FPX, you have pressure in all 3 lanes with the carry jungle.
Is it worse than just saying ban Galio?
I don't know what you open. Like, the thing is, you open Lily. And fans might think Lily is fine, but I'll just say it now. In solo queue, they've been spamming Lilia plus her Nectin, like her Nectin mid lane. And,
Help us to go through with draft, but right now FPX are on match point, on the verge of knocking out Invictus Gaming from going to World and sending themselves to that 4th seed qualifier themselves. So we'll see what happens. We've got to break, then return to AD for game number 4.
Double kill. An ally has been slain. An enemy is legendary. Enemy killing spree. Enemy double kill. An enemy has been slain. Unstoppable.
Welcome back, everybody, to our virtual arena that you can see in front of us. We're actually in a real arena as well as we continue our regional qualifiers here. I'm Munchables. I'm joined by Dagda, as ever, here on the desk as we get towards our fourth game in the series. And I have to say, Dagda, I'm starting to lose faith a little bit. I've started to give up on IG because we've had 2 wins now for FPX that were dominant both times. IG, they got 1 win, and they had to fight tooth and nail the entire time to grab it.
Yeah, I kind of wish I could have some sort of like motivational speech for the IG fans. It's like, don't worry, they're going to bring it back. They're not going to int. They're not going to ruin the trap. I don't.
Yeah. Hey, look, at least they look like they're having a good time while they do it. They don't look like they're having a bad time on this stage.
Yeah, I mean, the Shy's been giggling a little bit.
Yeah, he's been having some fun. Same with Rookie. Either way, let's break it down from the draft to start this off, because we pretty much had a rinse and repeat. Like, while we had different top lane picks, realistically, the goals of those top lane picks were exactly the same.
I mean, we've seen it all 3 drafts, right? The only thing that's really changed up is that top lane, but it's been very back and forth regardless, and it does feel like in a lot of circumstances that getting this early lead has really led just FPX to snowballing out of control. But even as you said, when IG gets this early lead, it's certainly not as clean. But when you're looking at, I mean, 6 minutes into the game, 3 kills going over towards this Kindred off of weird plays from Invictus Gaming. I think it was a 2,000 gold lead by the 6-minute mark thanks to that top lane play. Like, I don't know what IG are thinking.
That was the key thing. That 6-minute play in the top side. Once again, FPX, like in game number 1 when they got the first win, playing around this top side, playing around Gimgoon to set him up for success in the top lane. But this time, it was Tian that was the benefactor. And then off the back of all of the shenanigans, IG re-engage the fight again and die again.
Yeah, I don't know the thought process. Like, as we've talked about, IG are happy to make these, like, super slim margin of success plays, where we saw it in game number 2 that it worked out. You get this 3v5, they look amazing. We're like, oh my god, it's IG doing IG things. And then you look at this game and you're like, oh my god, it's IG doing IG things.
Yeah, just the other IG things that we sometimes see. Gimgoon, though, he was loving every second of it. He's going to be our MVP for game number 3, and I think deservedly so on this Volibear. I will say, he was the benefactor of some shenanigans on the other side of the
When the Shy is going to TP into your waiting hands, it's going to work out pretty well. This is that top lane fight that we were talking about that just extended for so damn long. But Gimgoon actually not just this game. He has been super impactful in the last game, early turning that game back around in favor of FPX in game 1. We saw this fantastic meal play, and it's great to see that Gimgoon has come alive in the final. This is definitely someone who wants to get back to that world stage and another skin to his collection.
He certainly does. Might be the Volibear at this rate, or might be another Camille's world skin that we end up seeing coming through with how he's been playing that recently. But we're basically now just going to have a montage of Gimgoon chomping down on some mouse.
Yeah, and I don't know what the Shy was thinking in a lot of these situations. Like, you actually called him Munch as we were about to go onto the desk. Like, that TP, what was the benefit? What were you going to get from that play? Like, okay, yeah, you can push out mid lane, doesn't really give you anything. And then again, this was the turnaround play. Literally on my notes, I've just scrawled Gimgoon in giant letters with a bunch of exclamation marks. Because he turned around this play looking so damn good, able to get the middle of everyone, dealing a whole heap of damage, absorbing so much pressure that you have the rest of the team is able to come in the back line and they clean up this fight.
And I feel like there was that moment where you see Gimgoon running away.
Fear is the first of many foes.
Turns around and is like, I'm going to for this one. Makes the play happen for his team and sets it on for his squad. FPX feeling fantastic off the back of 2 games in this series now. And I want to bring up a little statistic that you and I found, Dagda, preparing for this series. And that's that FPX never lost a best of 5 to Invictus Gaming. Now granted, before today, there were only 2 best of 5s that these 2 teams had played. But FPX are looking for a third right now.
Exactly. I mean, look, and the most standout one, obviously, Worlds semi-finals of 2019, it was FPX who managed to put IG in their place. And look, a lot of folks were looking at that. It was just of a semi-finals. But today in the regional finals, again, FPX looking like they have IG's number. And maybe this isn't just, you know, a once or twice a flash in the pan. Maybe this is just FPX at this stage have IG's number, because it looks like Gimgoon is doing a great job in the top lane of absorbing pressure from Shy, but also creating his own advantages up there. Mid lane, Doomby's doing a great job of getting out and avoiding Rookie in that laning phase. It feels like the solo lane kings are no longer sitting atop that throne.
I just love how every time we see Gimgoon on the camera, he looks at best bored of the situation. He's just like, this is just another day for him. To you, this is the regional qualifiers, FPX versus IG, rematch between world champions. To Gimgoon,
yeah, it's just another day in the roster. You know, he's got to come in, do his bit. It's like, oh god, I suppose I'll take these 5 kills to begin with. I mean, if the Shy is just gonna hand them over to me, cool. I mean, I get to head home a bit quicker, don't I?
Yeah, and you can see spirits are very high on the FPX camp right now. But I will say one thing for IG, it does feel like for that team, when a game starts to go wrong in the early game, they are quite happy to say, look, go next, right? Yeah. We are not out of this series just yet. They keep the mentality good. They keep the spirits high within the team. Like, we're mocking the fact that the Shy's giggling while he kind of runs it down at the top lane. But realistically, I'd much rather that the top laner is like, okay, this game is a wash. This game is gone already. Let's just at least have some fun while we're here. And then come into game number 4 strong, reset mentally, and go for it again.
And at least we are seeing some changes coming through from Invictus Gaming. They have opted towards the blue side in this draft as well. So no longer going to go towards that red side. So at least they are in the back of their minds thinking, okay, how do we try and mix things up? How do we try and beat this FPX lineup? Because obviously giving over this Ashe pick has given a lot of control to that bottom side where Puff and Bowlan are really struggling. Maybe that's what they want to try and take for themselves and forego some of these counter picks that we talked about. Because, I mean, one of the things that Lyric has talked pretty extensively about is the ability to blind pick a lot of mid laners right now with like Zoe's, Oriana's, all these ones rising up to the occasion. You don't really have to worry about a counter pick for Rookie.
We'll have to wait and see if that counter pick is going to come through or whether they're going to prioritize their mid pick. We're going to head back over to our casters, though. As we head into game number 4, we'll see how this draft goes with IG on the blue side. Hysterics and Lyric, take it away.
Ladies and gentlemen, come in here. Come close, come close. Pull your face to the camera, pull your chair in. I want to tell you something. In the LPL sometimes, it doesn't matter if it's logic or reason. FPX has been the best team this year. But Invictus Gaming, throw that out the window. This is going to a game 5. Not because it makes sense. Not because the series tells us that. But because IG have chosen the blue side. They've freshened up. And what did you tell me off camera about IG? Why are they winning this one?
I said the fact that they got hard styled on 2 games of the series, pretty much 3, because let's be honest, that game 2 was nothing. That now none of us believe in them, and that's always
30 seconds until
They're on the
minions
blue
spawn.
side. They've banned away the Galio, sir. Which means that was the placeholder before when it was the Caitlyn when they were on red side. So they get the first pick Ashe, which Puff has been on many times before.
Yep. Good to see them get that, so it should be a pretty good way to get some priority bot and give Puff more of an impact in this game, because let's even think back to game 2 when they won. A lot of it did come from outstanding moments from Puff going forward as well.
So, we get the other response, right? FPX, like, we'll just do what IG did.
Now we need to see if FPX can do better. Now I wonder
The real danger in the background. The last stand of IG is what's on the line. We'll tell you a bit about Thoric and Rob. It's very important.
I like this a lot.
Very early.
And I mean, Kate, we've seen Chris look so good on it all series. I like that they're doing it. I wonder if they're going to like it. Yeah, you talked about it, that the pool is very mindful. You can see something like Oriana or Chloe.
Did something.
I mean, this is a champion he's obviously very comfortable on. I was going to say, I'd actually like an Orianna takeaway because of the fact that it is rookie. You have the Lee Sin coming up as well.
I'm going to pick your brain a lot during this draft because I think this is going to be the seeing the Nautilus there is standard, but because we already have that Lee Sin, because we now need solo lanes once again for both teams, and now that they've changed it, I'm very curious as to direction.
I want to see FTX fourth pick mid and then counter pick top. It feels like counter picking like top support is just more impactful overall. Especially when we saw the Shy. I mean, come on. Have that game that he had last game. Just keep punishing him, get you on a good matchup, and see if you can push that further.
Won't be on the Renekton, that's for sure. So top lane bans for IG, while Rookie's Azir has been seen in the past. The Jace going to be banned. Tries most played during summer. The man on your screen. Again, not a great series. While Rookie, the other person on the screen, has been probably better final ban here, Lyric. So we are going to see something new.
We've seen him, I was going to say, the next two champions that he's played a lot of are typically Orianna and Silas.
Yep.
Those are ones that have been clear standouts. I mean, I said it in the first rotation. I'd like to see the Orianna picked up. Glad that he locked it in. It is a good takeaway from rookie. You have like all delivery in the sense that you have Lee Sin outside. That is actually rookie's most played champion. He does wonders on it. And now you have this really nice scaling component to FPX. You have a really strong front to back team fight. And I like the direction it's going in. I feel like I need to throw all that out the window and realize, okay, Epic becomes so strong in those late game team fights. We need to index into early game power. So that is an amazing thing for doing it.
And is the Shy getting relegated to the Ornn?
Okay.
Yes, he is. Now, IG with their best draft of the series, Lyric, is that fair to say? Because it is the more standard than
yes,
what
their draft is very standard. I like it a lot. Still, if this goes late, this is going to be quite troublesome. But the good thing, though, is they should have priority in the mid and bot lane for the
Now, seeing Gimgoon on the Camille to finish off, though, a different discussion we should have.
This is just insane that we are at match point for FPX. The Shy is on Ornn. Gimgoon is on
Changing off the guard, even though the guard's been there for a similar amount of time. It's crazy.
Again, to simplify this as much as we can, right? This is clearly scaling versus not scaling. Yep. FPX have options to play out through side lane if it goes late. I don't necessarily think they need to. You have a great team fight coming in. You have the front line coming in. You have the shield coming in for Orianna as well as everything with the Senna sustain, the Dawn and Shadows. So the Camille can just function as another form of engage onto the backline of Ashe Zoe. And I have a lot of questions for IG. We have not seen the Shy play a strong frontline role, especially as an engager, all year long.
Because now, with Ning on Lee Sin, it does feel like he's going to have to pick other options. We've got a Thresh and an Ashe in the bottom lane. With Rookie on that Zoe, Shy absorbing pressure like he has been all game. Just this time he has more tools and a tank, which, you know, in the past has been...
An enemy has been slain.
The good thing for him is he shouldn't have to worry at least about Doinby making those jumps from top like they did in the previous game, because he will be on Orianna. He will have to
Sir, different draft for the first time in this series. FPX, you talk about scaling, you want to see IG move with momentum. That's what this series has been about so far. FPX have been the slower team, but the better team overall. If IG want to take this to a game 5, Ning has to have that performance, Rookie has to have that performance, and carry the rest of IG alongside with them. It all comes down to this. Are IG going to keep themselves in contention for Worlds, or are FPX going to look to defend their throne? We lead to LGD watching this one, watching who they're going to verse. And game 4 as we enter the Rift, the bulbs are lit, and Summoner's Rift is too. Welcome to our World Championship matchup that is in the LPL. This is also an elimination match.
Now let's remember, we also had this match in the spring. We had it in the third place match where FPX also just styled on IG.
Destroyed
that was bad. So, you know, it's a bit of a different flavor this time around.
Baolan came in summer and brought this team up to the 3rd place alongside Ning.
Let's talk about that as well, because honestly, with Baolan coming in, I feel like a lot of people who didn't consistently watch the LPL got a wrong idea of the narrative. It's okay, Baolan came in, Baolan's a top 3 support, he got voted on our all-pro team. But Baolan he was fine. Like, individually, he was all right. But his individual skill and playmaking isn't what brought IG up. It was how much better he was on the map himself.
Than what we've seen, right? You know, when we saw Baolan back in 2018 Worlds. It was that individuality there. Pairing, let's pause. IG getting invaded on. FPX, they're level 1, they favor.
Like outstanding Nautilus is fine.
Haven't stopped Startle. One is neck though. Baolan, that's the real question. Will be sent out command of the pass. Alright. And Tien is going to have to take another path, but he's going to be delayed.
The thing is, right, when you have a champion, like, let's say, like, an Olaf, a Braum, a Karma, some champions are like, well, that champion's busted level 1, clear win. I see level 1, but Tien comes back in, has the sweeper, clears the ward.
And Crisp is getting low. Remember, we saw this all series long, but now it's on the other side. While Ning is coming in the flash from Tien.
He got it!
He hits 2, and Ning's in so much trouble. He's going to have to burn a flash safeguards instead. Luckily, as Tien now reigns supreme over the top side jungle. And Chris, remember, got burned out. There's a health bar disadvantage. Maybe Tien actually gets turned on. The red buff healing's going to be essential. But 3 versus 2 for now. The flash forward. Ning wants revenge. Goes in. Still gets the kill. The flash from LWX. The 1-for-1. But brawling through the bottom side. LWX dies. And Puff gets the kill of his own. While Chris runs towards his father, Do&B, who saves his life after he flashes.
I mean, still, IG pick up 2 kills in that exchange. And the red buff even ends up on Baolan. Tien just going a bit too far forward. IG's bot lane was the one that had priority. They were able to come first. That shows the power of Ash lane that we talked about.
0-1 for both of these bottom laners. And Sir, like I said, it doesn't make much sense, but logic be damned. IG with a favorite trade.
Oh god, poor Ning.
He's really getting screwed out. Gimgoon is level 3. Remember, when the safeguard start, he doesn't have his ward available. Gets healed up. Gimgoon with a nice sweep. Really great trading, and Gimgoon now gets dominance of top side for FPX.
Whoever shot called that play, you know, just really coming out, realizing we're still in level 1. We have pushing top lane. Let's keep dominating this matchup. Tien's gonna get level 3. Ning is just coming out of balance, level 1 still.
Tien's gonna have triple buff available, double buff now in his back pocket. The level 3 you mentioned with Scuttle right here. Ning goes to the bottom side.
He can even just cut through mid and show on bot Scuttle. Yep. Chris already walking around. The good thing for IG is a trial, so they could just have Baolan go outright, but...
We got a old school support jungle duo. But at the very least, remember what we talked about in draft, where IG needs to get ahead. And Ning is a big tool to make that possible on this Lee Sin. So IG deserves it. Ning is going to find a world with this fight.
Ruby's playing extremely well. One thing you notice about Zoe is in your early laning phase, a lot of people might think to throw their paddle star behind them still, but it's about weaving them into the sides of the minion waves.
Yep.
It's harder to dodge.
Getting quick trades.
If you're able to throw the auto as well for your passive, it really gets the whole momentum out of the trade.
Ning gets Scuttle. He's got level 2, Tien is level 4.
I feel like Ning just needs to go leech some XP off one of his lanes and hit level 3. You need to, right? I mean, heck, he helped bot lane.
He's actually going to be walking into the wave.
There we go.
At the very least, Descendants connects, and he wants to make the big gank as the play is being waited. The Dark Passage, level 2 Lee Sin. Never mind, he's going to absorb a bit of champion experience as Tien walks in, but the play's already made. While meanwhile, the Shy on a tank into Gimgoon. He has not too much mana. Waiting for the Bellows Breath. The 82 comes through to shine a bit of danger himself. And Biscuit ready and available for Gimgoon. Biscuit's close, actually. We're looking at this.
Oh, I just want to go back and say that was an amazing play coming from Baolan. We've had like really great Thresh performances in this best of 5 so far.
Another one to lead the charge in game 4. Goal lead here for IG, and Ning, as I said, actually picked up a bit of champion experience. He's now level 3, got an assist actually, and is walking up to the top side. But Ning's still behind in levels, but he has found a path and a very winning bottom lane.
Still a bit rough though is this would have been the timing I would have really liked to start before this try. Which, you know, potentially they could. It looks, their bot lane obviously just coming off of a reset, so they can't get this push back in their favor. I'm not sure if Rook has a reset or not, but could, and then you just bring Ning back down bot side, set up this dragon, because you need to start stacking.
Teleported in behind enemy line. Good little route here from LWX, but the Trouble Bubble connects. And here goes the center AD carry. Quickly going to pop down. Gives it over to Rookie. 4 for 1. Invictus Gaming now set up to kill Chris, who is at the inner turret. If you wanted, you try and give him something if he's nearby.
I mean, so especially bot side, balance play. I guess it's kind of good because at least if you look around, you're not bringing yourself to your own team.
So can I reiterate? Is Balan?
Dominating.
Yeah, IG.
Try
I mean,
to keep up.
IG are in a nice place because they've obviously picked up all the skills. Their bottom is head. They have more of a. But the game, it could just be strange for IG because the tempo of the game has been so weird. It's falling behind, right? It's not like you're playing through.
Force goal was denied, but Kim Jun still getting hit anyway. He's across the flash. Solo kill on the Shy. This is how he does it on a tank.
This is the secret weapon the whole time. Shy's orange.
Apparently, better on tanks than carry.
Me and you have seen the Shy's orange many, many times.
We have, and Kim Jun now getting solo kills for the first time in this series.
No orange play to be seen today, Hysteric.
No, you went Babby Cinder. This is crazy. And so now across the board, IG.
Right? Now we have both sides, actually all 3 lanes for IG because Zoe having pressure.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
3 winning lanes, 4 teams.
Turret plating will soon fall.
Reset
You have slain an enemy.
and will be able to pick up this Herald as Ning is doing.
Harold mentioned okay, goal they did for IG, the first drag in the game. Well,
Rampage.
Skip, jump.
Balan, now that he's got Mobies, might be able to link up with Ning a little bit better. So Surf from here. Tien going to maintain that level lead.
An enemy has been
Guy's going to
slain.
spot him out. And that Herald might give a bit of needed gold back in the pocket.
Have
of it.
you seen my Bertivers?
Your team has destroyed a turret.
We've seen them a lot default towards bot side, but they've Ashe every other team, so it makes a lot of sense, right? You're able to push it away decently. Gold. This time I probably expect
Godlike.
to be on Kinboon. We see the Shy Yield comes out, so the Shy is not able to get on the force
I
god,
got a
but
turn.
yeah, I mean just yeah.
Nice, the perfect time for the pro. Top gets power plating at the bottom side, and it continues to happen. 2 and 3 going
Let's
for
count
the
to
build.
5.
There's been many times in the LPL.
One thing I've realized I watch a lot more of other regions these weeks because we've had more time because of our playoffs, is that other regions Herald made a lot less now. Because in other regions, you can see them try to do it with, a certain shot to go down where there's greater pressure point on the map, but we have so many times in LPL where we get 4-man rotation, or just moments like this where you just come in and drop it, trying to break down that structure, guarantee, right, like a more open map.
We see it a lot often, those dragons and those set up for objectives.
Legendary.
It's like we might not play the most optimal League of Legends. We know.
We
know they don't play the most optimal League of Legends, but we play very,
Come out,
It's like
come out,
decisive.
wherever you
the LPL teams know exactly what they want. They might not know exactly why they want it, but they know they want it.
Into this game, quickly, because Ning's going top side, and Gimby's in last spell. Technical man himself, a call the forge god. Gimby's going to dodge it, no he's not, kicking the wall. The guy picks up the kill, and you know what? For a jungler that fell behind early, Ning's doing a lot.
I mean, this is something that Dagda was actually talking about in desk earlier, that if you can get UNB on a champion...
Ning might be dead.
Oh, that was so sad.
Overall, a lot of damage on Tien. Rookie tackling manages to slide. But in comes the better ulti. Tien dodges away. The portal jump works. The shotgun from Rookie to connect on the Rookie. Totally just survives. Well, now the Shy is getting angry after all the bullying that's come through. Rookie's playing with death. The Shy with no mana. And by inches, we see that play end. It's Jennifer Arrow into one of the 80 carry. The play doesn't end. Remember, he's got BF sword. The flash is burnt by LWX and he's out.
Top side of the map.
Wait, Rookie has flash. Rookie has flash! Oh my my god, give this man something, but Trenchline means he...
No, I feel like getting the solo kill on the enemy. Great play. He's had a amazing play all year. He's been a standout for IG even in this series, so nice to have him in, but have a wave bot.
TN season.
Oh god, that matters.
Ning picks up the kill. That's also very important as Tien can't find a way in. Turret plating still available. IG are up 3,000 gold in 12 minutes.
He missed the Q. I thought that could have meant they weren't able to burst all the others down fast enough and Tien could get in, but luckily they still do. They get a bit of plate gold on as well. And we said, hey, the name of the game for IG was Accelerate, and they're doing it.
Magic Shield's up here at the top side meanwhile.
You know what feels kind of bad, though?
Legendary.
FPX kind of accelerated on themselves at level 1.
Yeah. Tien getting caught out in that bottom side after stealing away the red buff, which is really cool. I thought, oh no.
They've done a great job. They're solo in here as well. They've found their bit. We always play shy at how do you when you look
at IG actually here a little bit quicker. FPX thought they were the ones getting Baolan, but Puff turns it around and everyone's there.
You're right. The crazy thing about that play to me was the reaction time because Rookie came over so quickly. The Shy's TP came out in an instant. It's like they expected the play to happen.
The lead in performance. Who cares about it? And final he's pretty good at the game.
They know vision. Their lane's not pushing and their mid lane's not pushing.
Victory.
They're like, hang on a minute, this is why they stopped it. And sir, dare I say, at this point, IG, with the way things are rolling,
I think I saw on Twitter during break that Coach Peter from Mad Lions put this series is like a big red button in the middle that says don't touch. And both teams want to touch it.
that's perfectly well said.
Peter Dunn, yep.
FPX here right now, they shouldn't be here because the hook comes in from Balan. LWX is bursted down. Shockwave for the trade, but FPX need to get out there. And Enchanted Crossover hits over the wall. Has called the Forge God. Meanwhile, that Dragon play was not worth it because FPX still need to get out.
Here he has fight.
Quite a lot onto Doomby. Is the target, lands that bubble. Ning ready to go in as well. Tien's behind enemy line. Sonic Wave doesn't connect. As this will open up IG for the bottom lane turret.
Yep, sadly no paddle star connected, no Sonic Wave coming out, and IG still get bot turret. They were able to pick up a bunch of kills in that last skirmish as well. And we're up to a 6K gold lead at 14 minutes.
It starts with G, ends with 5. Rookie, Paddlestar over the wall, hits the Nautilus. FPX should not be on Summoner's Rift right now. The death sentence, max range, Gimgoon, leave right now.
Rookie is just too good, man. Finding those amazing Sleepy Trouble bubbles, finding the optimal paddle stars as well, setting up these sieges. They're not done.
Yeah, the Shy just keeps walking at them. He's 3-0. He has more kills than I think he's gotten throughout the series.
Yeah.
I can't remember, but either way, 0 deaths. That's impressive.
I wonder who sat him down. If it was Coach Chris or...
Rookie, does he just one-shot?
No.
Close.
I wonder if Rookie sat him down. Rookie
said,
says,
cut the shit. The Shy and Tien are going to be going 1v1. I apologize. As Flash is available. He burns it. And he's out.
Well, at least no more crazy shenanigans going on. We do have the other Rift Herald up. And you know, I need to pause. Because it does not feel like we're at 15 minutes into this game. I actually had to double take at Rift Herald and think, wait. We're at 19 kills.
Yes, we are. This looks like Game 3, doesn't it? It looks like Game 3, and this time it's IG's perspective. Blue's side might be
Strong.
Might be strong.
Hey, who thought that, guess what? FPX had to keep the Lucian ban.
Yeah.
Now they have to ban the Caitlyn. They have to ban the set as well.
They could ban
You now
Galio.
get a free ban.
The Galio's not on the Rift.
And you don't even need to give the Shy counter pick. Just give him Ord.
True.
So this is how we see this
Oh
happen.
my god. Balan's game.
FPX started We see the hook come out from Balan, as you point out. Shockwave comes in, he does end up going down the end, but Rookie on the opposite end of the fight dealing so much damage. And yeah, they're able to pick it up.
It's just out of nowhere. Can I just reiterate?
Yes.
Game 3, you know, what we saw was FPX looking like they were going to 3-1 this. And IG anti-tilted.
And
They
that-
won Game 2.
That might have been one of the Shy's worst games of his career. Not even just this split, like, of his career.
The 1-10 Kennen. There was no buff. He's now playing Ornn, and the key to success here. 4 bounties on Invictus Gaming.
And we've seen them play around bot side. It's actually
Yep.
the craziest part, right? It's been all about enabling Puff. And that's been the opposite of what we all thought this year. It's like, okay, hey, Puff's fine. Puff's not amazing, but he's also not bad, right? He does his job. He's looked better with Balan for sure. But this game, he got a few more resources. He got to benefit off of Tien's mistakes.
He's not a Jackie Love, right? He's not a Jackie Love or Huan Fong, but he's sat in my top 8 list.
That's also why at the beginning of the year, we thought he would fit IG better.
True.
For the sense that we thought he would be that stable player that they could rely on when Rookie and the Shy are going crazy.
Speaking of which, Chris was being called out. It's crazy time indeed. Trouble Bubble lands. FPX are grouped up in a choke, and you know what? Call the Forge God as they run away. Flash is burnt. Herald hit mid. They don't get inner, but the next wave's coming in.
That paddle started 75% of LWX's HP, even with him using heal.
And it's going to get worse from here. It's only 1.5 items on Rookie. He's off to the side.
This is where Zoe thrives, right? Zoe thrives at being able to use this terrain, being able to use these structures to throw out the Sleeping Triple Bubbles, to throw out these long-range and unexpected paddle stars from Fog of War, and set up these sieges, and they're doing it so well.
And IG have an Infernal Rift this game as well. That's going to change, well, not too much, because Puff, he thought something was happening. He got scared. Maybe he wanted to set up Rookie, because Rookie could probably 1v3. Someone's going to get absolutely deleted. Only just. All right, FPX on Dragon first. What do you think? I honestly
I
think
feel like IG just have more damage at this point in
They
time.
need to
They
run.
have a better front line as well coming in from the Ornn. Like, you would need some kind of combo where Gimgoon gets onto Rookie.
No. Speaking of which, though, he can't get on anyone. Balan flashes for the death sentence onto Doomby. Box laid down. Shockwave only onto one. Balan takes everything from everyone, and that means IG have everything themselves because FPX have nothing. The Shy back in business with a kick flash from Ning. Gimgoon is trying to do something, but LWX watches as his whole team collapses. And Invictus Gaming, anti-tilt, the perfect word.
And they keep going. Nig's going to be able to pick this one up on LWX. And with the gold lead they've accumulated, there's just nothing FPX can do at this point.
The ace.
I was going to say before the fight started, you need some kind of Camille play with Orianna Ball, as well as maybe a Dawning Shadows and collateral damage to delete Rookie. But at this point in the game, we just don't have the damage coming out from really any of them yet, but especially that Orianna.
Should I say it or should you? Let's bring on the Silver Scrapes. It's time. This game is an 8K gold lead at 20 minutes in. A very IG fashion, at least on the other end.
You know, this playoffs and regionals truly cannot have been scripted better. Like, you actually could not have done a better job if you sat down and tried to write out this playoffs.
Do you know, speaking of scripting, a win over is...
Chris.
Chris, we're used to Balan being on the Nautilus this series. Oh, that was beautiful. The Shy.
And I want to reiterate for all of you watching who don't follow LPL very regularly, this is Chris' 22nd game of Nautilus. His second most played champion is actually now Thresh at 8.
Yeah. And this time around, we're kind of seeing that 22 games does not mean you're the best Nautilus in the league, as
Doesn't mean
LWX just gets chunked out. Tien wants a steal here to bring FPX anywhere near coming back in and trying to close out this series as Doomby. Arrow doesn't get dodged. Call the Forge God coming in as well. Shockwave onto the Shy. He can't hit back. There was a bit used, but Rookie's still alive. As Red Buff fought over, here comes the engage. The Shy gets the knock up. Tien flashes over the wall. Baron still being done. And Invictus Gaming pick it up while the rest of them want to fight. They go forward. The Shy takes a lot of damage, but the cavalry's arriving. Box put down. The Shy dies, but Ning gets in. He's burning down Doomby while another death sentence spells the end for Crisp. Ning survives. A double for Rookie. And FBX now have to deal with this Baron.
And Rookie in the Shy did such a great job of zoning out Tien, making sure he couldn't get anywhere close to the pit. The Shy finds a window to engage, goes in. Sure, he ends up going down, but sets up Rookie to get a few kills as well.
Sir, it's a 12k gold lead at 21 minutes in the game. This is IG's best game
You know the weirdest
in two
thing?
series.
It just didn't feel like this game clearly went from 0 to 100, but it didn't feel like it. It felt like a pretty smooth climb of FPX mistakes. And good play from IG as well, right? We saw solo kills coming out from the Shy. We saw Rookie landing great. But we start this off, Balan coming in with a really nice death sentence, chaining it into the Sleepy Trouble Bubble. Massive paddle start from Rookie. Crisp ends up going down. And then this is what we talked about, zoning off Tien, forced to flash over the wall. Shy's not afraid of anything. People are afraid of the Shy, so he goes forward. Nice paddle start coming out from Rookie. Balan going in once again, drops the box to create a lot of space. Rookie flashing forward. And now we get to see the Siege with this Baron in the mid lane.
The Shy's first death of the game as well. You said Siege, I'm listening because Gimgoon might be caught out in rotation. Hookshot, wallshot there. The arrow misses, imitating LWX from game one as the Shy gets in with a searing charge. Not taking too much damage, even dodging out. Look at this Ord. Half health Tien, and LWX has to go in. The Shy's still pretty reasonably healthy.
Now they're just going to wait for their next wave. As we have the Frozen Fist come out from the Shy. So once again, our typical LCK viewers are malding. But here on the LPL, we accept, non-efficient, inefficient.
He said words like scripting, I'm sure they're already a little bit upset by that. Doomby takes call the Forge God. Look at where Gimgoon is. He takes a trouble bubble. FX are grouping up. Can you hear that, Silver Scrapes? I'm not sure, not yet. The Shy flashes away. FPX on their last defense are doing well as Balan's gone too far in. Gimgoon with the re-engage. Puff does get the Nautilus in the end, though, while he wants to go forward. Sonic Wave dodges away from with a quick draw. Rookie's trouble bubble is a leg short. Baron still here. A good pick from FPX to defend, but it is support for support.
Exactly. The fact that it's a 1-for-1 means that IG can keep going. Rookie even picking up a flash with his W, so he's extra safe. Can play a bit more risky if he wants to look for a pick.
Gimgoon, though, in for the flank. Rookie there with his flash available, but look, Puff just went to the back. FPX now going in. This could spell their doom. Gimgoon had good intentions, but Ning's still alive. Gimgoon with the sweep doesn't land. The slow from Puff, though, with the volley, sends himself forward. LWX flashes away, heals up Doomby. The shield going to be great from the Orianna, but Puff still pretty large and in charge. Flashes away from Gimgoon. Now low health bars. The Shockwave on their last stand. They wanted to end this series 3-1, but IG won't let them. The kick, Sonic Wave execute. Flashes from Doomby. Ning is insane on this lead.
Ning and Rookie are absolutely showing up in this series. Sadly, they don't have a wave, so they can't close it out yet. But 13k gold, it just feels like a matter of time.
Ning takes a sip from his cup, limit testing to the best degree, and heads up to this Infernal Dragon.
Look at this. We have a game where it's about Ning, Rookie, Puff, and Balan. The Shy, the Shy's had a fine game, but now he's a supporting cast. He's meant to be this front line, and the rest of the members are showing they can step up.
Well, what more do you say?
On the opposite side of this, though,
take me.
FPX have not had a good game. They've not played well. It started from level 1. It started with Tien. He honestly kind of ribbed his bot lane. They didn't even have a chance after those early kills going on to Puff. Gimgoon getting solo killed by the Shy. Doomby, I don't know how much we can fault him for because he's on this Orianna, right? He's sitting in the mid lane. He's farming up. That's his job. But the rest of the map just completely collapsing around him.
Just trying to hold on, get to that stage we talked about, but it's like 20 more minutes away.
This looks like the FPX that we saw against V5.
Oh, very
where
true.
they were just getting outclassed individually, where they were making those risky plays.
But at least finding something here with the Shockwave onto Rookie. This is all the global pressure used on. Now 4 versus 5, but IG still want to go in and call the Forge God. Lay it down in this choke onto Chris. You just saw Rookie get caught out, but IG return the favor onto Chris as the Shy gets that searing charge onto Tien, and Gimgoon has the hook shot out of there. IG don't care about the numbers, they're going forward.
I want to highlight Puff for dodging the root coming out from LWX.
True.
He was the one walking forward, dealing all that DPS onto Chris. They're still going. They have the box. They have the Dragon's Rage on Ning.
Janik Arrow, half the cooldown left remaining. FPX. Nothing else is up bar the Baron in 45 seconds, so FPX still managing to get trades means that IG can't run into the base and take us to this game 5.
And 12K gold lead. It is absolutely unrealistic. This game is an IG game.
Yes.
But if FPX can keep holding on,
20 minutes, right?
Orianna, Senna, Camille, they have late game scaling. They have opportunities to play through. But let's face it, you're facing, you know, a Fed rookie, so best of luck.
Okay. He did lose pages out of the Magi's.
Yes, he did. Knight would not be happy.
No, he would not. But to be fair, Knight in the series against JDG had to sell his a couple of times.
Yeah, he did.
As we're going to lose a turret on the top side. And IG now set up for the Baron round 2. FPX nowhere near this one. They've got to defend their base.
Yep, and they are going to do that. Gimgoon does have TP if they did want to look for something, but I don't think we got to finish having that conversation earlier where I said, if you are, like, if you don't outscale, if you have no scaling, if you're, you know, Renekton, a bunch of early game champions, Lucian, etc., etc., you look for those gambles. You look for those 50-50s, because a 50-50 is the best you're ever going to get.
True.
When you're on a comp like this, you play to minimize any casualties and just hope the game lasts as long as possible.
Very true. You can see Gimgoon trying to do that, just picking up the turret, but the rest of IG are grouping up with this Baron. Gimgoon needs to return now, as the inhibitor turret top lane is under siege. And IG will take this very, very quickly. It's up to them to, again, minimalize, to use your keyword, and defend this base. As Gimgoon's going to go in all the way to the backside onto Rookie. A 3-man knockup. Meanwhile, while the Shy is taking down the AD carry. This is like watching him against Huanfeng all over again. A double kill for the top laner, who finally shows up as Baolan locks on into Crisp. Doomby's left alive, trying to carry FPX. A triple kill for the Orn top. He's 7-1 and netting IG into this base. Doomby's low on mana with the blue buff, but IG can smell the end lyric. And with the Sonic Wave, I think we better queue up the Silver Scrapes, because out of nowhere, Invictus Gaming don't want to say die just yet.
2 world champions with only 1 game left to decide who gets a chance to go back to Worlds.
That soundtrack better be ready, because IG had their best game in the series. I gotta say, their best game, including playoffs. Very long time coming. And FPX were outclassed.
Not looking happy.
No, he is not.
Completely understandable, right? The whole map collapsing around him. But by the end of that, the Shy didn't buy any MR. He fully indexed into armor. He had 500 armor. So no one except Doinby really able to do anything to that man. And we saw that. You said, hey, he's signaling out the enemy AD carry. He's getting onto Tien. He's getting onto Gimgoon. What can they do?
The most damage. This was a snowball ran out of control an early game where Tien stole red, but IG collapsed.
But that gold graph also shows what we were talking about, right? That this game did go from 0 to 100 really fast, but it felt like a very smooth transition upward like that gold
I mean,
graph.
it was a 28-minute game, right? Even though it felt like that game dragged on for IG to end it, they were so far ahead by 15 minutes in, and we just climbed at the 20-minute mark to that 10K, ending up at about 16,000. So a very IG way to end, when we see that IG during the regular season had games like this where they snowball leads out of control, to use that word again.
We've talked about the top side so many times in IG games. We need to highlight Puff and Baolan, because Baolan, by far, his best game of the series.
Oh, yeah.
Like, easily. Again, even in their win with the Nautilus, it wasn't all too convincing, but this was a great Thresh game. And Puff on the Ashe.
The flashing forward,
Did he
right?
get gifted early kills? Yes, he did. But the thing is, he took advantage of that. He used it, and he helped push the team forward into a win.
And the greatest part about this now is we've seen the best out of both teams in this series. Because I was getting concerned thinking that IG in Game 2 in their win was very much FPX making mistakes, IG picking opportunities out. But this time around, we saw the best of IG, much like we did in FPX.
This game was all IG, and sure, can you look at all of FPX's many, many mistakes? Yeah, but the thing is, they were able to use those mistakes and snowball into a clean game, which is what you look for when you are one of the top teams coming out from the LPL.
And it feels like it's time to, go back and quote and say what I said before game 4 started. It doesn't make logic, or, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't bring reason, even though it was a good game. But IG somehow just flip the script. Like,
And I know
No,
Suning
it's
aren't
good.
playing today. You need to leave your behind.
yeah,
A lot.
that would definitely strike Victor's Gaming. You know, now have a chance. This is all to fight LGD for the 4th seed at Worlds. This does not decide the 4th seed. This matchup is simply to stay alive. So, I don't know.
One thing I do know, LGD's probably smiling today.
Yeah.
LGD's like,
We can do this.
thank God, guys.
We can be one of these teams. Because at this point, no one knows who the 4th seed's going to be. And I think getting to a Game 5, we have no clue who's going to win this.
One thing we need to remember, FPX gets side selection.
They do, and Blue Side has been pretty key in most of our series so far.
For IG was all even numbers, man.
Yeah. Oh, is the numbers, all right.
No game 6. Sorry, IG.
Well,
Fear is the
ladies and
first of
gentlemen,
many
it is still
foes.
Great for going to a break. Then we return with our Game 5 between our 2 ex-world champions coming up.
You wanna play too? It'll be fun.
Come on, I won't hurt you. I promise.
Call it a flex.
Deny me.
fun.
Welcome back, everybody. We have a series and a half on our hands, don't we, here? Because we're going to game number 5 in our regional qualifiers between IG and FPX. And what a way to do it for IG as well. What a barn burner. And I'd given up on IG. I said it before that last game. I'd completely lost faith, but they've turned things around.
Hysterics called it. The second you give up on IG, that's when they step up. That's when they come alive, and it's what we've seen here once again. But Invictus Gaming looked incredible in this game. The ability to just snowball off these early leads, even when they were set behind from level.
That's the thing, right? It wasn't actually technically an early lead, because FPX started things off strong. They went for this early invade, and we saw TF got 2 levels up on Nick. Nick was still level 1, denied entrance to his own jungle by Kimgoon on the Camille as well. I thought the game was over. I thought FPX had got the series on the dot there, but then Rookie just came out of the woodwork.
That was the thing. This is where we were looking at the draft with so much scrutiny throughout the series. Giving over the TF, giving over the Galio to Doomby as well. Like, the ability for Galio to push these waves and stop Rookie having any sort of interaction with the side lanes really shut down the play from Invictus Gaming. This time around, though, you have that pushing lane in the Zoe. You force Rookie back underneath his turret as the Orianna. It's Rookie who gets out of lane and he sets up Puff for success.
And I have to say, there was a little session there around the early stages of the game where Rookie, it didn't feel like he went back to mid lane for a little while. It felt like he was playing Nexus Blitz, honestly. He was just dashing around about throwing bubbles. But also, importantly, the bottom lane changed dramatically here. Now that we get to see Puff on the Ashe, now that we saw Senna on the other side for FPX, suddenly the bot diff is the other way around. Suddenly we've got Puff and Baolan dominating their lane.
And it's almost like having a push in bot lane is really helpful or something, you know? Why
Something
we
like
go
that,
see
yeah.
so many people go towards blue side? But this is why we wanted IG on blue. Get the Ashe for yourself. Give a little bit of agency towards Puff and Bell and bot side. And especially Puff looking absolutely amazing on this Ashe with Bowlan with those heat-seeking hooks.
I mean, look at this. 10 to 14. Great damage, great goal difference, obviously. I mean, you're always going to have a great goal difference in the end of a game like that, but phenomenal play coming out from Puff, and it's great to see him shining here after he's had a pretty rough last couple of weeks. Like, earlier in this series, he was looking rough. In their series against LGD, he was really struggling. It's good to see him have this performance when it matters the most.
And this is the play that turned it around. Being gifted a couple of these kills in the early stages, just let Puff go on a rampage. LWX, he's sent a pack in. Puff is able to hit that level 2, and these advantages start to accumulate, snowball. You can see him 4-0-5 here at the 19-minute mark, but he was looking so damn clean on this Ashe, and I guarantee you we're going to see this last fight in actually enemy base, where he was just flashing around, dodging everything that was coming out from Gingoon.
I thought he was getting good for it.
I
really
thought
did.
it as well. This was so good from Puff. But the thing was, we saw everyone across the board step up. As Ning fell behind, that's when the laners came alive. Ning forced out of the equation. Rookie overtakes Doomby. The Shy solo kills Gingoon. And Puff and Bowlan are pushing, controlling that bot side of the map, allowing him to come back into it. And then Lee Sin things happen for Ning as he's looking damn clean.
Puff with a beautiful little flash there, and he almost makes the play. Shockwave kind of ruined everything for him. It meant to do a big finish off.
Just rude, to be honest. Rude. I mean,
How
he
dare
deserves
you
it.
try and win
Yeah,
the series?
yeah.
But it does mean we're now going to game 5, and you can see the Shy on your screen, and I want to quickly talk about the Shy because, let's be honest, he's had consistency, but it is bad. Yeah, it's a very political way of saying what's been going on here, but now on the Ornn in that top lane, things have turned around, and can I just say, the Shy is probably the most aggressive Ornn, maybe in the world.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen the Door and Blade start from as well at one point on this.
That was punished very heavily.
It was, but it's still the mindset of the Shy, and honestly, it worked out, especially in the matches where you think, okay, well, Camille can farm fine, she's not doing too much pressure, Gingoon will get to a late game point where the true damage on his Q just allows him to win his lane. Instead, it's the Shy who's able to get these advantages for himself. And as we talked about, when Ning was put so far behind, when Tien had the power to start into lanes for the better, it was the Shy and Rookie who stepped up in those solo lanes to actually facilitate Ning being able to get back in because of their dominant lanes.
And you can see the players getting ready on the stage, just doing the ready check to see if they're ready to get in champ select. So we're about on the cusp of kicking off into the 5-game campaign. So I want to quickly address the team that built early series seems to be the team that wins out the game. I mean, the pressure that we saw IG putting on here in game number 4, there was nothing FPX could do with the scaling composition. So as we move towards the last round, Dagda, it feels to me that we need early game champions on each side.
It really does, and I think a lot of this is going to, unfortunately, involve the blue side being able to Ashe having a lot of control on that bot side seems to enable so much. Dragons setting up for a pushing lane in which the jungler can play around. It just feels like, unfortunately, it's going to be FPX we're opting in towards the blue side, which means that Ashe is more than likely going to cross over towards LWX.
So I have a question for you, Dagda. Where is Jin? We have seen Jin endlessly this entire tournament, all through playoffs, all through the regionals yesterday. Now we're seeing Senna every single game, and Senna, I'm not gonna lie, is not looking good in basically any of these games. Where is the Jin? Why are we not seeing that as much?
Yeah, and actually, that's what I was just checking on my notes here, is that we have actually seen LWX playing a lot of Jin in solo queue. We haven't seen it so much in the opposite side of the ball, but this is something that they should be able to bring out, but it's not the case. We even talked about it briefly in game 1. It would have worked perfect as an answer to
It could have, but we've got to get into champ select, Dagda. I've got to cut you off there. We're going to game number 5, ladies and gentlemen, so let me pass it back over to Hysterics and Lyric to see if we get a Jin for game number 5.
Good questions, lads. Great way to end, or at least lead in the game number 5. FPX on blue, IG on red. Down to this. Find out who will be versing LGD tomorrow for that 4th seed at Worlds, and who goes home unable to defend their title from the previous all the year.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see because honestly,
An
we should
enemy has
definitely
been
favor
slain.
FPX being able to get back on that blue side. Going back to the Ashe priority that Luxual and Dagger were just talking about. But obviously, IG were able to pick up 1 game on red side so far.
Yeah, and also just addressing Jin. Note that Puff has been only person to play. He played it once during the whole split, including playoffs. IG are the only people to play it because LWX, who's never picked it up.
As Dagda was saying, though, he has been playing it in solo queue, but actually it doesn't matter. Guess what? They are on the blue side. The fans have already changed.
Yes, they have.
IG gaining value on red so far.
So Lilia alongside now. Normally you have to deck Caitlyn on red side, so that would be the
Maybe
fun
they make the
event.
trade. Because obviously Ashe has been seen as one of the answers into the Caitlyn. And they're saying, okay, we'll ban on 2 mid laners in the Lilia, and we go 1 for 1, and they'll, it'll come down to support and counter pick for bot lane difference.
Another change in the in after game number 4 has been taken away. The Angelic.
Every other game it has been the Kalista.
Yep.
So that is available for IG as well. You need to remember that FPX also first picked it every game against V5.
There's a lot open. You talk about the trade of
It has to be
left open.
Caitlyn. It has to be.
Being left means that you also sacrifice things like the Lux alongside it. Close to IG. Kalista, you mentioned Ashe is still there.
You would think it should be the Ashe. You're right, though, that you could just take away the Lux early on, pair that with alongside the Ashe, and then have a strong pushing lane.
But it's been jungle before. We saw Ning pick up Brave and get the same 4.
It has been Tien's most played champion, so if IG goes for it, and why we've seen Ning continue to go for it, has been the most comfortable champion for Tien, but it also typically does pair quite well in this first round.
Trade-off. Really like that you brought that up. Already passed rookie slack in game 4 on Zoe.
This would surprise me for the fact that this is not a champion that Ruby plays.
There's no priority to pick it up, right?
No, there's no reason to take it away this early. But I guess instead, I don't understand why you'd want to counter pick jungle. Quote unquote counter pick, right?
Because that's what you're assuming you're picking up. The support here is a Lux matchup from the pit and the jungle.
Usually what you see is, the Caitlyn paired alongside the Lux. Of course, in the West, they also use Morgana quite a bit. Either champion does quite well for sieging down those turrets, taking its place, and ensuring yourself a strong I have so that could be a sign because, let's be honest, Caitlyn is not left open. So I bet neither of them have much experience in these matches lately.
Well, you got there instead. Don't even want to walk at the buff. Very strong engage on the bottom lane. And this has been a very different draft from what we've already seen with the Volley Bear alongside.
It is a flex. You have to remember that for FPS, this is typically a pick.
Yep.
And I think with the movement speed nerf on Q, it does feel a bit wrong in jungle. It feels worse in both roles, obviously, but we do see the Graves coming out for Ning now.
You need a solo lane, you need a support for IG.
And we know where IG's going to go with it, because it's always been last pick top, and even more so now, right, when they've already shown the match. So I wonder where IG goes with Fortune, because typically in the LPL, the answers we see into Thresh are Leona numbers. It is these tanky engagement supports that, the Thresh is and then you're able to do the run with Leona and then play 2 moves and set them behind. That does fit Balance style much more as well.
We are still getting those solo lane bans though from FTX. The Jace predominantly been banned on his favorite champion is Split.
I mean, it does so well. You can play it in pretty much any matchup. It's obviously a signature of the Shy Case. It would set them up quite well for a top. It'd be pretty heavy, but it's IG. They don't care about that.
Still got to find out what he's playing in that top lane. Kalista gets the second round.
I just wonder what you pick up in this mid lane up against. Obviously, you could go back with the Orianna, which sure you lose pressure, but you are at least able to farm up. Typically, when you have a Caitlyn in the bottom lane, though, securing some mid-jungle prio to be able to heavily play around and influence that bot side is nice, and then you deny the Ashe plays as well. But I don't think doing these champion pull really opens them up to this kind of play.
Such a wide chance.
And there's that Leona that we were talking about, right? Taking your engaged champion that if he gets a hook on your carry, you
Oh, wow.
Ooh.
Lulu mid. Lulu mid has been locked in. 280 carries on the composition of FTX.
And Dwinby has played this before.
Yep.
And it's obviously a throwback for him in his career in general where he has this is nice. I like what I see out of both comps, but I really love IG's. IG's is just, you know, stock standard this meta, right? This is what you could see in many, many games. We're gonna have, I would assume, pressure in the mid lane. I'm not familiar with how often do we see Lulu, but obviously from the side of FPX, right? It is about waiting a bit longer into the game. You want to get your sensor out, you want to get some of those supportive items to buff up the Caitlyn in the Kindred and start playing this game for structure. It's all about artillery, it's all about sieging down these turrets.
Artillery I like, especially since FPX have been the slower team that we've talked about. Who is going to Worlds?
Try to keep up.
There's so many questions I have to ask. Again, you said LCD are watching this series, probably laughing.
An enemy has
They
been
face the
slain.
winner of this for the 4th seed at Worlds tomorrow. IG or FPX, one world champion is going home, and IG just had a very convincing game for them. FPX, throughout the whole series, have been the better team. But it comes down to a game 5, it's a best of 1, it's only one chance left remaining. Dooming opts into Lulu, while Rookie's back on his Zoe.
The big question mark to me is FPX is throwing us a curveball. Anything can happen at this point.
An enemy has been slain.
About to enter Summoner's
Come
Rift
out,
for the
come
final
out,
game of the night.
wherever
Final game. This series leads to last for one, hope for another. Can IG make the run again, like they did in 2019? It's another game 5. They love these game 5s, but Dana Vladimir on the top of the side. He's on his own once more. Great play. Enter Summoner's Rift. One thing
Rampage.
is that IG
Turret plating
grab
will
your
soon
draws
fall.
early on. They have more early game enough to make they want blood, they want fights. They want to take these players with their open mid, trying to use one dragons as well. For FPX, we said it's a bit of a slower paced game. It's about getting the setup needed in front of these turrets with the Caitlyn traps coming out, with the Lulu shield ardents, with the redemptions, and getting them in as well. And Chris really needs a bit of a disengage capacity.
so far in the series have been Balan on Leona this time around, alongside Puff who got Ashe. They made a trade-off of 80 carries. And we've got a very compelling draft to finish off. I like it very much.
Have you
the
seen
team
my
style.
favorite
Again,
colors?
starting on his blue up towards the top side, Ning will be on the same path as he's on his red.
Thinking about this mid lane matchup, I would assume that Doinby should be able to do pretty
An
well
enemy
early on
has been
because
slain.
Zoe's wave clear actually isn't that strong early. Like your paddle start does like
never
20%
played
of
from
even the
that.
passive HP. Lulu can always just auto attack and walk forward. She's quite strong coming with the damage as well. You always have your polymorph if you do look for the paddle star. And it's just it feels like you can go toe-to-toe. One of the strongest things about Lulu's kit that's so underrated is the damage coming from her passive. She also obviously has some parry, so those short trades are really
An enemy has been slain.
Yeah, and I mean, even your Glitter Lance does much better into the minion wave early on than something like a Paddle Star,
Yeah,
right?
very
You
true.
definitely need those levels, especially waiting for that lost chapter.
We always talk about Zoe, you mentioned this game before, where he has to find those angles between the minions, so he's a lot more limited by what he can trade.
Unstoppable.
And the thing is, the traps that it actually favored IG. The thing I question is that IG's top is very versatile, right? We have a Zoe, we have a Drake, all about burst. You have Lulu ultimate, you have a ton of shield that's going to be increased later on with the items she gets. Bursting out
Your team has destroyed a turret.
It'll be interesting, of course, the Colonel, and just for everyone out there, goes based on statistics of champions winning at stages of
Come
the game.
out,
He takes the 10 secret herbs and spices of League of Legends and kind of applies them to some of the We'll see. At the very least, the Shy back on. He's gone Dark
He was checking wolves, thinking that potentially
Dominating.
he had invaded. And of course did
Your
earlier
team
on.
has destroyed a turret.
Spell, that was gonna go over the wall. Quite consistent in the end.
Yeah, he's lucky he's also got the Nimbus cloak as well, so set up in all of your lanes anyway. The Shy especially once he's at level 6 point. Bot lane as well, once a few more levels. We see IG's bot lane being pressured right now. Leona, LWX, he can base properly, can do a lot of work.
Especially when the Tien was back and he's heading towards that bottom side too. Also helps out. Clears the way.
So IG's bot lane is a lot more of that we are waiting for our running combo coming out from Leona plus Ash, and then trying to combo Ning as well, because when you have Zoe Graves, it is a lot about that mid jungle.
It does feel around at these objectives, though, the chain CC from IG is pretty through. Trouble bubble. And the charge of the Force God. There is a lot of layering there as now they're going to be going on to Rookie. Desmond dodge away from Rookie once into Brush. The Fog of War helps a little bit. He clears the wave anyway, but he's in a bit of trouble. Might have to flash out of this one, but Tien and Chris are waiting over the wall. Flashes for distance, excuse me. I don't believe that was Doomby in the end, who's about to pick up first blood. That goes over to the Lulu mid.
The cheeky thing you always notice with the side, though, is when they do have these kinds of deaths, they always prioritize getting the wave in to hopefully not leave it in a bad place. That still did take long enough, though, where obviously but Baolan holding it. He knows he can carry the team.
Yeah, Doomby's still doing a bit of damage, but Baolan may have delayed enough. So, Baolan's still going to get the 9 ghosts.
Because it's allowing for Crisp to constantly be in river, constantly be in the enemy jungle, and even hover around the mid lane.
And Baolan has to match, right? It's not like he can stay in the wave and try and find something on LWX.
Yeah, and even, like you're saying, he has to, like, try to match.
Yeah.
He will always be there later on, so FPX will always have the onus to make the play.
But a good start from FPX. Ning is going to be starting up this Dragon, though. Tien on the bottom side, but you can see Rookie gets to shove out the wave as he returns to lane, and Ning should be getting a nice bit of experience from this while Tien clears out his Raptors meanwhile.
Ning going for a bit of a cheeky one, but he did know that FPX's bot lane was going for that reset. Rookie also is having the push in mid lane right now.
We're going into an Infernal or a Cloud Rift.
I like that Rookie also, when he died, got the well on top of he had already had. So increasing his pushing power just by a little bit.
And that extra bit of health might come in handy too. Now hits level 6 with a portal jump. And what do we think? At level 6, of course, Doomby does have the wild growth available, but Rookie with the extra range now has a lot more burst potential, as that almost hit onto Doomby. Balan's level 4. Their center's dodged away from, turns onto Doomby. Center's played at the ready if Rookie wants to come in, but opts not to. Balan's still just trying to match and make sure that Rookie has a laning phase.
For FPX, you just keep doing what you're doing, right? Have Chris weaving between the lanes, because you just want to set up LWX to take this plating.
Arrow for the clans. Puff wants to take this 1v1, but Tien's going to make it unfavorable soon. Puff is still going forward. Tien shows, flashes away out of respect. Here comes the Caitlyn ulti. But LWX in a lot of trouble. The Shire's coming in. Call the Forge God wants to kill LWX. He gets knocked up, flashed on, clapped by Mr. Ornn himself, the Shy, with great timing. And Tien now has to respect him.
That was a big mistake coming in from LWX, though, because, right, the Shy started channeling the TP, and LWX didn't care. He just walked forward, thought, okay, there's nothing the Shy can do.
We're not done, sir. Onto Baolan. Press the attack initiated as Tien going forward. The Shy is still here. Wants that searing charge, but Tien flashes it to get onto Baolan, but the re-engage is there. Wild Growth is onto the jungler as Gimgoon has teleported in, and this is the LPL. With a double kill going to Tien, FPX can feel it in their bones.
Great turn coming from FPX. Tien being a massive playmaker going forward on that one into the Shy. And great job by Gimgoon as well as Chris to zone out Rookie, actually to flash away early on. There was nothing you could do in that play, but Ning's very smart trying to answer on the opposite side of the map. But guess what? Look at your mini-map. Crisp and Tien are on the way over.
Ning has to respect. Gimgoon and Doomby start up the Rift Herald, or at least take the leash from where it was. Baolan still doesn't have his ulti.
I don't think IG can contest.
Want to walk towards, at least add some pressure. That reset almost came through, and it does! As I speak, that gives a bit more time for IG to push in mid.
I don't think they knew it happened.
No wards available. Okay, crisis averted. I still think FPX would have been fine at the end of the day. Doomby's going to pick that up. Yep, there we go. So.
And remember, things like that are always interesting because right? He's not typically going to be the mobile member on the map. Even this game, we've seen it's been all about Crisp and Tien coming mid, not about Doinby getting out of lane and going elsewhere.
Yeah.
So that could really limit where FPX dropped this Herald.
So let's have a look again, because the Shy was down here from the TP.
And we see Tien going forward. Actually, nice flash shot from him as well. Crisp and Gimbu now out. Just a bit of an overstep coming out from the side of IG, which has been a defining term this series, overstep.
My words were going to be exactly that, sir. I think the biggest part for me now, though, is seeing Warriors on Tiana 2-0 Kindred, and we know what this has led in previous games for FPX. And plus the shielding you mentioned and how FPX will scale into this game, it's already a great start considering that LWX has gotten most of his lane on the way, that the Lulu picked up a nice kill earlier on against Rookie as well.
And we pointed out earlier that FPX definitely do much better as this game goes on. For the side of IG, they're really going to have to play off of like things like vision denial, being able to get vision that they probably shouldn't have from the hot shot, playing off picks coming out from Arrow. For FPX, they're fine just taking this game at the pace it's being played.
Feel very confident 10 minutes in.
This goes back to what we pointed out earlier, right? We wanted to see Ning and Rookie link up, get mid-pressure, and then hover towards bot side. They're doing just that, but Crisp and LWX are respecting.
They're backing away from the turret. Puff is going to get a bit of turret plating. That's what this means, though. Rookie comes back into the mid lane, and LWX and Crisp can just walk back in. Remember, there's BF4 here on this Caitlyn with a Thresh that's almost level 6. So now left in 2v2 lane.
You want to play too? That'll be fun.
And they're coming through. Rookie's still here. He could throw a Sleepy Trouble bubble.
He's got a blast one, by the way. It's not a whole chapter. So
I just noticed that as well. I was like, huh. I'm guessing he just didn't have enough gold, but...
Picked up the Doran's ring before, right? Didn't have enough for the bottom chapter. Riptail's going to be put bot, though. Tien now wants to hop over the wall. And here we go.
Gimgun's covering mid as well, so... If any shenanigans break out, very easy for Gimgun to make his way over. But now going to head back up towards top side.
Meanwhile,
3 plays for the Shy's Ord.
He already picked up a kill. He's got his Sunfire cake. Rookie decides against it, walks back to his lane.
Do you remember all those games we had of IG winning where, like, their 4-man would just win the game pretty much, but we'd, like, every 5 minutes we'd cut to a camera of the Shy just taking, like, plates or turret on the opposite side of the map?
Happens actually more often than you think. It's kind of like the Shy resets in a best of 5 after the first 3 games. The Shy died at least 20 times.
The Shy this time using that window, so right, he got to push in because Gimgun had used his window to roam to the opposite side of the map. Now the Shy answering in kind. He pushed in, he hovered over, made sure IG can safely do this dragon. Now he's going back up the top lane.
Leads to a Cloud Soul here this time around, not the Infernal.
I love the Zoe RNG of, you know, what you get depends on how aggressive you and your enemy laner can play. We saw Doinby respecting, realizing, okay, well, if this guy's Ignite, it's his time.
He just drops it there as well. Good trading, though, from Doinby. He's got his Athenes already picked up. Benefit of the Lulu is very cheap build, much like we see on the Karma. Well, FPX gets spotted out on another control ward. Tien trying to go deep into enemy territory. There's no camps here, but at least safeguards LWX who can push in and get first turret blood and get a bit of gold into that lead for FPX.
And just goes back to highlight how well FPX have been playing, like you pointed out. Balan constantly forced to match the roams from Crisp, so LWX was able to get all his turret plating on his own.
Shy just wants to collapse. Sky Splitter comes in. Shielding's nice, but in the end, the Shy's just going to turn around with Grasp and try and get another couple of procs. Funny that Gimgun's actually up in levels, as the Shy will now reach level 10. Tank versus tank. And it's going to get influenced by Balan in a second. We're just stuck up here, I guess. Oh, away you go.
I like how he's once again making his way towards that Iceborne Gauntlet.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess most of their damage is AD, but again, I know people will be mauling at him getting that extra mana rather than the extra health you would get from the
Souls may forget they've ever lived. Obsession begins when they forget they've died.
Now that's pretty standard stuff. Move and change sides of the map.
Yeah, this is what you do. I mean, you do it on either of these AD carries, but you see it on Caitlyn, right? You're rotating around the map, as we pointed out. I like to use the word artillery piece.
Yep.
You're kind of set up like a giant machine gun in the middle. Everything's around you. You have the traps surrounding you, and your job is just to go to work on those turrets. You don't really want scrappy fights breaking out. You don't want you need a lot of vision. You want everything in your sight. You want to know what's going on, and it allows you to do what you do best, which is just breaking down those turrets.
Cleanliness of play, right? And especially since turret plating was still available at the time. Nice bit of damage there from Rookie, but
Also, I want to point out something we didn't talk about, that
Yo.
we obviously saw LWX go for the lethal tempo, which is something people started doing more of recently because Caitlyn obviously doesn't have an attack speed steroid, which is one of the reasons you don't usually go for it, but you don't have a lot of bad lanes anymore, so you don't need to go towards that fleet footwork, so even just getting a bit more is quite nice.
also started with the Storm Razors here, so we've seen, you know, pretty much this be the build, right? Not IE first.
We've actually seen quite a bit of IE first.
Have we?
But this does at least give you that nice, like, pseudo power spike. Obviously, it's cheaper, but you get much less AD, which I think is why we still see a lot of people go IE first for, you know, more AD for your headshot and things along those lines. But getting that slow is quite nice for setting up some kills in your lane.
Sarah used again. Puff, this is the second time around he's doing it, but this time around LWX Essence versus Storm Razor, and LWX gets some nice trades in, while the rest of the team's trying to group around as Tien takes the trouble bubble, uses the ulti preemptively, in comes the burst, end of the line, collateral damage. Not used. It was smoke screen in the end, I apologize. Tien manages to get away, but there you go. There's the burst of pick potential you mentioned earlier on.
Right, doing a great job at least understanding their position. So far, they've been the team to pick up a lot of these objectives. They are sitting at 2 Drakes, now taking this Rift Herald.
Good control at maximum. Ning so far ahead in CS once again on this Graves.
Also, next Dragon's coming up in 1 minute 15 seconds. They can sit on this Herald and just use it, as we talked about, that kind of,
Plateau? No.
not plateau.
Transition. Transmission.
You don't even know what word I'm looking for.
Breakfast. As a...
We didn't have breakfast.
We've been here a while, as you know, some of the fans will figure out in another show, but this today has delivered everything. And I have to say, big thank you to all the fans for joining us this season. It's been chaotic. 5 games for the finals, 5 games for IG and FTX. This is literally esports at its peak.
Yeah.
You know?
Yes, it is.
You know, screw every other game. This is where it happens.
But hey,
Hope you didn't want to word it.
we need a Dragon coming in 25 seconds. All of FTX is here to get vision. Nice sleepy trouble bubble.
Oh! Soul Flare in Channa Crosara. This is long range engage. At his peak, Rookie flashes forward. Chris, Death Sentence doesn't connect. The Wild Growth was used, but now Baolan comes into the middle of Gimgo and is the ulti over the wall to escape. Here we go for the Shy, though, who lines them up. 2 is the number. Gets low at half health. IG have gotten pressure, and LWX takes one to the face. It takes one to no one as collateral damage used in the end.
Now no Wild Growth, no Lamb's Respite. They can't come in. All of those tools that are used to survive the IG burst are gone. And IG now on Soul Point.
They are on Soul Point. They get 10% cooldown reduction on those ultis like the Shies. And Enchanted Crystal plus Solar Flare. This is good for IG as they manage to, again, you mentioned, threaten that window in another 4 minutes 45 seconds.
And one of the most important parts is getting that early Elder.
Okay, the Shy might be called out though. I'm going to turn back around and say the Shy, what's going on? He's 1-1. Doesn't want more deaths than kills, but low on mana. Not too low on health. It is an
Hysterics, I thought of the word. Decoy. They could have used it as a decoy for the Dragon, but guess what? They didn't have to. They still have the Rift Herald.
Yes, they do. Ning's going to get the enhance back with it. And which lane's he going to put it down, sir? Do you think right down mid? Do we let Shelly run it down?
There's no mid lane, like, inner turret. They would have to go 2 sides, get pressure, focus 4 or 5 to get that pressure in mid, but they actually don't have pushing sides. Like, Orange shouldn't really be able to push, but now gives you 3 seconds. So I guess it's always viable.
Sorry, Rookie throwing out bubble left time. The Luden's Echo now picked up. He needs 2 items to duel me. Again, cheaper build, Ardent Sensors there. Does have a bit more gold than Rookie. It is good evaluation time because LWX in this Caitlyn has 2 items with a rapid fire cannon. Up still sitting on 1, but a lot of gold. He's actually down 1,000 in the 8 matchup.
I mean, we saw LWX in all of those lanes.
Yes, we did.
So, quite expected for him to be up. Shy doing fine in this matchup.
wait. The Baron to come up.
Maybe they're dropping it mid as you expected.
Yeah.
Or should I call you apathetic?
You call me hysterics. I was told if I'm going to do any analysis, I just call myself hysterics and leave it. You know? One day I want to be the coach of like TL
You're right.
or V5.
You want the same name?
Yeah. You know, to coach a team first, I need coach challenges. They don't just let me do big leagues shine. Relative territory here with the W. Fury at the ready. Ulti on top. Call the Forge God's going to come in, but Ning's here. Kim Goon too far forward. He flashes away. It's matched by Ning. And the burn is going to be massing the steering charge. Kim Goon has had such a good series, now scratches his head.
And he's solo killed the Shy so many times this series. He thought, okay, I'm going to get to do it again for free. Ning was there waiting in the wings. Really clutch, flashes forward, gets the phase rush, and Nimbus pulled off as well, so he has all the movement speed to keep up. Kim Goon realized at the last second, okay, I just need to take down the Shy. But was bursted out.
This guy has more ability to scale into the, the mid game, get those 3-4 items into the orb. Already the Bramble Vest picked up.
Right now, Rookie's at the point of maximum. Wow. This man is ready to take people down, but we need to remember, FPX have the tools to deal with burst. The thing is, if they get chunked out too early like in the last fight, right, having used the Wild Growth on Chris, that's kind of the formula for FPX to have to back off.
Or if they get separated, right? That pick onto one position without the Lulu nearby, without Chris with the disengage.
They are like a ball comp, right?
Yeah.
They all want to like be near each other. It's all in the setup. You are like a 5-man group. You're a
You can see as well, Mikhail's picked up the priority for Crisp. I really like is the first item to help LWX. That kind of heightens your point. It's all about this Caitlyn, keeping her alive alongside Tien, of course, as the other AD carry with now Black Cleaver. Look, he's hanging off to the side, sees him, and it's like free money, except it's got a string on the end. You ever see those cartoons? They pull in the $5 note.
Come out,
People laughing behind the bushes.
all those old cartoons.
Yeah. Hey, Dragon Soul coming up in a minute. This is the real here we go. 21 minutes in. Very early.
Doesn't have to be like start walking down. That does look like what he's doing.
Eternal weighing in. Like, I'm gonna heal that up.
The Shy's massive right now. I actually don't know.
They're on LWX. Remember, he has a healing pump almost dies. Oh my lord. But meanwhile, Griffin comes in off the side. Kim Goon takes the chunk himself.
I think that should guarantee FPX taking Dragon.
That was actually absolutely massive. FPX might even get the turret on top of that. Back in is the Ash. Burn damage again. Fortgo's going to line up. It's now Doomby in a bit of trouble as well. The trouble hits on the side. Rookie gets the end as Battleland jumps on in. IG's fight. This could be it as the Shy doesn't die. LWX in the middle of nowhere. Doomby can't shield him. And Rookie does it again. Trouble bubble forward. Denied he does have his moment. But Doomby manages to get away. IG are smiling right now as they head towards the Baron.
And IG are going to be able to push this advantage forward. Get back out on the map. They're going to have all the priority. FPX, when it matters most, responding to the pressure.
His ulti, and now in front of the Baron as Battleland gets low. Teleport's going to be in from the side to take this one up. Ning needs to use an early smite. When is he going to burn that down? Thinks he's going to survive and probably is absolutely right. Smite to secure. IG are getting towards that moment where you say they could have done it.
And this is where it all started. Massive burst coming out from Rookie. All the work got open by the side. Such an amazing sleepy trouble bubble. And he doesn't even get a chance. No lamp playing anywhere. Battleland flashing forward. As we said, this man always goes into the fray. Weird decision by Gibson to hold back. FPX is trying to goal, but I don't think I care.
Imagine if we got to the land right at the end. Then FPX minus 5 would have been a different story, right? That one thing changes everything. Baron now picked up, and Invictus Gaming, after looking pretty shocking between games 1 and 3, have really picked up the series. And they've made it impossible reality.
Stop believing.
We did.
He stopped believing hysterics, and that's all we had to do this whole time. But IG, man, how could IG have one of the worst and potentially go to work? How could the Shy go 1-10 on AD Kennen
And
and
then
then win and go to the next round?
the trick is to start playing on. Don't put him on that anymore. As Rookie gets burnt down over the wall, they're going to take the engage.
Like game one, we pointed out they
An ally has been slain.
one side. The problem is this time, FPX don't really have
An ally has
they
been
have
slain.
death sentence and they have holding in if IG walks forward. And that's what suck when they're behind.
Yes.
You're not able to get in front of the turrets, dish all that damage you need. You're quite squishy. It's very easy to dive onto you.
Especially against the burst here, right? When the burst gets a level up, when they're so far ahead, it's hard to deal with. Call the Forge Gold was used in the bottom lane. Mid turret goes down meanwhile, and FPX, they use any summons? I don't think so. Ace in the hole, blocked nicely by Nick.
This way.
And IG just going to be able to keep going. They wait for the wave. They're going to pick up this bottom tier 2 turret. They should have a wave that's about to come out. But it looks like 3 seconds coming out.
Do you think you need to apologize for saying the word suck on broadcast?
Have you seen my favorite tippers?
No, I feel like that was the least defensive word.
Maybe I'll apologize for what I said
An
in game
enemy
number
has
3.
been slain.
No, game number 4. Hey, this is
Hey, what? He did this last game as well.
Oh wait, Medical Arrow goes from on the land.
Oh!
Away, Balan in for the engage. Wait away, the Shy comes in. Searing Touch goes wide, right through the middle as Rookie can't connect the Paddle Star. The Wild Growth was used though, Lyric. That's what I saw.
Dragon not up for another
Shut
2 minutes.
down.
Oh my god, he just keeps going. Every time I see a bubble fly out, I'm expecting it now.
And FPX have to go all the way back in front of their base. While IG keeps searching for those picks.
And this is where the comp thrives. They're controlling the and then Zoe has to throw out these sleeping bubbles, just setting up to find bleeding out the enemy team by taking all their jungle camp. So Yen's not getting many resources.
Yep.
He's not able to buy the items he needs. That's tough. It's not getting any resources by his team either. It has to walk across the map to take grasses.
I just love the fact that we're facing down the barrel of FPX. There's a chance. Remember, if they lose this game, they will not defend their world title. They will not be going to Worlds in 2020 if they lose this game. And IG with a 4K gold lead at 27 minutes is indicating that that could be as such.
Like, this was obviously not the most high quality series. You don't need to point that out. But FPX fared much better than most people thought. Gimgoon played much better this series than I think anyone expected. Again, he was miserable in the split. And again, the fact that this got to 5 games, I think is pretty commendable for FPX. Though it's not over yet, so I don't want to talk like they're dead and out of the water. They have this Caitlyn, they have this Kindred as well.
The shielding, you talked about protection and how FPX would scale into this, even against the Ornn, the Zoe, the Ashe, what we talked about with G.
One fight is
Yes.
all they need.
An ally has been
To
slain.
go and have a chance at defending their title. LGD watching this one. For the potential 4C troll bubble lands.
God, he doesn't miss.
Rookie does not miss. You're exactly right. Puff sitting mid for the Tentacles Arrow and the opportunity.
Do you believe in magic history?
I do. You want to show me something? Because in 25 seconds, if IG lose this dragon, I have to say that's going to be magical for maybe
Oh
not.
my
Tentacles
God.
Arrow onto Chris. Oh, Tennisplay just Necto saved. That is a key engage tool for IG down.
That was unlucky because if Puff, like,
Your turret has been
the
destroyed.
bubble was going to zone off Caitlyn in that direction anyway. Had Puff been able to like read that better, it feels like that definitely could have been the X. And still they're able to force it back. They're gonna get this trade. Now we're just waiting.
Enemy has been slain.
No, I gave it. Well,
An enemy has been
the
slain.
best story is IG being top esports of all time. We know that. Jackie Love against the rest of IG once again.
Puff says I'm
We
better.
didn't get that in playoffs.
We got it in spring, but it wasn't as heated back then.
We got it in summer in the regular split where IG actually beat Top Esports.
Yeah. One of the second loss, I think, after V5.
Give me the storylines. Give me the narrative.
It's a shame we don't have 5 seasons like we deserve. Maybe we'd have.
I think people are going to be arguing against 4 seasons after watching this series.
That's actually true.
But tomorrow might look better.
Maybe, maybe LGD just blow whoever wins this out of the water. Imagine 5 seasons. I mean, it's just crazy enough that one of these teams could be in play-ins. Altien's walking around, but no, they want the 80 carry. He cleanses away. He takes the dark passage. That is a summoner spell just for a trouble bubble with Baron up.
And they have such a great turn from Baron, so they can start this, just bait FPX in. They have the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Leona's whole kit is amazing. They have the Call of the Forge God as well.
And Rookie has a hose. He's zoning them away. Kim Goon's in first. FPX need the steal here. Otherwise, IG are just going to take this away. Baron gets smited down now for the engaging. Enchanted Crystal Arrows there. The Death Sentence doesn't connect. And Kim Goon's the target. Runs away for his life. He's low. He's ignited. He's dropping down. Yes, ulti comes out though while IG channels into this moment. It's all there. Balan, Rookie, they all live as Chris gets autoed. Invictus Gaming somehow have done it.
How do IG keep stealing away these series and winning these regional matches?
Regional finals of their speciality lyric. 1, 2 minions with Rookie TPing in with the Baron buff and those death timers. You know where they're heading.
Great to LGD tomorrow.
To make that impossible run, but everyone's counted Invictus Gaming out. They showed up in a game 5. LGD, are you watching? The regional qualifiers are Invictus Gaming's speciality. Goodbye, FBX. The 2018 World Champions are coming next.
That series was amazing to watch, so full of different people. Massive congratulations over through. Like that saw in the first game. Their prep was legit. But sadly, IG got more time. IG were able to figure it out. And in the end, I think he can win for that main level 1 and pretty much ruined the whole game.
The 2019 World Champions will not be at Worlds to defend their title. And that is heartbreaking for the Fun Plus Phoenix fan base.
The best dancer in the world will not
An
make it
enemy
back.
has been slain.
And again, this team they had an admirable year. They tried to
An
incorporate
ally has been slain.
but sadly
Enemy
now
double kill.
FPX are looking at 2021.
See, Crispin will be walking on stage. They were devastated, as they should be. But IG,
An enemy
somehow
has been
they
slain.
do it. And what did we say, Lyric? Would you like to quote it again as we look at the gold graph?
When you don't believe it,
Yes, it is.
An ally has
Thank
been
you so
slain.
much. A perfect way to caption a 30-minute game. The gold graph swap.
no, the damage graph is what gets me because
That's true.
it's so telling. The IG story. You get to game
Shut
5
down.
when Rookie puts the game on his back.
An
The
ally has been
sleepy trouble
slain.
bubbles, man. The sleepy trouble bubbles.
Big, don't give Rookie Zoe. There's a lot of champions who say not to give him
Don't give him a Syndra,
Yeah.
Zoe, LeBlanc,
Even
Oriana,
up there.
Lucian.
This is why I went on Champ Select and I said, look at Rookie. Because Rookie through lane was up pretty much every game and dominating the phase, plus dominating the big game.
Okay, there's actually a lot of clear standouts, but I'd say the two standouts on top of all the other standouts are Knight and Rookie. And I mean, Rookie, once again, that no matter how
Have you
poorly
seen
his
my
team
big
does around
peppers?
him, this man can make do with anything.
IG have somehow got a second chance and can now play for the 4th team versus
Hey,
LGD.
I have a question for everyone. Who's ready for 5 games tomorrow?
Yes. Because regional qualifier once again, shout out to what we were saying in that 5th game was IG in 2019, JDG in the first round they beat 3-2. Top beat in the second round. Game 5 was up around 1. Now, this guy who had a horrible start to the series, all of it was the mental reset.
Because I apparently heard that players in walks up 60 down, which is a nice but you know, it's time, boy.
That's worse than Cobra pulling out the bell, the slap to the face.
Gotta do what you gotta do, man.
I told you last week, get a bag of mine. You know.
Is he coaching RNG?
Well, maybe in future, perhaps. I at least think the Shy had a mental reset.
What happens in an orange state? Maokai?
Well,
Poppy?
but remember, they
An
banned
ally has
Jace
been
from West
slain.
Series. In games 2 and 3, he had 4 top lane bans.
That's true.
I mean, even though the Shy played horribly in the first part, he does demand a lot of bans.
A lot. Like, all of
To
them,
make him
actually.
look bad, yeah.
So, I
Are
mean,
we there yet?
let's highlight Rookie, Ning, and I'd even say Baolan on
An
champions
ally
that
has
were
been
not.
slain.
They really stepped up. The Shy did his job, and Puff had
Game 4 especially. 3-man knockups, whatever. Just something.
he absorbed pressure.
He absorbed pressure, there we go. But, Baolan and Puff, it's good to see Puff flushing. Seeing that aggressive type cheeky love
This
play.
way.
But still, today's games were up the backs of
Your
new
team
rookies.
has destroyed
And
a
if they're
turret.
going up against LGD tomorrow, when we highlight people like
Your turret has been
as their
destroyed.
core members, that is all fundamentally important. Is rookies.
Slain an enemy.
Hey, now I didn't want to say it earlier, but I'll say it now.
Okay.
I did predict IG to win Worlds.
Enemy rampage.
The 4th seed.
Your
It's just
turret
crazy.
has been
Now I'm conflicted because I want IG to go well. I said LCD to win Worlds because I believe originally. That out. I was wrong.
I'm
Listening
not.
to me is often a mistake.
IG are doing it.
But
They'll ramp up. They'll get better and better.
either way, I don't think anyone can lose tomorrow. We're either going to have an old organization go into LPL or we're going to have a old newer organization go to LPL. Both been to Worlds.
Yeah.
The LGD fan base are probably
Enemy
hoping for
killing
IG
spree.
gets 3 at the very least. But what an overwhelming day, to say the least. Another game 5. But like FPX,
My last 2
Please.
casts of LPL
Try to
were
keep up.
5-game TSJG,
Finals,
5-game IG.
you're
FPX.
spoiled, sir.
I have spoiled.
Absolutely spoiled.
The
But
LPL deities smile upon me.
look, congratulations to IG. FPX are out, won't be able to defend their title. That's all I can say as we hand it over to the interview with Wendy.
And today, IG just has the whole game full of highlights. So how do you feel about today's game and also your performance? 那么首先恭喜你们获得比赛的胜利。那现在你们也是距离世界赛再近了一步，今天的表现也是非常的优秀。想问一下宝蓝，怎么样去评价自己的一个表现，还有整体的一个发挥呢？
今天的话就是赢了，还是很开心，因为我们的方法都属于就是都已经没有什么退路了。我们2个队伍的情况，就大家都很10个人都应该都是非常的努力在打这场比赛。今天的表现赢了的话，就是虽然是有很多发挥不好的地方，但是因为整体最后赢了的话，所以就比5分多一点点，6分了。
I think because for both FunPlus and IG, this is our death match, so it's crucial. It's very important for all of us. And for my performance, I think it should be a 4, it should be 5, or because I got the win victory at the end, so it should be 6. I'm quite okay with my performance. So my next question will be, in the first 3 games, actually IG have chosen the similar compositions. You just grab the Senna and also give Rookie that control. So you know the reason for that ban pick strategy. 3局比赛你们都整体选择的一个阵容比较相似的，就是拿到了塞纳，然后同时给 Rookie Nico。想问一下，为什么会有这样的一个 BP 选择？
因为塞纳是在就是这个版本对抗艾希非常好的一个选择，也有非常多的队伍在使用。然后 Nico 是 Rookie 个人一个非常在对抗加聊的时候觉得特别好的角色，所以。
So for Senna, actually is a very good pick to counter the Ashe and also popular in the current meta. And for the Nico, I think is a significant pick for Rookie and also is also a counter pick to Galio. So that's why we just made this ban pick strategy. So my next question will be, as we have mentioned, the Senna in current meta, actually we have seen Senna a lot of times in current games. So as a support and also a bot lane player, how do you feel Senna? 那么其实就像你刚才所说的，塞纳现在已经成为了一个版本比较好的一个选择。那么作为一个前提下路的这个玩家，评价这个英雄或者塞纳这个体系。
An
上就是一个比较团队性的一个但是它的线上，这个在被推线时候就特别不好使用，但是如果能够正常的发育，然后进行大到时间的上面来，它就
but it's quite weak in the laning phase if the lanes has been pushed. But if I can use it, if the center can use the ultimate to help the other players, other laners, this could be a very good choice. So my next question will be actually in the first 3 games, IG seems to focus on the top lane, but then in game 4 and 5, you guys just change the game strategy and then try to use a bot. Try to target on the bot lanes and then translate that advantage into the pressure across the whole map. So Korean know why you just made these changes. 那么其实在前3局 IG 主要主打的是一个上路，那么在第4局和第5局你们更多的是围绕着下路，然后去把优势扩大到一个全局，为什么会有这样的一个改变？
因为就是前3局我们就是打上路的方式，虽然是有赢态，但是另外2局都是很遗憾输掉了嘛，就是效果没有想象中的那么好，容错率比较高，就转变了一下，试着从下路让辅助来 counter 来做一个有手支援可能会大到一个。
So for 3 games we only managed to get 1 kill. So for our teammates, we don't think it's a very good choice to targeting on the top lane. So in 4 and 5, we try to focus on the bot lane and then make a targeting for the support, and also then I can roam with the jungler and provide we are able to get into the deciding game, but then being absolutely made losing. Did you expect the choice and how did you manage to handle with it? 那么你们是第4局非常烂的发挥，也是把比赛成功的拖到了全胜局。预想到呢怎么进行一个应对？
我觉得路首先我们是肯定是就是不算一个比较常规的，所以也没有想到。但是我觉得他们应该是就是训练赛中使用过效果非常不错，所以才敢在这种关键的局用出来。对，在就是不是意料之内，但是是可以处理的一个因素。
In current meta, but I believe that FunPlus Phoenix have chosen this champion and have played this playstyle in the scrims, on the practices, and also have a very good result. That's why they made this choice in the very deciding game. But for us, although we didn't expect that choice, we managed to handle with that. So my very last question is, you are going to face against LGD again. This is your old rival and you're going to face them tomorrow. So many fans from all over the world like supporting IG and really want to see IG shine on the international stage again. So do you have any words to say to the fans all around the world? 那么最后，其实你们明天也将会去面对老干爹，也是你刚才面对过的一个对手，而且世界上有非常多的粉丝都在支持着 IG， 也希望能够看到 IG 再次的闪耀在世界赛的舞台上。所以说，想问一下，有没有什么对全世界的粉丝说的话？
首先，我肯定是都知道，就是 IG 有非常多的期待者，希望 IG 的风格能够在世界赛上就是展现，可以给大家带来精彩的比赛。然后明天对阵老干爹也是我们算是这个赛季第3次对阵的对手，我们会好好准备，也是对于我们2支队伍都非常重要吧。就算是最后是别赢吧，没什么别的办法。
I believe that there's so many fans looking forward for us to play on the international stage. Tomorrow's matchup actually will be our 3rd time to face against LGD. For both of us, this is a crucial matchup. I don't know what should I say, but we will get the victory and we must get that victory. So we are very looking forward for IG's performance for tomorrow and thank you for coming on. And at the end of the interview,
thank you very much, Balan. 3-2 against MPA.
Did do it last time.
There we go.
You know who did it? Suning did it.
They did, and they
Yeah.
smashed them. Absolutely destroyed LGD. 3-2 tomorrow, by the way. IG.
Of course.
It's going to go to 5
Of
games.
course. Well,
And IG's
well,
going
no,
to
because since we think they're gonna win now, they're gonna lose it first. We're
Ah.
like, man, this team is garbage. They get stomped twice.
Yeah.
That's something.
Somehow they win a game.
But maybe because we expect it now, it actually won't happen tomorrow.
Oh, yeah. LGD go to the 4th seed at Worlds.
Who knows?
Now that I said that, maybe it's IG. It just swings back and forth.
It does.
Ladies and
It really-
gentlemen, for the LPL for 2020, we have one series left remaining, and that is the series tomorrow to have a look. One series left, sir.
I know. It's so weird. We've had like 160 series this year or something. You did the math, actually.
I did. It's 165, 166.
And that was only English.
That was only English.
God.
We did a lot in spring. It was like 90.
Point is, tomorrow, LGD versus IG, Peanut versus Ning, Shie versus Rookie. Last time, LGD stomped them. It was actually the fastest series
That's right.
in a long time. It was like an hour and
Something
like
like that,
10
right?
minutes or something.
But now, rematch best of 5 format. Our last series of the LPL. Who is going to be our 4th seed, LGD or IG? It comes down to this. FPX not being able to defend their world's title is sad, but IG maybe being able to make another legacy, or LGD finally returning to the world
And
stage.
remember, play-ins start on the 25th.
Yep.
So you're going to get to see one of these teams back very, very soon.
That's very true. There's minimal time to prepare, right? At least LPL this time is ending.
We're ending
soon.
first.
Yeah. First out of any other region. I don't think, and
I
LCK
think
is not even
OPL
there.
ended, but yeah, OPL.
Oh, okay, all right.
I'm
yeah.
respecting you.
Yeah, no, I thought you were throwing out some shade at the same
No.
time. Minor regions ended. You know, some of them.
Oh.
And PCS got its 2 seeds for Worlds.
Can you please show some respect to your
You
your
started with
homeland?
LPL. You just being trash talking
I'm
OPL.
not trash talking. I'm respecting.
All right, whatever.
They played
you say.
Zed once. I watched.
Okay, all right. Ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow, our last series. Big thank you to Lyric. Thank you to our guys at the venue. On the analyst desk, thank you to our English production. LGD IG, our very last series, commences tomorrow for the 4th seed at Worlds. Don't miss it. We'll be back. It is bye for now, but not forever. Ultimate day tomorrow.
Fear is the first of many foes.
You wanna play too? It'll be fun. Don't be a scaredy cat.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
Wherever you are.
30 seconds until minions spawn. Minions have spawned. has been slain.
Are we there yet? Don't be a scaredy cat! Skip, jump! Come out, wherever. Take that!
An enemy has been slain. Double kill.
Playtime! Yay, Tibbers! I want a turn.
been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Let's count to 5.
Turret plating will soon fall. An ally has been slain. Shut down.
Skip, jump. Come out, wherever you are.
An ally has been slain. Enemy double kill. Slain an enemy. Your team has destroyed a turret.
You seen my dirt trippers?
Your turret has been destroyed.
Here yet?
Enemy rampage.
This way. keep up. Ashes, they all fall down.
Your turret has been destroyed. An ally has been slain.
Don't be a scaredy cat. Make me hurt you. I never play with that.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Meeny, miny, burn! Have you seen my bear tippers? Let's go outside! This is fun!
turret has been destroyed. An ally has been slain. Your turret has been destroyed.
Are we there yet?
Your turret has been destroyed. Enemy rampage. Your turret has been destroyed. Your team has destroyed a turret. An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Double kill. Your turret has been destroyed. An enemy has been slain. Shut down. Your team has destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed an inhibitor.
Don't be a scaredy cat. Have you seen my bear Tibbers?
welcome back to Berlin, Germany, and the LEC Summer Playoffs. It is time for another battle in the G2 versus Fnatic rivalry as the two titans hit the rift in today's Kings match. Now, IG versus FPX finished earlier. G2 is playing Fnatic right now. TSM is playing Cloud9 tonight. Kadril and Frosk, what a day for League of Legends.
I mean, it's a stacked day. I mean, you could argue it's on TSM in terms of gameplay, but in terms of LEC and LPL, it's a stacked day.
We didn't make him do this. I mean, I don't know what it is.
You have to kill him that fast.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but a really stacked day for League of Legends and an awesome best of 5 for us. Also an awesome best of 5 yesterday, although the Mad Lions were a bit happier than Schalke. They secured EU's final spot at Worlds 2020 and a shot versus Rogue tomorrow.
And to be frank, it wouldn't have felt fair or justified if Mad Lions didn't go to Worlds after the incredible breakout year that they had. Again, this was a squad that was entirely rebuilt around Humanoid, a bunch of young, fresh faces that came in and took the LEC by storm.
Yeah, and I like the adaptation they had throughout the game. They had so many different picks to put Shadow on more comfort. You saw Humanoid bring out the Akali, which he was known for so much last year, and they just looked like their dominant selves throughout the regular split.
Yeah, and I do want to give a special shout out to Kaiser in particular. I know that there were a ton of names that you could talk about, but the Emperor on the Rift was so pivotal. That mid-split MVP really showing up on picks like the Leona.
He did, and if you missed the winning celebration or the victory celebration that Matt did, go and watch it. It was really cool. But the key player of this series ended up being Shadow. And this is a contentious one, I know, for my analyst, because he did play very well. He pulled out some different picks, but you guys are not entirely convinced that he will have what it takes to take it much further.
Yeah, I mean, he played super well, apart from the set game, obviously. I think set is one of the meta champs that Shadow kind of struggles with. But when he went back to the Lee Sin, the Lilia, he looked so confident. But we were talking about it, the Volibear's out, the set's out, the Trundle's out. So when it comes to early game dominance, Shadow is missing a few picks, I feel like.
Yeah, I just have to echo that sentiment. So if we go to Worlds, Lilia is taken away. Like, Shadow needs to find something else in his wheelhouse to make him still as impactful as the Mad Lions need for the world stage.
Yeah, we'll see him develop, of course, with They will be back tomorrow. But we also have to say goodbye to Schalke. And you said it there, Frosk. It would feel unjust if Mad Lions didn't go to Worlds. But man, was that miracle run so cool to follow, and they just did an amazing job. But sadly for the org, it's now 3 years in a row that they fall one series away from Worlds. That's not fun for these guys, but they should be so proud of what they did so far.
Yeah, unfortunately, the world will not get to see the miracle that was Schalke, but EU certainly knows it. And I know that that does not make it an easier pill to swallow. It will really hurt for you guys. But to Odo, Gilius, Abba, Neon, and Dreams, you guys played your hearts out, and we are so proud of you. I hope to see you come back bigger and better next year.
Yeah, I have to agree with exactly what Frost said. I mean, a huge 5-week win streak, going into playoffs, 3-0ing SK, and then coming in against Mad yesterday. They showed signs of greatness, and I think they should be really proud of what they've achieved.
Have so much to build on. Congrats from us to them. However, it does mean that Mad will face Rogue tomorrow. Let's take a look at this bracket. We're still talking about the lower bracket for Rogue and Mad, and they were the top teams. They were #1 for most of the season, and now they are fighting versus each other to get back up there.
Yeah, and reminding it's also for that seeding position. So we still don't know who's going to be 4th or 3rd. Now, Rogue have a lot to prove, I think. I think after their fall down to Fnatic in the 3-0, people are really scratching their head. They need preparation time, and people just want to see what type of Mad Lions will hit Rogue and what Rogue will hopefully hit back with.
Yeah, Kazi said on PGL yesterday that Rogue's been playing the exact same playstyle since week 1, so obviously they kind of read them like an open book. Maybe they can abuse their playstyle, or Mad can find some good picks against them.
We'll see, and as you said about Worlds, the loser of Rogue versus Mad will be starting Worlds 2020 in the play-in stage, which hasn't necessarily been a bad thing historically for Europe, but I think you do want to start in that group stage, you know, and get a fresh start.
Realistically, I think it'd be the best case scenario almost for both these squads. Mad Lions, a very young squad, gives you some time, get your feet wet, figure out what's happening in the world's meta, and Rogue, maybe that gives you more time to actually figure out how to play a different play style.
Definitely. In terms of the games that we will see tomorrow, what is your gut feeling as for how good they will match up versus each other? Because that perpetual underestimation of Rogue kind of came true last round, and I'm having a hard time putting a lot of faith into them for that tomorrow's best of 5.
Yeah, well, Rogue's consistency kind of won in the best of 1s against Mad. I think in a sort of best of 5, Mad can pull out the Akali, the Orianna, Humanoid's comfort, Shadow's comfort, and maybe they can look to shut down Rogue because they haven't looked so good in the last best of 5. I think there's a lot of holes in their draft, a lot of holes in their playstyle. But Rogue, they've had a week's practice. If they can step it up, they should be back and forth.
And I do want to come to defense to Rogue as kind of we tie out this Worlds discussion and just this idea that if there's any team that you really want to send to Worlds to be super consistent in a group stage where you're facing a bunch of different playstyles and best of ones, like Rogue is the best that we have. They were first for a reason, and I'm really excited to see what they can do on the internationals.
I mean, you brought it up. Let's talk a bit more about the World Championship. Of course, we're having more and more teams that are qualifying. We're up to 11 right now. And Frost, you are, of course, our resident EU, but also LPL analyst. So, you know, looking to defend their back-to-back titles. What can you tell us about the strength of the World seeds from LPL?
Let me tell you, this is like the greatest World Championship for me ever, because I get 8 teams that I get to care about. 4 LPL seeds, 4 EU seeds, and we only have 3 that have qualified so far for the LPL. It's TES, Talk Esports, I'm sure that you guys have heard of them, Knight, the Golden Hand, JD Gaming, and then Suning Gaming. So organizations that we have never seen before. Now, JD Gaming, we would have seen them at MSI if we had them, because they are back-to-back, or excuse me, the spring champions with TES taking summer, and I just wanted to highlight some of the key players. TES, they're kind of like your baby Invictus. You have Knight, Karsa, the strongest mid-jungle. JDG, this is the very intelligent team. Kanavi is probably the best jungler in the LPL, formed between a great top laner and a great mid laner known as the Dumpling Duo, Zoom and Yagao. And then you have Sword Art, people probably recognize that name, and SOFM, Sofum, finally making his debut on the international stage.
Yeah, and there's 3 junglers there. That's what LPL is known for. The jungle creativity, the level 1 invades, the level 2 invades even. I think just their
whole game.
Their whole jungle meta is slightly different to Europe, but I think their playstyles are so aggressive and I just love to watch them.
What do we have to make of the fact that LPL has been doing so good the last couple of years, and they always end up bringing new teams and new looks with some maybe old and known names, but yeah, they can show so many different things and still be successful at Worlds.
So here's the pros and cons. You have to recognize the LPL and the LCK have been scrimming each other the entire time, so they've continued to get stronger and better, and the mechanical ability of these teams is absolutely terrifying. If you thought Invictus Gaming was scary, TES have the same mechanical ceiling as IG, minus the coin flip. They're a much more consistent team. That said, there are no longer the massive veterans of the RNGs and the EVGs. Yes, you still have guys like Sorter and Karsa that you know can perform under pressure on the international stage, but there's also a ton of question marks. Maybe these young teams go to the world stage and they completely collapse under the pressure, so it's like, good news is that maybe they stumble. Bad news is like, holy shit, there's a ton of really talented players.
That's what I'm thinking.
And that's the thing, you don't really know how good the LPL LCK is yet. I mean, Europe is showing some signs of greatness with G2 getting back in form, so when they go to Worlds and they face these teams, I think these series are going to be closer than people expect.
I mean, I think last year I was like, we'll see if they're really that good again. Now I'm not making that mistake. I'm sure the LPL is incredibly strong. So let's then talk about the EU teams at Worlds. EU now runner-up 2 years in a row, but we have to say, as a whole, great results. All 3 teams out of groups last year, 2 teams out of groups the year before, and a semi-finalist and a finalist. So they have something to fight for here, these 4 teams.
I think we kind of got the best of both worlds. If the LPL is sending all of these young, kind of unproven squads, you have the 2 pillars of Europe with Fnatic and G2, who you know will get you results. And then we also have our younger rookies who will learn so much on the international stage in Rogue and Mad.
And that's the thing, even going through planes wouldn't be so bad for either of these 2 squads. You know, you've got all the practice throughout planes, you'll be scrimming all these teams, you'll be practicing on the stage a week before. So when you come into the group stage from planes, which they will make it, I'm sure of it, they should be able to pop off. Because if you look at it historically, all the planes teams, Splice, G2, the last 2 years, they've always made it out of groups.
And I also think, you know, when you send the younger teams, what we've seen is it's kind of a cascading effect in the time after, because you cannot underestimate the amount of experience you get when you get to scrim in that environment and play on that environment against the best teams in the world.
It's just a huge level up, and then it makes the region so much more powerful, which is why it really felt bad to miss MSI, because that's just a huge moment where Europe gets to go face all the Eastern teams, then bring that power back to Europe domestically. Without that, I'm really curious what the gap is between EU and the Eastern teams right now, and if Worlds is long enough that we can catch up with scrims.
Let's close off this topic and again maybe talk about Rogue. I think this has been the most contentious talking point with the whole going from 3 to 4 seeds this year, which was unforeseen, right? And the bracket then kind of played out as such, but the way they got it, you can't take that away from them. It was direct matches to lock that #1 spot. It was strength over an entire summer season. They deserve it, and they can end up being 4th seed, but I think you can't just throw them away as they will do nothing at World.
Yeah, I have to agree. I mean, you could see throughout the whole split, they had so much consistency. They were beating all the top teams, and they were doing it in style. You know, they were playing the macro so well. The picks were so good. I just think losing 1 best of 5, you shouldn't sort of jump the gun and say, wow, Rogue's just terrible. They finished 1st place.
That's the ones, by the way, when they get to World.
Exactly. Consistency.
Exactly.
Best of ones. They're coming out on top. I, for one, am very excited for Rogue to come out to snipe one of the LPL teams, maybe take the bullet right there, and then allow EU to get to a semi. So thank you, Rogue, for your due diligence.
Let's see what happens indeed. But now tonight in the LEC, keeping with tradition, it is time for the G2 versus Fnatic showdown we have all been waiting for.
They're going to try to buy a bit more space, but he cannot connect now. The rest of the team now coming in. Jankos, though, he's already used the grid. He's going to be very squishy, but they cannot quite kill him because an unbreakable comes in at the perfect time.
I think they kind of a bit shook off after we beat them last final. It's like they felt like what they were doing just would never like work against us, and I think they just wanted to change it up and find like a new way of playing that would actually beat us.
Summit still trying to get in. Golden Shadow, there's the charm. Summit dives into the back line.
We always manage to find these like solutions to our problems that we always just make it work. So if the meta keeps on going like this way for us, it's perfect, honestly. I feel like it's just right for our players.
A rivalry older than time and LEC itself, and both teams looking solid in round one. The playoff buff coming into play for both Fnatic and G2, but the record is against them.
What I think is interesting is kind of recontextualizing this matchup. It's awesome that we do have our two pillars in G2 and Fnatic, but to be frank, it's not really a rivalry anymore because Fnatic have yet to take a single game off of G2 in 2020. But that doesn't take away from the prestige of wearing one of these jerseys. If you are going to be a top player in Europe, you must have one point have worn the orange and black or the black and red at some point in your career. Just think about like all of the collective championships that everyone has walked through Fnatic or G2 have gone on to do.
Yeah, I have to reiterate what Frost said there. I mean, G2 and Fnatic have always been the winners, like the world finals and all this such, and just winning the splits. And if you look at last year, G2 versus Fnatic was 2-0 up in the best of 5, and they got reverse sweeped. And then they were sort of in the finals, they went to 5 games, and just this year, it feels like Fnatic, the iteration of Fnatic just isn't coming close to G2. I hope it does get closer because the competition's crazy.
Yeah, and then I think it's just about if the series isn't competitive and if G2 continue to pull away, I think it's still a celebration of the sheer number of talent that's on the Rift when you see a Fnatic versus G2. Throw a rock anywhere and you can hit a superstar.
And the thing is, we have often seen that they bring out the best in themselves, right? And they do level up when they play versus each other in a best of 5. Let's see what information we can get from last week. Of course, Fnatic surprised a lot of people by 3-0ing Rogue with that new style. They practically ran over them, and that was also not expected.
Yeah, I mean, they came up with a new style. I mean, it wasn't exactly unheard of, but the style works for them. That's what matters. The carry junglers, the tanks and utilities in the bot lane. So, I mean, it works for them so well.
Yeah, and I think they said it themselves when they faced you, that they thought that the carry jungler style worked out. They're like, yeah, thank you, Cagel, for boosting Fnatic. No, but I think the big standout, everyone will focus on self-made, but I do want to give praise to Nemesis in particular, finding that Lucian pocket pick to unlock the AP junglers, and Nemesis was under such an intense scrutiny to find his performance against Larson, who has had his number all split, was big brains for that guy.
I mean, and now it's going to be an even bigger challenge for Nemesis, of course. He's up versus Caps and G2. G2 in their own right, they took down Mad 3-1. And that's like a trickier one for me to have like a definitive judgment about because G2 was definitely better. But we did see that Mad was able to poke and prod a couple of times.
Yeah, Mad took a game off them. There was a game where they had Baron and they were actually going to win the game, but they go for a 2 overzealous dive and G2 come back. So, I mean, I think G2 still is super strong. There was a few hiccups in the best of 5, I think, against Mad, but yeah, I think just their raw individual skill is just too big.
Yeah, and I'm just hoping that we continue to see Mad Lions level up, because while it feels that, you know, the world's teams have been decided and we've kind of lost momentum, I'm still like, is it going to be Fnatic G2 in a final, or is it going to be Mad Lions or Rogue in that final? And that's kind of like the last race that I'm really wanting to see, is use this time, use this best of 5 experience to really ramp up into your final form for Worlds, and Mad Lions seem to finally have come back to life.
Yeah, we'll see if anyone can take down G2 and if it will be Fnatic, because Fnatic, they struggled to find their style early in summer, but then they got some unexpected help.
Shemai Planhounda Croissant Venui Adishefius. Now many of you have wondered how Fnatic went from tragic to magic. Fortunately, I'm here to explain how that happened. Now the biggest problem on the staff of Fnatic was the sous chef LS. His dishes were just too spicy and lacked the necessary stability and foundation that's needed in the current meta. after too many wave freezes and Soraka bot lanes, Fnatic decided to go elsewhere. So, they realized they needed my help. Of course, I stepped in. Now, as an expert in the field of lean cuisine and meta comps, I decided to go with some meta fettuccine, sticking to things like Senna and Thresh to act as a base. However, we needed something that would shake up the competition, something unexpected that only Fnatic would draft. And that, of course, is an Evelynn. The honey to your tea, the applesauce to your pork chops, the pineapple to a pizza. Evelynn brings the whole dish together. Oh, look at that, just beautiful. Now, people were probably worried when our meta fettuccine was looking pretty bland after the Evelynn was banned out. But we had it covered. When they ban out the sweet, you go for the savory. Of course, just like garlic, Karthus is a champ that takes some time to warm up, but eventually gives your draft the flavor that it needs. Of course, none of this would be possible without the piece de resistance, the final piece of the puzzle, that last bit of Lego to complete your Millennium Falcon. It is Lucian. Lucian is, to this draft, what strawberries are to cream. A combination so delicious, you can't help but want it all the time. Truly a class of culinary excellence, if you ask me. Now, for more on Fnatic and what they're cooking up today in their kitchen, we're going to hear from Law and their team director.
And thank you very much, Chefius, to help Fnatic find their form here with the draft. And also thank you, Javier, for joining me here for this interview.
Thank you for inviting me.
No problem. I mean, you're the team director, and I mean, Chefius was talking about the Fnatic drafts here and how we've seen a resurgence from Fnatic, and I want to have your opinion on this because I know you guys have been playing from a different location starting playoffs, and the players have been very vocal about the fact that they can put themselves into the right mindset to play on stage, if that makes sense. So talk me through the decision of switching the team from one location to another, and also why not sooner, maybe?
I mean, definitely it has been a rough season because, yeah, like of COVID and the limitation that we have had to play from the studio. Of course, that we haven't been able to play most of the year from there. And I think there are certain teams, and definitely us, it's one of them, that are have players that are on-stage players, I could say, and they really like grow in that experience. Like they really perform better. And so yeah, I'm super happy that we took the decision of going to level, because it was, as you said, it was trying to replicate as much as possible the experience of going to the studio. This is an idea that we have had for some weeks already, but we didn't find any place that suited us for what we wanted. And after the Berlin Brawl event that we did here, we were super happy with the setup, and then we saw it very clear that this could be an upgrade for the team.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think it's the best on-stage experience you can find right now when you're a team like Fnatic looking for this stage buff, as you know, in playoffs here. But I mean, talking about the series coming today, I wanted to ask you something about a tweet that Fnatic CEO Sam Matthews posted earlier today, saying that he's excited for today, but there should be zero expectations. You guys are coming with no weight on your shoulders. It's on G2s. I take that you read this tweet, so what do you think about it? Because from an outside perspective, it feels like not giving up, but yeah, trying to relieve some weight off the players' shoulders, actually.
Shut down.
Well, I think it's actually fair to say that G2 is looking solid right now, and we have had a tricky split. We are getting way better, but we are still a bit away from our best level possible. Even though like we did a super good performance last week against Rock. Anyway, like we are. I think like these games are a banger, and anyone can always win because we have like players with a lot of talent on both sides, and I mean, I obviously don't take Sam tweet as a surrendering or something like that. I'm very confident with the level that our guys are showing, but let's be honest, it's like G2 has been more consistent in the last weeks than us, and I think that's why that's what Sam wanted to reflect with that tweet.
All right, well, thank you very much for your insights on this. So I take that we're gonna have a banger series and exciting games today, right?
Yeah, I mean, I really hope like we can have 5 games, of course, on our side, number 3, but yeah, I really hope like it can be a long and exciting series, because I think like fans will really appreciate that. And today, at the end of the day, it's a different to last year, for example, with best of 5s, because there's still a loser bracket for any of the teams that can lose today. So I think today it's a good day to have fun.
It always comes down to Fnatic and G2 fighting on the Rift in the end. But Javier, thank you very much for the interviews and these insights about Fnatic.
Thank you very much, T.
And back to you, Shax.
Thank you very much, Laurie. Muchas gracias a ti, Javi. And yeah, there we go. The Sam Matthews tweets. It maybe looked like throwing in the towel, but we know that's not true. And he's also hinting at there is that possibility that Fnatic and G2 go so toe-to-toe that we get the full 5 games. And you can't really predict much more than that. We are unsure of what will happen. What we do know, though, is that both teams' junglers will show up this series, or hopefully so, because they fulfill such different roles for their respective teams.
Yeah, and kind of very different play styles and how they approach it. In a super generalized kind of top-down view, you have Selfmade on one side that is playing much more kind of the LCK jungle style, where the laners are supporting the jungler and the jungler is setting the pace. On the other side, it's kind of more the LPL play style, where Jankos is kind of throwing his body into the luxury of G2's incredible laners and playing for the lanes themselves to allow them to take over the map.
Yeah, you can see on screen Jankos' champion pool. It's just all early game. There's no farming here. It's just CC set up and early gang. So when you play against a team like G2 and they draft these winning lanes and they early game jungle matchup, they know that all they want to do is push in these lanes, look for dives, look for early neutral objectives, finding the enemy jungler, or just shut them.
A question from my part is then when I looked at the Fnatic game Selfmade, though, it wasn't like he wasn't ganking. He was also stepping up as the carry and actually being super fed by ganking. But was it in a different manner than Jankos does it for G2?
I feel like the way Rogue played around Selfmade's picks, it wasn't the best. So you can see here they gave him a double kill at level 4. So I just feel like the whole idea of shutting Selfmade down wasn't a big thing for Rogue. I think Selfmade managed to get to like level 9, level 10 without getting punished too hard. And that just led to him snowballing super hard into mid game and just kind of taking over.
And this is why it kind of begs a lot of questions. Against Rogue, Fnatic looked amazing, but I don't really know how this style is going to measure up against one of the top teams in the world. I am very excited that Fnatic, if they fall down here, would get another chance because they're in the losers bracket, but also time for them to figure out if this is the playstyle that will work before they go to the international stage. I'd rather have this burn out against G2 or thrive against G2 than make a giant kerfuffle on the.
You know what? I understand what you're saying, but I still want this to be a very tight best of 5 and them to be close together. We talked a lot with Sheffius already about Fnatic finally finding their style. They were very deliberate about it as well. Kadril, it isn't just about that jungler. It is about every other piece around it as well.
So the way I like Fnatic's sort of play style these days is they get the early jungler who's going to farm up, they're going to get to mid game, they're going to carry through, just being a damage threat. And the way they draft around their lanes is they just draft these sort of pushing lanes which aren't too volatile. They aren't going to go for these huge solo kills too much. You saw Nemesis on the Lucian could go for solo kill, but he went TP every game. And that's basically just to keep the push in mid, keep the push in bot, keep the push in top, just so this Evelyn can get to mid game and not get punished. Because if you draft a comp like this and you're even at like 20 minutes, I think you're in a super good spot.
Yeah, and of course, again, credit to Nemesis finding the Lucian pick to allow Selfmade to also have the AP scaling junglers. Now, the thing about this playstyle, though, is that you need to be really tight in your lanes, because you're protecting Selfmade. You're creating space so he can get the first 2 clears, get to level 6 without any problems, which means if you mess up your lane state, if you're not a top tier laner, your jungler's not coming to help you fix an enemy freeze. He's not bailing you out of anything. You're basically on your own, and that can expose guys like Flippo when he's greeting for a wave, when he's picked out, but guys like Reckless and Hilly are usually some of the best laners that Fnatic have. Reckless is just so good in this regard.
Yeah, and you can see the Senna Ashe matchup being traded against Rogue, and they always got this sort of solo kill in bot. Fnatic's bot lane were playing super good, and the way they play around Reckless is just so good. Just leaving him to farm, Hylissang roaming around, Reckless keeping up in CS and XP, and Hylissang just making plays around him.
I mean, Reckless has been a bit of an unsung hero who's got a lot of praise, I think, at
Robbed
the back end
again.
of this, but robbed again. But in the same vein, Frost, you had some thoughts about the way we paint Gilly as a point player.
Yeah, I totally get what people are saying, but it's just not true, guys. Like, I understand. You see Hilly just int into a bot lane. You're like, what are you doing? Coin flip just all the time. He has a plan. There is a genius behind it. If Reckless and Hilly know that a matchup is unplayable when you don't have flash, guess what he's doing? He's trading that flash every time. And then they punish you so hard. He'll constantly get freeze on. He'll set up the way for Reckless. He's roaming up into the top lane. Like, Hilly has intention here. It's kind of a feast or famine playstyle. Sometimes he gets caught out when he's going for it.
Well, that's why in the LCK they call him the professor, right? Because he does think that way. So let's talk then about the bot lane versus the G2 bot lane of Perkz and Mickey. Is there an opportunity here for Fnatic to exploit this bot lane? Is that even possible?
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the Mad Lions series, what Mad Lions did was they forced Mickey onto a Yuumi, and that shut down G2 really hard in the early game. I think if Mickey X is on these kind of range supports, which aren't really playing to roam, they're playing for like lane, like the card and stuff like this, then I think G2's bot lane is kind of neutralized, and Hylissang can be the one roaming around. And the thing I like about Hylissang is this guy's not afraid to just base on a bot wave, run top and gank top, whereas Mickey's more oriented around mid-jungle. So they're two different playstyles, but if you can get Mickey off of a roaming support, you're in a really good spot.
I know that the junglers will be a focal point of discussion here because they are so pivotal to their teams, but I do agree with Pedro that I think that this matchup is really about the bot lane, and it's about kind of relearning what these teams think about the hierarchy of the bot lane champions, the Ashes, the Sennas, the Ezreal, and how they all work together. We saw yesterday Neon lose on both sides of the matchup, the Ashe and the Senna. These two players, and these, I guess, 4 players down here could think about the matchups completely differently, could turn into different supports, and that just means so much. Do we just see handshakes on Ashe Senna where we're just bouncing waves back and forth and everyone's locked in? Or do they think about the matchups differently, throw in a Callista and a Jhin, and then suddenly we have this capability unlocked in where they race towards Paps, or Hilly races towards Nemesis self-made.
Yeah, exactly. That Callista from Perkz is no slouch. We also know that Reckless historically has been able to pull out a lot of different champions like the Jhin, even in recent weeks. So are you predicting that it's going to be a lot more volatile and a lot more open in terms of bot lane picks than yesterday, for instance?
Well, yeah, I think G2 is always good at throwing curveballs at a team and them not expecting it. The Ashe Senna trade is something that's going throughout the entire world, sort of in the LPL, everywhere, basically. But the thing is, Ashe is kind of good against Callista, so maybe that matchup won't happen. But if Ashe is out and they pick Senna and they want to go for something like the Callista Nautilus, the Callista Thresh, I think G2's bot lane is in a state to just take over.
And that's why I think it was so important that Reckless did show the Ashe to say that, Perkz, I know you play Callista, I know you have high priority on it, I dare you. Pick it.
Double dare you. We'll see what happens in this series. So it's time for predictions. We are very close to that epic best of 5. So yeah, what's it going to be, Cadril? Who's going to win today and why?
So I'm going to say 3-1 to G2. I think Fnatic could win one game because it feels like sometimes G2 drop the ball in the first game in best of 5. I don't know why, but historically they always drop the ball in the first game. So don't overestimate Fnatic if they do win the first game. I think 3-1 to G2. I think their playstyle is so good. It's so kind of reflective of the LPL. They like to get their jungle support early together, level 4, level 5, get some kills, shut down the enemy jungler, and especially shut down the enemy mid laner for caps.
I'm pretty much aligned with Cadril there. I think that there will be a fumble, and Fnatic have strong enough members that they can punish G2 in a game. I hope it's close all 4 games that we get. Hopefully you go to 5. But I do also want to highlight Akali. Akali was a huge priority pick, and the thing that G2 have over any other team is they can flex Akali between Wonder and Caps. If Fnatic are forced to permaban that, then red side becomes a disaster for them, and you can very quickly look at a 3-0 just from draft disadvantage alone.
Yeah, I have an inkling that we haven't seen much from what G2 is willing to play yet, but we'll see today in this rivalry that stood the test of time. And with both teams carrying the playoff buffs, we are in for one hell of a ride.
An ally has been slain.
One of the most unpredictable seasons we have ever had.
It's do or die, right, for so many of these teams.
If you hadn't caught it yet, Schalke is still in the race.
Ignore the Schalke Miracle Run if you want, but Schalke are a damn good team right now.
Rattling off the damage. Crouch escapes with up and Dreams manages to land the dead charge.
Worlds is the goal, and we're 3 games away from Worlds, so I'm going to focus on that first.
It's only natural to kick out my other coach, Mac, from playoffs, so I would rather play Mad Lions and just send them home.
There it is! There's the hero play! Oh, the wait for the perfect moment! That's going to pop, not be able to do a lot more though. Oh! He does it again!
Who's going to make it to Worlds, Reckless?
Schalke.
Oh, you're also on the hype train.
Mad Lions, they were kind of on a downturn. If they bring back to their previous level, then I think we get a close series.
Oh, it's Carzzy flashing in fearlessly, running down G2. They don't have enough damage to heal. He's healing off the dragon in the meantime. Oh my god, Carzzy absolutely dominating that fight.
Mad Lions did have a few games against G2 where they showed some signs of greatness.
The damage to finish the job. The delay is there. Now the Heckler moving in. Wonder has to run for the hill. Shadow wants to turn it against Purse. He looks to Wonder. This is so much gold for the Heckler. Oh my god! This is Jacob to show somewhere as well. Southfade has to use the old strike surviving the pit. Once again, it's Spy gets it!
Coming to playoffs, I thought the two best teams are us and G2. I guess Fnatic proved me wrong. I think that we didn't really play like we used to. I don't really care who we play. Schalke and Mad Lions. We got the Worlds right, and hopefully we'll prepare better this time.
Making Worlds, yeah, you must be incredibly relieved that Fnatic had such a good showing.
This tower, Finn, is committed. Good barrels.
TP's gonna come in, but there's the Requiem.
They go from 0-3 to 3-0. They come out of groups. This is a team that's very hard to doubt.
Our games today, I feel like my team did so well. I don't know how to put it in any different way.
On its way up for Reckless, and the gun connects.
Selfmade has shown that he can play on carries, he can play on tanks. His jungle pathing is incredible. His stats are amazing.
Selfmade is a very good jungler when he's on a carry.
Right now he's hovering around the bot lane. He has his eyes on Hans Summer.
Hans Summer has flashed, Selfmade dives in. Hans Summer has no chance.
It's super exciting to see that we can still do it, you know, at the end of everything, even if we've had a tough split.
Reckless, you get another shot at G2.
I feel like it's gonna be a banger once again.
At the end of the day, I think G2 and Fnatic will perform in playoffs.
G2 has really risen in the last couple of weeks.
Space is possible to Rome. He's going down. In the meantime, Caps is still alive, but there's too many members of Mad left standing. Caps wants to turn it. Dash, auto, trying to finish it. Carzzy goes down. He cannot be stopped in this exchange. Triple kill coming in for Wonder, and Caps carries the fight.
When G2's on a roll, they are the best team in Europe, and I don't think that's really disputable.
Is it G2 versus everyone else these players?
It's Caps versus everybody else. Once Caps started winning, he never stopped. This man is unstoppable. The pullback. Will they look for the re-engage? You can tell that they're debating, but the minions are already pushing into the base. The more time. Oh my god, the damage from Cap. 25 stack Magi's. He's just playing with his food, leaping in, leaping out.
It'd be a bit different to old Fnatic G2 series where it's sort of tank junglers. This might be a full-on scrap between Jankos and Selfmade.
Going to crash this wave. Yanko's making sure that Wonder's probably not going to get dove. Using Blasco, though, he's gone for the game.
That's so much CC. Now they're going to be in trouble. That is the power of this champion. The pullback. Arome now trying to run to safety. Facebreaker. Where's it going to go? Yanko's waiting, trying to find 2 kills.
You cannot never ever count Fnatic out. I think they can come back very strong. I want the toughest competition possible so that we can learn and be stronger at Worlds.
Mad Lions and their crazy play style and their innovative picks across the board. The anti-meta team is what they've been called.
The team is just showing versatility, adaptability, and in recent weeks, consistency as well. We don't right now know who the best team in Europe is.
If there was a year for them to do it, we've said it before, but I think this is the year.
G2 or Fnatic have won every single title in the EULCS/LEC outside of summer 2014. Will we see a new champion, yes or no?
And welcome to the cast test for G2 versus Fnatic. I'm Quickshot, joined by Vedius and Ender for an epic best-of-5 between the two winningest organizations in Europe. Thank you very much to the Analyst Desk for setting the scene. We're about to jump into picks and bans, so I want to dive straight into priority list. G2 at side selection, they picked blue. Vedius, what are you anticipating for priority picks between these two teams?
Well, I think that when you look at Fnatic, we often look at things like the Kalista ban. I sit there and wonder if what they're going to take away from the bot lane of G2, because I think that G2 is a team that loves to try and play through their bot lane. Once they get, obviously, they play through mid, through the bot lane, make sure they have a strong 2-2 towards the bot side of the map. And I'm curious as to how many bans Fnatic will invest towards this bot side of the map.
And from G2's side of things, how much respect will they show to Selfmade's champion pool? Because last week against Rogue, he brought out the Evelynn, the Karthus, this AP farming, scaling jungle champions. But G2 play a very different style. They play through the early game, they play to try and beat you, and they may say, hey, let's challenge Selfmade to try and throw him off his game.
The thing that I love about best of fives is we come in with all these assumptions, and research based on the regular season and what we've already seen in round 1 of playoffs, and then the adaptation throughout the series. Straight out the gate, Ezreal taken off the tables from G2 towards Fnatic, and obviously being on the blue side, some of those targeted bans, very valuable.
Yeah, and game 1 is always where we're going to see teams come in with something special, something a little bit different here. So already seeing G2, they will ban away the Evelynn, and this is something that Rogue learned very early on into their series versus Fnatic. The other AP champions we could see him fall back onto would, of course, be the Lilia as well as his signature Karthus. But again, those are going to hinge a lot on Nemesis's champion pool and whether or not he's going to bring out those AD mid laners.
Well, we've already seen 2 AD carry bans from Fnatic thrown towards G2. Well, they rounded out with a third one. Of course, Senna and Ashe both still up and available. But perhaps Fnatic is saying, you know what, we're quite happy to take that matchup. It's pretty neutral. And it looks like that they're going to a Dilution ban. Of course, this is also, well, it's not directed towards their own mid laner, but they're showing that respect towards both Caps and Perk.
Yeah, well, what this is saying is that G2 very likely have been working on some AP jungle picks for Jankos as well. Caps definitely can pull out that Lucian, so Fnatic going to remove that. And I mean, with Lucian being potentially a very high priority champion in this series, that sets the tone for some fast pace playing through the mid lane as well as those scaling jungle picks.
I'm excited to see if it goes through, what that'll unlock, because won't be the case now. Now, this is only the 4th time that Perkz has played Senna. Once during the regular season, twice last weekend. He's currently undefeated on the pick. And the Ashe has been locked in. Froskuren was talking about the analyst desk. Are we going to see the Ashe versus Senna matchup and the wave versus wave? And so far, that seems to be the case, Vegas.
Yeah, it looks like it. I think that from Fnatic's perspective, this is good, largely because I think that when you pair it with a Nautilus, it's very easy to get priority in this 2 versus 2, which stops something that G2 love to do, which is move their bot lane to mid lane. When we think back to their series versus Mad Lions last week, so many resources were put into just getting Caps a slight lead so that he could dominate the game. And by having a strong 2v2 in the bot side of the map, Fnatic already has a wave stopping Mickey and Perkz from having a hand in Caps' success.
Yeah, it's always going to be that cascade effect of being able to move your champions around. Now, Mickey going towards the Braum is a much more defensive setup. This is already saying G2 want to play a little bit back in the team fights. You have the Senna to bolster up the front line. This is now
I don't like it, and I don't like seeing Mickey on Braum. I think it's a very defensive playstyle. It is cool that we're going to get to see the Lilia come out from Jankos, a bit of AP jungling, some fast-paced mobility stuff, and some interesting team fights. Right now, G2 is just lacking that engage. We need to see some way of starting off the fights towards the top side of the map. Alternatively, G2 could go old school, and they could go for more of a 1-3-1 style, where you have a very defensive 2-man unit of Senna Braum, and then the side laners look to cause threat elsewhere on them.
Hey, I've seen the power of Swirl Seed. That counts as engage, man. No, but more seriously, though, I was anticipating a slightly faster-looking draft from G2, so out the gates, a little bit more scaling, a little bit more farming on their side. Enda, do you think that's fair to call out?
Yeah, no, definitely. When you're going for the Lilia and the Braum, this is not screaming early game playmaking to me. I will remind you, though, in the finals last split against Fnatic, G2 went the full scaling direction. They tried to match Fnatic in that and completely handed it to them. So very much in a similar vein, they saw Fnatic practicing the scaling last week and said, hey, we don't have to beat you with something different. We can just beat you at your own game.
Well, talking about something different, Selfmade's first Hecarim locked in of the summer season will now round out. So junglers and bot lanes already secured for both Fnatic and G2. Solo laners will be coming up in phase 2, and Irelia already finds herself in the ban list, followed up by the Shen. Vedis, what direction do you want to see these teams going now as we're heading towards phase 2 picks?
Well, again, I'm thinking that G2 needs some way of starting off the fight. I wouldn't be surprised if Fnatic look to ban away the Ornn. To be honest, I think that it can be a very safe blind, something that Wonder has played in the past, and I think that it would act as a way of allowing G2 to kick off whatever fights that they want, and I think that it would be smart for Fnatic to actually take it away.
Yeah, the other champion I'm looking at, of course, is the Gangplank, which has slipped through picks and bans so far, because right now Fnatic have so many engaged tools. The Hecarim coming straight at you, the Ashe Arrow as well. If you toss a Gangplank into the mix to put that ultimate behind the enemy team, like, you will force G2 in a 5v5, and that could be very difficult against an Ashe and a Hecarim.
Well, one last ban coming up from G2. Let's see if they resonate with the analysis, and then Fnatic will get the option to at least secure one of their picks, either for the mid or the top. Something is going to be needed to be picked for a safe option, and it's going to be that Gangplank. So good call there from Enda.
Yeah, so now Fnatic, we're probably looking at some sort of like strong mage in the mid lane for Nemesis. When you're playing scaling and you see some scaling on the other side, you definitely do tend to edge towards that direction. You have a
Orianna
lot of
is
frontline
here,
protection. The Orianna plus Hecarim is an excellent combination that they could look for.
Yeah, the movement speed boost Orianna can give, I think, synergizes very nicely. I don't think that we've seen a huge amount of Nemesis on Orianna. He did, of course, have that one fantastic turnaround game with Misfits that I remember very specifically, where he got that quadra kill. Definitely something that he has played, and I don't think that it should be too surprising to come out from this.
He's played a lot of champions throughout the summer split. Orianna's actually one of his most played at 4 games. 2 wins, 2 losses during the regular season. And yesterday we saw high priority on Akali, picked very early in the draft multiple times. And this will now be secured. Can technically flex top, but gonna expect that in Caps' hands.
Yeah, so yesterday we usually saw Orianna come in as an answer into the Akali. Can, nullify that lane matchup pretty well. But that being said, you're usually not like slamming that Akali in the mid lane in that matchup here. But this does seem to look like G2 want to play the map, want to play a little bit more spread out. And I think that if you are able to unlock an Akali and an R, you can try to take over side lanes.
I love seeing Caps on Akali. I think that...
He hasn't even played yet.
I know, but when he played Aurelia last week, I was like, are we going back into that meta? Are we getting back there? And it's going to be really exciting to see.
Oh!
You guys, no.
Bwipo Rengar.
Yeah.
Do you know the last time we saw Bwipo on Rengar?
Yes.
Was week 2 of the spring split against SK Gaming, and it was, in fact, a win. Bwipo is 2 wins, 1 loss.
I remember that game. Win is calling it generous, okay?
They got the Nexus, that's what counts.
Look, the thing about Rengar top lane is he likes to trade a lot. So this is a lane that is going to require jungle attention from both sides here. You need to make sure he has wards so he can play aggressively up inside the lane. And then outside the lane phase, Fnatic's dive is so insane combining a Rengar with a Hecarim. Perks is going to feel really bad in this game because he does not have really any peel tools except for that Braum.
Oh, it's going to be an intense one. Of course, we're going to talk a lot more about it as we get into game. But it is, of course, the first game of the Kings match between G2 Esports and Fnatic. Let's jump into it.
Now, one thing, Ender, that you mentioned at the end of the draft there was that Rengar top is going to need some jungle attention. I want to see how Selfmade will be playing around his top lane Rengar into Wonder's Gnaw, as well as the fact that Selfmade's first appearance on that Hecarim, and immediately Jankos is going to walk directly into his face and place a ward down.
Yeah, this is something we see a whole lot. These two junglers do very similar things. I feel like Lily and Hecarim both clear through their jungle pretty fast. They're based on move speed, and they do their AoE camps very nicely. So being able to spot out the enemy red buff or raptors at the start of the game is going to give your team a lot of information, especially with the Hecarim. A common path would just be to do your 3 camps on your red buff side of the jungle and then look for an early reset.
We're going to sweep that one out. Interesting that Selfmade going to hold on to his trinket for the time being. Often we'll see junglers invest the early trinket, then go back to base, swap it to their sweeper, similar to what we've seen Jankos now do in this early game.
Fear is the first of many
foes. Not having a ward towards the top side of the map may give Jankos a very clear window, being like, there might not be that much vision up towards the top lane in the early game.
Yeah, and vision, we already said, is going to be important because, of course, to break down this top lane a little bit more, like, in order to maximize the use of Rengar in lane, he constantly wants to be jumping in and out of the brushes, going for aggressive trades. You'll usually see him itemize into a couple of Doran's blades, and I think when I've been looking at some of Bwipo's itemization, he likes to go for a Blade of the Ruined King for that 1v1 style of top lane. But when you have to play this melee champion who trades so aggressively, not a lot of range tools, has to get in your face, the enemy jungler shows up and you're going for a minion, you're going for a trade, that can be rough to get out of.
And look at where Wonder's positioning in the lane right now. Notice that he's staying closer towards the river. He also has that ward placed there very early on. But the whole point is to stay away from the brushes, as Ender was alluding to. We're going to be hearing Rengar go rar a lot, because every time he jumps out, he's looking for the engage. He has that empowerment now for his abilities, but for now, Wonder has the stacked wave. He's going to get that push off, so Bwipo's going to go on the defensive.
Exactly, and they're doing this, right? Selfmade wants to path down bot side anyway, so Bwipo is going to play it safe. You'll notice Bwipo's trading pattern is going to depend entirely on the control of the minion wave. Because he has to go into your face for the trades, as soon as Wonder's able to build up a couple of extra ranged minions, that's when Bippo's gonna hold it off and not actually go for the trades and instead allow Wonder to push him in rather than take aggressive, chunks of HP against him.
Talking about aggressive chunks of HP, we saw Cabs diving in very briefly there onto Nemesis. And as you may or may not know, we are playing under a delay. So while Mickey may have disconnected on screen, he is still in the game. There's no need to worry about that. Jankos immediately going to move in towards the river. Already cleared out large portions of his jungle, and I'm very interested to see how both of these two jungle champions will be interacting with one another. Definitely raising a priority throughout the playoffs patch.
Yeah, so typically when we see these two junglers, it is going to come down to farming a whole lot. A lot of the action will be driven by actually roaming support. So when I look at a Braum versus a Nautilus, I would expect Fnatic to be a little bit more active in the early game, playing around resets with the bottom lane, then pairing up with Selfmade to get stuff done around the map. I was wondering for a second there, Jankos had the option to walk into the enemy Raptor camp. Both junglers were starting around that area, but getting that second spawn, that leveled up level 3, level 4 Raptors is going to be a big boon, and Jankos is not going to let Selfmade come in and take that away.
No, he certainly is not. Also want to draw attention to the two mid laners. You can see that Caps is accruing a bit of a CS advantage. He's been playing this 1v1 extremely well, but Nemesis pushed in that last wave, got a free recall in, won't be forced to expend his teleport, and you would imagine that Caps is going to look to do the same thing very soon. He's going to push this wave in and then look for a reset, and ideally he doesn't want to spend that TP, but depending on how fast Nemesis can clear that wave, could also be a window for Fnatic to look for a play. So Caps is on the recall. This is kind of where we look at positioning of the other players. Is there an opportunity somewhere? And it looks like for now, Nemesis is actually just going to set up a freeze so that he can claw back some of that CS deficit.
I absolutely love seeing how G2 are playing that, and also the possibility that they could move to those other lanes. When we were preparing for the final and looking at our stats, G2 as a team spent less time in their lanes than every other team. They do like to move around. Caps in particular as a mid lane is very strong at that. While that's going on, by the way, down this bottom lane, Perks and Mickey shoving forward. Look at Reckless sitting on that coal. Big indication as to what his expectations for this laning phase are going to be.
Yeah, I think as soon as you see a Senna Braum, you have to misplay a little bit in that lane to actually get big chunks of HP taken against you. So Reckless probably telling Hill, saying, don't go in for the trades. We're just going to farm this one up. It's going to be okay. Level 6 will come soon enough, and then we can go mid lane and look to punish the Caps.
Okay, thank you, observers, for highlighting that. So this is quite surprising that Caps would actually invest his TP. If we can have a quick pan over to the mid lane and have a look at the wave state, you'll notice that Selfmade right now is looking for a potential play. We'll spot out Caps, so nothing going to happen. So I think Caps was concerned because the wave was frozen. If he doesn't invest his teleport there, then it gets a bit of awkward for him, so he wants to get back to lane as quickly as possible so that he can maintain. You'll notice this wave is stacking, and he has a CS advantage already, so this level 6 is going to come through very soon for Caps, and that's where he's going to start looking for plays.
Yeah, Caps basically, he because Nemesis got that free recall off, it all went into that cascade effect, and Jankos was still trying to finish full clearing his jungle. So the TP there will be a good play. Now Jankos loops around the side, but Nemesis low on mana isn't going to overextend there. But Caps has the option to set up now his own freeze. But of course, Nemesis, who held onto the teleport, managing his wave very nicely, is not going to lose money for this.
Yeah, the Nemesis was able to hit 6 just a moment ago. Caps now does the same, and there comes Nemesis TPing into the mid lane. The thing that I'm very interested in is how this composition from G2 will play out. Vedas, you were talking about some of the options they could have gone with, and as the Ornn was available and not picked, they went to the Gnar instead. The feelings of that 1-3-1 definitely ringing true in my eyes for now. And look at this Wonder, 58 CS to 44. Fairly sizable advantage in that top lane already, as I think you would expect because of the mini Gnar ranged form early on. He's already going to start TPing down. Here comes the play. That's a flash from Reckless already. Very good dredge line from Hilly, but will he get out with his life? Flash still available to him. Will get rooted down, 200 HP, and Hilly gets taken out for first place.
The chain CC is just ruthless right there, and Wonder with a nice teleport down. The team identified that window. He didn't even have Mega Gnar up. He just knew all he needed was there to be there for a little bit of extra damage to make it so that Fnatic couldn't turn for the 2v.
How fair is it? Because I hear this voice in my head saying you have to misplay that lane against a Senna.
No.
Look, that looked beautiful from G2, but Reckless and Hilly, were they overextended? That's the question.
They weren't. The wave was bouncing back. They had to manage it. They had to push that one out. In an ideal world, they would have wanted Selfmade there to help walk that in, and it was just a well-placed deep board where G2 were able to get a good punish. So I don't want to I don't think that was Fnatic's bot lane. Yeah, that's fine, that's fine. But I'm like, nope, no flame to the Fnatic bot lane there. I definitely think that was just a well-executed bot lane play from G2.
And I think the bigger point there is that Bwipo, playing this lane and playing fairly passively, not taking aggressive trades, was falling behind in HP, so he had to go for a very early teleport, whereas Wunder held on to his. And this is something that G2 are excellent at using. They're excellent at working with small advantages in their lanes to turn it into a lead for another player, and a lot of that time will come.
Now this might be Hylissang's fault.
Yeah.
Okay, he will be able to get out with his life for now. Asher will be eaten up by the Unbreakable. Another root lands onto Mickey. Yeah, comes Selfmade. The onslaught goes forward. We'll get so much damage done with the Rampage as well. Mickey stays alive thanks to the heal. He gets out thanks to the heal. It will finally go down just a moment later. Now all of a sudden, Hylissang gets the dredge line back in. Defensive flash from Jankos. He escapes with his life. Hilly will bounce away, and the Swell Seed won't be able to take him out. Fnatic find 2.
So close right there. Fnatic punishing, right? It looks like Hylissang was a little bit out of position, but Fnatic as a team were on the hunt, and that's a level 6 hacker charging straight into the bot lane, and Selfmade makes it work.
Really good punish from Fnatic. Looks like that they've come to play here in game 1. Both teams pretty even, with Fnatic having a slight edge. Good guy Jankos freezing the wave in the bot side of the map so that the G2 duo can get some farm back.
Selfmade would have farmed that way.
Yes, he would have. Now let's have a look at Hylissang here. So the problem for Hylissang is his jungler, while being on the bot side of the map, is not very close to him, and his AD carry isn't near either. His goal here is just to interrupt perks, which I think is fair enough to do, but then he realizes, okay, I may have overcommitted. Lily is on the way as well, and you'll see this is where the collapse starts to come through from G2, but then a good arrow from Reckless buys enough time, along with a follow-up chain CC, to allow Selfmade to roam down. Orianna's already moving, and Bob's your uncle. Meanwhile, on the top lane...
Well, the knock comes up from Wunder. Bwipo goes very low. There's the hop and the Boomerang Blade solo kill on the cards, and Wunder picks it up, making it look easy.
Man, Bwipo Rengar, like, I understand the idea, and like, it's supposed to be a really lane dominant pick against a squishy Nara. It can be very effective, but you can't afford to be making mistakes like that, especially in the 1v1.
Yeah, but I remember talking about Bwipo's Rengar, you know, back a long time ago when he was picking it regularly, and it worked when you picked aggressive junglers next to it. That enabled him to take aggressive trades, to always be able to back him up so that a Nara can't just chase you down with the consecutive slows, but here that is not the case, even with a lot of Fnatic players around the top side of the map. Still, Herald did go to something.
It did indeed. Fnatic are nearly 1,000 gold down, but it is a good sign for G2 fans out there. Wunder 2-0 on the Gnar. That Cull is getting close to proccing, and Wunder's starting to find his feet again. You know, Bwipo and Wunder looked good last weekend. It was a bold call to run the Rengar into the Gnar. It's not paying off yet. But let's see if it works out, because if memory serves Vedius, that game against SK also didn't start particularly well for Bwipo and came back later.
I mean, it's the Rengar pick is one of those champions that later on into the game, when paired with an Ash Arrow, it can be great for finding pick, catching people off guard. One of my big concerns for Rengar is, number one, he's playing against the Braum with Exhaust. Exhaust always makes Assassin's life difficult. When you contrast that to Fnatic, who's playing against Akali, no Exhaust, Akali's like, okay, I kind of have free reign over everyone, I only have to be careful of the Nautilus. On top of that, there's the potential Jankos sleep, there's the potential if Wunder's in Mega Gnar form, there's the Shroud, there's so many things that I think can make this Rengar's life difficult. I think the whole goal here was to get lane dominance, and so far, Bwipo has not been able to do that.
You know, it is interesting when you talk about G2's composition with all the CC they have, but here's Hylissang in the bot lane.
No support there. There's the Ash Arrow as well, and Wunder may just be able to gnaw out and does not. Second kill secured by Hylissang with the help of Bwipo and Reckless.
That's just a really nice play from Fnatic, and you can continue to expect much more of this because of the engage options they do have, engaging from super long range. Meanwhile, G2 trying to play around mid, and they're not going to land the sleep. This is what G2 love to do so often, but without the hard, you know, engaged champions in jungle and support, it's not easy.
They did get the flash, though, from Nemesis. The cost will be Selfmade and Fnatic picking up the first dragon of the game a little after 11 minutes. And that Herald, by the way, still sitting in Selfmade's back pocket, while Perkz is now swapped up to the top lane.
You can just head straight to bot lane right now, though. Drop that down for Reckless, funnel more gold into him. They're going to likely secure this tower and have a big advantage in terms of map movements. And I think that Fnatic were pretty intelligent with what they did in the early game. They did a very early swap up towards the Herald. They didn't even play for the first Drake. Then when they came back down after immediately getting the Herald, they caught Wunder off guard, and they were able to punish him, and now they're going to balloon this gold lead even more, and a lot of that's going to go into the back pocket of Reckless, who now has a 1k gold advantage over his lane counterpart. So Fnatic definitely going toe-to-toe in this early game, have a pretty healthy gold lead 12 minutes in.
It's a little bit surprising because when I was coming into the series, I was expecting G2 would be the team that's a little bit more adept at playing the map and getting advantages through, you know, priority and executing into separate lanes. But I feel like Fnatic has been doing that better than G2 in the early game, and a little bit of that actually has come through Nemesis, even though he hasn't participated in a lot of these kills in mid lane with the early control over the lane states. He's actually been the first to be able to move down into these bot side plays, which has enabled Fnatic the freedom to actually execute on.
Well, we just have a brief minute reminder that the winner of this game advances to the Championship Series next Sunday. The loser will play on Saturday's series against either Mad or Rogue. And when you think of these two teams, they've both been in a final for every final that has existed. Look at the screen at the bottom. Either Fnatic or G2, the level of dominance these two organizations have had is mind-boggling. I came into today expecting a G2 3-0. I am so happy to see what Fnatic are already doing in-game, because Fnatic have not picked up a single win against G2 all year long. They're 0-7 down.
Yeah, scriptwriters keeping it interesting this time around, seeing what happens. I think that it kind of goes to show that I was talking to Cage about this the other day. The number of players and teams... Oh, hang on a second.
That's a lot of damage, waiting for the roar and the savagery. Not going to get the kill, but that highlights what Whippo wants to do.
I mean, yeah, it showcases some of the power that Rengar does have, and I did have a point that I might not get to as Fnatic looks for a dive in top lane.
All right, ECA. Where's the Enchanted Crystal Arrow from Reckless? He's holding on to the trigger. Jankos could be the next target as Caps is already down. Instant arrow after the TP from Wunder. That's a second kill for Fnatic. Now, Hilisenko's golden, thanks to the stopwatch. He's going to get rooted in place. Good damage down, coming from G2, but they've got to back away. The Swirl Seed will not find a target, and Fnatic get the second tower.
This is exactly what we want to keep seeing from Fnatic. They're working as a team, teaming up Hylissang and self-made Nemesis, moving in these death balls to find dives in the side lanes. And G2's calm, right? We said it. Gnar, Akali, you want to play in the sides, you want to be able to spread out. Well, that is not going to work when Fnatic attack this coordinate.
I'm surprised that Caps continued to stay here. I thought that he would disengage much earlier on, but he didn't have his W available because he used it earlier on. Then a great set of chain CC. We saw this in the bot lane. We're seeing it again. Wunder doesn't get to use the Mega Gnar ultimate, which is so game-changing because in this 3 versus 5, G2 just don't have the damage to commit to the fight, which means that Fnatic walk away with 2 easy kills in a town.
During the draft, Vedius and Ender, you both said that there's so many initiation tools on the side of Fnatic. They're using them and they're utilizing them well. And whenever you've looked at any sort of poke comp or 1-3-1 comp, if they never get the chance to set up and actually play the lanes, that's how you can bully them. Fnatic are in exceptional position. Nearly 3k up, 3 kills up, and the Dragon in 15 minutes.
And the weakness that I'm seeing from G2's draft playing into Fnatic is, yes, they have some CC tools to play back, but it's all condition-based, right? Gnar's ultimate, he has to be in Mega. Lilia has to hit you with an ability first before she can proc the sleep. Even Braum CC needs 3 more auto attacks on before it can actually apply, so you have a lot of time to get into the backline if you are Fnatic and just set up to instantly blow someone up before you get locked in.
Now I imagine Fnatic's next game plan is to look for that Rift Herald or for the next Cloud Drake. They kind of have a lot of options here, given that they are in a stronger position. First item's already come through. Trinity Force already finished for Selfmade is so powerful, but they can also concede it. Losing the second Rift Herald is not the end of the world. They know that they're 2 towers up, and playing for Cloud Soul, oh, not Cloud Soul, sorry, playing for the Dragon Soul is much more valuable in their eyes. So that's going to be the priority, and I think this is absolutely.
Yeah, I think when you already have a composition that's built around a team fighting, that means playing for the Dragon Soul going to be absolutely massive. But also, their engage options are highly tethered to their ultimate cooldown, so having Ashe Hour being able to come out more frequently is going to mean more time of threat on G2 where they have to worry about the engage.
I would also say that Rift Herald may have had a higher priority if G2's wave clear was higher, but it's actually very low. When you have Akali, when you have the Senna, and you have the Gnar, it's very easy for Fnatic to just do this and take what they want.
Look at all the initiation. Even though the arrow doesn't land, Perkz is forced to use the flash to get away. Now he does. Selfmade is in trouble. Flash forward from Caps, gets the kill before he's taken down. Here comes Jankos and Mickey, but the backup is already in place from Nemesis. Where's the shockwave? Not going to be flashed away from. as Mickey escapes with his life. It's a 1-for-1, but a melee in the mid lane.
Yeah, Fnatic get a little ambitious there, Selfmade going underneath the tower, but it is always Fnatic playing on a numbers advantage and around this middle lane while Wonder was stranded down bot side. So I really like how they are moving around the map, and even the little things too, where Nemesis after the fight walks in, steals away the enemy Raptor camp. It's all these little tiny advantages that are building up now for Fnatic into a sizable lead.
And what a fantastic performance so far between Selfmade and the bottom lane, working with them, working with the initiation tools. Hilly saying 2-1 and 3, Selfmade 1-1-4. Hilly forced a Hex Flash over the wall, Reckless flashed as well. There goes the Curse of the Black Mist, Dredgeline finds a target, Caps coming over the wall. No perfect execution available, but he may not need it, as the Thrill of the Hunt has been popped. Bwipo's looking for a target, and Fnatic have been pushed away from the Dragon Pit. G2 get control.
So the one combo we didn't talk about was the Rengar-Orianna combo. Obviously, Fnatic have a lot of dive, but that shockwave can literally come out of nowhere. And I think it's something that G2 have to respect, but I think props to G2 as they were able to find that Drake and delay this potential soul. Gives them more time, gives them more opportunities for their solo laners to be able to ramp up and be more of a threat. But I will say, I think this Rengar's going to be a lot more problematic in the side lane than perhaps G2 expect as they look to try and shut down Bwipo.
There's the hop. A Boomerang Blade won't find a target. Damage from Bwipo is pretty good, and Yankos still waiting for an opportunity to get involved. That's a flash away. No, the hop away from Bwipo. He's using these bushes fantastically, and that passive will eventually get run down, but how much damage can he do? Well, that's a fairly healthy chunk against a 1v2.
Yeah, Fnatic do have 4 people in mid lane, so I think they should be able to trade this mid tower for it, but one of the first cracks I feel like I've seen from Fnatic playing the map where Bwipo is down bot side without a lot of coverage while his team was not in a position to be able to respond. Still, Fnatic are going to be very happy with this trade.
Yeah, I call that hashtag worth. I think ultimately Bwipo didn't need to die there, but Arrow now coming down bot. Look, Nautilus on the way as well.
Oh, so close!
That's a butt clencher. Wow, that was
so
close. Wonder just barely escaping with his life. Looks like G2 will secure their first tower of the game. But Fnatic, I will say overall, looking good right now. Sitting with a 3k Goldie, they're looking for another play mid.
They are indeed. Perks, remember, lost his flash just a few moments ago. Mickey cannot peel and save him. Now he's the target. The Unbreakable will get hammered on by the Rangers' focus. Reckless picks up his second kill of the game. Fnatic are opening the series with a statement.
Fnatic absolutely on form here. Right there, Selfmade. We talked about it. He's hit the item spikes. He's on the Hecarim. He does so much damage. And Fnatic continue to abuse G2 with the effective range of their composition. A Hecarim can get on you so quickly from inside the river. They had a ward to be able to spot out Perks there. And they charge him down and finish him off. And now as more and more towers fall around the map, this is only going to become more and more concerning for G2.
That right now, Fnatic have good scaling options. They have a number of ways to start a fight. I think the fact that they lost that second Drake was pretty unfortunate for them, but at the same time, they're in a great position to contest the next one. And I think right now, if you're looking at G2, you're kind of like, all right, Caps, if you're going to show up, now would be a great time. I think that Caps' Akali is something that you always have to be afraid of. He can change fights single-handedly with the champions like this with the amount of agency that he has. But when you look at things holistically, I think the Fnatic also have a great way to shut him down. So I think this is going to be a tough uphill battle from this point forward for G2.
It definitely is. I think it's worth pointing out some of the interactions that G2 have, but before then, Bwipo is hovering around the top side of the map. Doesn't have his team with him, so I don't think he's going to commit there with the ultimate, just clears away the minions. But one thing that I do really like with G2's comp is how sort of the sleeps can come in. The Senna has this long range pokes. There's a lot of tools to put people to sleep so Caps can get in position for the attack, and then Senna to finish them off from long range. And it's those types of backline dive plays that I think G2 need to pull off in order to come out with this fight.
It doesn't feel like they've had the opportunity, though. Fnatic seem to be dictating the pace of the game. You know, 4 towers to now 2, as Caps was able to pick up the top lane outer. But every time there was an opportunity, and I think you said it during draft as well, that the tower dive potential from Fnatic is strong, and they've shown a willingness and an ability to execute on it.
And now I feel like Fnatic are itemizing perfectly for the challenges that will be thrown their way with an Akali trying to dive into their backline, because Reckless has the QSS to completely negate the sleep coming in from Yankos. That sleep is so meaningful because it gives Akali time to position and dive onto into the backside. And Nemesis also went for the Seraph's Embrace right off the bat. So that bonus shield on top of some extra MR and the HP is getting from Leandries is going to make it much harder for G2 strikes to actually hit true.
Man, man, how confusing is it to see Fnatic playing this game after the split that we've had and all the question marks raised about the individual?
That's the problem is, Trevor, you're right, and I'm sitting here being like, Fnatic's looking great, they have a gold lead, everything's in their favor, and then I'm sitting there, I'm like, but I've seen Caps do this before, and I'm just keeping my eyes on him because I'm like, yeah, this looks great. This is exactly what Fnatic fans want. I made a tweet earlier where it was kind of sad because I saw a lot of Fnatic fans just being like, okay, listen, we know you're gonna lose, could you at least take a game? And I was just like, come on, like, you gotta be a little bit more optimistic. I feel like Fnatic looked really good against Rogue. They've clearly found their identity. I think in game 1, they're definitely looking strong against G2. Right now, they're definitely in a much more favorable position. They're setting up for the Inferno. The question is, can G2 do G2 things and find a way to claw the gold back?
How good is Fnatic set up for the Inferno right now? I can see some deep vision and the pushing wave.
Yeah, it's too good. I don't think G2 can realistically contest it. What I think G2 want to do is steal all these topside camps and potentially get a tower, and that's why Fnatic are now charging at Jankos.
Yeah, Jankos has already used that flash. The Ash arrow comes through as well. There's a follow-up teleport coming from Fnatic now to fight on multiple fronts. Jankos is already down. The Onslaught of Shadows comes up. That buys so much time as Caps is fleeing and afraid and terrified. He's forced to dash over the wall to safety to escape for his life.
Wonder!
The Gnar into the wall! Wonder finds the double stun, but he's shut down. Reckless gets another. Dredge line onto Mickey. He goes down as well.
What a beautiful bait switch. Now Bwipo's in here. He's charging down Perks. He'll go down. Caps executes to the Baron. It's an ace for Fnatic, and they have broken open game 1.
Sorry, I completely missed the setup for Baron. I didn't realize that's what Fnatic was going for. They find an opportunity and punish.
It was just a genius play because everyone is looking at the map and Fnatic have full control over the Dragon. So G2 aren't going to fight it. G2 are a team that loves to trade you on the other side of the map, so they go topside. So Fnatic put Bwipo to solo out the Dragon while the rest of Fnatic charges at Jankos, who they just spotted on this ward.
And it's exactly as you say. Jankos thinks that he's safe on the top side of the map, whereas Fnatic is saying, hey, we can start this fight off. Look, Bwipo is soloing the Drake and they've caught Jankos out. The pick potential of this comp is so powerful, and Lilia is very squishy. Really well played by Hylissang, just locking down Caps for as long as possible. Means the Reckless is completely safe. He doesn't even take damage in this fight, except from the red buff. Red buff did more to him than Caps was able to. Beautifully peeled by Hylissang, and then Wonder, he thinks he lands a two-man ulti, but it's not enough damage.
Who hits the Baron? Who hits the Baron and kills Caps? That's what I want to know. Is it Reckless just over the wall?
Oh, it has to be, yeah, he gets vision of him.
And then he W's Baron, misses Caps, but it still kills him.
It is an execute, but he takes that. The happy bee comes through from Reckless, and Fnatic secure the Baron.
As Fnatic fans have said before, we take those, I believe.
Dude, that was not a take those. They smashed G2 right there.
Fantastic game so far for Hylissang. Hylissang has been one of the most criticized members of the Fnatic squad after he, conceded first blood in that bottom lane. The turnaround from then on, Fnatic, 8k gold up, 2 dragons to 1. They've got Baron buff as well, 12 kills to 4. It's all gone right at the start of the series.
It's the level of cohesion from Fnatic that are making them look like a legitimate contender here. Everyone on the same page going for these fights and using the information they're given, where they saw Perks farming here, they saw Wonder farming the bottom lane. Yeah, they only had 4 people in the topside jungle, but they were always going to outnumber G2, and this is a Fnatic that is looking fierce.
Now, there is one thing I do want to call out. Once I saw Wonder jump in and get that double Gnar into the wall, that was a flavor of what Venius and I have been sort of talking a little bit about with the Akali, the Gnar options. I think it's significantly more difficult now for G2 to have those monumental moments when you're down this much gold and you're losing this much map control.
So I think, like, when we look at the game holistically, one of the biggest things for me and where G2 finds so much success is early game agency, early game playmaking. And when you put the bot lane in a neutral situation like this where it just becomes a farm fiesta, I think that Fnatic is in their element. And the way in which they move Reckless and Hylissang around the map in the early game, playing for the early Herald, swapping back to bot, finding the picks that they did, I think just kind of put them ahead just a little bit, and then they've never really let control of the game. G2 have not been able to get Caps online. G2 has never been able to find a successful fight, and Fnatic have just kind of had G2's number at every step and opportunity.
I feel like G2 have to be questioning, maybe the Braum pick for Mickey not being able to play hard through mid lane. That was such a focal point for them during the regular season, because when G2 played the early game sort of quiet, just trying to the one TP playing the bot lane, that was pretty much all they had was Wonder making things happen. That's not the G2 that's going to go out there and win championships. You need the rest of the team to be on the same page and able to come up in the clutch situations.
Let's see what G2 do now. Down 10k. Remember, they had side selection this game. They elected blue side. And their strategy thus far has been countered. Fnatic, a minute to go until the next dragon is available. They're pushing some vision, setting up some wards. And you can see the level progression on the side of your screen. Nemesis 16, Selfmade 15. We're both playing catch up as well. The game really has been about Selfmade in the bottom lane, how they've been able to use their initiation tools and just force G2, force the errors and take the advantage. And right now, Vision game, it feels very much like they're playing for their dragon, Vedius.
Looks like it. And Fnatic, again, they don't have to rush anything. Of course, the Baron has one off, but they've been able to break all the tier 2 towers. They'll likely just wait for the next big Baron play, and then, you know, they can look to end the game. I think the fact that they have 3 items on Ashe, 3 items on Orianna.
On everyone.
On everyone, like, you know, it's, yeah, Fnatic looking good. It would be surprising if Fnatic lost this game.
Mind-boggling, perhaps.
Yeah, and again, I can't give enough credit to, like, how Fnatic have used their bot lane in the map. And, like, yes, the Rengar is very likely going to win game 1. I'm still not bought into the Rengar hype.
Saltiness, I love it, I love it.
Uh-oh, here's Caps.
All right, let's see what happens. Yeah, still going to have that Shroud available. It goes down, caught by the Dredge line. Ignite starts to tick. Shockwave was used. I think that only caught Mickey, though. Now the Axe Arrow comes out, tags him once again. Volley as well as one more command attack from Nemesis. Means Mickey gives his life to save Caps with Infernal up and now a 5v4. Looks like they can either push the base or peel back.
Yeah, that's the Rabadon's completed there for Nemesis, absolutely shredded through. It's a really weird fight because neither jungler was involved in that at all. It was just a 4 versus 4, but meanwhile, Selfmade went into mid lane. Now we have a TP behind us, the last ditch effort, G2.
It absolutely is. Here comes Cap. Selfmade is waiting in the wings. Dredge line from Mickey's buying so much time. Whippo's going low and he's taken out and down. Now Cap's jumping into the back line, looking for Reckless. Gets the kill onto Reckless, but how much more can he do? Selfmade is rampaging across Caps' face. Takes him down. Perkz running for his life. It's a 2 for 4 in favor of Fnatic.
It was a fight that could have gone in G2's favor, but again, Hylissang comes up clutch. Selfmade now running through the rest of G2, looking for a potential penta, but Perkz is going to deny it.
Definitely the case. Shockwave gets pulled backwards there.
Wait.
Perkz gets the kill. Hilly flashes forward. Manages to get the kill with the Dredge line as well as one more boop to the head. Mickey running for his life. The inhibitor will go down. Fnatic have broken the base in a slightly scrappy exchange. They're still in massive control.
So props to Perkz getting that kill onto Nemesis. I think that saved the game for now for G2. But I have to give so much props to Hylissang. If we get a replay of that last fight, I want to highlight what he was doing, because his goal in every fight is like, hello, Caps, you will not be playing League of Legends today. And it's just CC after CC after CC, and now it could be some more supportal combat.
No.
Dredge line into the passive, and Selfmade comes in with the Rampage and the devastating charge as well. Yet another kill, 7-1-7. While Hilly is starting things off, they are being finished by Selfmade and Reckless. And this was the Selfmade that was promised to Fnatic so long ago.
Yeah, Selfmade absolutely running circles around G2 right now. G2, they try to start this one off with a TP into the backline. Jankos does land a double sleep, but Perkz not right here off the bat. And I feel like the damage is going to be lacking, especially on Selfmade.
But look at Caps. Like, if he was in that fight initially, this could have gone so well for G2, but Hylissang does such a great job stopping him, and it also forces Caps to use his Shroud very early. So while he does get this initial kill, it's this situation where he would have loved to have it, and then the outplay could be real, but it doesn't happen, again, because of Hylissang. So huge props to him and the fact that Fnatic were able to turn around.
And I missed it during the first fight, but Hilly even turned to Wonder and gave him the auto on the head to root him, while simultaneously tracking Caps the entire time. 3-1-9, 11k gold up, Super's in the bottom lane, one dragon away from Soul. And it looks like Baron will be the focus for now. It does not look like G2 can contest.
No, they definitely cannot. They are locked inside the base. They are already lost the inhibitor. Selfmade feeling himself, by the way, working on a Youmu's to get into the back line, wreak even more havoc onto Perkz. But this is looking like the final charge forward for Fnatic with this Baron to finish off game 1.
Should also highlight that Selfmade has been involved in 14 of the 18 kills that Fnatic have found themselves. So pretty impressive stuff from him and the entire Fnatic squad. They're looking to end things right here, right now, as G2, their last-ditch defense of the base.
Well, Enchanted Crystal arrows available, the depth charge is available. I'm just waiting to see who Fnatic want to kill. Because based on how the previous 30 minutes of gameplay have gone, Fnatic just pull the trigger at some point, Vedius.
They can take their time though. They still got 2.5 minutes on the Baron.
Look at the double cannons just completely destroying the tower. They didn't even auto it once.
Sleep comes through. Here we go.
Church line defensively there from Hilly, pulls himself to the ruins of that inner turret. Caps, the threat of Caps on the side, forced Fnatic to back away. They've broken open the top tower, turned their attention to middle. That's Mega Gnar now. That once that time's out, you have to feel Fnatic will feel more involved.
Yeah, I mean, Mega Gnar's gone, Lilia Sleep gone. They have no CC left. How do G2 start a fight?
Wow, they absolutely cannot. Whippo's on the Nexus turret already. Depth shot goes out. Caps is being forced away by Self-Made. Dashes over the wall. Perfect execution available to him while that's going on. The Nexus turret remains stalled. Reckless gets the Enchanted Crystal arrow hit onto his former teammates, and Self-Made looking to finish it out. Super Minions are trying to push forward. Finally, Reckless gets a kill onto Caps. 50-second death timer. Whippo inside the base, getting caught up by the damage from Lilia. Those blooming blows doing work on the back line. Hylissang sets it up for Nemesis. He's 2-1-7 for now. The Nexus turret will fall. Turn their attention to the Nexus. And Fnatic have been unable to take down G2 all year long. For the first time in 2020, Fnatic defeats G2.
And they do it with an absolute statement in game one as well. They came in with a cohesive plan. They looked even more together on the Rift. Self-Made might be on the other side of the desk in the room, but he was playing right next to Hylissang the entire game.
Yeah, he certainly was. Huge props to jungle support right there for Fnatic. I think that they're coming up clutch once again. We saw them perform extremely well versus Rogue. I think they're doing it once more, and now the ball kind of falls in G2's court. What are we going to see from G2? How do they adapt? Of course, it's only the first game in a best-of series. Fnatic has been 2-0 up against G2, and G2 has still been able to come back. You know that if Fnatic get game one, we're going to have one hell of a series.
Yes, yes, yes. After the break, analysts will tell you more about how Fnatic picked up that winning game. A special look at Hylissang's moments.
I think this patch was a bit rougher for us, but we picked it up now. That's like our biggest strength, I think, like the adaptability. I can already like taste the feeling of like being in finals and like playing against G2, probably having another rematch. But I think like outside of G2, I think like Rogue and Schalke should be the next best teams.
Will the Sleep come in? It does, and Roman, they don't know he's here. Triple Sleep, massive ulti across the entire time, but no, still don't want to do so much damage, still trying to find a way out. Gilly is simply next on the list. No! Not like this. The triple Abadage wants to turn it, but it's not going to happen. Oh, I love it! Special, the kind of rush onto the face breaker. Reckless going to be the first target here as he goes down.
And winning the LEC would be really cool to stop the G2 and Fnatic dynasty. And I think we have a really good shot at winning LEC. So I really hope we can take the chance and actually win it, because I think we can do it.
Charged up. Hello, everybody. Let the game begin.
You don't have a chance against me. I can calculate 90 trillion moves in advance. Not fair. Not fair.
Red Bull gives you wings.
eraser. Aim the cut just like a razor. Murked up in this world, my blazer. I got all the boys on me. I got all the lines on ring. Knocking dead, turning heads. I got all the eyes on me. Pretty face, caught up to the rock. 유행 선두자. 원하지만 못하잖아. 애가 타잖아. You like roll, 갈리 유도 go. 난 알지, I know. 준비해, cause I like the ball. 멈추지 않아. 말할래, 그게 like a bag. 그거 말고 bye. 믿어봐, 그만큼 크게. 어깨 펴고 high. 100% 덤비지 못해. 죽여주잖아. 나는 boss. 간지 with the sauce. 원하면 줄게. I'm doing damage when just how I planned it. I do what I want when I say. 모든 날 따라해. 난 끝내주잖아. To live on the edge of insane. Coming at you like real, real wild. Here to light it up, set the world on fire. Gonna break rules and hearts and tools, cause that's what the baddest do. Never going back, nah, nah, that. Diamonds on drip, cause I came to make a splash. Gonna break rules and hearts and tools, cause that's what the baddest do. It's crazy. Sorry for the bad news, sorry I'm so bad. Only took a minute for me to learn what you had. Sorry for the bad news, no it makes it sad. Live for a minute, baby, you should pack your bags. Way that I look should be breaking the law. If I don't got it, I take what I want. My circle small like a round of applause. You know that I like the sound of applause. You know I mean everything that I say. When you see me coming, get out of the way. Back in the sleigh, back in the sleigh. Back and I'm better and ready to stay. I'm doing damage when just how I planned it. I do what I want when I say. 모든 날 따라해. 난 끝내주잖아. To live on the edge of insane. It's crazy. Sorry, not sorry for being the best. 언제든지 내가 좀 해. Look at the gold, all on my chest. Look at the gold, call it a flex.
Welcome back, everyone, to the LEC Summer Playoffs. Fnatic just secured their first win over G2 in 2020. And how? Let's take a look at the picks and bans. Kadril opened this up for me in terms of Fnatic. A lot of what we've gotten used to, a very strong pick for Selfmade.
Yeah, Hecarim. It's been banned out a lot yesterday. You saw in the Mad Lions series. I think it's something that Schalke was running, the Hecarim Orianna. It's got such good engage, such good like pick potential at level 6, and I really like their draft overall. I think that when they first picked Senna to kind of handshake on the Senna Ashe trade, you can see they went for a Braum into Nautilus. Now, I guess the bot matchup is kind of fine, but the whole team comp from G2 just has no engage in general. I think the only way you can start a fight really is with sort of a Gnar TP flank with Mega Gnar, but even then you can't really guarantee on that being reliable. Whereas Fnatic, they have like they have Hecarim, they have Hylissang on the Nautilus, they have the Ashe Arrow, they have the Bwipo Rengar ult with the Orianna Ball. They have so many tools to just get on you.
And when you look at the success of either of these teams, it's often about either the jungler or the support making big plays. And in this case, this jungle and support on the side of Fnatic have a lot of agency. Now, Selfmade is, of course, enabled by his team on this Hecarim initially before he carries it through. But on the side of G2, there's no one to really get the party started, and that sucks. Now, of course, you did see the Wonder Gnar have a few moments where he could find those big engages, use that ultimate, but that's a rage bar. Fnatic knows that's coming. It's not reliable. It's not consistent. And so G2, while this comp could have won, they definitely made it very hard on themselves.
They did, and when you talk about agency, one person we want to talk about actually for the entirety of this segment is Hylissang. We brought it up in ReadyCheck as people say he is coin flip, but he always has a vision in mind. And Kadril, that's how you want to look at these next few replays.
Yeah, you can see here he just walks into Fog of War. No matter if he dies here, he just wants to stop Perkz' base, because right now the Herald is spawning in about 30 seconds if you look at the minimap, and bot wave's actually frozen for Fnatic. So if G2 get a base off here, they can just run straight topside. But what Hylissang does here is he wants to start a fight, he wants to stop Perkz' base, and he wants to keep them under the wave.
And as we start the replay again, you can see the fight actually in the end goes pretty even, working out in, again, Fnatic's favor. But it's, as you said, this single play that pretty much forces G2 to fight. And it's not just because of a pick here, but as you said, if they let Fnatic get away with this, it's hugely potentially favorable. Now, good heads-up movement coming in from Nemesis and Selfmade. Make sure that Fnatic can turn this one back around. And additionally, Braum Senna on their own, not really a threat in any kind of burst exchange. So for Fnatic, this feels like Hylissang making a call and the entire team following, which is a massive shift from what we saw a few weeks ago.
Yeah, they're just playing so well around their mid-jungle level 6 spikes. Like I said in the draft, I think they played it so good. Like, they had one wave of prio, Hylissang goes and stops the bases, and the whole idea of this play is just a domino effect. Like, Hylissang stops the bases, then Fnatic pushes out the bot wave. They go for the full swap to Herald, which leads to them getting the Herald, which leads to the jungle and AD carry on Fnatic to being 1k gold up at like 15 minutes, which leads to a top fight. So this whole play kind of unlocks Fnatic's bot lane and moving around the map, taking over the map, getting mid-prio past 15 minutes, getting Heralds, getting Drakes, and just unlocking the entire game.
Yeah, thank you for breaking that down, because it might go unnoticed and you think, oh, is this just a random Hilly being in the wrong place at the right time? No, oftentimes there is a big plan behind it. And as you said, this cascading effect leads all the way into this favorable top lane fight from the side of Fnatic.
Yeah, I think that if Hylissang didn't stop those bases initially, then the game would look much different, because G2 would have been able to ones to get the Herald. G2 would have been the ones to be able to crack open the bot tower, but because they have their bot lane mid and their jungles ahead, they have first move from mid wave, and they instantly collapse on G2. The TPs come in. Jankos can't really fight this, because Fnatic's comp at level 6 to level 10 is just so strong.
And you can see here as well one of the big issues with Gnar. Now in this case he's chain CC'd down, but even then Wonder's coming in with good rage management. 90 rage, that maybe is the potential for a turnaround, but even then it is not instantaneous. It can be shut down, it can be interrupted, and Fnatic just show us that they're not giving any room for G2 maneuver, and the fact that they're snowballing so confidently against G2 is just massive in a best-of-5 series.
Yeah, and Selfmade and Hylissang played so well. I think when Perkz and Mickey tried to step up to push mid, even one Selfmade just went instantly on them. You saw when they tried to contest topside after Whippo was soloing Drake, Hylissang just instantly just flash hooks them. You know, they have so many tools of engage, and even in that top fight, they have so many ways of locking down champions, making sure they're on the right targets, and all of their damage is both single target and AoE.
And seem completely on the same page as well. A funny tweet came in from Upset after the game, talking about how Hilly decides where you're going to go on the map. You have to walk to your Nexus versus Hylissang. He won't allow you to base. He would rather die. I mean, that's exactly what I think when I see him play.
I mean, the whole idea of stopping the base is for tempo, and Hylissang's the tempo king. He's either freezing the waves in your face and making you kill him to make you base later, or he's just going to chase you to your Nexus when they have the freeze. So,
the Professor.
And the best, it's just always the best version of Fnatic is a Fnatic where Hylissang is popping off, and Hylissang popping off at the start of the series is going to demand some changes in pick bans, because there are those games where he goes too far, where you get an easy win because Hylissang's pushing a little bit too hard, but this is not one of those series, and this was not one of those games.
No, this was a fantastic game. Now, next game, of course, G2 gets the decision and is back on blue side. I want to think back of what K-Roll said in Reddit check. You said, I'm going to predict 3-1 just because it could very well be that G2 dropped the first game. Yeah. Now, the way in which they dropped the first game, was this in line with your expectations as well? And what adaptations will we see?
I mean, I feel like G2 in game 1 and best of 5 is always sort of a loss most of the times, but I mean, I just don't like the draft in general. Lilia, Braum doesn't really work well together. If you're going to pick Braum, you want like a Sejuani or a Rek'Sai, something with actual that can help him proc his passive. And normally you see in regions like the LPL, if you're going to trade the Senna Ashe, obviously on blue side you get to choose a Senna, so G2 feel way more confident on the Senna. You basically trade Nautilus Leona most of the time, unless you want to go for something like a Tamkench, but I would rather see Mickey X on a playmaker like Leona or the Nautilus, so it's very smart by Fnatic to put it away. So I would like to see some adaptation in the jungle bot side. I think the solo lane picks are fine overall. I just think that the jungle bot synergy is really not there.
And the big question for me is, are G2 willing to take the Ashe if it continues to not be favorable for them to take the Senna? We saw a game on it from Perkz. We were talking about it behind stage. You might remember it as the game where Alphari played Malphite and killed him just a million times. So has that improved? Is that something that G2 are comfortable playing around, because it didn't look good the last time we saw it? Because if it's not, that is a big hole in their drafts.
We'll see what happens. Fnatic are looking to avenge the loss from Spring Finals, and so far things are looking great. We'll be right back for Game 2.
And welcome back to the LEC Summer Playoffs. I'm joined by Vedius and Ender once more, as that's awfully close.
We're right over here, man. Like, come
They're
on.
focusing on the most important member of the team. Now, let's turn our attentions to Game 2 in the BO5. G2 at side selection, they once again elected blue side. I was very happy with how Fnatic handled the team composition that they got in Game 1, but Vedius, what pivots and changes do you want to see here, especially from the G2 side?
I would like to never see Mickey on Braum ever again.
Okay,
I hate that.
I second that.
I think that something Ender and I talked a lot about, and like something we've been talking a lot about when it comes to G2 is when you put their bot lane in a weak 2v2, they're not set up for success. And I think that it makes the game a lot harder to play.
And when you are playing farming junglers, you don't gank on your own. You gank with your support, so you need to get the winning bot lane 2v2 matchup so your support can be the one to roam. The Braum is not going to do that, so I do want to see G2 pivot around that bottom lane so they can make some early plays, because when G2 play with the support roaming to mid to get caps fed, that's when G2 are at their most dominant.
Well, the first ban straight out the gate of Ezreal is exactly the same as the previous game. So is the Evelynn, and so is the Caitlyn. So thus far, Vedius, no pivots in terms of ban strategy.
No, and I think for Fnatic, they don't have to change anything, right? Putting a lot of focus on AD carries, I think, is very reasonable. It worked out for them in the last game. But we are seeing a shift. The Ashe ban away from the Thresh. This heavily suggests to me G2 will first pick the Thresh. You then expect the Senna response coming out from Fnatic. They might do something like a Senna Nautilus, and then it comes down to what other AD carries are left? Maybe a Jhin? Maybe they're happy to play that into the Senna?
I mean, it's also possible with so many AD carry bans that you still go for the first pick Senna. That's what I was sort of thinking for G2. Of course, there's a lot of things you can pair with it down in the bottom lane still. And I don't feel like Fnatic are the team that are going to go for like the Kalista Thresh in the bot side and completely look to blast you down there.
Let's find out what direction they do go. We know we don't want Mickey on Braum, so please don't go Senna Braum again. We'll see if G2 agree with my color casters. And for Fnatic, as they now pivot, last time around was the Ashe. Ashe is in the ban pool, and there's the Jhin Vedius that you were talking about.
Well, I did expect this to go the other way around, but now I wouldn't be surprised to see Fnatic lock in the Nautilus once again. I think Jhin Naut is something that G2 have showcased to be a very strong 2v2. We've seen other teams around the world and domestically draft that as well, and I think that it can be a very solid matchup into the Senna.
Yeah, I was going to say, don't forget the Pike that Hylissang brought out a little while ago too, but I think the Nautilus is a much more stable pick around the bottom lane and does give you more room to diversify around the map in terms of damage profiles. Now for G2, my question was going to be, do you go for the set? Because they tried the scaling, they tried the Lilia, it did not work, and G2 beat scaling junglers by playing a heavy early game aggressive style, and the set is going to be able to shut down a scaling pick from Selfmade.
I know, hovering through a lot. We don't talk about hovers.
But I quite like the Lux. I thought the Lux was quite interesting. Obviously, it is a little risky, and I think
like that better.
Yeah, Kaiser's showcased multiple times how Leona can be a very good matchup into the Nautilus. Gives you strong engage tools, and most importantly, it's a champion that allows Mickey to roam around the map, and yes, it is not Braum.
Yeah, and I feel like between Aftershock and the durability you get from your W, you just stay alive for so long, it can be really hard to deal with. And I feel like with Senna being able to trade, having Leona able to jump on in there, it enables you to get some more pressure out of that bottom side and make those roams happen.
Now, let's see what Mickey can do on it. This is only his third professional game on Leona ever. He played one at Worlds, he played one in the Spring Split, and this will be the third time that he's ever done it. Selfmade will get his hands on the Lilia, so I want to see what jungle answer, set is already locked in, so let's see how he handles himself against the Lilia. It didn't feel like yesterday Schalke had a great answer in reply, and now we jump into phase 2 ban. So LeBlanc finds herself off the table. Let's see what direction they go next.
Yeah, so I really like this pivot from Fnatic because last draft we saw so much attention thrown at the top laners, but because they have already seen G2's change in playstyle where they want to play a much faster game, they're taking away the mid laners that pair nicely and offer CC to set up for those ganks. So LeBlanc is the main culprit. A Zoe for Caps would have also been deadly, and now his options to give the CC to set up for his team are going to be much more limited.
Also, Fnatic don't need to ban the Aurelia away because with the set locked in, the expectation is that it will not be an AP jungler, so the likelihood of Caps taking an AD mid. Of course, that's always caveated by the fact that Wunder can play Nico top. He would potentially have to blind it into whatever Fnatic is going for because they do, of course, have the counter pick, but it's something you always have to bear in mind depending on what Reckless locks in for Nemesis right now. If we see the Orianna once again, don't be too surprised if we do see that Irelia Nico combo.
Yeah, I do feel like Nico can do well in a wide variety of matchups, so it's not the worst blind pick to go for up in the top lane. As for what Fnatic want to do here, the Shen's an interesting one. This one pairs well with, you know, the Lilia, who tries to get the back line too and offers that bot lane support. Remember, Fnatic played so much through the playmaking of Hylissang, and now if Bwipo can enter bot lane that much more frequently, it's going to be even easier for Fnatic to set up on that lane.
Shen was also banned in phase 2 of game number 1, available and open this time round. So it was picked up. It will be an Orianna and a Jace. So Wonder taking Jace into the top lane.
I really like, so G2 are saying they actually have 2 lanes to play around now. I think Yanko's going to spend a lot of time around mid lane and top lane early on into this. You can't really counter pick Jace super well up top side. He has the range, he has the poke early on, and also some very strong all-ins with that hammer form too. So this is a G2 that is putting faith in Wonder. They saw him on the Gnar in the last game. They want him to step up in game 2.
And with the Akali lock-in, by the way, not only is that the first time that we're seeing a Nemesis in summer, but it's the first time in all of 2020. He has not played this champion at all this year. He's 4 wins, 4 losses historically. And after Fnatic just picked up their first win of the year against G2, now it's the first champion of the year for Nemesis.
I think this was a bit of a challenge thrown towards Nemesis, honestly, because by G2 taking away the Orianna, they were saying, what else have you got in the wheelhouse? Will you too pick Akali into our Ori? Remember last year, Nemesis and Caps were going back-to-back with the Akali-Sylas matchup in that final, and we know that Nemesis can play it, but the comments have always been that he falls short relative to that of Caps, so it's going to be exciting seeing him go up against Caps once again on the champion that they fought so much for last.
And while G2 put pressure on Wonder, Fnatic are trying to say we'll shut him down with the Akali and the Shen in the side lanes. Let's see how it goes when we get into game number 2.
Welcome back to Summoner's Rift. Fnatic 1-0 up against G2. Winner of this series advances to the Championship Series on Sunday next weekend. And the loser plays on Saturday against either Mad Lions or Rogue. Mickey on your screen right now. When we got off camera, Ender and Vedius were ranting. And they said, if Mickey keeps playing Braum, the series is over.
It wasn't quite that dramatic.
Oh,
but,
it was. He is playing the Leona this time around. And we'll see whether or not he's going to find the initiative.
So I think like the bigger conversation, which is something that Ender talked about, was that number one, when you're playing scaling junglers, having a strong 2v2 is really important. But I also think that when you just look at G2, giving Mickey the space to roam is also very important. And when you're playing something like a Braum, it makes it harder for him to impact the map. But on a Leona, you have a lot more playmaking tools. You can match Hylissang on his roams. My only concern is how they stack up against a Jhin Norlis, because this is a very powerful 2 versus 2 lane. It has a lot of CC setup, and Selfmade can also look for ganks to try and shut Perks and Mickey down.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at this 2 versus 2, Nautilus offers so much base damage that his early all-ins, of course, are going to be very powerful. Combined with if they're playing around Reckless's 4th shot, like those burst trades are going to be very, very good. And already with the early pathing, Jankos starting on his bot side, moving up towards the top half of the map. There's not going to be support for G2 right off the bat, so they're going to definitely not want to get jumped on too early by Hilly.
You can see a bit of trading going back and forth already in the 2 versus 2. Also keeping my eyes on the mid lane as a hook hits a minion.
Well, a lot of damage back and forth. Punch to the face and Hilly, and Reckless and Perks still trading a lot, though.
Yeah, I like this from G2. They see Reckless still on, 4 shots remaining, so they go in for the trade. They trade 2 autos. Once Reckless gets down towards the 4th, that's where they're going to step away. Fnatic now have control over the wave and can push this one in as well. But when we talk about the priority in the bottom lane, it's less about this initial level 2, and it's more about looking which lane gets to take the first reset. And then where do they go? Because while G2 are a team that love to run Mickey into the mid lane, shut down the enemy mid laner, Fnatic are a team that Hylissang, he just sometimes loves to run into the top lane, and a Jace that's always going to be pushing has to be especially mindful of a Nautilus run.
I'm also interested to see how this mid lane matchup plays out. Obviously the reverse of what we had in game number 1. And pre-level 6, Caps was able to bully Nemesis a fair amount, generate a CS advantage. Now in the inverse, We'll see whether or not he can maintain this advantage that he's built up, Vedius.
So early game, this is a very Orianna-favored matchup. The biggest thing you have to be concerned about is your mana usage. Being too aggressive can very quickly burn through your mana bar. And so being able to push this in, I wouldn't be surprised if Caps looks for a bit of a recall now, but it looks like he's going to stay on the offensive. He wants to bully Nemesis as much as possible as the junglers have found each other.
Jankos is going to flash forward. Defensive flash from Selfmade, so they end up trading 1-for-1. Hex flash for Jankos, though, so he'll come out a little bit more advantageous.
Yep, this is exactly what you want to see from the early game powerhouse jungle of the set, is you play for the double scuttle crab. So he finds Selfmade in the bot side river. He can take this crab, then sprint up towards the top side of the map as well and get that done. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Reckless went for a very early recall, itemized into the boots, but Hylissang was just sitting here trying to hold the wave, didn't find a rotation himself, which is something we do see from a lot of scores.
I am actually surprised the Reckless went for such an early base. I'm curious as to whether or not that was because he took a bad trade, or if that was a choice for him to get those early boots in. Either way, you can see that it's still actually very close in the farm, so the timing worked out for Reckless, that's for sure. Will lose a little bit of HP, but for the most part, they are good. Just notice that he is running the fleet footwork as well, so having that extra bit of sustain in a sustain lane is very valuable. As Selfmade will run into Jankos.
Wonder's going to flash away already, use that Mercurial Hammer and
no flash,
smack
remember.
Whippo away. Jankos stepping forward, Whippo's got flash available. Selfmade seems to be safe for now. Jankos won't be able to chuck out the spells.
Oh, no.
Not enough damage now, he's in trouble. Gets tagged down by those blooming blows. The acceleration gate will buy some time. That's the taunt flash into Whippo. He manages to pick up first blood for Fnatic.
Fnatic just playing that so well right there. Selfmade, even without the flash, showing how he can abuse the movement speed to get away from Jankos. Jankos committed the E, the pullback onto Whippo, and now Cap's going for the dive.
Absolutely is. Already built himself up an 8 CS advantage, forcing Nemesis out of lane at 5 minutes in the inverse of the previous game. Off to a strong start.
Yeah, I mean, this is just, we have to go back to the top lane because this is a lane that Wonder was winning, still has a big CS lead in. G2 need to pop off in the early game. They need to have winning lanes coming out with CS leads, and to then give an early kill over to Whippo playing around the top lane. This is exactly what happened to Rogue when they played against Fnatic. The early game kills going towards the scaling junglers on the top side of the map. This could be a problem for them.
And I thought that at first this was going to be a great play for G2, because notice that Wonder was actually hovering towards the river because he knows that Jankos was on his way. And if Jankos could have gone on top of Selfmade, that would have been a kill, but of course he doesn't have his flash, so they decide to commit to Whippo, and then you realize, wait, there's an entire minion wave also hitting onto both G2 members. Selfmade on Lilia, it's very good at kind of keeping distance, poking you down, and then Whippo's like, okay, I have the flash taunt, I also have the passive, the Spirit's Refuge to mitigate all the damage. And then there's nothing that Wonder can do to stop this, so Fnatic is able to walk away with first blood.
Yeah, there are a couple really important things too. I feel like Jankos' Haymaker goes way wide, wasn't able to land the true damage, bonus damage there in the center of it. And also, Jankos had not been back to base. Because he played for the double Scuttle Crabs, he didn't have any sort of items, so I believe Selfmade had just come off of a reset with the blue smite.
Very interested to see how Whippo can play around the Stand United. Just hit level 6, by the way, while he is down in CS to Wonder's Jace. First blood helping out, and down in the bottom lane, Hylissang was forced to use that flash. There was some threat coming in from Jankos. It doesn't equate to anything more, but CS advantage for Perks, for Caps, for Wonder in the first 6 minutes of the game.
Jankos is not allowed to slow down in this early game. You know Selfmade already has a tiny CS lead. It's only going to get larger. The Swiftness boots were completed, so Selfmade can really zoom around this map. So watch Jankos. He'll always be trying to play for the Scuttle Crabs and play off of Mickey. Now that G2 have pushed the bot lane, Perks is low on mana. You would expect Perks to go for a reset, and that's why Mickey is waiting in the fog 4 to make something happen. But this is where I would have loved to see G2 perhaps go in, get some deep vision inside Selfmade's jungle to set up for future roams.
Looks like they're not going to do that for now, though. And I actually have my eyes on mid lane. Nemesis hit level 6, Selfmade 2. They have their eyes on Orianna. No cleanse, remember?
Well, Swelsey doesn't find a target, and no lullaby from Selfmade means Caps just sidesteps the engage.
Yeah, but then look at this. Selfmade is going to walk into the enemy jungle here. He knows the blue buff is going to be respawning. I think this is a good move from Caps. We'll walk over and probably chuck the ball. Just try and see if Selfmade's on this one. So they have the information. Jankos is on the dragon. Will end up giving up the blue buff, I feel, with Whippo walking down, but G2 will be able to trade for the early objective.
Yeah, look at the map as well. Whippo moved first. Nemesis able to push that wave in. Now Caps has to go and catch. As he does exactly that, the blue buff does not get secured, but 7 minutes 45 in, Jankos picks up the first trade.
Yeah, I respect this from Jankos. I think that Caps was willing to sacrifice a bit of farm there, knowing that he has that advantage already in the 1 versus 1 in order to get that first Cloud Drake. And the fact that G2 can already start working towards this, I think is great. I think right now, if you're G2, the concern you have is, okay, Wonder's not that far ahead in the 1v1 matchup top lane. Mid is also okay. And I think that Fnatic, what could have been a very rough, difficult early laning phase, considering the advantage that G2 have in both mid and top, has actually been mitigated. So the fact that Fnatic is very even, 8.5 minutes into the game, I think Fnatic is pretty cool
happy.
Yeah, I do really like how Wonder was holding the wave in the top lane for just a moment. Does now push it out, and I think Hylissang was already on the rotation up here, so that Selfmade can secure the Rift Tail. This is what I was talking about. When Hylissang gets back to base first, he's able to move. Meanwhile, Mickey spent a lot of time bot lane. While Perkz was going back to base himself, he was there trying to make sure that he could hold the wave in front of the tower. So that means Fnatic get control over the river and should be able to find this Herald and maybe a kill.
Jankos gets caught by the dredge line. Nemesis has got the ultimate available. Support now coming in from Caps and Mickey. Solar Flare available, and the Herald is the target. It's going to get pushed away. G2 able to force Fnatic out and secure the objective.
Exactly. The difference here is that, well, Hylissang came topside, Reckless went bot, the duo of Perkz and Mickey ran up there. So Fnatic were trying to sneak it out from under G2 and get a win on both sides of the map with their bot lane able to farm and the Herald on top of it, but G2 working as a team there are able to push them off.
Interestingly, we actually saw Wonder move from top down into mid, and it looks like that they actually wanted to send Perkz straight from mid into bot, but what happened from Fnatic was they had Nautilus roam this way and Akali roam this way, which meant that if Perkz tried to go through his own half of the jungle, he would have just been obliterated. So good awareness from G2 to not get caught off, and I think that Fnatic's response by moving to the bot side has now given 2 free plates to Reckless, which is great because they know that G2 does have the Rift Herald, and this will make it easy to be able to trade a bit.
And that's exactly what you want to see. Here we go, Mickey going in.
That's the flash engage. Solar Flare as well. Remember, Hylissang does not have flash available. Teleport coming out here from G2 as well. The dredge line going to get Hilly to safety. Stand United was channeled by Bwipo. He's still got that TP, acceleration gate, and the shock blast going out. And Jankos, despite being tagged by the ball, escapes. Advantage Fnatic. I think they use less to survive.
Yeah, I mean, this is an anxious G2, really trying to force there. Mickey said, I'm gonna flash, I'm gonna engage, we're gonna make this play happen, but they don't exactly find the mark. There's no flank ward. Wonder has to come in behind the rest of the team, and I understand G2's perspective here. Like, Jankos needs to get things done on this set to make it work out, but they have to come up with a better effort than that because that is not working.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised as to why Wonder even TP'd in that fight, because I think the moment that Bwipo's ultimate came through, G2 were already disengaging, and then G2 must have said, hey, we can actually re-engage with Jace Gate, perhaps, with the bonus movement speed, maybe we can lock them down, and we have all 5 members on the bot side of the map too, but I guess the bright side for G2 is I believe 2 waves actually were lost up in that top tower that Bwipo wasn't able to get because of the TP down to bot, which means the Wonder has actually built an even bigger CS advantage down the top side.
25 for the time being, Vedius. That Cull is about to proc for Wonder as well. In the mid lane, Caps is currently going even with Nemesis. Inverse, he had about a 10 CS advantage at this point, and Hylissang's roam will push him onto Wonder. The dredge line, I think, got a minion for Hilly, so won't be able to follow up on that one. Nevertheless, they get the flash from Wonder.
Hylissang has just been all over the map. Not just this game, the last game too. For a guy that's been criticized all split long, he is certainly stepping up when it matters and is the main reason, I feel like, why Fnatic are finding so many advantages in the early minutes.
Definitely one of the players that has been, as we said, one of the most criticized members of Fnatic. During the regular season, there were people calling for his head and saying get him out of there along with Nemesis. And when you see that performance in Week 8, Round 1 of playoffs, and now the first 2 games, you can see the veteranship, you can see the ability, and like Vedas, we were talking about this a lot, where Hylissang just finds the ability to focus and step up when his
look at Reckless.
All right, misses the first shot, tags the second, third goes wide, fourth and final shot will connect, but won't have enough damage to kill Perkz, but it will push him out of the lane.
50% failing grade from Perkz, or from Reckless.
Yeah, that's a D. Unlucky Reckless.
Hey, it still counts for Perkz because he didn't dodge the other 2, right? So that statement applies.
True. They both failed. What?
Yep. What is interesting is that G2 haven't used the Herald yet, and Reckless is continuing to stack up plates. If we can very quickly swap over to the gold observer so we can have a look at the difference. Once again, we see Reckless with a 600 to 700 gold advantages. Fnatic look for a play in mid.
They are indeed. Selfmade's got the lullaby down. Nemesis jumping onto Wonder, and he's going to go down, but he gets a damage! How did the Thundering Blow get the kill? Ends up being a trade of 1 for 1. While that's going on, Dredgeline at the bottom lane. Deadly Flourish comes out. Perkz was rooted in place. He's still got that flash available. And that means that they're not going to chase further. Instead, one loss or two onto the
here
tower.
comes the rest of G2.
Solar Flare from Mickey's available to him. He's going to lock down Hilly under the tower. There goes the flash. Here comes Yankos. Actually stopped to summon the Herald as well. Caps has got the shockwave if needed, but the showstopper comes down. And G2 are back in it. They get themselves a kill, and they're going to push onto the tower.
Yeah, G2 are able to punish in that moment. It starts out with Wonder with the absolute hero play on a sliver of HP. Turns around the kill, but now Fnatic, they're not slowing down.
No, they're not. Want to punch back. There's the taunt flash. Perkz is able to escape as he held onto his flash. The Zenith Blade connects onto Whippo. He's going to get taken down. The railgun comes up from Perkz. Now Nemesis is the next target. He's forced to flash defensively. He's being run down by 4 members of G2. Selfmade arrives just in time to watch his teammate go down.
What looked like a great collapse from Fnatic ended up in disaster as G2 now sit with 4 kills and a Mountain Drake alive. Beautiful turnaround from G2 to stop the aggression from Fnatic.
Yeah, I just love that play right there. They saw Fnatic were a little bit split up. Fnatic, they tried to make a play in mid lane and bot lane at the same time, and because G2 went even, turned it around.
It's indeed, there's
no smite.
Attempt available to him. It's not going to be able to die. G2 pick up the second dragon, and now Fnatic looking for an opportunity.
Fnatic just got 2 quick kills.
Unbelievable.
The chase now comes through from Fnatic. They're looking to get a little bit more.
Hilly's not done.
No, of course. This man doesn't care.
He doesn't let people recall.
No, he does not.
Set it himself.
And there's the fight now. Dredgeline and Zenith
Even
Blade,
if
they're
he
gonna pull
dies
one
for
another.
it.
Hylissang will go down. So at the end of it all, 5 kills for G2, 2 to Fnatic, but they get the dragon as well.
Reckless will also get the first tower of the game, though. Like, whew, okay.
Look at the gold. The gold doesn't lie here, and Reckless has a big lead.
Exactly. I'm liking what we're seeing here in game 2. Both teams going toe-to-toe. G2 turning it on a little bit more, looking to force these plays and punish some of the over-aggression that we're getting from Hylissang. But the action actually started off in mid lane, with Wonder finding himself a little overextended. The Fnatic engage comes through, but look at Wonder here. The damage just lacking a little bit from Nemesis, allowing him to get the turnaround.
I actually think Nemesis, he just never auto-attacked there. He could have taken down Wonder much sooner in that play, and then Hylissang didn't have his ultimate. It was about 25 seconds away from coming off of cooldowns. Now he's stuck between 2 towers, and coming off the back of the play in the mid lane, G2 pieced out. They're dropping waves to find the collapse.
And notice the Shen doesn't have the ultimate. The Lilia is dead, which means that it's very easy for G2 to just hard commit to this play. And they wanted to use the Rift Herald anyway. What a better time than now, seeing as they have all their team here and they can give more gold onto Perkz. Of course, after this, more action happens, but we're not going to have time for that because the TP flank came in from Fnatic. And again, while initially that looked good because Nemesis had his ultimate, Whippo still didn't. And the target selection from G2 is actually very good because they shut down Whippo first, Caps stalled out Nemesis, and then with Shen gone, it was easy for them to collapse as another skirmish kicks off.
Well, Mickey goes in with the Zenith Blade, slows down Selfmade while the Rift Herald is being picked up, and now Mickey's in a little bit of trouble. Solar Flare is available to him. He's going to flash over the wall, get the stun onto Nemesis with the Shield of Daybreak, and start to back away. Herald secured by G2. They're still down 1,200 gold, but they do have 2 dragons secured.
Look, the game is getting super explosive. I think the kills were traded really evenly overall, as now Whippo, he finds Wonder, and Hilly's on the charge.
Wonder's got the flash available to him as well as the acceleration gate, and I think Hilly's going to be happy that Dredgeline didn't connect on the wall.
The important thing is coming out of all of those kills, it has given us a player to look at on each team, because we already saw how much gold Reckless made off of just farming freely in the bottom lane, the turret plates as well, and then Caps comes out with 3 kills on the Orianna, and after an entire split of carrying G2, game 2 to try and even up the series, he has to show up.
3-0-1 for now. CS advantage, and Fnatic, they did clear out a lot of camps there from G2's jungle. They're 1 tower up, and now they're going to start to back away as Caps pushes that wave in.
And now as the action is resetting just a little bit, want to draw our attention to the XP bars, because you'll notice that Hylissang, he's only level 7 right now. While he has been roaming around the map a lot, he is very far down in how often he's actually been spending time with Reckless. Now, of course, the bright side to this is Reckless is sitting at the same XP that Wonder is sitting on, and Whippo is getting further ahead, so level-wise, Fnatic is doing a great job, but Hylissang is getting repeatedly punished, and while he has had a great game 1, it feels like that G2 is much more willing to react to his aggression this time.
Yeah, G2 definitely have the tools to be able to scrap and fight so much better in this one. I think that the fact that we see G2 not necessarily leaving Wonder alone in a side lane, instead playing as a team is going to be a very good look for them, shutting down a lot of the value of an Akali Shen combination.
Oh, that's a big ult. That could be.
Is indeed. Lullaby can come forward.
Nemesis is
held on the trigger. The shockwave catches too. Hylissang uses the Dreadfire to escape to safety, but there's the dash forward. Bwipo gets caught and pulled backwards by Jankos. The slam dunk showstopper sends Bwipo back to the fountain, but the curtain is called by Reckless, and it will slow down the siege. Here comes Wonder, has got the shock blast under the tower, and the Zenith Blade finds a target. That is so much damage on the Selfmade. Jankos takes him out, and they're not done yet. Jankos and Wonder pushing forward. 2 quick towers and 2 quick kills for G2.
And just like that, G2 is activated. The entire time, Nemesis was sitting in a side lane. So G2 was like, hey, we can engage on this. We know Nemesis doesn't have teleport unless he walks down. We're going to have that numbers advantage, and look at how they commit to this. They know that they can take the tower with the Rift Herald, and let's keep track of Caps' ball here. Sitting underneath the Rift Herald, they notice it too late. The 2-man ult comes through, and that's the go sign for G2.
It's just such a good punish there for G2, and the amount of engage tools they have, they can keep forcing the fight the way of Fnatic. At some point, Fnatic have to say pull out because they're not calling Nemesis into the play. Here again, Hylissang and Selfmade stepping far forward, and Mickey was able to punish again and again on the back half.
I mean, looking at Caps' performance, looking at the split that he's had, 3-0-3, he starts that playoff with the Shockwave. And this has been the go-to man for G2. Both of these teams are going to Worlds, and it's very exciting to see the level of play that we've already seen in the last 2 weeks of playoffs.
Caps has been involved of 6 of the team's 7 kills, but the huge difference this game was the bottom lane, switching things up, putting Mickey on the Leona. The bot lane also, 6 out of the 7 kills. They have been driving the action for G2.
20 minutes in the game, Infernal is up, and Vedius, it looks like the setup is coming into play.
So right now, G2 is feeling pretty confident. The Orianna has 2 items. They have strong team fighting tools, but just like I drew attention to Caps in the last game, I gotta draw your eyes towards Reckless this time around. He hasn't completed his second item yet, but he's sitting at 0-0-0. He's lying in wait. He's ready to activate.
Oh, Nemesis.
And now Mickey may have found Nemesis, or has Nemesis found Mickey?
Yeah, there's not enough support from the rest of G2. Nemesis is gonna die.
Oh, that's not good!
That's a double root! The Shockwave catches onto Nemesis. Here comes the Stand United from Bwipo. It's buying a lot of time. Solar Flare will slow things down for Fnatic, but Mickey is the first one that's in trouble. Showstopper pulls Bwipo out of the fight, and Perks takes down Hilly. Nemesis is dashing and running for his life as Bwipo is pulled backwards. He dashes through, and he will go down.
And once again, Fnatic find themselves in a fight at a numbers disadvantage. G2 are more than happy to take these and the 3rd Drake of the game.
The coordination is not the same in Game 2 as it was in Game 1 for Fnatic. They need to buckle down because in the chaotic nature of the first 20 minutes of this G2-driven game, Fnatic have not been able to find themselves.
We take stock, 9 kills to 4, 3 Dragons in the advantage of G2, but Fnatic did take down that tower.
Look, you can see the Reckless, he's 1,000 gold ahead of Perks, but it doesn't matter if you ain't gonna use that gold, Reckless. 0-0-0. At first I was saying he was waiting to ramp up, but we haven't seen him show up yet. Notice in this fight, he's just looking to reset. Meanwhile, Hylissang and Selfmade, they're getting control over the river. He's forced to cancel the recall, and like,
he's hitting
as
a ward.
said, everything for Fnatic right now is just too split up.
Yeah, Nemesis hit a ward 4 times. That's a control ward. He has to know G2 is on the way down here. Reckless has no way of entering into the fight, so G2 literally deathballing 5 members to finish off.
Look at how tanky Mickey is as well, soaking up so much of the damage. The W combined with the Aftershock combo just means that he can soak up a lot and just bait Fnatic into sticking on him while the rest of G2 clean up.
And Fnatic will clear out that tower 3-3 at least before 4 minutes until the Infernal Soul is available for G2 Esports. By the way, Needlessly Large Rod picked up for Caps. He's on his way towards that 3rd item, sitting on those free-ass boots and doing fantastically on the Orianna. But important to call out, Reckless does have the eye edge and that rapid fire cannon. So if he can be involved in those fights, could help turn things around.
So, and like, I feel like when I look at the gold, it's actually a little deceptive, because even though the gold is very close, when you see the Drake advantage that G2 have, but more importantly, you look at the item advantage that G2 have, it feels like that this is very much a G2-controlled game right
Exactly. I mean, we're looking at 3.5 minutes away of a game-deciding team fight when Fnatic are going to risk it all to contest G2 for the Infernal Soul. And at that point, Caps is going to have a Rabadon's Death Cap on top of his other 2 items. And that doesn't feel necessarily beatable for Fnatic unless they're able to find him out. And it really is Nemesis and Bwipo then the dive tag team to make it happen.
It's a hunt on multiple sides. Bwipo seems to be under pressure. Jankos decides to pull back the Hex Flash. Heli also decides to pull back the Hex Flash. We've seen the G2 Death Ball team fights playing out, but Fnatic, they may be forced to pick another one of these 5v5s around either a Soul or maybe even a Baron. You can see Jankos is going to start stepping forward. Showstopper.
I've seen this before.
Grabs Heli, and he's going to get blown up, sniped down from the mid lane. That shock blast from Wonder, and that's just unfortunate. Fnatic on the retreat get picked off.
Yeah, Fnatic, I mean, they're trying to get vision, but I don't think you need to be playing that aggressively right now, especially because if Rekkles isn't with you, it's not a one fight. And even then, Rekkles still probably wants to wait for another item when you look at how G2 have been able to snowball Caps ahead in this game. I actually really love how Caps is playing this one too. There's no objective to contest for 2 minutes. He freezes on this side of the map. And then what I also want to see him is like take the Gromp camp. Actually make sure you're funneling your way into that Rabadon's before the Infernals.
And I think what's really interesting is, you know, freezing is a hotly contested topic when you look at the social media. But I think what's interesting here is that when you're in an advantage is actually when I love seeing freezing the most, because often when a team, you know, when you fall behind in a 1v1 and you're able to freeze the lane on the back end, that person can then move around the map and look to punish. Fnatic now looking to try and punish Wonder.
Well, flash for flash, by the way. Bwipo and Wonder just trading. Wonder is in some trouble, but perfect execution. Nemesis picks up his 2nd of the game with the help of Bwipo, showing that he's not out of this yet.
When you freeze a lane, the other team will become desperate to make a play, either break the freeze or punish on the other side of the map, and Wonder, not aware of that, is caught out of position in the bottom lane, and that is a much-needed sigh of relief for Fnatic, who were about to lose an entire lane of farm for nothing in return.
And I was just about to say, like, I think it's easier when you're a winning team, or at least in the advantage, to be able to freeze because it's harder to punish, and then Wonder ends up overextending, allowing Fnatic to get that kill. You can see the Orianna now pushing that all the way through. If you can quickly swap over to the gold observers, let's see how far away he is. I'm pretty sure that with the large rod that he has...
He's about 400 gold away.
Yeah, because you need 2,350.
2,350.
Yeah, for the upgrade. So he's still a little bit off. Cap's going to grab himself another needlessly large rod. Wonder if he'll decide to upgrade his boots. Yeah, okay, he's also going to do that.
A lot of damage under Mickey, but there's no further follow-up. 40 seconds until Infernal. Fnatic already trying to push these waves out and try to get some form of control, but G2 are grouped up on the bottom, and with the stopwatch picked up as well as the Sork Shoe stopwatch in Perks' inventory as well, those could be crucial at the Infernal Soul fights.
So notice that Nemesis is pushing in the top wave. He's going to look to reset, and he has the TP. He's going to commit the TP now.
He absolutely is. Coming in, and let's see now where the rest of Fnatic come from. Not going to be enough just yet. Bwipo's now moving towards the bottom lane as G2 are grouped up. That death ball is rolling forward and threatening and engage. Mickey sees Hilly but holds on.
I mean, G2 get full control because there's 2 towers down in mid lane, so they fully push the wave and now cut through the jungle. Hylissang is caught out once again.
Absolutely is. Pulled backwards. Nothing else is used. That's a flash over the wall. Now the curtain is called back as Rekkles is firing up the shots onto G2 inside the jungle. Swellseed will fly forward and the Lullaby is held onto for now. Nemesis now may be the next target. Shockwave is up for Caps. He's got a lot of damage. Nemesis goes all the way forward. The Shockwave catches him. He's down. What was that? Now the turnaround as the Curse of the Black Fist gets another kill. Jankos gets the 3rd of the fight, and Fnatic get destroyed in the river.
G2 own Fnatic there, and Caps found Nemesis with the Shockwave, even inside of the Shroud. Wonder tries to chase down Rekkles, but this is not just the Infernal Soul. This will be the Baron for G2.
G2 looking clean as they answer back in Game 2. This is the series that we wanted to see. This is the G2 and Fnatic that everyone was hoping for in this best of 5. It's likely that G2's going to take this game. It looks like Wonder is going to take Rekkles' life.
Welcome to the game, Rekkles. 0-1-0 at 26 minutes. Bwipo now joins the fray. Shadow Dash is available.
Wonder wins this.
Used it a second ago. Look at the hyper. Wonder continues to chase. Shock Blast didn't find a target. Caps TP'd under the inhibitor to help Wonder out. The G2 solo laners who have been so dominant for so long, and Wonder is on a killing spree. The 5th of the game. 409 Caps, 209 Perks, 008 Mickey. These are our world's contestants, world combatants, fully activated. and Wanda's going to be able to escape with his life as well.
So let's have a look back at this fight and see exactly how things played out. So Nemesis gets spotted on a control ward. G2 have information of where Fnatic is, and they recognize that Hylissang is out of position. They try to chunk him out, but they don't overcommit because they know the Shen ult is also a thing. So instead, they take the blue buff, they look to move back towards the Drake. Knowing that Hylissang is out of the fight, they know they have a numbers advantage. This is where they commit to Nemesis, and Nemesis thinks, okay, I'm going to buy time, get the Shen ultimate. The Shen ulti comes through, but it doesn't matter. It just gets popped immediately due to a fantastic shockwave from Caps. The follow-up CC from Mickey onto Selfmade as well, and then that's just the fight done and dusted.
G2 absolutely running over Fnatic in that one, and I mean, it brings me back. That was a really tough position for Fnatic to win, with Hylissang getting caught out and how G2 played the map leading into that team fight, but Nemesis unable to find an entrance here on the Akali. And when I think Nemesis Akali historically, like, this was a pick that was so huge for him at the end of summer, playing against G2 in the same match last summer in the playoffs. Fnatic up 2-0, and his Akali got leads, but it couldn't find the mark in team fights. And if he's going to continue to go to this pick, he has to find a better way to enter there, because G2 shut him down hard.
And Nemesis last weekend, 2 games of Lucian, 1 game of Cogmore. He's 4 wins, 4 losses on Akali all time, and it looks like Wanda may be able to just take him out, and he does. That was close, though.
I think
that was close.
Okay, for context, Akali had 2 items, and Jace had 4.
Yep. That was a lot of damage from Nemesis, but with his death going down, and now G2 inside the base with the Dragon Soul, with the Baron buff, this will be the push to even out the series. Bwipo's trying to slow Perks and Mickey down on the top lane as Reckless is down, and 1, 2, 3 more Fnatic members fall. That's the ace inside of Fnatic's base. G2 in 29 minutes will be evening up the series.
And that's the Caps carry performance we have come to expect this season. G2 working alongside him to get him an advantage, and G2 run through Fnatic to tie up the series.
Unkilled Caps, Perks, and Mickey. What a dominant showing from the 3 representatives. The scoreline is now tied up at 1-1, and Fnatic will get side selection for the next game.
And I think one of the biggest things that Ender highlighted was that the cohesion wasn't there like it was in game 1. I think that when we look a little bit more at the draft, one of Fnatic's game plans had to have been to play through bot lane. When you have Jhin, Norlis, and a Shen, your whole goal should just be attack, attack, try and snowball. But I felt like that Reckless wasn't visible. You know, I was hyping him up. I was like, there's going to be an opportunity here where he's going to activate, he's going to turn online, but in every fight, he never had that opportunity. He never got to play because it felt like that everything was just kind of falling around it before the fight even started.
Look, at level 3 in the bot side, River Selfmade burned, or Selfmade lost his flash up against Yenko's early game jungle matchup. It's so hard to play through bot lane when the enemy team is taking a pick like the set.
I mean, you said it very early on. Do not slow down, do not let up the tempo, and G2 did not. They kept finding the engages, they kept the pressure on. Now, Fnatic will get side selection for the next game, so they'll get to decide what happens next. I believe we're about ready to go to an ad break, and if we are, we'll see you on the other side with some more post-game analysis. Yes!
Nailed it.
I think this patch was a bit rougher for us, but we picked it up now. That's like our biggest strength, I think, like the adaptability. I can already like taste the feeling of like being in finals and like playing against G2, probably having another rematch. But I think like outside of G2, I think like Rogue and Schalke should be the next best teams.
Will the sleep come in? It does, and Roman, they don't know he's here. Triple sleep, massive ulti across the entire time, but no, still don't want to do so much damage, still trying to find a way out. Gilly is simply next on the list. Gillius, no! Not like this. The triple Abadage wants to turn it, but it's not going to happen. Oh, I love it. Special, the kind of rush onto the face breaker. Reckless going to be the first target here as he goes down.
And winning the LEC would be really cool to stop the G2 and Fnatic dynasty. And I think we have a really good shot at winning LEC. So I really hope we can take the chance and actually win it, because I think we can do it.
cute.
Our teams are so good this year.
I can't believe they actually made it. What? It's what champions eat.
Beko Harvest Fresh preserves vitamins for longer by simulating the natural 24-hour sun cycle. Beko, eat like a pro.
Have a bite. It's good.
Charged up.
Hello, everybody. Let the game begin.
Welcome back, everyone, to the LEC studio. It has been a close fight so far between the two Titans as G2 just tied things up in Game 2. A much better look from G2 Esports coming into this second game. What can we attribute it to when it comes to picks and bans?
I mean, Mickey X busting out the Leona. What's not to love? I think, Cadrel, you said it best behind the scenes. He's like, it's like two Hylissings. Both these guys just wildly diving in constantly and having the tools to do it obviously made a big difference for G2.
Yeah, I love the change-up from G2. Go back to the set. It was working so much better last week. And just drop the Lilia. Don't really need to play these scaling junglers. Just lock in the set, lock in the Leona, and just look for plays. And that's exactly what they did.
What else that maybe didn't meet the eye, which is why we have experts like you guys employed?
You can see they changed the Thresh ban for Ashe, and normally Nautilus is a good pick into Thresh, so that's why Fnatic go for the 1-2 on the Jhin Nautilus. I think Reckless had to swap up his champion pool, obviously, because Sen has been picked away. And I like the response from G2, like I said, just instantly lock in the Leona in the set. And it's just a common draft from G2 where they draft these winning lanes with push, and then they draft an early game jungle and a playmaking support, and then they just look to snowball the lanes. And although they didn't do it super successfully to the early mid game, I think the concept was good and their team fighting was really strong.
I completely agree, and I think we're continuing to see in this series kind of the weakness of the Lilia Akali as a duo. It doesn't really give you the jungle mid that you're looking for, even though we saw a lot of other members of Fnatic step up. With Hylissang really looking like a strong duo in the early stages of this game, admittedly. That duo together is not clicking for me. Of course, maybe it's doing great in scrims, but here on stage today, it's looked very weak and really has not justified the priority placed on it.
And you can see Fnatic's win condition on the last pick. They have the Shen ult for the Akali, play over side, try to shut down Wunder on the Jace, just play over side as much as you could. You can even see in fights before they started, both of them were trying to push aside as much as they could, but they caught out Wunder once, but that was about it.
Yeah, let's talk a bit about Wunder. I think he had a phenomenal performance already last week in G2's first best of 5, but also here on the Jace. Even though sometimes it might not look as good because he does end up dying at the end, he makes so much happen whenever he gets ganked.
Yeah, he put so much pressure on his lane. I mean, Jankos gave Shen a kill. Even though that happened, he was still up 20-30 CS. His mechanics on the Jace were basically flawless, and just the way he played the fights and the skirmishes were really good. I mean, when he had his Muramata Yomus Black Cleaver, he was so unleashed. He was doing so much damage in fights, and even on the 1v1 here, plays it so good. The JSW is kind of strong in the late game, but just in general, he played it so well.
Any other character that doesn't work, the max attack speed, making sure that he gets to kill him mid-dash, the damage, it's just so disgusting. It's the little things that really add up in those situations. And yeah, absorbing that pressure was a really big deal because it was not running smoothly for G2 in the early game. But obviously, while Wunder was kind of the unsung hero this game, the man that everyone's naturally going to be talking about is Caps, because once again, this man can 1v9 Fnatic. Who can't he 1v9? This man is absolutely unstoppable on Orion.
Yeah, you can't give Caps kills. I mean, he has Seth Leona on his team, but he's the one pulling the trigger. They have the Herald in mid. He instantly pulls out the ult, and I think his ults this game were fantastic, whether it was 2-3-man ults, which is exactly what you need in a team fight, or just saving his ult for when Akali jumps in. I think that was also super important. Every time Nemesis tried to jump in, Caps was on it, instantly popping the ult, one-shotting him. And I feel like if you give Caps kills and he snowballs, it's really hard to shut it down.
Yeah, and if you look at the other side, I mean, Caps was doing everything with the advantage that he was given or that he took. And I think on the other side, there was distinct lack of the carries doing something with what they've been given. I think Nemesis couldn't put a stamp on this game. Reckless had a huge lead, and I don't want to put this on those two players, you know, alone. It's about the team not making the decisions to make these picks work either.
Yeah, I think just to jump on the Reckless train first, because I think that there's a lot to be said about both of them. I'll say that in Reckless's defense, it's a very difficult game to play Jhin in, because Jace with Muramana can burst you out very quickly. If you play at a safe range and you have someone to peel for you, it's pretty okay. But for the most part, he didn't really have any situations where he could step forward. Now, would I have liked to see a bit more aggression from him? Yes. But the fact that Fnatic funneled all the gold into this guy, and they see the composition, they kind of know the scenarios that are going to play out, and then couldn't find a fight where they got to utilize his gold lead at all. I wouldn't be surprised if the damage this game was just pitifully low because he was playing PvE, means that there was really no hope of them winning out in fights, because Nemesis, well, he certainly tried, but it just did not work.
Yeah, I mean, Reckless was really kind of, he had so much resources throughout the game. I mean, Perks was rotating for Heralds, rotating for lane swaps, trying to get Jace in the right lane, and Reckless was just the one catching every wave possible. And even when there was team fights starting and Perks was setting up for the fights, Reckless was kind of split pushing or catching mid wave, so Reckless was really ahead. He had 2-3 items, like 22 minutes, but he never really got to shine, because I think the whole idea of their comp is playing over side, whereas in team fights, Akali jumped in, got one shot, now Shen's not there anymore.
Let's look at it. You brought it up, I think, especially this team fight. Akali jumped in and just, it was really inexplicable to me, but there is a longer setup to this specific Drake fight. It starts all the way in the mid lane where G2 is acting like a death ball composition.
All right, Cadrel, you talkie. I draw.
Okay.
I was told we have the drawing tools. I don't
So
know
you're
where
gonna
they
draw
are.
for him?
Oh, am I just allowed to just touch?
Touch it and pause it, I think.
Woo! Sick. All right, wait.
So
We'll wait for
you
this
can
one to
see
play out.
G2 is just a death ball here. They're going as 5. They know Jace can't go bot because Akali can go on in with the Shenel, so they're essentially just going as a 5-man. And you can see right there when Mickey places that ward and sees Hylissang, they know where Hylissang is, so they can't get flanked. So if you want to roll the quick clip here, Hylissang spotted out.
Oh my god, it's running away from me.
You can't see it on the replay, luckily.
Okay, who's ever controlling this on the PC end is absolutely trying to...
It's trolling him.
It broke.
Let's bring it back
And we're
without
back.
the
Hi, there
drawing.
was never any
That's
drawing.
fine.
Forget that this happened. Wow, guys, we have this great replay.
Can I just... This is such an important series, but your micro getting over that couch in the back.
That was good.
All right.
So you can see that they
Gabriel breaks down.
So they used to send a W. It's 5 man to get the mid for out. They're moving to Drake. I mean, it's their Infernal Soul. And Mickey sees Hylissang and he pulls a trick on him. Everyone from G2 is ready. They all run instantly towards Hylissang. They don't want to get flanked by the Sakali. Nemesis Edo Bulls trying to get the flank, but he's not in position. So Hylissang's kind of out the fight. The Jinul's been used. And now G2, they stay as a 5-man. That's so important. They run straight to the Drake as a 5-man. And you can see Whippo split pushing bot. And Nemesis tries to make the fight happen here. Hylissang's kind of out of it. Nemesis gets one-shotted. And I mean, Mickey plays it so good. Instantly flashes onto Selfmade there. And Infernal Soul, Baron, with this kind of comp, it's kind of over.
Yeah, and obviously this is the moment that people are going to look back for Nemesis and call him out for, and I think it's totally fair. But at the same time, we have to just praise G2 for identifying how do they lose a fight if we split up, if we get picked off. And on the other side, for Fnatic, you heard it from the casters, and you're going to hear it from us too. This was not coordinated, this was not put together, and they were forced into a difficult position because it was Infernal Soul. And you could tell that everyone on the team knew that they had to do something, just that they clearly didn't agree on what that something was.
And now we're into game 3. We now have a couple of trends that we saw in picks and bans. And Fnatic is on red side for game 3.
Well, I think G2's going to do the same thing. The Astral Ash, Evelyn bans really worked out for them. First picking the Senna also works. I don't think Fnatic can change their bans, honestly, unless they want to risk leaving the Kalista or the Lucian up. I think Caitlyn's locked. But if you give like G2 a Lucian flex for bot mid, or you give them a Kalista, I think that they can snowball way harder.
I'm confused. They got the pick, no? They lost the game.
Yeah.
They did lose the game, and they chose to run it back.
Oh.
So the thing is like,
Interesting.
what's interesting about this is that this is following very traditional best of 5 like mental theory, which is that like, okay, we're going to play the same thing again. We'll see what you change. We'll try to run it back. But it's interesting to me that Fnatic are now going to continue to run it back. Yesterday, we saw kind of a step away from that, where teams are usually finally opting to swap sides. But clearly, Fnatic like having the counter pick. They like having this adjustability. And something's going to change, right? And for me, it might be, maybe it's the Jhin, maybe it's the Lilia. Those are the 2 picks that I'm really looking at to change, because I think the Shen was fine. I think the Akali, the theory's there, even if the execution wasn't. But those are the ones that Jhin got all the resources and did that. That's a bad look. Lilia continues to be, I think, pretty underwhelming. So those are the picks I expect.
Yeah, I think if Fnatic's going to run back red side, they've obviously identified something that went wrong. And I think the main 3 things that I can see are the top side picks. I think the Shen blind pick doesn't really fit very well. I think an Urgot or something better, or even just pick Orianna on the 4th pick like they did last time. Just blind pick the Orianna, it's absolutely fine if you can counter top. I think the Akali Shen, this play over side team's not going to work for them. Play for team fights, and like you said, the 3rd pick Lilia, not a huge fan. You could have luxed for something like a Kha'Zix on 3, which is Selfmade's really good at, or even just go back with the Hecarim, Orianna on 4, and then just counter pick top again.
All right, that's a good plan there, spelled out by Cadwell. Let's see what they do. G2 and Fnatic have traded blows in this first game. So let's see who takes the lead when we return.
An enemy has been slain.
And welcome back, ladies, gentlemen, and everybody else. We have a series on our hands as G2 Esports bounce back against Fnatic to even it out at 1-1. Fnatic do have side selection this time round, and they elected red side. So let's see what's going to happen in the draft. What do you anticipate? What do you think this means? Still looking for the counter pick? Is it really open?
Well, yeah, I quite liked Caedrel's suggestions, putting a slightly higher priority on the Hecarim. I think that what they do value is getting the counter pick. What I'm fascinated in is, well, two things. Number one, how do they get Reckless a winning AD carry matchup? And number two, what do we do about Nemesis? Because while I do think that the Akali was not like a necessarily bad pick for him, I think that his champion pool has always been brought into question, and I want to see what else he has, because to me it feels like the Caps kind of had his number throughout the entire series.
And of course the Nemesis question is one that I feel very strongly about. It's one that a lot of fans are talking about. Don't forget that this guy has played on the international stage already and has excelled, has played very well. Yes, he hasn't had the same level of impact this summer as Fnatic fans may be wanting, but frankly, this team's not really about him, right? It is about many other players, and they are required to step up and carry more.
Yeah, and in this matchup, when you're eyeing down Caps, the best mid laner in the LEC by far, you definitely are just trying not to be a hindrance to your team. So I'd actually really like to see Nemesis go to some sort of mage pick. I think Caedrel brought up the Orianna, which would be a very solid one for them. Seems like G2 want to stick to the standard here, and unless Fnatic try to pivot things and maybe leave open Lucian, we're going to see some more Senna.
That's what I was thinking about. Maybe you leave the Lucian open, because if G2 don't pick it, you have a safe pick in mid, and then Fnatic could consider something like the Karthus in the jungle. Again, they could also potentially run back the Lilia, and here we are, the Lucian's going to be left open. So will G2 first pick the Lucian, or will they get the Senna? Either way, Fnatic get the answer.
Both previous games, it has been Senna first pick for G2 Esports. Perks played particularly well with it as long as it was paired with an engaged support. So Mickey, do not play Braum, and we will be happy on the caster desk.
Fnatic are going to be so upset at themselves if G2 just don't have any priority on this Lucian pick, and they realize they banned it for 2 games in a row on red side instead of potentially some other power picks that G2 used well for them. So now if we see Fnatic go back a route we saw against, Rogue last week, you would see a lot of pushing, a lot of winning lanes, emphasis on picks like the Lucian to back up a strong scaling pick for Selfmade.
Well, the Jhin has been once again secured, and the Hecarim this time around. In the previous game, it was Jhin Nautilus, Tripskin Ash Nautilus, so a small pivot in terms of priority picks here as well.
And now the Lucian is going to drop in priority, especially for Fnatic, because you're not usually going to pick a Lucian in mid lane when you have physical damage in the jungle, and that's what Hecarim is.
So I was going to ask you, do you think you would ever pick Karthus into a Hecarim? But then I didn't need to, because the settings still locked in.
If I'm Jankos, I would not pick the Karthus into the Hecarim. If I'm Jankos, I think that with my support, Mickey is on a playmaker like the Nautilus, we can run over the game together when I can make plays early.
That's fair. All right, and I think that he's going to be able to do that on the set. As you mentioned earlier, Ender, the burning of the flash of Selfmade very early on actually swung a lot in terms of G2's momentum, and we'll see if the same thing can happen again.
Well, he's not going to have flash, so he'll have Ghost.
True.
Well, take a look at this now. Thresh locked in as the Nautilus has been taken away. So Hylissang will have some pick and some peel potential on his hands. And we've seen fairly different looks in terms of our top laners from game 1 to 2, but the Orianna and the Akali have been swapped. You've seen both sides of the matchup, in which Caps frankly has had more impact and more advantages, so let's see what happens this time around.
Yeah, so the picks we're looking at again here for Fnatic, now that they have the backline dive of the Hecarim, is if Orianna's left open, you take that on 4 and can save counterpick for Bwipo. But the other picks would be the Gangplank or the long-range initiation tools that can be really painful for a Senna and, whatever Caps is running in the middle.
Shen going to be taken off the board from G2. So far, they've been banning the GP alongside the Shen. Last game, they took away the Renekton. So we're going to see a return likely to the GP ban, so that Bwipo will not be able to get his hands.
It's interesting priority here for G2, because what this says to me is they hate the Shen plus Hecarim combination, but when the Lily was locked in last time and the Hecarim was not, that's when they're going to let a pick like the Shen through.
On the other hand, Zoe Camille is now the bans from Fnatic. Aurelia Camille, LeBlanc Zoe, and now Zoe Camille with the Phase 2 bans throughout all 3 of the games that we have seen thus far. definitely taking their time, definitely slower pace than what we've seen from games 1 and 2. Is there anything to indicate what direction these solo laners are going to go this time round?
Well, I was going to say, if Orianna is left open, then I think Fnatic are going to take the Orianna.
Surely they just
They could go GP, but I feel like Bwipo has counter picks into that. So like he can run like the Urgot and these more unique picks to him if the GP does get locked in on the other side. And if I'm Fnatic, I actually want to see Bwipo in a counter pick situation.
Well, that's what we're going to find out. It's a few seconds left, and we came into this one going, what will Fnatic show us? Fnatic in game 2 definitely got smashed a little bit more, and that is the mage that the analyst desk was talking about. Back to the Orianna that Nemesis played in game number 1.
Yeah, and Fnatic did the same exact thing where they had the Hecarim in game number 1, and it's these synergies that teams love to go for, and that's why there's such a heightened presence on the Orianna.
And it gives you the option to run that unique Bwipo counter pick in the top lane. There's the gangplank secured. And now we see what does Bwipo want to run into it once this final lock-in comes from G2. We've already seen a Rengar. Give me something spicy, Bwipo.
Ooh, I would love to see a Cassio, but I don't actually think that matchup is great for the Cassio. I'm more expecting the Akali. I think that is what was played in game 1. And I think that Mickey's just trolling us all. Okay. So we're getting a little bit more traditional front-to-back G2 sports this time around. Very reminiscent of what we saw from the finals when they played up against Fnatic last split. Of course, what we often saw from Wonder was a tank, so he's going to be on the GP this time around. But the concept is very straightforward. Azir, Senna stand behind, set Nautilus, and you use GP Ultimate to also act as peel and zone. But it's basically scaling front to back, easy to execute.
Exactly. You know Hecarim wants to come into you, so now make it as hard as possible for him to actually do that and get things done. And the Azir is also a lane you can play through, especially post level 6. The Shurima Shuffle is going to be very painful against any laner that does not have the flash. But I do like this move now from Fnatic, as they say, as we continue to run these scaling jungle picks, let's double down on the team fight. So Bwipo not playing super for lane here on the Ornn, but rather to give his team those big upgradable items, and even in the jungle with the Triforce too.
TLDR, this is going to be a team fight game, so it's kind of your kind of game, quick shot. We're going to have lots of fighting over the Drakes. There's going to be not much action in the early game unless the junglers are feeling very saucy. So we'll have to wait and see, but I think 5v5 is going to be the name of the game for this one.
Well, Yellowsang was feeling saucy this series already. He was able to find the flavor in game 1. He didn't in game 2. Let's find out what happens in game number 3 as Fnatic take on G2. Saucy is a great word. Welcome back to Summoners Rift and the LEC Summer Playoffs. Reminder that the winner of this series goes to the final next Sunday. We guarantee first or second seed when they then go on to the World Championship. The loser of today will play on Saturday against either Rogue or the Mad Lions and could be Europe's 3rd seed going to the World Championship. Already after seeing 2 games, I am a little bit calmer about Europe's chances at Worlds.
Yeah.
Oh, I did not know that Thresh skin does that.
Okay.
Let the music play.
Yeah, but like, why was I going after Ahri all this time?
I know, right?
Like, what?
Wow, this is vibing, man. I love that. Very chill. All right, cool. Great way to kick off the game.
I've been exposed.
Yeah.
You can buy your skins now by clicking on the store link.
Stop it.
Okay, Trevor.
Wow,
Too far.
Trevor.
Way too far.
Okay, sorry.
All right, let's have a look at this invade. Jankos looking to cause some disruption.
I like this. I like this a lot. You force Hecarim out of his red buff side jungle. He can't start on the Raptor, so he's actually probably going to go over to his Wolf camp with Q at level 1. That's what you want to be hitting. And the level 1 power already bot lane. Heavy trading.
Man, the Ignite thrown down onto Perks. He's down to 200 HP. The Flay into all the autos. Reckless runs out of ammo, needs to reload, and that's when Helidin steps forward again with the Flay. We'll get Mickey down to 200 and now start to focus on the wave. HP advantage, I think maybe marginally to Fnatic, but Perk's a little healthier right now.
I mean, this is just making all the jungle pathing really, really awkward because Jankos is up top side of the map, but now his bot lane is taking really brutal trades in the bot side, so he runs back down to secure his 2nd red buff of the game, but walked over a ward. So now Fnatic do know that he's in the bottom lane, but I don't think they would expect the level 2.
Oh, the ward's going to come out from Reckless.
Let's take a look what Jankos can do. Flash is available for Reckless and Hilly. And Jankos, he needs to walk in. And I remember the very first time Set debuted on our stage, Dracos and Ender were ranting about it all day long, and all they said was to deal with Set, you just walk away.
Yep.
Reckless and Hilly listened to that advice, and they did so in that game.
They noticed that Mickey and Perks were running straight at them, and they were like, nah, this doesn't feel chill at all.
Kind of obvious.
Yeah,
actually.
so they gave that one away, but at the very least, it relieved some of the pressure from Perks and Mickey. You can see that Reckless and Hillisang now going to look for the reset, and so peace will return to the Rift.
I mean, forget the relief of pressure on the bot side. Like, Jankos is now so far behind in the jungle. Selfmade is a full 2 camps ahead of him. He's done both of his super high XP camps, which is going to be the Grump, as well as getting onto the Krugs now. And Jankos being delayed may not be able to play for both Scuttle Crabs, because now Selfmade is on the top side of the map and could either look to gank top lane, or, but since there's a giant wave there, probably just the Crab instead.
So this is the thing. The fact that Jankos is able to steal away the red buff means that he still has his whole top side clear. And notice that the Azir and Wonder also have push, which makes it harder for Selfmade to actually set up that invade. So he's now just going to be forced to reset. He's still only level 3. So I think that while, yes, he definitely is behind, my biggest concern would have been, is Wonder going to die here? But as you identified, Ender, that huge stacking wave up top made it harder.
Yeah, the thing is with jungle camp respawn timers, they're so low now that I feel like you aren't actually, like, Jankos will be punished here, because all those camps on the top side, yes, they are up, but they're still level 1 camps, and those give you significantly less experience than the second cycle of camps that are going to be coming through. And because Selfmade started on his Wolf camp, that's already going to be returning to the map, so he's going to be hitting level 4 first, and should be on pace to reach level 6 first, which is a massive breakpoint on the Hecarim.
Thing is, if you're Ender in this situation, you're falling a little bit behind, you would just come mid lane and you would take your mid laner's farm, and then suddenly the XP difference is gone.
I'm not surprised to hear that from what I know of Ender's jungling style, but in comparison to the previous game, Ender, you were talking a lot about how Jankos, when he was playing into the Lilia, could not let off the steam. You know, he played early, he got advantages, and he needed to keep that up. How problematic will this be for him because of how far behind he is? You've already touched on the level 6 advantage, which is massive on a Hecarim.
Yeah, well, I do want to say it's not like he's super far behind right at this point in the game, because he's on the set, so his early game impact is still going to be felt. He just hasn't taken a recall yet, so he has now stabilized in terms of overall CS, but Selfmade will be a little bit ahead in EXP. I'm checking it right now. They're about dead even, but with the opportunity to go for more camps here on the Hecarim, he's going to be just fine and not set behind all by the early red.
Punch him in the face! Jankos not able to, as Bwipo's able to escape, just shadowing that top lane, so Wonder will be able to pick up a lot of farm there underneath his tower, and we catch a quick glimpse of Selfmade now coming in behind Nemesis as the wave has been pushed forward.
Yeah, Selfmade just on a full clear path, whereas what I want to see from Jankos in the next couple of minutes, especially now that Wonder is getting close to level 6, and Bwipo has spent his teleport into the top lane, is Jankos playing through bottom lane around the GP ultimate, and also to pick up the early Infernal Drake. Because I think Caps has had pretty good control over this mid lane wave, and Set very adept at taking early dragons, and this would put G2 on pace to go for the early sword.
What do you guys think of this Azir into Orianna matchup? And I know we've talked a lot about how it'll be influential in the later stages of the game, but in comparison to many other picks that Caps could have gone with, Azir caught us a little off guard.
Well, I think that Ender actually summarized it really well, as a hook does land for Mickey.
Well, Hillisang will be in some trouble. Teleport comes out now. That'll be from Bwipo. Correction, Nemesis. He makes himself in the bottom lane. The shockwave is flashed away from.
And
while that's going on, Call the Forge God comes out. Wonder is going to flash under the turret. The Ignite is burning him down. Won't be able to pick up the kill just yet, and Fnatic, they don't find the kill in either lane.
Yeah, I really like how they played that right there, with Selfmade coming into the top side after seeing Jankos down bottom lane, and even Nemesis's teleport bot side gets the flash out of Mickey. So Nemesis will fall behind, loses out on CS, but I think the minions that were perhaps lost by Wonder in the top lane during that dive will make up for it just a little bit.
The unfortunate situation for Fnatic right now is that there's no Rift Herald to trade it for. Of course, this will allow Bwipo to get a little bit of farm and XP back, and they'll force the TP out from Wonder, but given that Bwipo already used his TP, no real advantage gained. So I feel that G2 were the overall winners of this. The fact that Fnatic were forced to burn both their teleports relatively early on means that the bot lane 2v2 of Perks and Mickey is going to be a lot safer. And remember that with this 2v2 of Reckless and Hylissang, I think there's a lot of strong playmaking tools that they actually have, and the fact that there are fewer members to be able to make that a reality makes this a little bit easier for G2.
Thing to note, Selfmade has ultimate and he's up in the top lane.
Whippo's already flashed for that one. Here comes Selfmade, and we'll be able to tag onto Wonder. The devastating charge follow-up after. Continues to run him down with the Rampage, and one last auto. Plus the skill from Whippo will pick up first blood to Fnatic.
So the repeat gank coming in from Fnatic up towards the top side. You don't typically play through an on lane, but if you're able to put down a gangplank, that's definitely a favorable situation for you. And the fact that he did burn his teleport and his flash earlier made it very easy for Fnatic to execute. So that GP is going to lose a lot of farm.
Yeah, a lot of Selfmade's ideas, I think, in the early game has been to play on the opposite side of Jankos. You see, he did hit level 6 first, like we were talking about earlier. But when you are playing the more scaling farming pick, the good idea is to play away from G2, or play away from Jankos. So while the Dragon goes down, while all the vision has been invested from G2 on the bottom side, Selfmade can find these ganks because it's almost like playing like an old Predator Gragas. Having that movement speed means that you can come out of the river so quickly, and the vision doesn't really matter for Wonder unless he's playing super safe in the lane.
Well, we saw Wonder getting some support there from Jankos. Is now Selfmade, no ultimate available. Mickey and Perks immediately back away. And while there's no flash on Mickey, it wasn't really a big threat. The big minion wave as well pushing into
Yeah, but check it out, right? Like the second Jankos is going up topside for the Herald, which you expect after the Dragon goes down. Selfmade's bot lane, but here comes G2, classic mid game.
Oh, the dredge line connects perfectly. The root as well, and Cap slays Nemesis with the help of a bot lane roam from G2.
That's about as classic G2 as it gets. The flash from Mickey as well to commit to that play, and Nemesis without any cleanse couldn't get out of that situation. Now Jankos making his way up towards the top side of the map. They have their eyes on Whippo, no flash, but does have the ult.
And there's support coming. 1, 2, 3 members of G2. Mickey could decide to go deeper into the lane. Blast cone popped over the wall.
Oh, here we go, Whippo. Can you make the outplay? There's no mid.
They're waiting for the next wave. Is with him.
Come on, Whippo, get back to base.
Oh, this is so scary. There are 4 G2 members in the top lane. Dredge line catches him. He cannot hit the ram.
5.
And Wonder manages to get the kill with the Perks ultimate. That's a 5-man stack in the top lane.
Poor Whippo. Oh, and add insult to injury. The Gangplank ultimate comes down as well. Everything coming together for G2 right now. They've got the Herald too. It's so much. There's so much pain for Fnatic right now.
No, it was so nicely done by G2 because this is actually the waterfall effect. You saw Selfmade go for the gank in the bot side. So what happens when G2 lose their vision and know their junglers around them? They run mid lane. They get the kill in mid lane. What happens after that? Well, they take that mid lane pressure they just gained by getting the kill and they convert it into a top lane dive. And the whole while they're sitting on the GP ultimate to be able to slow down the push on the bot side and only give up 3
and look at these lane assignments too. Cap's coming down bot lane with Mickey. They actually know they can win this 2v2 because Caps has his ultimate. Mickey does as well.
There's a depth charge available. Reckless is the target. The lane is taken, but now all of a sudden Hylissang gets caught out. He will get the summoner heal. This buys some time. Empress Divide gets rid of Reckless. And the curtain call is available. There's not enough mana for Reckless. Decides to hold on to that one. And obviously could be body blocked as well.
All right, so we're going to get an instant replay of this 2 versus 2. And the thing to note here is that the Nautilus ultimate follows the target.
Yes!
Reckless takes the lantern, and he actually just like, oh no, I realized I screwed Hylissang. Oh man, it's funny because this is like Carnage. Remember the Blitzcrank from Vander when he took the lantern and then he got hooked?
No! Oh my god!
BM! Oh, such fantastic work by the Observer team.
Someone call Yone.
G2 picking up their 3rd kill of the game. They are now 1,000 gold up. Whippo's getting good damage onto Wonder. But Nash's Tooth has been completed by Caps. He's been involved in 100% of the team's kills thus far.
Oh my!
To every single lane. Now,
wait a minute, he's
really
completely alone.
Oh man, this is how horses get turned into glue, but he will use the Onslaught of Shadows, will get out for now, and the Lantern is there. Fnatic were able to get him out safety, but at what cost? Bellows breath from Whippo. He's going to dash forward, call the Forge Guards available, and I don't think he'll get the secondary proc. Maybe he will. No, he will. Not another kill. Selfmade maybe baiting Whippo in.
Caught us off guard there with that horse card.
Not meant to call it out, gentlemen.
Anyway, getting back on topic. good punish there from G2, and I feel like that we're seeing the poor coordination from Fnatic that we saw in last game. Selfmade invading when he had no pressure anywhere on the map. Whippo then trying to come down and help, and he ends up putting himself in an awkward situation. This is now going to give G2 another Drake, and while G2 are making a lot of great plays in this early game, it feels like we're not seeing the same Fnatic that we saw in
So
game
I
one.
do think Mickey actually misplays here pretty majorly and results in Selfmade escaping. So Mickey's auto attack to CC, longer animation than it takes for Selfmade to just charge through him. So he flashes forward to try and deny Selfmade from getting his ultimate off, but then also misses the Q on the wall. So a couple of mechanical blunders there from Mickey results in them not being able to finish off Selfmade.
But then Whippo walks straight over a control ward that's sitting in the river. 5 members of G2 are able to collapse, and they just are able to make up for it. So Whippo was like, don't worry, Mickey, I got you, and ends up donating a kill.
Now, I think it is important to call out that the gold difference is not that significant, as Whippo is under some threat from Wonder. It will get a teleport here from Nemesis. And looking at the minimap, there are some G2 members around, but there's 2 dragons inside G2's inventory, and we are playing Chronotion.
I mean, this entire series, Wonder's just been able to draw so much pressure from Fnatic playing in the 1v1 up there. You know, he drops his ultimate, that's immediately a teleport. The rest of Fnatic comes running up from the top lane. It doesn't mean he doesn't have the cannon barrage to delay the push coming through, so Fnatic will be able to trade plates pretty freely here, but Caps is going to be bot side getting some too.
Well, let's see how Fnatic start to recover from this. It feels like a few extra punches from G2 are landing, but because we are even in gold thus far and towers plates are still being traded top and bottom, the team fight compositions are still powering up, and I'm anticipating some saucy fights as we progress towards the mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, we definitely have some team fight comps. I think that the gold is telling us a really interesting story, because it feels like I've seen this before. The solo lanes of G2 have like really big gold advantage, then you pan bot lane, it's like I thought Perks was doing fine, but Reckless just has a 1k gold lead.
And a lot of that obviously coming off the back of the turret plays that he was able to pick up as well. Something that we often see from Fnatic. Nemesis going to close some of that gold, actually put Fnatic in a position where they are actually leading for the time being, and when we bring the items back up, I want to draw your attention to where some of the big spikes have come through. So, Trinity Force sitting on top of Selfmade. This man has been the carry for Fnatic. He's a player that was supposed to be brought in, the upgrade over Proxy, and help take this team to newer heights. Ever since they've been playing carry junglers, he has been standing out, and he has to do it again today on the Hecarim. He's sitting mid lane with his team. Hylissang is top alone.
Man.
Oh, man.
He's waiting, right? Obviously, G2 don't know he's in the bush, and the rest of Fnatic were considering a play. But now they're just going mid.
They absolutely are. The man you were just talking about is Selfmade.
No.
He gets caught backwards by the Emperor's Divide and taken out. A lot of damage goes down onto Perks, though, and there's no further follow-up from the rest of Fnatic. That dredge line almost catching Nemesis, and there may just be the ultimate caster curse there as we start talking about Selfmade.
I mean, this game is such a challenge for Selfmade because they went very early for this Hecarim that he's looked so good on, but all these tools to kite back and punish him when he goes for the commitments are going to be rough. Here we go, fight mid.
All right, there's the showstopper onto Nemesis. He's going to get some damage and taken down. And the tower falls as well. Whippo throws out Call of the Forge God, but there's no follow-up.
It's a 3 versus 5 Fnatic. What are you thinking?
Fnatic tried to defend their mid-tier 1, and it just ends up being more gold in the pockets of G2. We see Hylissang sitting in this brush, Wonder completely unawares, but it also means that they're a man down in this upcoming fight.
I mean, Fnatic just baited us into thinking that they were going top lane, but they didn't bait Fnatic, or G2.
Fnatic commits to this fight, and it's exactly as you said in draft, Ender. Every time this man goes in, there's nothing that he can do because of champions like the Azir. Nemesis and Reckless then realize that they're in an awkward situation, they have to disengage, and at this point you're like, okay, concede the tower. Meanwhile, Hylissang still sitting in top lane. But they're also bringing our attention to the fact that Hylissang was not involved in that fight. And what were we saying last game, Ender? 3v4, 4v5, every single fight, it was like Fnatic were taking it at a numbers disadvantage, and now they might be fighting another one.
They absolutely are. That's a double TP from G2.
Oh, Caps!
The Emperor's Divide over the wall! Caps, the best mid laner in EU, managing to set it up for Perks to pick up the kill onto Hilly. Turns the attention onto Selfmade, and now Nemesis is running for his life. That was beautiful from Cap.
Caps never fails to impress, and G2 are going for it. They want Reckless.
Reckless is absolutely being taken out. Mickey uses a stopwatch to buy some time. 4 members of Fnatic are dead at G2's hands.
Caps just claps and he stops the Fnatic run back. It is unbelievable how clean he is playing right now. Let's get an immediate replay of this as we can see Fnatic trying to get some control over the top side river. You can see they do have numbers here. Jankos contesting within the double TP immediately, and this is where we get to see the play. Look at the moves, look at the place, flies
It's
in.
instant too. He sees them hit the blast cone and immediately is over the wall with the ultimate ready to go. Hand delivered the team fight to the rest of G2.
Caps is just too damn good at League of Legends, and he is making the difference in this series as Nemesis then gets chased down along with Reckless afterwards.
Absolutely the case. Mickey sets it up for Perks, manages to play that one as we come back to live.
Hello, Nemesis is top lane, no teleport.
Fnatic were trying to start the Dragon. Whippo should be able to escape with his life here, and the Dragon will be secured by G2. Gold is now just shy of 3,000 up. 3 Dragons to 1. 10 kills to 1. And it's starting to look all too familiar from what we've been seeing in G2 versus Fnatic in 2020.
G2 not giving Fnatic any time to breathe in this game either, because we talked about it right at the start. Jankos, early pressure on the Drakes. We're now at 3, playing for an Ocean Soul in just under 5 minutes time. And with the advantages that Caps has, I mean, like, what, 2K in both solo lanes for G2? I can't imagine how Fnatic are supposed to run into this backline, because G2 outputs so much damage.
They absolutely do, and for Fnatic, the way the game started in the series, starting to get very excited as Game 2 and Game 3 have played out. It's just a stark reminder of the head-to-head between these respective teams. 1 win, 8 losses in 2020, but all time, Fnatic 22 wins to 33 losses against G2. Since G2 qualified into the league, it's G2 Esports that has been the superior team. They've won more playoff games. They've won more regular season games. They're tied in titles at 7 titles apiece. The winner of this series is sitting, waiting in the final. One of these teams, and whoever wins this, is 1 step closer to picking up the 8th title in Europe.
And it feels like that one of the main reasons why Fnatic brought Selfmade in was so that they could finally overtake G2, so that they could have more power, have more carries at their disposal. And I feel like in Game 1, we got to see that. But G2's ability to adapt, pivot, has been so difficult.
Here he goes.
With the Selfmade goes in, he's looking for Perks. He may actually get this one.
He made the final call. Not going to be enough for the curtain call, rather. And Selfmade with the Rampage picks it up. So they get the kill, but they are still 3,000 gold down, so they need to do more of that to come back in.
But it's an important pick. I believe they got a pretty big shutdown there because that was Perks' first death of the game as well.
Yeah, 600 for Selfmade.
But unfortunately, there's no objective on the map. And I mean, Baron's not even alive yet, so there's nothing that they can really take off the back of it, which means that while it is a good pick, it doesn't really result in anything. And again, I keep my eyes on Selfmade. It's going to be difficult for him, but Hecarim plus Orianna, if that wombo combo comes through, there's a world in which Fnatic can turn this game around.
This is really interesting how G2 are playing. They have the Rift Herald, so they gave up top jungle control while they know Nemesis is going to be pushing, so they can blast this second tower. They may even be able to walk this in to the inhibitor tower, because it is just an Ornn down here. No one's really recalling. They're canceling the recalls. Fnatic want to go to Baron.
Fnatic are making their way towards Baron. Do they commit to it?
No, they don't. Okay.
Recall's now going to start to come in. It's a risky play. And there is a bit of a redemption story as Nemesis will look for a shockwave here. One of the more criticized players on Fnatic. He gets his first kill of this game, but at what cost? Now the inhibitor turret will go down. The inhibitor is going to be focused on this. There's nothing that Fnatic can do to stop this.
So it looks initially like Perks are just running it down, but he's just buying time. As look, G2 may actually even go for the end. People aren't even recalling yet on Fnatic.
This is insane. Here comes Hilly. He gets the double fight. Death sentence as well. With the Ignite burning, that will be a kill. Now Wonder is in trouble. Pops the powder kick. The Emperor's Divide comes back, and Jankos goes forward to the showstopper. Selfmade has arrived, and so has Nemesis. They get themselves the kill. They'll start to calm down as Fnatic will defend their base. They will be donated several kills, and really importantly, the gold is now even thanks to those shutdowns.
It is a massive blunder there for G2. They got super hypey, they got the inhibitor, and then we're like, hey, we still have this Herald, maybe we can get something done. It was too much, and that is going to be exactly what Fnatic need, because in a minute and a half, there's an Ocean Soul coming up. So Fnatic are forcing it hard for the Baron now.
I think doing the Baron is the correct play here. There's only Perks and Mickey left alive. Yeah, he can TP, he's going to be up, and they're going to secure this one. Immediately, they're right back in it. G2 thought that they could end the game, but they get punished. And now only Perks stand in the way of Fnatic in their first Baron of the game.
They will be able to secure this. Have you seen a more G2-esque decision? The Dredgeline connects onto the wall. Mickey doesn't find Reckless, but his flash is down. The Baron is picked up, and here comes the rest of Fnatic now for the fight. Mickey's inside the pit. The Lantern's available. The Shockwave comes up. That catches two. It's a fight on multiple fronts, but Fnatic are winning it. Cap's forced to flash over the wall. The Sand Soldiers, the Emperor's Divide by time. Reckless finds the shot. They get Baron, they get 3 more kills, and in the blink of an eye and a punish of G2's call, Fnatic are now winning.
What is going on? G2 are just running it into Fnatic, and now Fnatic have the lead. They're going to be able to walk in. They're going to stop the Ocean Soul from coming through, and they have a strong scaling composition. They're going to have Rabadons coming through. They're going to be able to take these next fights.
Look at these levels right now. Selfmade is 14. He's the same level as Nemesis. These two carries are coming up clutch with the Death Cap being completed as well. Fnatic have been able to flip this game on its head.
I need to know how much blame or how much you put this onto G2's decision to keep pushing.
They just ran it straight down the bot lane push and then the Baron on top of that. Like, you don't have a smite. You're going to lose that every time. Just take the fight at the Ocean Soul. Now Jankos has to find steal.
They're not going to do it. Fnatic buy themselves more time. They are now 2,500 gold up. They were down 10 kills to 1. Now they're only down 2. And they've made back what was a 4,000 gold deficit into a 3,000 gold advantage.
Look, don't get me wrong. Both teams have very strong 5v5, have a lot of excellent scaling options. But we are now, I mean, Fnatic couldn't ask for anything more. At first, losing the inhibitor was a bad thing because that would convert into the Ocean Soul all that pressure. But now, they have a gold lead. They're taking bonus money in the bot lane. G2 can't farm the bot lane. They can't play for Baron on the top side of the map. And Bwipo will be the main beneficiary. He's going to get items, or he's going to get levels, and that means better items that he can hand out to his team.
You're literally seeing every single member of G2 at a level disadvantage. You're going to see Wonder die next as well. Like, look at how easy it is for Selfmade to just run them down. We talked about how he needed to be the big carry this game, and he's doing just that.
And what I like in this game in comparison to the previous one, Fnatic as a team have now found a few scenarios where they can bring Reckless's Jhin into the fold. In the previous game, the discoordination or the uncoordination...
Fnatic brush, a classic.
Will anybody fall trade?
Yes, they will.
Gets caught by the death sentence. There's the rampage from Selfmade. Curtain is called from Reckless.
Wait, Nemesis isn't here!
Showstopper goes forward. That's a kill onto Selfmade. There wasn't enough damage, and G2 were able to respond appropriately.
Okay, we got a Clown Fiesta on our hands. Okay, both teams are just kind of tossing it back and forth right now. Fnatic, they're not going to get anything as they hard commit to that fight. And just as we praise Selfmade, he dives right into the fold of G2, and immediately they just get so much gold back. They're now going to reclaim some control around the map. Look at all the vision they have in their inventory. They're going to deny Fnatic so much, and we have to take a breather because this game has just been so intense over the last 5 minutes.
Just chill out, guys. It's going to be okay. Wait for an objective to come up because, yes, both Baron and Ocean spawning in 3 minutes, and this is the time where G2, they could say, okay, we're down in gold, but we could trade an Ocean for a Baron or vice versa. They're always going to win if it's going to be a 50-50 trade. Fnatic are continue to be on a roll because now Rabadon's Death Crown, the Infinity Edge has been upgraded. The Death Dance in 1 more level from Bwipo is going to be boosted up there for Selfmade, and he has a Locket, which offers so much value against both the GP and the Azir in the fights to come.
And super important, look at the levels there. Level 16 for Nemesis just came in. Bwipo's making his way. Selfmade and Reckless above everybody else on G2. Caps the only one staying relatively close for now. At one point, there was a 2-level difference there between Selfmade and Jankos. Right now, it's holy 3. Selfmade goes in with the ultimate. Again, not a huge amount of follow-up here from the rest of Fnatic.
Yeah, a little bit random there. I do want to say, though, the fact that G2 gave up all those kills when they had an advantage is major because you get such a bonus of experience when you kill champions that are higher level than you. That is what has catapulted Fnatic on top of the super minions and bottom lane into the experience.
And I think the reason why Selfmade used his ultimate just there was, well, he got the flash out from Perks and the exhaust from Mickey, which is going to be huge because those summoners will not be up in the next fight, whereas Selfmade's ultimate definitely will be. So, quick shot. How good are you feeling right now?
Oh, exceptionally good.
Good, because you're going to need to cast a really big team fight that's going to happen in a minute and a half, because both of these teams need this Drake. G2 need the Soul, Fnatic want to deny the Soul, and then the Baron is spawning a few seconds before it. And this is what Ender was talking about. Both these objectives are going to be highly contested. How will they trade? How will they execute? And ultimately what these fights are going to come down to is, can Fnatic successfully get onto the backline versus how quickly does Caps and Wonder keep the backline safe while they're killing the front line of a Fnatic. This is a traditional front-to-back teamfight comp, whereas Fnatic have a little bit more dive and a little bit more wombo combo, and it ultimately comes down to will they be able to land.
And look at that difference there in the damage profiles. Obviously expected. GP into Ornn, as well as a Hecarim into Set. You anticipate this. 45 seconds until Ocean. I'm looking at vision here. Pretty good warding from the G2 side. A ring of vision around the pit for Fnatic, though, and no one's positioned just yet.
Just very quickly, the Infinity Edge has now just been big on GP. That is a huge item up.
Yeah, that's going to be huge. I want to look. Okay, G2 able to get out of this, or are they, Hilly?
Oh, that's a flash already secured. Reckless holding on to his core. The Forge Guard comes out. Jankos is running so fast. Manages to escape with his life for now. Tagged by one of the shots of the curtain call. He will look for the shield and buys a couple extra seconds before Nemesis takes him down. He is now on a rampage. Mickey sidesteps a deadly flourish, gets pulled back by a shockwave, goes all the way forward with the dredge line. Spider Nautilus cares not for your Orianna. Cannon Barrage will buy some time under the inhibitor turret, but crucially, losing the jungler means Baron and Dragon are available.
Selfmade is just a raid boss charging at G2. He cannot be stopped. G2 aren't coordinated against him. We have yet to see Selfmade in a true teamfight 5v5 situation. He's just been able to use Fnatic to find picks on G2, and therefore, we haven't seen the weaknesses against the peel of G2 actually come to fruition.
Fnatic are going to win this game. I was so ready at 20 minutes to just say 2-1 to G2. G2 overpress, and I believe the word was fiesta, Mr. Day.
I think I said ran it down.
And I started this series getting very excited, and it's going to generate more questions. I don't have a completed thought yet about my expectations, not only for the rest of the series, but for next weekend's finals, but then also for Worlds. Because I think
how
there's
far away
so
you
many
thinking,
good
Quick
things.
Shot, that like this
2021,
game, yeah,
22.
yeah.
It's
How
G2
G2 have these players for like 2 more years.
Yeah.
Exactly, but that's the whole point. It's like whenever you see these two orgs go head to head, it's never just the game that's on screen. There's years of history, and there's so much expectation going forward. But this just creates more questions in my mind than answers.
And the one thing you can always say for sure is that you always get an exciting series.
Hell yeah.
Play. It's currently 13-12 in the kills. Fnatic are currently leading. They're sitting with the Baron, and they have their eyes on the blue buff. The blue buff.
I really thought he was going to Caps there.
Caps was just like, okay, I'm cool, we're chilling.
Well, let's see how this the next few minutes of push comes in. Baron buff is available. There's not a lot of targets being hit here by Reckless. It's a show of
That's an L.
It's like I don't,
right there.
Don't know what kind of statement that was from Reckless.
Exceptional emote usage from Reckless, but look at the minimap. Self-made up in the top lane, Nemesis with TP in the bottom lane, support coming in from Hilly. With Baron and Park Minion, just gonna try to usher these in and try to break open the G2 base.
So I'll make this next fight look even better for Fnatic, because coming into this one, it's the cheap consumables they picked up. So you have Nemesis with Elixir of Sorcery, which is going to give him a big boost of magic damage, and then you have a stopwatch on Ornn and a stopwatch on Hecarim, and the amount of time a Hecarim can buy in the backline, combined with the Death's Dance, his healing from W, the stopwatch on top, and then a Thresh Lantern to get him out, he is not going to be possible really to take down with this.
Case.
Oh my god, what the hell?
What difference? Nemesis obliterates Wonder. Thank you, observers, for that fantastic picture-in-picture. Caps is now in trouble. The Sand Soldier's doing work, but you simply cannot turn it around. Now Jankos is caught inside the frame. Mickey and Perks coming to try and help. Showstopper buys some time. That will be enough to take down Selfmade before...
Behind you!
Here comes Hilly and Nemesis. A flash away from Perks. He's run down by Nemesis as Command Attack and Dissonance is wrecking him. He manages to make it to the fountain. Turns the damage around before Nemesis takes him out. Fnatic ace G2. Fnatic are inside the base of G2, and Fnatic catch the throw from G2 to slam it back in their faces. The Nexus turrets are going to fall, and Fnatic are one win away from the LEC Summer Finals. exceptional performance, and they're gonna go
Oh,
hunting.
they're Fnatic are doing the G2. You camp the fountain, you kill each and every last one of you. The sad B became a happy B for Reckless. They're going to match point.
What a game!
Yep.
If you went to get a snack or a drink, Whippo, what?
Flawless.
Oh yeah, chef's kiss.
I see nothing wrong with that game.
Honestly though, that is the type of game that can break a team. G2 had everything, a massive advantage, an inhibitor, 3 dragons going onto an Ocean Soul point. How can you throw that away, and how can you recover?
If you see the faces in G2, they are feeling it. If it was any other team, I'd be a little bit more inclined. But this was the most G2 thing ever. Push for the Nexus at 19.5 minutes.
I would also say that, in the wise words of G2, they'll often say, now we're in our comfort zone.
I thought you were going to say Hakuna Matata, but yeah.
We'll find out if it is a Hakuna Matata day or not. When in return, the analyst will explain how on earth Fnatic managed to come back while G2 ran it down. As they move on to match point, Fnatic 1 win away from the summer final.
That is a reportable offense, Trevor.
It was so saucy.
You can get banned.
I think this patch was a bit rougher for us, but we picked it up now. That's like our biggest strength, I think, like the adaptability. I can already like taste the feeling of like being in finals and like playing against G2, probably having another rematch. But I think like outside of G2, I think like Rogue and Schalke should be the next best teams.
Sleep come in, it does, and Roman, they don't know he's here. Triple sleep, massive all across the entire time, but no, still don't want to do so much damage, still trying to find a way out. Julius simply next on the list. Oh, no, Julius, no! Not like this, the triple Abadage wants to turn it, but it's not gonna happen. Special, the kind of brush onto the face breaker. Reckless gonna be the first target here as he goes down.
And winning the LEC would be really cool to stop the G2 and Fnatic dynasty. And I think we have a really good shot at winning LEC. So I really hope we can take this chance and actually win it, because I think we can do it.
chance. Look at the goal, call it a flex.
An enemy has been slain.
Welcome back, everyone, to the LEC studio. And after a massive comeback, it's Fnatic who are on the verge of taking down G2. A win that could turn the tides in this playoff race completely. And we're going to talk about trends across all of the games we've seen, but not before we talk about that last game. Kedril, what the hell?
I don't know, they had 3 dragons with Ocean Soul already. They had bot inhib 17 minutes, 18 minutes. They had 10-1 in kills, and then Fnatic just get 3 shutdowns. They rush the Baron, they get the Baron, and people will know when you take an early inhibitor and the enemy team has Baron, you're essentially bleeding waves bot while not being able to force anything.
And if G2 lose this series, this is the moment they will point back to. Because we remember back to the Caps, the Zig Satchel. That was like a single moment, small mistakes where he could have won against Mad Lions. People remember that. But this is even worse, because this is everyone simultaneously choosing to run it down, to throw it all away. Now, maybe in their heads, they're so far ahead that there's no way that they do not close out this game. But Fnatic's punished. Give them the opportunity, and they make it work. They crawl back into this game. Reckless has been farming like a monster the entire time, and now he is powering through these team fights.
Exactly. Fnatic still took the throw. They caught the throw and then continued pushing. And in the end, Nemesis also stepped up. Reckless did a lot with the farm that he had built up throughout that game. And now let's look at this next game and the previous 3 ones through both teams' lenses. And let's start with Fnatic, because now as Fnatic, you go from kind of rather situation that looked kind of hopeless after you kind of get stomped in game 2, then it's not going well for you in game 3, but now it's completely different, and you have an opportunity to finally turn the tides, to cast away that shadow that you've had on top of you from G2 for the last 2 years.
I mean, when we look at it, this has just been, in past years, it's been a rivalry. Everyone will point back to the double best of 5s as the strongest moment in this rivalry. Now, G2 came out on top, but this year, Fnatic have done nothing, right? These are the first 2 wins they've had against G2 the entire year, and this is massive news for them. So from a momentum standpoint, they have to be feeling good. And from a rivalry standpoint, finally, Fnatic fans can go, this is a rivalry. We are not the team that can just be ignored.
Doesn't matter how we got there.
Yeah, it doesn't matter how we got there. This is not just another stepping stone for G2, and I think that that is a very big deal for the players on this team who are constantly surrounded by drama, constantly surrounded by speculation. To just be able to come out, to have a fantastic performance today, it's huge.
And the fact they went 0-7 throughout the whole year, then they managed to pick up 2 wins already in this best of 5 in just 3 games. I think, like you said, the momentum's definitely in their favor. They need 1 more win to take the whole thing. So Fnatic, we know they've been creative in the playoffs against Rogue and stuff like this, so if they come up with something crazy, it's gonna be good.
Yeah, exactly. And in the same vein, I also don't want to go too far, because as the casters already said, any team but G2, you think, well, this is a done deal. Not G2 Esports, though. They are definitely going to fight back. Let's talk about a little bit of the keys in this series, starting with the jungle matchup, Jankos versus Selfmade. Kedril, who has been performing the best for you so far?
Well, I think Selfmade's been playing his scaling junglers, and he's doing a really good job. I mean, he's doing so much farming. It's crazy. This guy's having like 250 CS in like 30 minutes. It's unbelievable how much farm he's doing. And he's doing insane damage in fights. He's one-shotting perks when he goes for mid waves, one-shotting perks in team fights. But Jankos, he's doing his early game.
One-shotting perks.
He's one-shotting perks.
Yeah.
On his tech room. But Jankos is doing his job right. He's picking set, barring the first Lilia game, he's picking set, he's getting early game advantages. And once you're the set and you give your laners this lead, if they throw it, it's not really on you. You can't do much. You're going to be 2 levels down no matter what in these matchups.
So outside of the junglers, is there any position, Dracos, that you want to call out specifically?
I mean, the 2 positions with the most agency in any game is going to be jungle and support, and this is no different here. Of course, Millisang and Mickey, I think this was not necessarily the game where they stood out the most. You saw it a lot more in the previous games than this one, but still, at the end of the day, Millisang flashing forward Whippo, working very well to find that turn and burn when G2 did overextend, and these are the guys that we need to look at, because the Nautilus pick is very clearly important. And if there's ever a situation where Hylissang or Mickey are forced onto a Braum or forced onto a Tahm Kench, that just feels honestly like GG in draft, because these guys are so crucial to getting anything done for their team.
Yeah, and you've got the keys picks on the screen here. You can see Fnatic banned out LeBlanc last time on the 1-2-3 bans on the first rotation, just so that they could blind the Orianna. I think that's something they were scared of in the game too, and that's why they defaulted to a mid-counter pick. But I think these 3 champions are so impactful right now. Nautilus, it seems to be popping off in fights, making these picks, and it's being able to roam across the map trap in these early, when Drake's up and stuff, is for Herald and swaps. Hecarim is farming so well. I'm not sure if G2 want to take Selfmade off it. It's looking kind of scary, but you don't want to give him Evelyn either. And the Orianna blind pick is just so strong.
And I also think, you know, from the side of Fnatic, and we have to say Fnatic were the underdogs coming into this, so the fact that they are a game up, no matter what happens in the next game, that must give them a little bit of leeway now to go into this last draft and get, hopefully, the optimal draft to close it out, and if not, they have a chance. The G2 will want to fight back. They are again on blue side. We've seen no changes in that regard throughout the entire series, so will we get a different result in Game 4?
It'll be very interesting. G2 are a team that notoriously hide picks until they're forced to bring them out, so I'd be wouldn't be surprised to see something new, to see something special here when it really is down to the wire that they show us something that they have been working on. But at the same time, I feel like they did win that game. They did throw it away at the end of the day. So how much does G2 really feel like they need to do past pull their, you know, foot off the gas pedal for 30 seconds when they're absolutely going to win?
That's a great point.
Yeah, I mean, I think G2's comps are good. The early game's working for them. They had 10-1 in kills, they had 3 dragons, they had bot in hit. Like, what more do you want from a draft, right?
Yeah.
I think they should run it back. There's nothing wrong with this draft. Perks, Caps is popping off on the mages, Mickey's popping off on the roaming sports. Perks, I think he's a little bit of a weak point for them right now. I see his CS numbers are really low compared to Reckless. I'm not sure if that's because Perks is overgrouping or they're just giving more resources to Caps or Reckless is split pushing too much. I haven't really identified the reason for that, but I'm just curious to see if Perks can keep up in CS.
Usually we're against the salty run back. This is kind of the sweet run back. This is, yes, we know this is working and all you have to do is close it out.
It's not salt, it's the sad run back. The sad run back is when you technically won the game and then threw it all the way. That's the sad run back. I don't think they're upset, but they're definitely like, we could be up at match point right now. We could be closing out. We could be going to dinner early, but instead, here we are where they very likely could just lose to Fnatic here and be knocked down to face the winner of Mad or Rogue.
And let's take a small step backwards and just look at everything holistically. Us watching this series as both people on the broadcast and fans, I'm so happy that this is likely going the distance.
Yeah, finally. This will be our first 5-game series in playoffs, right? Yeah. Like we always get 3-1s, we got 3-0s. Yeah. I mean, this is... 5 games are always the best. Silver Scrapes is the dream. And once again, 2019 summer, the best playoffs you ever had, in my opinion. If we can get 2 5-game Fnatic versus G2 series, oh, that is the European dream. Sorry, Mad and Rogue, but that is the European dream.
Yeah, you look at last year, it went to 5 games both times, so I think this time's gonna go to 5 games too.
Let's go. I mean, Fnatic fans don't want to hear that, so we'll see what they do. Fnatic and G2 are putting on one hell of a show, and the series is far from over. Game 4 is up next, right after this.
Welcome back to the LEC Summer Playoffs. I'm Quickshot, joined by Vedius and Ender. When we started today, Fnatic was 0-7 against G2 Esports in 2020. Right now, they are 2-1 up in a best-of-5 and on the precipice of making history. If G2 win this game for the first time in 875 days, Fnatic will defeat G2 Esports in a best-of-series. 875 days. That is how long Fnatic fans have been waiting for a defeat against G2.
And remember, this is what Selfmade was for. He was supposed to be the upgrade. He came in to level Fnatic up to finally take down their long-term rivals. Now they're one game away. This man has been carrying the team throughout the series. Last game, admittedly, it was gifted a little bit. Let's see if Fnatic can keep the momentum going, though.
And as Fnatic say,
we take those.
Let's turn our attention to the draft. Because G2 lost the game, they get side selection. They chose blue side and Ender take us away.
Yeah, it seems like we're just going to be blue-red, G2 blue, Fnatic red the entire series.
But a shift here, and we got the Flawless ban coming out from G2.
And what this means is very likely we're dropping the Ezreal ban, and then where does Ashe fall down? Do they let Ashe through? Do they try to first pick that? Because for so much of the series, there's been 480 carry bans in every single draft phase, and that has pushed such a priority onto the Senna pick for Perks.
Taking a look at the next ban, it's going to be the Thresh and the Nautilus, so both Hook champions removed from the pool. We've seen the Braum that we do not want to see Mickey on again, and we have seen the Leona, and with a Yuumi band away, obviously that denies that potential issue.
So I think this Yuumi ban was directed so that there was no Thresh Yuumi, Lucian Yuumi. I've heard a lot about it being very popular right now, a really strong combination, and by removing the Yuumi, it kind of pushes that potential Lucian pick to come through.
Yeah, and with G2 leaving the Ezreal open as well in the bottom lane, like there are a lot of different things you can pair with it. So I like the Ashe now coming through from G2. We saw that do very well up against the Senna, the priority you can gain in the lane, the volley, as well as the long-range initiation, because that has been a consistent problem for G2, is facing against Fnatic's long-range engage. We saw it so much in the last game with the Hecarim, but the Ashe earlier in the series was also a big deal.
Well, let's see what they pair up with it. A lot of the main supports that we've seen in this series of Nautilus and Thresh are obviously going to be removed with Senna on the board. Fnatic, of course, going to grab that one up for Reckless. Very confident Senna player. The question is, will they lock in a support immediately? Or will they just go I mean, they have a lot of options right now, really.
I mean, this is the first time that Senna's playing, Reckless is playing Senna this series. He's played it 7 times throughout the course of summer and only lost 1 of those games. The Hecarim once again for Selfmade. I liked his late game Hecarim. Early game was not super strong.
Fnatic left the LeBlanc open, and now we get to see G2 in like the actual, we're going to hard stomp through mid lane, because Set with Hex Flash coming out of the Fog of War combined with the distortion forward as well as the chains from the LeBlanc is absolutely devastating, and that makes it really hard for Nemesis to survive the lane phase that he's done a good job of sustaining through thus far.
Ooh, Fnatic going to grab themselves the Leona that we saw from Mickey in Game 2. I think that it can pair up very nicely with the Senna, gives you some strong engagement already. You're seeing that self-made hilly synergy that we've often seen throughout this series, making sure that they both have champions that can dive in, provide crowd control, and set up the team to deal the damage.
And there's also that like really quick pop CC from the Leona as well when a LeBlanc tries to dive your backline. If Hylissang is positioning well to peel for his backline, he has a lot of different options if he wants to go in or not. You can quickly shut down Caps from finding the angle into causing damage into your carries.
We are going to see the Tahm Kench taken off the board. Ashe Tahm has been a very popular bot lane, and I think Fnatic showcasing good respect. Typically, we've seen a lot of top lane bans from G2. We've seen the Shen consistently banned away. We've seen the GP banned away. We're seeing the Renekton taken off the board right now, and I wouldn't be surprised to see Shen also removed.
Yeah, but this is the awkward thing, is that the Gangplank will still be left open if Whippo wanted to go for that. But I mean, Orianna would be the safe pick here. It's pretty solid up into that LeBlanc matchup, and we see it pair so nicely with a Hecarim and a Leona. On the other side of things for G2, with a LeBlanc this early and the form that Wunder has been playing in, I want him to be on a carry on some sort of side lane threat, because this has been, you know, G2, when they're able to work all 3 lanes, put Wunder onto a carry with the Caps LeBlanc too, that's hard to deal with.
Well, the Gangplank has been banned away, and now let's see what happens, because on the other side, Fnatic have actually been banning away Irelia, Camille. They banned a couple of top lane carries throughout the course of the previous games this series, and we'll get an indication on what they want to do. They have historically throughout this series left the top lane to be more regularly the last pick option on red side. As the timer runs down, it will be the Camille, something that they have banned already.
Yeah,
wow, they're really afraid of Wunder's Camille,
I
feel.
I mean, and you should be too, because I think like Camille plus LeBlanc is so devastating playing together in a side lane. You know, you tag team whoever's playing down there and can absolutely shut them down. So this Camille can be a really solid side lane option. And I think a lot of top laners in our league think with Grasp of the Undying, she's a relatively safe blind pick in the top lane too. She's strong in the side lane and one of the best like side lane team fighting players too.
Wow. Shen is going to come out as well. So G2, once again, going very heavy anti-dive. Last game, they ran the Azir to mitigate the dive that came out from the Hecarim. This time, you have the Taric ultimate plus the Shen ultimate. So when Selfmade jumps on in, he's trying to get that execution down onto the Ashe. There's going to be a lot of protection. The question is, can Fnatic kill Perks before that protection comes down?
And in terms of initiation, you know, they've obviously got skill shots that can land, but not the super clean or super
skill matchup.
Let's find out. There's a couple seconds left here for Fnatic. What do they run into the mid lane?
Oh!
One second. Do you know how many times Nemesis has played Kassadin in the LEC?
Is it 4?
Yes.
3. Oh,
do you want to know
close.
how many games he's won?
It's 0.
That is correct. Ding, ding, ding. You win the quick stats competition. Can he win it today and help Fnatic take down G2?
But every time we see a Kassadin pick, yes, the idea is good. Fnatic scaling is phenomenal. But G2 are just so good at taking advantage of mid-priority. Like, if you can't clear a wave between levels 1 and 6, G2 just run away with the game. So as much as I want to see this Kassadin pick work for Fnatic, I am so afraid as to whether or not it actually will.
This game should follow a very similar story to Game 3 in the early stages. G2 tools to play around the mid lane to set the early proactivity, but then can the scaling come online for Fnatic? Can they play the side lanes? We're going to check it out and see what goes down.
Welcome back to Summoner's Rift. Let's see what can go down as G2 Esports have their backs against the wall. Lose this game, you drop to the semi-final next Saturday and wait for Rogue or Mad Lions. Win and push us to Game 5.
All right, so Kassadin. Kassadin versus LeBlanc. Often around level 11, and once Kassadin has the 2 items completed, you don't need the Seraphs fully upgraded. You just need to have it combined with something like a Rod of Ages. We'll see what itemization he goes for. Sometimes you rush the Lich Bane, but point is that around level 11, level 13, that's when Kassadin can hold his own against the LeBlanc. Until then, it is just the LeBlanc show.
And can I just say, Caps has invested in the dark technology, and I am such a fan. He's starting with the Cole in the mid lane. This might look crazy, but Kassadin gets a lot of natural magic resistance, so LeBlanc actually wants to trade with her auto attacks a ton in the lane. Cole is going to allow her to do that and capitalize on that, and of course, give that 180 gold bonus when she cashes that in later.
So we may be happy with the decisions to interact with Boris from Caps today. Do have a very brief question that I want to bring up. I have been wanting to bring up a little bit, and considering it's a last pick Kassadin, taking a look at Nemesis, his regular season performance to his playoff performance. We said it in an earlier game, Nemesis is not necessarily the central figure, the central carry for Fnatic. You're looking at other players, but we have seen him stepping up his game, and we've seen some mixed performances, shall we say, this series. But definitely if you take last weekend into consideration, improvement and growth for the mid laner for Fnatic.
I mean, Nemesis is all reliable, right? Like, you can often rely on him to not really ever die in a 1v1. He's a very difficult player to punish. He's often played mages and scaling picks, and that's what he's always been known for. And then when you get to team fights later, that's where he often offers a lot more value. But it feels like that against Cat. Hang on a second.
That's a lot of damage. Bwipo's going to push Wunder away, still sitting on his flash, and Wunder's going to back away and start to regen as best he can.
So, good trade there in favor of Bwipo. Looks like Wunder going to go for a very early reset. Will he invest the teleport is my question, but to come back to Nemesis very quickly, I feel like that he as a player in playoffs has definitely stepped up, and I think that his Orianna performance last game, while he was getting bullied around a lot by Caps, and it feels like the laning phase has always been the Cap show so far in this series, Nemesis is still offering value, and he best sets up Selfmade for success, and that's ultimately what you want. But right now, when you have zero priority, look, Jankos is just like, yes, I can do whatever I want because my mid laner is perma pushing, but Selfmade with the clever pathing actually is not going to have anything for Jankos to take.
Yeah, Selfmade has just been sort of running into, or Jankos rather has been running into Selfmade's jungle. It started right after red buff. He went in, took away the Gromp camp, which is a ton of EXP. So now with the Scuttle Crab, that should be his cue to level up himself towards 3, but I mean, Selfmade already 2 camps ahead of Jankos, following a similar story to last game.
And notice in the bot lane, Perks and Mickey took the bot Scuttle Crab, which means that Selfmade isn't going to get any of that farmer XP, and this is where things start to not crumble, but, you know, he starts to fall a little bit behind, because again, junglers are very reliant on priority and pressure, and the fact that Perks and Mickey have that push in the bot side of the map, Caps has priority in mid, means that it's a lot harder for Selfmade to do whatever he would want.
Yeah, because you see Selfmade's going to waste a little bit of extra time. He doesn't know that this actually went down. I don't think his bot lane realized what actually happened. He's like, how did Jankos, he's down here, he's up, like what actually happened? Can cause some problems if he doesn't know where the camps are, and doesn't know that his Grump is down either. So Selfmade, very sad while standing on top of Vision the entire time.
It definitely feels bad, man, as we take another glimpse on the top lane. You know, we're pushing forward.
He's going to kill him.
Wunder's going to look for that flash. Manages to get the taunt for a few seconds, down to 200 HP. That's a flash forward to the precision protocol. Bwipo manages to get the damage. Spirit's Refuge will buy so much time. Now, where is the hook shot? That's the pass that goes in. Wunder gets taken down. That was a game of inches, but Bwipo gets a solo kill.
Oh no, Wunder full committed for that fight. Jankos was close by, but Bwipo got the passive back up and takes that bat shield to turn the trade around in a lane that was going so poorly for him. He's able to get the first blood, and now Vamp Scepter should make it much easier.
Now, many may have wondered why Wunder committed the flash there. That was mainly to proc his Q, to have the sword come through as another fight kicks off bot lane.
There is indeed a lot of damage coming out. Hylissang a little bit on the retreat. Perk still untouched, so is Reckless. Mickey down to 150 HP. The Exhaust was traded, as was the Ignite. Reckless backs away relatively unscathed. Advantage to Fnatic in that fight.
Wait a second, Wunder just ran bot lane. Wunder's not going top lane at all. They want to force this fight really badly.
All right, there's Mickey trying to play the bait game. Flash is available for Reckless and Hilly. No flash for Wunder. And he's going to be unable to impact this lane.
Yeah, so, I mean, Wunder runs down here because I believe the lane was pushing away from him in the top side of the map. Jankos was pathing down here, and he would have been super vulnerable after losing his flash in the last trade. So I like the idea there from Wunder. Of course, it doesn't pan out, but it will convert into that early dragon.
So you can see here, he uses his taunt initially, gets a pretty favorable trade, and then you're going to see again when, okay, so this is where we saw Bwipo at the first. But notice here that flash in from Wunder, he's trying to get the sword to come through so that he gets that bonus damage and the bonus attack speed, and he's thinking he can win the trade here, but now he's like, oh, okay, maybe this trade isn't going as well as I want. I didn't actually have the burst damage, and then the taunt finally comes back up, but so does the shield passive from Bwipo.
Yeah, and his W was slightly late there too, didn't block out the true damage. Here we go.
Well, damage there on to Caps. He's dropped very low, 100 HP. Nemesis picks up the kill. Jankos is arriving in time, but he simply can't turn it around. Thumbs up from the drive-by by Hilly. 700 goal up, 2 kills to 0, and they helping cast it out.
And this is exactly what you want to see from Hylissang on this Leona pick, is making moves and shutting down a lane that we were all expecting G2 to be playing around early on. Now Selfmade's up here to make sure that Bwipo can pick up the CS, and the wave's going to actually be pushing out, so Wunder is in trouble.
Let's see what happens. Selfmade doesn't have access to the onslaught just yet. Hextech Ultimatum comes down. Level 5 there from Wunder. Devastating charge into a Rampage. The taunt will buy some time. One more Rampage under the tower. Now Selfmade will get taken down, and the kill credit secured by Wonder. Jankos unable to get in on the assist. It's a trade 1-for-1.
Hey, check this out though. Look at the collapse. Caps pushed out mid
Pings are
lane.
coming through though.
Has the blast cone. Bwipo very low mana and no flash himself, but I don't know if they can get the minion wave here in time.
Let's
Wait,
see.
they might not need it.
Oh, might not need it indeed. Bwipo's going to turn backwards. Caps level 6 showstopper available. There's the passive from Camille. 2 chains from Caps. And just autoing from outside of the turret range. Kill is going to be available in just a moment. Showstopper comes down. Now Nemesis trying to turn it around. Shield comes up from Jankos and the call is retreat. Jankos and Caps make their way out. They pick themselves up 1 kill. As Caps will dash over with the distort before he is taking too much damage to Nemesis.
What is happening to our top laners? We're almost 8 minutes into the game and Bwipo has 26 CS.
Yeah, it's not been great.
Can we see the gold quickly? I don't even care about Shen versus Camille. I care about those two players versus the rest of the game.
Wait, they're actually not even that far behind. Like, they are for solo laners, admittedly, when you compare that to the mid laners too. What's more interesting to me is the fact that Nemesis is 2 levels up on Caps.
Because he just got like 2 waves in the top lane.
Yes, he did. So he's just been benefiting from the fact that Bwipo has been attacked on the top side of the map. He also had that early kill. This Kassadin is reaching already late game stages very quickly, and G2 need to find a way to stop it.
Fnatic and Kassa win. It is a very, very old duo, but can Nemesis buck the trend? He's got 0 wins on the champion while playing on stage. Fnatic right now, they will start off the Rift Herald as something that's kind of been G2 dominated the last few games. While that's going on, Perkz and Mickey will get themselves a number of plates in the bottom lane. You can see Reckless and Hilly moving in that middle lane. And the gold is dead even for now.
Yeah, so right now G2 with the map split up, they have the global advantage with Shen, so I want to see Jankos maybe try to threaten a dive towards the bottom lane, but at this point with the amount of pressure Fnatic have put around mid, Caps can't get the same level of control in that lane, so he will not be able to assist in any sort of play down block.
Good trade there from Caps onto Nemesis, gets the chains as well. Continues trading with those autos and those rift walks just not landing. Nemesis unable to get any follow-up damage, but just uncontested time in this bottom lane means Perkz is able to build up a CS advantage, get, what, 3 or 4 plates already, and continue to hammer away on that tower.
So even though it was Fnatic that picked up the Rift Herald, it looks like G2's more than likely going to secure themselves the first tower of the game. Notice that the Camille is sitting in mid lane right now, not risking going bot because Nemesis has just reset. We'll pick up the Rod of Ages, so we'll start that stacking, and now we'll see whether Nemesis will rush for the Lich Bane, which sometimes Kassadins will do to give you a slightly stronger mid-game spike, but others will then go towards the Seraph's Embrace, so it's much more of the scaling build, but you then have like full late game. You hit level 16, you basically become unkillable.
Yeah, and with the amount of EXP he got early on, like that's going to be coming a little bit earlier than I think a lot of people would expect. They'll use the Herald up here just to cash in on a couple plates. Little important they do get that one over to Hylissang and the rest, but G2 still able to push down bot side and maybe convert them more.
Well, I was wondering if Bwipo was going to get jumped on. He was able to use that hook shot to put distance between Perkz, Mickey, and himself. 36 CS for Bwipo's Camille right now, down 30 to Wonder Shen. He does have 1 kill and 1 assist on the board. With the tower falling, G2 accelerated about 1,000 gold in the lead. They also got the first dragon, and it's 30 seconds until the next Infernal, so I want to see where Perkz and Mickey will move next.
So I think that right now, Fnatic don't want to fight. So I think that, ooh, yeah, okay, we're kind of reaching
well, Nemesis.
Flash away there, Hylissang trades his flash for Caps.
Yeah, so I was going to say, Fnatic probably don't want to force fights right now, but because Selfmade's so close to Trinity Force, Fnatic may actually just go straight for this. It looks like the Camille is actually freezing bot wave, which would be a little bit dangerous right now. Is he freezing? I mean, it's a wave advantage.
He has the option too. He does want to start pushing out. Here we go, Mickey.
Solar Flare lands onto Mickey. Cosmic Radiance will come down and buy just enough time for support to come in from Jankos and from Wonder. Selfmade's forced to retreat for now as Hylissang is left for dead. That's a flash fall into Nemesis. He needs to get the Riftwalk if he can. Riftwalk's underneath the tower. The blow up from Jankos. That will even out the kills, and now Hilly is going to be able to escape. Bwipo forced a flash from the Dazzle. And after Fnatic started that fight, G2 ended it.
As you rightly said, quick shot, it was Fnatic that tried to initiate that play. They tried to catch Mickey off guard, but a clutch ultimate comes through from him and it mitigates a lot of the burst that was trying to come out from Fnatic, and then Nemesis, he overextends, and now Caps is looking for the kill.
Is indeed. Nemesis, no ultimate available. Distortion damage doesn't come down, but with
Can't hit him because of the minions!
No, the minions are blocking so much. Selfmade, the Spirit of Dread. will not be enough. It is going to be a solo kill to Cap, but it looked a little fishy for a while.
Honestly, though, if Reckless reacted a little bit quicker and got the shield onto Selfmade, that was looking really rough. When he missed the second distortion, that was pretty brutal. Now, I think, Vedius, you're exactly onto it with Camille freezing the bot wave because she's not going to be here right off the bat. The CC doesn't come through. Selfmade can't get the fear to apply before Mickey can drop down the ultimate.
And look at Nemesis here. So he uses his initial ultimate, right? And then at level 9, that cooldown is still 5 to 6 seconds, depending on how much CDR you have, which means that that's still a lot of time that G2 can use to re-engage onto him. So Nemesis feeling a little too confident that you still got to remember on the Kassadin, you don't have that much damage only at level 9, especially with this itemization, and he ends up getting punished. And if we have an opportunity, I'd love to have a look back at the XP graphs because I want to see the difference between Caps and Nemesis again, because before it was really huge, but now you can see that XP gap has suddenly closed once again.
And even Yanko's pretty high up there. The junglers, of course, outpacing the top laners with how crazy that was. Ooh, Reckless has to burn his cleanse in the mid lane. There wasn't even anyone behind Perks, but he didn't necessarily know that.
And of course, when you look at it, 4 kills to 3, nearly 2,000 gold in the lead for G2. 2-0 for Yankos' set. Perks 001 got that Blade of the Ring King completed, plus 20 CS over his opposite number. The same is true for Wonder over Bwipo. And I'm following Hylissang. He's got his ultimate available, got that Zenith Blade primed and ready if they wanted to fancy a dive, but you don't really want to tower dive the Shen. Minion wave is there, and while that's going on, there's a siege in the middle lane. It looks like G2 pushing forward just a little.
High up there. The junglers, of course, outpacing the top laners with how crazy that was. Ooh, Reckless has to burn his cleanse in the mid lane. There wasn't even anyone behind Perks, but he didn't necessarily know that.
And of course, when you look at it, 4 kills to 3, nearly 2,000 gold in the lead for G2. 2-0 for Yankos' set. Perks 001 got that Blade of the Ring King completed, plus 20 CS over his opposite number. The same is true for Wonder over Bwipo. And I'm following Hylissang. He's got his ultimate available, got that Zenith Blade primed and ready if they wanted to fancy a dive, but you don't really want to tower dive the Shen. Minion wave is there, and
keeping an eye on what options there are right now, because very few objectives. Plates are kind of the main key that both teams are looking for, but there aren't really that many plates to play for.
No.
It'll be Eternity Force picked up by Selfmade, that I think is a big purchase, because up until...
Does Hylissang get in trouble for this one? The chains are going to connect and he's able to walk away. That was a swag Hex Flash, if ever I have seen one.
A really nice route coming out from Reckless as well. Just great stuff from the Fnatic bot lane. Styling on G2 right there.
I've never seen a Hex Flash that was meant to send a message. In all the years that I've been casting. Now, let's see what happens under the tower. Caps is trying to zone away Selfmade. 3 members of G2 pushing the tower. Stand United is available. The Showstopper comes down. Facebreaker, Haymaker is being thrown out there by Yankos. The Cosmic Raiders will buy so much time. And the Stand United will deliver Wonder to the mid lane.
The last 3 games in a row, we have seen this exact same play from G2 and Fnatic. Nemesis is top lane. You know what's going to happen. They've literally beaten it into you and killed you every single time. Just give up the tower.
Fnatic is just like, I will die for this mid lane tower. And G2's like, okay, we will take those kills. Thank you very much. There's just no need, man. Just give it up. It's fine. You can afford to lose that tower. You're going to trade it in the top side of the map. Nemesis is going to get a bunch of free XP. And again, look, he's just clocked over to level 11. He's now working towards his next major item, which I think is going to be, yes, we're going to see the Seraph. So the problem is this will delay the Kassadin power spike a little bit longer, but let's have a look at this. So Fnatic think that after Bwipo just uses E, same for Selfmade, that they can engage onto this. And I don't think Hylissang recognizes that, like, with the Taric ultimate, this dive becomes so easy for them to execute.
Yeah, because the Shen ult is what actually gives time for Yankos to survive until the Cosmic Radiance drops down.
And he has the shield from his W as well. It's just so many powerful diving tools. And, like, Fnatic, they... Trevor, do you remember during the regular season you started that trend with the why?
Yes.
So this is one of those games where Fnatic don't need to do anything. They scale really well. They have, like, much better late game than their opposition. They just have to sit back and relax. And I feel like that was a situation where they forced a fight that they just did not need to.
So just to make sure I'm understanding it correctly, why are you defending the outer turret in the mid lane? Is that the best summary there?
You're like 2 minutes late, but yes.
Yeah, yes.
Perfect.
Correct.
You know, I'm not the fastest learner, right? Despite what
Neither
the name
a Fnatic, apparently.
implies. Look,
maybe in game 5.
Fnatic are down nearly 3,000 gold. 2 dragons as well. It's 30 seconds until the next mountain, until the mountain drake spawns, correction. And Nemesis, by the way, is pushing the bottom outer turret. That's going to be the Flash Zenith Blade. There wasn't an expectation from Selfmade that that was going to connect, and the Spirit of Dread will buy some time. Here comes Nemesis. 50% of his mana pool available. That was the flash and the ultimate committed from Selfmade and Hilly 20 seconds before Dragonfight.
So one of the important things to remember about Taric, hang on, Reckless might die.
Well, let's find out. Enchanted Crystal Arrows on cooldown perks, cannot fire that one out. Jankos continues to push forward. Showstopper's available to him.
Hello,
Hylissang is inside the pit, gets caught by the distortion, the ethereal chains, the dazzle. And that will be a dead Hylissang, secured by Caps. 3, 1, and 2, and the Drake now uncontested.
Well, G2 are able to find themselves another pick. They're going to get themselves the third Drake of the game. And what kind of looked like a great start for Fnatic, with Nemesis getting that kill, with him picking up so much farm on the top side of the map. There's just been a lot of small mistakes from Fnatic that G2 have been picking over and over and over again, and now that's put them in such a commanding position.
But am I having deja vu? Because I'm almost positive Hylissang got picked right before the third Drake last game too,
Yes.
and again, we are on Soul Point.
Now, unlike last time, we would appreciate if G2 did not decide to play a game of catch. They should not be throwing towards Fnatic as they did in the previous game. And we need to take a look at how these next few minutes play out. However, Fnatic have G2 have felt a lot more coordinated, clean, brutal this game and how they're approaching it.
I mean, what I am happy about is that I think that we're getting to see Fnatic definitely level up from what we saw from the regular season. That is a given, right? They're going toe-to-toe with G2. The problem is they are making these very small mistakes that are consistently getting punished and capitalized on by the side of G2. Now, again, want to reinforce, their comp scales extremely well, and it only takes one big mistake from G2 for Fnatic to suddenly reclaim control over this game. Level 16 Kassadin is something that is as old as League of Legends itself, right? You can never disrespect it. It is a guaranteed late-game win condition, and Nemesis is only 4 levels away. The question is, what can G2 in those 4 levels?
Yeah, I mean, can Nemesis get there in time? Can he survive long enough? Is going to be a better question. Historically, the answer has been no. Nemesis is solo in the bottom lane. He will be taking this tower the second of the game for Fnatic, but G2 are securing the 4th of the game, and with Rift Herald, there's huge.
I've seen this before! I've seen this before!
Okay, now G2, have you learned from your mistakes? I believe that you have.
Oh,
they're out! They're out! Ladies, gentlemen, fans at home, G2 have backed away. They're looking for Hylissang. He's going to get dropped down. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow snipes him underneath his own steps. Teleport comes out from Nemesis. And G2, they do not get the inhibitor. They get themselves their 8th kill, and they start to back away.
Yeah, that was really nice play there from G2, showing some caution around the inhibitor. They even held onto the teleport now for Wonder, and setting up, you know, with Baron coming onto the map, with Soul Point coming in 3 minutes. Just the amount of power that they have in their solo laners is going to be super meaningful when it comes to playing the side lane game, because we're almost 20 minutes in, and may I remind you, Bwipo still has yet to complete an item.
And fortunately for Bwipo and the rest of Fnatic, it is feeling like this game is going to Game 5, the first of our summer playoffs. The first time that G2 and Fnatic have gone to Game 5 since summer last year, and a guaranteed spot in the finals is at stake here.
And if there is one way that Fnatic end it here, it will have to be Nemesis, because he is the one that's picking up all the side lane farm. Bwipo, no, he didn't take bot lane through that entire play while the inhibitor tower was going down. It was Nemesis continuing to farm, trying to reach that super spooky level 16.
Well, he's under pressure now, Caps. Jankos, Wonder starting to push Nemesis. Fnatic have not taken G2 down in a best of 5 since spring split of 2018. There are years and years of stakes on the line as now all of a sudden Selfmade goes down. The man that was supposed to make them better. Nemesis forced to run for his life. Level 12 at the moment. Zenith Blade connects from Hylissang, but there's no follow-up. There's no damage trying to buy time. Hylissang gets blown up in the mid lane, and G2 are knocking on the doors of Game 5.
Another engage comes through from Fnatic that just leaves Ender and I scratching our heads. They tried to dive into this Ashe, and the first thing we said in draft was there is so much peel for this Ashe. Unless the entire Fnatic lineup is committing to this play, there's no way in which they're going to be able to make that work, and G2 pick themselves up 2 free kills.
And for fans that maybe are just joining us and haven't seen, this is the second game of the 4 that we've seen thus far, where Reckless at 20 minutes is 0-0-0. The team is not playing in a way to enable them or to facilitate one another, and they keep getting caught out.
The thing is, Fnatic have to play an in-and-out style of team fight. But when it's just a Hecarim, it's all in. He cannot really get out of this type of fight. You have to wait out the Cosmic Radiance. That's where a cast and pick works, because after you bait that out, you can pop out and look for the re-engage a little bit later. But Fnatic are at such a deficit at this point into the game. Every single engage is a lost one, and they have to pick and choose their battles, because this wasn't even for an objective. They were going to lose that tower regardless. This next fight around a dragon, around the Baron, if they have to give it up, that's what will decide the game.
7,000 gold, 7 towers secured, 7 extra kills, and a Mountain Soul available in 30 seconds. Fnatic feeling the pressure, and they are setting up, but historically, they've been caught out. Selfmade goes in, there is some support coming. The Stand United is unavailable for now. The rest of Fnatic continue to chase. Perks is in trouble. Goes low, does not go down.
No damage.
They can't kill him. There's not enough damage connecting. And now Caps is going to look to clean this one up. He goes unstoppable. Hilly drops as well, and Nemesis Rift walks to safety. Soul to G2.
That was a perfect example of how to peel for your AD carries. Solo queue players at home, I hope you watch that in detail, because that was exquisite from Mickey and Wonder. The utilization of the Spirit's Refuge, the stuns coming out. Remember the consistent heals that are going to come out from Mickey as he's just beating on these divers that are coming on top of him. Like, beautifully done to keep Perks alive, and then he dishes out the damage to win that fight for G2.
It is just ruthless, too, because Fnatic tried...
And he steals a red buff.
Gotta be kidding me. That is... Reckless doesn't get it. He has no mana either. He has to go back to base. Sure, there's a ward on this objective, but the jungler is just now spawning, and this will certainly be going down here.
This game is bigger than just round 2 playoffs. Obviously looking at Worlds, obviously setting expectations. Caps is chasing.
A little miscommunication on that one.
Yeah.
Wonder thought he was committing.
G2 definitely wanted to hunt for that extra kill, and seeing some of the mechanical plays here, especially on the G2 side, starting to fill me a little bit more confidence. Decision making can be reviewed. Insta cleanse from Reckless as he starts to escape, but with Baron, with Mountain Soul, oh, the Hex Flash will complete. I thought that Shadow Dash...
You can't keep getting away with it.
And now Hilly escapes with his life. 10k gold down, Caps is chasing, flash forward, finds the chains.
Oh,
all right, that wasn't really
the swag on the fadeaway, knowing the electrocute proc was going to come down. How good is he?
Is very happy. Remember, this LeBlanc has been banned multiple games in a row. G2 Esports will even this series out in just a moment or two, as the final siege is going to be pushing into the base here. It is a gigantic lead. And Ender, at the end of the last game, you talked about how that throw could tilt teams. And while I agree with you fundamentally, G2 is not one of those traditional teams. If anything, the throw has energized them.
All right, so we'll get back to that point in a second, because I really want to highlight what Mickey and Wonder do here. So the first thing is that Mickey is going to try and land the stun after the Ash Arrow connects, right? So Perks gets a nice big shield after his runes as well. The stun does land, good setup onto Whippo. But then just watch what Mickey and Wonder do, right? So at this point you're thinking, oh, Perks is definitely dead, good use of the cleanse, but then the Spirit's Refuge comes in to mitigate. Look at all the heals coming out from Mickey as well, as he just keeps hitting all these melee champions. And on top of that, the stun connects as well. Just the combination of the two to keep Perks alive. That is how you peel for your AD carry, and that's also what makes this so difficult for Fnatic every time they try to dive onto the back line.
I do want to take, because this game obviously a blowout. Whippo tried so hard leading up to that. Like, the man did not have boots up until that point. He bought an Elixir of Wrath just to try and kill Perks, and he still could not do it. It is just a rough game to be a top laner for Fnatic.
It really is. And for Fnatic fans at home, being so tantalizingly close to winning the series and taking G2 down, to have this type of game play out, it's heartbreaking. We need to see what happens as this final siege is now moving in. Baron is still on for another 50 seconds. Super minions in multiple lanes. The Wonder's going to dash forward, doesn't go for the flash taunt. And now the rest of G2 pushing into the base, under the assumption that this game is over.
Whoa!
Hilly with the long-range Zen did not anticipate that one. He gets shut down. Solar Flare did nothing. That is a gigantic taunt coming out from Wonder. The Cosmic Radiance buys time. 1, 2, 3 Fnatic members falling like flies as G2 will take down the Nexus, will take down Fnatic, and will bounce back from a monumental throw in Game 3 to force Game 5.
This is a G2 that means business. This is a G2 that got a conversation with Grabs after the game. He brought out the belt, and now they are here to get wins fast.
Now, Fnatic do have side selection in the draft. If we assume they stick on what has been happening, they'll pick red side. There is some advantages there, but the Kassadin, that option did not work. The Camille, that option did not work. And the momentum is all with G2.
And gentlemen, this will be our first silver scrapes of the LEC in 2020. I'm excited. I've been waiting for this.
G2 versus Mad Lions, dude.
Damn it.
I would like to point out that Verius is getting ahead of himself. That song will be played on the second ad break today. Coming up next, we'll give you a preview of Game 5 as Fnatic and G2 go the distance. Who will be your first finalist? Find out after 2 ad breaks.
What?
You could have just said
I think this patch was a bit rougher for us, but we picked it up now. That's like our biggest strength, I think, like the adaptability. I can already like taste the feeling of like being in finals and like playing against G2, probably having another rematch. But I think like outside of G2, I think like Rogue and Schalke should be the next best teams.
Will the sleep come in? It does, and Roman did not always here.
Triple sleep, massive all the across the entire time, but no, still don't want to do so much damage. Still trying to find a way out. Gilly is simply next on the list. Gillians, no! Not like this. The triple Abadage wants to turn it, but it's not going to happen. Oh, I love it. Special, the kind of rush onto the face breaker. Reckless going to be the first target here as he goes down.
And winning the LEC would be really cool to stop the G2 and Fnatic dynasty. And I think we have a really good shot at winning LEC. So I really hope we can take this chance and actually win it, because I think we can do it.
Orange, thank you.
Our teams are so good this year.
I can't believe they actually made it. What? It's what champions eat.
Beko Harvest Fresh preserves vitamins for longer by simulating the natural 24-hour sun cycle. Beko, eat like a pro.
Have a bite. It's good.
everyone to the Summer Playoffs Game 5, baby. G2 and Fnatic are fighting for a spot in the final. It's been an epic series from the beginning. Everything will be decided in this next game. Just fangirling for a second about the fact that, you know, this is finally going the distance. One, a series in our playoffs is finally going the distance. And two, Fnatic and G2 are, I would say, trading blow for blow, but that last game was a bit more G2 favored.
For sure, but to be fair to Fnatic at the start of the game, it looked like they were maybe going to pull ahead. You saw uncharacteristic mistake from Wander on the top side. Whippo was stepping up and, you know, finds that 1v1 kill. You see Cassian get a kill early, and Fnatic fans are like, maybe this is it. It's happened. The Cassian has got ahead early. But then, of course, as we'll see in draft, there is that champion in the mid lane and that player in the mid lane that Fnatic always have to worry about. Caps with a monster performance.
Looking at the draft, I think that Fnatic have 3 problems right now. G2 have learned they can first pick Ashe instead of ban it. G2 can pick the LeBlanc blind whenever they want, and they can pick the set. So which one of these 3 does Fnatic want to shut down? In game 3, they ban LeBlanc instead of Yuumi. I think the Yuumi ban is kind of useless. I mean, they could go Ezreal Yuumi, but then Mickey can't really roam. Maybe Hylissang can pick Pyke and get unleashed. So do they want to ban out LeBlanc again? Do they have an answer to the set, which has been dominating the early game for the last 3 games? And what do they do about Ashe? Is Senna really the answer for them? Because it seems Ashe is winning all over the world.
And I think the big thing is like, what do they pull out if they don't want to ban the LeBlanc, if instead they want to take away the Ashe? And it's like, do we see the Corki come out for Nemesis? Do we see more options here in the mid lane? Because the Cassian, in theory, in isolation, it's just a champion that always looks good on paper, and I feel like never works out on the Rift outside of maybe the scrim games.
And small thing, because you brought up when we were watching a draft, you thought a Galio would actually have been perfect for Fnatic here.
Yeah, I think if you have the Senna ult and the Camille Galio, you can really play easy over sides. I guess when they saw the Shen, they thought, well, LeBlanc, Shen, they want to play over sides. I'll pick Kassadin against Ashe, Taric, LeBlanc, Shen, go Merc Treads, get the fleet footwork for extra tenacity, but the whole team comp doesn't work really. I think if you throw something like a Galio or a Corki in there, it just makes the draft easier. Maybe save last pick for top, because they already blinded their mid. Just go for something like a Corki, even the Orianna run back, or even a Lucian if you want to, and just last pick top.
Yeah, just one of those things. However, you know, you can see what they're trying to do in terms of Fnatic. There's only one little thing. Do not get snowballed on early. Yep. Well, that's exactly what happened. Let's take a look at this mid lane dive from G2. As you said, there were some good moments for Fnatic, but G2 just all of a sudden went in.
And this is the big strength, especially of a champion like Taric at any point. Is the second that you're the team that's able to make proactive plays, Taric instantly becomes one of the strongest champions in these scenarios. And you can see they try desperately to burst out Set, who's already such a tanky champion, but the fact that invulnerability comes through makes sure that there's no one-for-one trade, and it's purely G2 coming ahead. And we saw that over and over again. Every time Fnatic would try to crawl their way back in the game, it was Taric ulti coming in, it was Shen ulti coming in. And so Perkz, who for the first time in the series really feels like he's taking off, was absolutely unkillable.
Yeah, I think you hit 2 key points there. First of all, whichever melee support engages first feels like it always wins, whether it's Nautilus, Thresh, Leona, Taric. Whoever pulls the trigger first with the set always is going to end up winning the fight, because it's on your terms, basically, right? And then, like you said, Perkz has really stepped up. I think the Ashe is working way better for him than the Senna. You have way more hyper carry potential, way more damage potential, and you have more engage. And you saw Karzi on PGL say, Ashe is the champion you need to lead a team with. Yeah. You need something you can pull the trigger, start the arrows, and start a fight, and that's what Perkz is probably doing.
That's what Perkz did, and of course he had Caps also in the mid lane, who is having a monster of a series, a monster of a year, honestly, so far.
I mean, he's just the best player in Europe. I mean, you can put any numbers you want up there. People will still believe it until you beat him down 100 times in a row. The man is absolutely unstoppable. He's like, anything he touches turns to gold. It's like an 0-5 performance to start a game. He can still turn it around and find a pentakill or a 20-stack Medjais. This man really does, at least from my eyes, seem unbeatable on an individual level.
And let's parlay that into win conditions for G2 Esports. If they want to win this next game, one of those should be play around Caps, right, Kadril?
Yeah, I think playing around Caps is working for them so well. You saw Mickey X roaming mid game 3, got him a free kill. Again, this works so well throughout this game as well. Just playing through mid, they saw the mid dives were coming in around level 7, level 8. I think the early game style that they have with Mickey X on a roamer like the Nautilus or something like the Leona, avoid the Braum Yuumi, and Jankos on the set, it just works so well for them. So getting Caps ahead is definitely their winning win condition, and I think keeping Perkz on Ashe is definitely another one.
And the big thing here for me is that if you get any one of these 3 things, mostly the early game snowball, but even Perkz on Ashe is such a positive start. Yep. Getting Caps set up for success is such a positive start. Jankos on set again, any one of those things feels like it's enough for G2 to win the game. So Fnatic do really have their work cut out for them.
That's a great point. It looks like for G2, you know, there's really not that much you have to even focus on, because you stomped so hard in that 4th game. But for Fnatic, what are we looking at? How can they pull this back, and how do they win this and get to the final?
Okay, first of all, avoid something like the Kassadin. If you're going to play a scaling jungler like the Hecarim, you don't want to play a scaling scaling mid like the Kassadin as well. You need something that can actually push and use its push for something, whether it's a turn into bot, whether it's to put some pinks down in the jungle, or just protect your jungler. So Kassadin can not really do any of that until 6. So definitely look for an impactful mid pick. The Orianna was kind of working for Nemesis. I like that pick. But yeah, that's definitely what you need to do.
Maybe if it can help you, Fnatic is back on red.
Okay, they're back on red. So, I mean, they've both all been the same size, basically the same size all throughout the series almost.
Yeah, 100%. It feels like they're just willing to run it back over and over and over again. And I want to see what they do if anything changes for counter pick as far as what they're willing to go.
Yeah.
But honestly, the question for me is how deep is Nemesis's mid lane pool and how many more jungle mid duos do they actually have they're going to synergize well together? Because it's really just been farming junglers. The Lilia didn't work. The Hecarim obviously worked a lot better, but still is going to fall into a lot of the same traps, which is that automatically Nemesis needs to pick something that's going to do something early game that will at least get a little bit of mid lane prio, or Selfmade is going to be the one who suffers. Now they can mix it up. Maybe Nemesis can pick something scaling and Selfmade can pick something for prio, but it does require a pretty dramatic shift for Fnatic.
Yeah, I think at this point of the stage in the series, it feels like G2's one with the sword and Fnatic's one with the shield, basically, right? G2 are the aggressors, Fnatic are the scalers, and I don't think they're going to change their playstyle. I think the Hecarim is really working, but if you throw something like an Orianna in there, that just synergizes well with it in the 2v2s, comes online at 6. You saw in the first game, I think it was, when they were roaming into bots with the Hecarim Orianna, making picks with Hylissang stopping base and stuff like this. This is what I want to see from Fnatic. I want to see them get to mid-game even, have some playmakers, and just try to shut down G2's early game.
Oh, it's so interesting because it changed so much from game to game. And after game 1, we were like, yes, Hilly, keep doing what you're doing. Keep going in. And now we're like, maybe don't go in all the time. And the team also has to stop the bleeding. It's just been so up and down, but so interesting.
It's been pretty fun.
Yeah, it's been very fun. You can talk about the level however you want, but it all comes down to game 5 for G2 and Fnatic, as it is finally time for Silver Scrapes, baby, in the LEC. Let's go!
Till the king want no debate. Don't need no fans to liberate. Cut the bullshit, you're just hating. Playoffs now will be dominating. Damn, Fnatic, you're here? After a whole split of playing like shit?
So what? We struggled just a little bit. Got knocked down, took a few hits. Took a time standing up, now I admit. Not here to pretend had a bad split. Maybe it's time that we shift gears. Show them the Fnatic that you fear. The one with the penners and the big plays. We could bring him back for a few days. G2 is just a name on a list. Revenge for Fnatic, got time, this is it. Can't wait to watch your reign collapse. What you gonna do, just buy another cap? I'm sorry, but this rivalry still lives with me. Acknowledge me, Fnatic army, come to end your party. I will always be your adversary. You should be very wary, a curse kinda scary. Take it to the cemetery as we return to glory.
Back to back to back, you know these titles start to stack. Just like all your failed splits, start to think that this is it. Fnatic, you've lost the magic, it's tragic. Once a classic, now just over dramatic. A soap opera, I'm on the edge of my seat. Who the fans gonna ask to bench this week? Nothing to discuss, Cap shows us. You don't have to trust, your team just sucks. You two getting trophies, Fnatic getting mentions. Maybe it's time for an intervention. Fnatic, let's make one thing clear. You're only rivals in the mirror. We don't beat you, you beat yourself. Pathetic, go and get some help.
Well, that was about the best introduction possible. You guys at home didn't get to see the live rendition from Andrew Vedius Day. It is the last game of our Kings match here between G2 and Fnatic. And once again, G2 will be blue side, Fnatic will be on the red side. Vedius, Ender, talk me through draft, talk me through expectations here. The pressure's on Fnatic. 2 games in a row that they have really been pushed and really been punished by G2. One of them they managed to win thanks to a G2 blunder, but Vedius, how did they turn around in game 5?
Well, I think I'm surprised that Fnatic have chosen to go on the red side once again. I was expecting them to take blue so they could get higher priority, but they're committed to getting these counter picks down. It makes me wonder what they're going to do about the Ashe this time around, because it clearly seems to me that G2 is more than happy to first pick it, and honestly, I feel like Perkz has looked the best when he's been put on that Ashe pick.
I completely agree. I think if you're able to get Ashe on blue side, all your bot lane problems are going to be solved. That being said, I think red side does open you up to have the answer for the AD carry pick, to have an answer for the support pick if you want as well. So to me, that screams Fnatic want to play for some strong bot lane answers and also that final soul lane counter.
4 games in a row, the first pick on blue side for G2 has been Senna, and Ashe. 3 games of Senna, and this might just be the best picks and bans music I've ever heard.
Just thumping.
I want to see if Set will be dealt with by Fnatic. I agree with what Kedril and the analysts were talking about just before the break. It has felt like Jankos and G2 have got huge advantages, and this will mimic the bans from the previous games so far. Eve, Nautilus, and Hecarim from G2. That is a pivot away from the threat.
I do like this as a move. Even though they've been able to beat the Hecarim has always looked good for Fnatic. So removing that, they do give the Thresh over potentially, but I feel like if I'm G2, I'm willing to deal with that. Hylissang's Leona was not the most impressive, and there's the Ashe for G2. I feel like that is just going to win your bot lane.
I feel like if you're Fnatic now, you just insta-lock Senna Thresh. I feel like that's the play. You cannot afford to give Ashe Thresh over because of how strong that 2 versus 2 is. So if I'm Fnatic, that's what I would want to lock in. Maybe even consider a Lucian lock in if they don't want to lock in the center right now, just so that they can take that away.
I mean, the question is, will Selfmade now go to an AP jungle? Because G2, after 4 games, realized, okay, we're banning not just the Evelynn, but also the Hecarim away from Selfmade. So he's going to have to find the pivot. The Karthus was that pivot in their series against Rogue, but that is a very hard scaling direction that he would be taking so many resources in Fnatic's final game.
Is this going to be the Thresh that Vedius just talked about? All series long, the second pick has been either a jungler or that support, and that's it. So this time around, the Thresh secured as opposed to the Nautilus, which is obviously in the ban list. And with the Hecarim removed from the pool, where will Selfmade go? Also, what does Mickey play in the support role? We have been saying all series long we like him on the engaged supports. So I'd like to see that one play in the support role. We have been saying all series long we like him on the engaged supports. So I'd like to see that one come back, and it's the Set LeBlanc run back.
Yeah, I think you just get to wait on the support pick, because once again, Fnatic left the LeBlanc open, and this will still remain a problem, because now G2 have so many playmaking opportunities still. The long-range engage of the Ashe, LeBlanc in the early laning phase. The Set can run through jungle matchups early on, and this is exactly what G2 want to snowball the game.
Well, I have a couple thoughts, because I think that G2 they should have considered going for a Tahm Kench. I understand that they really value the LeBlanc, but in my opinion, Caps has been beating Nemesis in pretty much every matchup, and I think that what they could have done here is just lock Tahm Kench, guaranteed a safe, strong 2v2, especially into the Thresh, and then save your mid lane pick for later, because now Fnatic have gone back to Comfort for Nemesis. I mean, he's always been playing Comfort, right, but he's got himself the Lucian, and now G2 need to ban away AP jungle.
Vedius, in a game 5, what do you want Caps carrying on? To me, it's the LeBlanc every single time. He will 1v9 the game.
And if you're a Fnatic fan, what do you want Nemesis on? He's undefeated on Lucian in playoffs. He's got a 17 KDA. Admittedly, it was 2 games. It's found itself in the ban pool multiple times. But Nemesis, it is now or never. It's not just the finals on the line. The whole world is watching. And the question is, how good can you play?
Nemesis has been given the lane bully. He's been given a lot here too, but this pick always means Selfmade is going to be AP champion in the jungle. The Lilia is the first ban away. I would not be surprised to see a Karthus banned out here too. And now it's for Selfmade way down the priority list.
Tahm Kench is actually still up. I think that's not a terrible pick here for G2 if they want to get themselves the Ornn alongside that. But I think right now their ban is going to have to be the Karthus. Fnatic can then look to something like the Gragas. I wouldn't be surprised to see that. When I think of AP junglers, I'm thinking Echo, Gragas, Diana, and of the 3, Gragas makes the most sense when it acts as an engage. And I think that under the assumption that G2 are likely to go for an Ornn, as they need a slightly more reliable way to start fights off outside of the Ashe Arrow, then Fnatic likely want to save their last pick for the counter, which will probably end up being the GP.
Yeah, and I mean, if it is a Gragas come through, you then have some gank opportunities that Selfmade hasn't really felt early on into the game. It will be the Gragas locked in. That means Predator Boots are very likely for him to play around. But now, I mean, we're talking about the Tahm Kench. Tahm Kench, not a great answer into the Gragas. His ultimate offers you many tools here. So, dare I say it,
maybe the
is this
better.
the Mickey X from run back?
Maybe the Braum is better.
Oh, I don't know if I like this. I don't know if I like this. We felt so strongly that we didn't want this off the game 1. Now, compositionally speaking,
it is good,
into Lucian, Thresh, Gragas, I probably like it a little bit more.
This game, it also, like, G2 have other ways to start off fights. In that game 1, you really didn't have that many tools, right? I remember they're like playing the Gnar, the Akali, all this stuff, but Perks has the ability to begin fights. Caps with his change. Jankos in the jungle too. All of these players, and now Wunder in the top lane on the Ornn. They have the setup needed to get the ball rolling.
What does Bwipo run into the Ornn? You can feel the energy. It is not banned. It is available. It is something Bwipo has done a lot. And you can feel the excitement here as we wait for this final lock-in. Vedius, give me a zoom out on what your anticipation and expectations are going to be for the draft, as there is the gangplank you just talked about.
Well, so I think that Fnatic could quite easily play through the bot side of the map. The biggest thing is going to be mid lane, in my opinion, because when you have Lucian versus LeBlanc, on paper, this feels like a Lucian-favored matchup initially, but I can see how it can very easily be a skill matchup, and so far this series, Caps has had Nemesis's number in lane. So I think that whoever gets the early advantage is going to help swing the momentum of this game and dictate who will eventually be the champ.
Let's find out who will be the first finalist of the LEC summer season. Fnatic have picked up more wins this series than all year against G2 Esports. And frankly, it is up to Fnatic to prove that they can play with the big boys G2. 2 games in a row, it has been G2 favored, and we are down to this, the last time on Summoner's Rift for G2 versus Fnatic.
This is game 5 here, and I recall that the first part of the draft is similar to game 4, but explain to me the second rotation here and your goal in the early game against Fnatic this game.
I mean, as before, right? We try to snowball through mid into bot, get some Dex advantages. This time around, Evolution, who's a bit more self-sufficient in lane than his other picks, so maybe he doesn't hug tower this game. So it will be a bit harder, but still, of course, aiming to have a strong early game presence, and then Ornn can be weak side, top side. We play 4 objectives, as I said, and that's the goal.
All right, well, we'll see how things go for you. And now, back to you, casters, for game 5.
So, based on what Grab said, they want to play towards bot side by getting Prio through mid. So, Ender, talk to me about jungle matchup here. If you're Jankos, do you look for a level 2 player into a Lucian, or do you... What's your early pathing?
I mean, right now, Jankos looks like you might want to make a level 1 play. I think level 2 play into Lucian can work if you go straight after a red buff, because that means he won't have his E just yet, so the dash will not be there. But I think by starting on the blue buff, it's likely just going to try to figure out the bot side jungle. Again, like Raps was saying, they want to play around the bot area of map, play with the early Drakes. So by splitting the map right there at level 1, it's going to create a lot of pressure on Reckless and Hylissang right off the bat.
You can see a hook does land in the 2 versus 2. Mickey, though, feeling confident.
Can go mid, actually. Like,
Looking at it,
Nemesis is so far pushed up in this lane.
We're pushing forward. Flash is available to Nemesis. Selfmade is nearby. Level 2 on both junglers. A couple of autos coming down as Nemesis will get that passive off. Now there's the siege. Flash for Flash. Jankos trades his for Nemesis's, and that's going to be pretty happy for G2 Esports.
There's not a lot of reaction time on that from Nemesis. That was very clutch for him to get away, but this is where the strength of Set lies. When Nemesis will not having Flash for the next 5 minutes, Jankos gets Hex Flash, which works off of Nimbus Cloak. You get all that movement speed, so Fnatic need excellent vision control around mid lane, because now it's so easy for Caps to set up the gank with a chain, followed up by Jankos popping out of the fog of war, and that will be instant death for Nemesis.
If you aren't watching and hearing some audio glitches, we are aware and we are working on it. As now you can see Perks and Mickey stepping forward just ever so slightly. While in the meantime, Bwipo's pushing that top lane all the way towards the Tower of Wonder. No surprise in terms of the matchup right now.
Let's light it up. TP out from Wonder. A very good trade in the early laning phase meant that Wonder was forced to go back to base. Nemesis, though, being forced to play a little bit more defensively after losing his flash. This is guaranteeing Caps the early prio, and again, comes back to what we were talking about, and the fact that Nemesis has to play defensively means that Caps can look for opportunities elsewhere, as Selfmade is moving towards the top side.
Yeah, I think right now Nemesis has a lot of potions. His Wonder does take a nice trade up towards the top side. I was checking that one out because G2 are really committing around this middle lane, trying to funnel the Scuttle Crabs into Jankos and give him that pressure.
Double skull again?
He has the top side Scuttle and should be able to secure the bot one. Reckless and Hylissang do have control over that bot side wave, and Jankos is committing up towards the top, just sitting around here so that I think Orin can push the wave.
Good damage there onto Mickey. Death Sentence into Flay. Big minion wave as well, pushing towards Perks and Mickey under the tower, down 7 CS for now. Nemesis on the Lucian, doubling up here with Selfmade and making the way to the bottom lane.
Yeah, this is going to be a little bit difficult to pull off of a dive here. There's an exhaust and a heal they have to worry about, so I think Fnatic make the right call to back away there, and just as soon as they go into the fog of war, the threat of the dive will loom on the horizon for G2's bot side of the map. And I think this threat will return in a couple of minutes because, you know, we mentioned briefly in the top lane, Bwipo traded really aggro into Wonder to get him to back to base and forced to use that teleport early on. So it will be a mismatch for a little bit when Bwipo takes over to level 6, where he has the global and Wonder won't be able to reply.
All right, Hex Flash comes down. Nemesis can get pulled back in just a moment. The chains need to connect, and it looks like they do. Nemesis will go down. First blood to Jankos. Wave the white flag in Fnatic's face.
Extremely well played there by Jankos, and he's actually just been playing up towards the top side of the map, and I feel like Nemesis, he had to push that wave out. He was forced in a difficult situation. Selfmade wasn't there to help support, and now Selfmade is even having more of his camp stolen away, and a lot of that comes off the back of those early plays from Jankos. We talked about it, and so far it's paying off for G2.
I mean, this is exactly what G2 needed to do, and Nemesis already in trouble, still won't have a flash, and Jankos still holding on to the Hex, so he's going to be able to come and make that happen. It's a situation where Hylissang does take a lot of damage down here, but I feel like when Nemesis loses his flash so early in the lane, the bottom lane from Fnatic almost need to force an early reset so that Hylissang can get some pressure around mid, because the 2v2 for G2 is obviously going to be one around mid lane, but I feel like the Thresh could be the thing to swing it back to Fnatic so they could get some control over the area.
Let's see if Hylissang can get unlocked. Jankos once again appearing on the map, threatening pressure onto Reckless and Hilly. Hex Flash is available. He's going to find himself Reckless. The Lantern is available after the pullback. And that means Hylissang and Reckless will be able to turn this around, put some damage down onto Jankos. The Haymaker's done a lot. Here comes Selfmade and Nemesis, level 4 and 5 respectively. Hold our thoughts on whether or not this dive is going to go forward. Flash is available for Selfmade. He's not going to go under the tower just yet.
I think he just hit level 6, but his ult went on cooldown?
does look like it. I didn't quite see where that was used. We'll have to check with the observers. And while we're figuring that out, I quickly have to ask all the fans at home.
He has ultimate. He does have it.
Who is going to win Game 5? Spam in chat, G2 or Fnatic. I know it's tense, it's 1 kill and 400 gold in favor of G2. And looks like an observer bug, right, for the GPO.
Yeah, so the reason why I wanted to mention that was because we saw 4 members of Fnatic looking towards bot side. The play for a dive was very real, especially with Whippo having access to his ulti, but Fnatic choose not to pull the trigger. Jankos will now finally get around to clearing his red buff. Definitely a little bit overdue, but he's sitting with a level advantage over Selfmade right now, and Fnatic with a slight gold lead.
I will say, though, that because of the ultimate threat from Whippo, as well as Nemesis and Selfmade constantly, twice now, trying to move into that bottom lane and put down some pressure, Jankos has not been able to play for the early Drake, like Rabs was talking about, so we're in a very real situation where around the 8-minute mark, we're resetting and not actually pathing into the top lane. We're going to be pathing back towards bot side. Now, Jankos is here in the river first, and I think with Mickey to follow him first there as well, they'll have the vision to potentially be able to set that up, but I think they might want to wait until Wonder's TP does return.
And if Jankos continues to find impact this game, you then start to question Fnatic's answer to it. They chose to let that one go through. Mickey will be able to roam, and this was Fnatic's bottom lane. They managed to get their recall pickaxe and tier secured, and Hilly and Reckless will just do a brief drive-by in that middle lane. Fnatic are falling a little further behind as far as the gold is concerned, and CS advantages, however minor, being picked up in the top and the middle lane for now.
Looks like right now the fans are behind G2, but that's closer than I thought. Based on G2's throw and then a commanding Game 4 performance, I was expecting chat to be a lot more G2-sided, but clearly there are still a lot of Fnatic faithful fans out there, and I think they do have a shot with the draft that they have gotten themselves. The gold, of course, still very even. Whippo yet to use his ultimate anywhere for a play, but we see that the bot lane of G2 already on the road.
I mean, this is the most competitive Fnatic have been in 12 months against G2. So, rightful for the Fnatic fans to come out in support. But look at G2's moves now. You've got Jankos soloing out the Rift Herald. You've got the duo lane from G2 pushing forward, level 6 secured for perks. And they'll just usher that minion wave in. And this will allow the recall from Caps. No TP available to him. It doesn't look like they'll lose too much as that wave is just about to hit the tower.
Yeah, so G2 have been controlling vision around mid lane very, very well, cascading that pressure into the early Rift Herald for Jankos as well. I will say, though, that it has once again resulted in Perks falling behind in this bottom lane. Yeah, he'll pick up some farm underneath that bot lane tower, but this is going to be the Reckless again that probably will pick up some plates when they eventually swap and get out to a lead, but we have not seen Reckless's advantages actually transition into anything meaningful for the rest of Fnatic.
That's very true. Last game we saw him sitting at a 0-0-0 scoreline once again, and we do see a bit of action in the bot lane.
So much damage onto Mickey. He stays alive a few seconds longer. The exhaust and the Kia keeps him up, and the barrel won't be able to pick up the kill. Hylissang's over the wall. Selfmade's got flash available to him. That's the body slam flash combination. And here come the rest of G2. The root is going to be big. The death sentence into the play. Hylissang trying to turn this one around. Reckless throws down the Dawning Shadow, and that does so much damage onto G2. Fnatic get the kill and get away.
It's a huge save right there to keep Selfmade alive. It looks like he was almost surely going to go die once Braum applied the passive to him. But I think Reckless showed up the hook as well from Hylissang, and they did
bad for Wonder.
Searing Charge didn't find its target. He must survive as observers will throw up the replay.
Let's have a look. So the hook does land on the Braum. He takes a huge chunk of damage. The stun does come down, and a clutch exhaust actually mitigates a lot of it. The ultimate not quite enough, as Ender highlighted before, and then we see Caps and Jankos join. And as Ender was saying, I thought at this point, Selfmade was going to lose his life, but the Gangplank ultimate comes in clutch, along with this hook that lands onto Caps, rooting him in place, means that the damage isn't there onto Selfmade, and Perk realizes, okay, I don't have any mana left to commit to this, so really well played from the bot lane of Fnatic there to stop Caps from getting that execute.
And now Fnatic may be able to turn this into the Dragon. Selfmade just going to be clearing this one out for now, because Wonder just used his teleport to get back into the top lane. This is the second time now he's used that ability to make it up to the top side, whereas Whippo has his for the time being, but did use his ultimate earlier.
Let's take a look. A little bit of pressure from Caps here, just using the distortion over the wall. If you look at the river, 1, 2, 3, 4 members apiece inside. Mickey's going to tag Reckless though.
Whippo does have teleport, whereas Wonder does not.
Let's find out what happens. Fnatic are able to secure the first dragon of the game. That is a Cloud. Infernal is next, which means we're going to get a Mountain or an Ocean Soul. The Lantern will be used to bring in some threat, but no further follow-up. G2, despite their posturing, unable to contest Dragon.
This is exactly what Fnatic want, though. They've slowed down the G2 Dragon game that you're supposed to be able to get with this power mid-jungle 2 versus 2. Selfmade's been able to get to level 7, all the way past the 6 point, and this Balling's doing just fine, too. So Fnatic very much in a solid position. Even though this game does remain close, I think getting that first Drake is a big swing.
I agree with you, Ender, and I think that right now Fnatic is feeling comfortable. Gangplank ultimate not up just yet, but you can see that Whippo playing very defensively because he knows that Set's on the top side of the map. LeBlanc also looking for a roam up top, and Fnatic looking to make the cross map. Selfmade, he will spot out.
Oh, he doesn't see him, the vision.
He doesn't.
The vision does not see the recall from Mickey. Whippo respecting the potential dive, he backs away, so he does not concede another death. Or any
this
death.
gold to Wonder?
That
okay,
is...
oh, it looks like Cap's cashing on some. I don't know if it was just the global turret or not, but...
Okay, so significantly slower early game than the 2 previous. Diankos, despite his impact in mid onto Nemesis, has been unable to accelerate that further. And Fnatic, while they are down a tower right now, they are much more competitive and trading blow for blow. Thus far, 12 minutes into the game, down 700. They got a bunch of plates in that bottom lane. And the Rift Herald took the top tower.
Yeah, I mean, now would be a great chance, or a great time for us to check out the gold between these two teams and the players. If we could get that up on our screens, because the constant for Fnatic has been Reckless gets so much gold down in the bottom lane, but the solo lanes of G2 are the ones that continually claw out advantages. And we're seeing that again with Wonder and Caps, especially on this LeBlanc. With an edge, he will be able to convert that into a lot more.
One of the trends that we've also been seeing is, oh, hang on, they know he's there.
Reckless is going to be able to flash away.
Nice sidestep,
Summon a spell secured for only regular spells.
Bit of a BM with the B there. I respect it, Reckless, as he's able to sidestep Caps' aggression. But again, the thing that I want to highlight is that typically in this series, we've seen Selfmade on a carry, and that's where the other gold advantages have been coming from, because he power farms, he plays for himself, he gets early kills, and now he's on the Gragas. Gragas can make these game-changing ultimate plays, but the onus to carry is not on Selfmade right now. It's on the shoulders of Nemesis as Fnatic look to play in the bot side once again.
Mickey's going to be able to flash away from the death sentence. That saves his life, by the way. The Lost Embrace didn't slow down or root perks, so he escapes as well. And to go back to what you were saying, Vedius, it's kind of indicative of how these teams play stylistically. You know, G2, when they made it to the World Final last year, when they won MSI, it was off the back of exceptionally strong solo laners. And now Caps is going to be forcing Nemesis away. That is how G2 made a name for themselves last year.
I wonder if Nemesis flashed there because he didn't realize Caps, that was the clone W right there going forward, because he used the W first to come in. He didn't quite have the burst damage to finish him off, but they're just running this all the way into the top lane.
Whippo's in trouble. Flash is available to him. Cannon Barrage as well. There's no support from anyone else. The Powder Keg will buy some time. While that's going on, Fnatic are going to take a tower in the bottom lane, and Whippo is just taking them on a run. Cue the, is it Benny Hill music?
That's the one.
And he's running for his life.
Might just try to get an execute here, but he's not going to get it, I don't think.
No, I don't think so either. Barrel will get
getting in the way.
Minion blocking Caps. He continues to take them on a run. While that's going on, Fnatic are pushing down the bottom lane. It's a dead even game thus far. And that will be the
eventually. Surely it'll happen. Come on.
Wait a minute, will it?
A lot of damage. Yeah, Perks and Mickey arrive as well, and that's maybe even more problematic. Kill secured there by Caps after wasting a lot of time. So much time that Reckless and Hilly get into the inner turrets.
Exactly that. They're able to push in through bot. They'll be able to move into the bot side jungle, rotate up into mid, and potentially threaten this tower. But Jankos securing this Rift Herald now means that G2, after a quick reset, can look to take the mid tower themselves.
Yeah, so, okay, we're going to get the cinematic angle on this one.
All right,
Slaughters the innocent minions. Okay, have your fun.
See Caps here.
Hey! Okay, now to bring us back into Game 5 of G2 versus Fnatic, thank you for that wild ride across the Rift. It is still a 500 gold advantage to G2 Esports. The winner goes to finals next Sunday. The loser plays Rogue or Mad next Saturday. And I said this at the beginning of the game, I said this 30 minutes ago, the world is watching. What we're trying to see here is how our representatives that will place first, second, or third in seeding for the World Championships are going to shape up. And I'm happy to see Fnatic bouncing back after two very difficult games. They've got an element of control. They've managed to handle the early death by Nemesis, and they are just marginally behind G2 right
I mean, let's kind of recap the series, right? Because in game 1, Fnatic at this point in the game was pretty much in sole control, and it was G2 constantly playing on the back foot. Don't have time, arrow lands.
Rekkles instantly cleanses away. Hylissang does have flash available to him. He's holding on to it for now. Gets tagged by Winter's Bite despite the death sentence. Manages to double flay into the box. Cannon Barrage comes down. Selfmade gets the body slam. Barrel. Mickey's in trouble. Stays alive. Burnt down. That's the kill secured by Hilly. Now Jankos is trying to run amok inside the jungle of Fnatic. Rekkles stays alive to find the lantern and escape. Selfmade stays up just long enough for Nemesis to get in. The culling only takes out the clone before Caps takes him down. It's a 1-for-1 inside the jungle, and everything...
And it's not over yet. They're going to find Bwipo with the slows.
They absolutely are. Bwipo is now in trouble from the Rangers' focus. He's forced to flash away. Wonder's going to look for the Searing Charge if he can. Bellows Breath available to him. Bwipo gets pulled back, but Haymaker to the face, and he's taken down. But it is at the cost of Caps. Another 1-for-1.
What happened to Caps? We're going to have to get a replay of that because this initially looked like it was just kill after kill after kill going in favor of G2. But Fnatic were able to get one back. Let's have a look here. The arrow does initiate onto Rekkles, and this is where Fnatic is on the retreat.
Yeah, but look, like it is a very split up fight, so the arrow does come through, but Ashe is not ready to fight. It is just Caps and Mickey who have a lot of damage, but with the Senna's shield and healing coming through, Caps cannot 100-0 Hylissang. This is where Selfmade comes in and of course trades, and this Jankos play, you can't follow up off it, because again, it's Caps. He doesn't really have the AoE damage without that jump forward coming through.
Selfmade Jankos must have assumed that Caps had that kill, which is why he immediately turned on to Selfmade there, and of course, once Selfmade does die,
so close.
Not able to get. Look at how low these bot laners are, and this must be where Caps commits to the kill, uses his W. Just comes off cooldown. He knows where Hylissang is going.
I don't think he knows it. Hylissang got the heal though.
Oh, no! You beauty!
Good hook there. Happy B for Rekkles, that's for sure. But it is, at the end of the day, 4 kills to 3 in favor of G2. Gold's still very even.
Nearly 20 minutes into the game, 1 dragon apiece. Gold is irrelevant at this point. 4 kills to 3. The thing that is important to call out is G2 2-tower advantage over Fnatic. While that is standing gold, it will unlock some more possibilities for G2 to play around. And this is the tension that we wanted in a Game 5 between these two organizations. This is the next move here for G2 as they start to push forward. There is a wave from Bwipo being ushered into the top lane, and it looks like Nemesis is going to catch in the bottom lane.
Keep in mind, like, fights will break out so quickly in this game. Both teams have really solid long-range engage options. With G2, you have the Ornn and the Ashe. Fnatic, they of course have the Cannon Barrage, and Selfmade with the Predator can run you down. So this game will come down to who can gain control over mid, it feels like, and transition that into pressure inside lanes, or catch people overextended as these outer turrets start to fall down. And that's why I feel like G2 are in an advantage state, because all the outer turrets have fallen, is because it opens up so much more of the map for them to find picks and find these collapses onto Fnatic.
Bwipo, no flash available to him, but Fnatic is nearby. Hylissang, can he find the lantern? Not because of the showstopper. There's a Winter's Bite tag down, and somehow Bwipo stays alive just a few seconds longer. He will finally get taken out. Death Sentence connects onto Mickey. And that's a lot of damage coming out from Rekkles, but the rest of Fnatic cannot find the target just yet. Body Slam comes down, 1-for-1. Top for support. Teleport coming out now from Nemesis.
Nemesis, he has calling.
In the middle of the G2 members. Ardent Blaze, as well as the Relentless Pursuit get used. Dashing and dodging around. Using that passive. Wonder will likely fall as well. And Fnatic turn around the engage to find 3 kills.
Such a good hook, but Caps is still looking for Pixies. Caught out Caps.
So much damage coming out. Goodbye! Caps turns 3-for-2 after it all.
Wow, what a clutch fight there. And it started off with G2 trying to get that collapse. Endo was setting it all up beautifully, and they're able to find that initial pick, but Fnatic answer back. They go toe-to-toe with G2. This is what we wanted to see in Game 5. And it looks like they're doing just that. The gold is dead even, the kills are dead even. G2 ahead in towers. But everything else aside from that is dead even between the two teams.
Okay, well watch this one more time, because it starts out, the Herald went down, Bwipo knew Jankos was in the area, but he thought with the Lantern, surely he's safe. The arrow, though, forces the cleanse. That allows Jankos to pick up Bwipo, and then the chain CC will mean they can finish him off. But the turnaround comes with all this damage coming through. I mean, Reckless hits Perks there. Perks can't really step forward, and that's when Selfmade hits the charge going forward with the Predator.
Honestly, I think that G2 expected Fnatic to disengage after that, but they didn't. Fnatic were like, we still have 3 healthy members. That hook onto Hylissang from Hylissang was beautiful because he's just acting as disruption. What could have been a huge ultimate, we don't have time because we've got another fight.
And this is exactly what you were saying, Ender. The fights will break out constantly.
Oh no, Caps is right there!
Teleport is now coming down. Caps is going to flash over the wall instantaneously. No crowd control to lock him down. 6 kills to 6. He gets the ethereal chains onto Reckless. And the ECA will connect, but there's no further follow-up. Showstopper will bring Bwipo further backwards, but there's no damage to connect onto him. Bwipo continues to run for his life. Wonder and Mickey are dashing forward, but they can't find any CC or damage to stick. It is an Ocean Dragon, and G2 appealing.
Ornalt has just come back up, and Fnatic have every single ultimate except for the Gangplank one. I think Fnatic want to re-engage us. I think they want to fight G2.
You can see right now, Caps takes a lot of damage. Here comes the Ornalt.
All of the Forge Guard will find
That's
his
huge!
That's massive! But Wonder has no damage to follow up. The rest of G2 are sticking onto the Ocean Dragon. The culling is melting through Wonder's HP bar. He's down, he's low, he's dead. A parlay to the face kills him. The Dragon is still inside the pit.
Selfmade!
They get it! They get themselves the Dragon, and now they turn the attention onto the rest of GT. Hylissang, can he find the flame? Yes, he does. Looking for the death sentence as well. Now he's in trouble though, as Hilly will get a heal! Reckless brings him back! The Dawning Shadow gives him a shield and a heal, and the rest of Fnatic continue the chase. Powder Cakes won't find themselves the targets, but Fnatic fight back!
What an intense team fight. So many things either missed, were dodged, were clutched up. This was crazy. This is where the Dragon starts off. Caps gets chunked out initially. The Ornalty comes through, but look at here from Wonder. He doesn't connect the knockup.
He misses
which means that the follow-up doesn't come through. G2 then can't commit to the fight, so Fnatic then just commit onto Wonder, and then this is where things get real tense.
Yeah, I mean, Fnatic, G2 had been so split this entire time, so Selfmade comes into the pit. He flashes with his body slam, I think, too, for the extra damage to combo it down onto the Dragon.
Oh, and that flash from Nemesis,
I mean,
too.
Caps coming into the backline, trying to finish off Nemesis, just barely dodged away.
And then
this
the heal.
This is the game 5 everybody wanted. These fights are so insanely close. We couldn't have asked for better.
Absolutely fantastic. 36% of you fans at home said Fnatic would win this game. Spam in chat, FNC or G2, who will win game 5? We're 23 minutes in. Gold is even. Keep in mind, Fnatic have still only secured 1 tower. That is crucially important. If G2 can take advantage of the map control that they have, they can look to set up more picks. And when you look all the way down, the kill scores, 1-0-6. Hylissang's Thresh this time around has been exquisite.
And I mean, even right there, it's not flashing, but trailing behind Nemesis. There's no turrets up at the top. So the collapse said G2's top wants to execute on. If there's a lantern right there, he pulls Lucian out to safety, and they're going to be fine. And that is what Fnatic need to be on point against. There's so much long-range engage options, you cannot find yourself caught out of position without a friend there to help you out.
So, it's funny, because whenever you end up in a game 5 with G2 versus Fnatic, what you often find is G2 will usually have the stronger mid-jungle, but then Fnatic often have the better scaling in the late game. And when we look at this comp from Fnatic, I think one of the biggest things is going to be this Gangplank ultimate, because note how it can easily separate and split up G2 and make it so much harder for them to actually play in the 5 versus 5. So I think the longer this game goes on, the easier it actually gets for Fnatic, and the fact that they've kept things so close is only good for them.
And look at the bottom left-hand side of your screen, ladies and gentlemen, and everybody else, 54% of you at home now believe Fnatic can win this game. I mean, it's dead even. It's 25 minutes in. Dragon is going to be up in 2 minutes. Baron is available, and the risks are so high. Fnatic have not been able to beat G2 Esports since 2018 in spring. It would be mind-boggling for them to do it today, but they do need to knock over that final Nexus. If you look at the minimap, if you look at the Rift, it is G2 that currently have control.
For G2, the fights, the game, it will come down to Caps right now. He's looking for Hylissang, but he gets hooked!
Death Sentence comes in. Caps is going to be able to distort all the way back. He manages to find Jaeger. Selfmade finds him! Manages to land the cask. That's the 8th kill. He also did commit the cannon barrage. So 90 seconds until Dragon. There are Fnatic members moving towards Baron, but this might be risky.
I'm evaluating if it's worth it right now. I don't
just
think
gonna clear the wards.
I think you just get as many out of towers as you can right now. Like,
Perks did a good job of pushing in mid, but Nemesis is going to secure that top tower. Fnatic is like, that's such a good pick for Fnatic. The fact that that kill went down, that's going to alleviate so much pressure. They get so much vision control around the Baron buff. They're going to be able to push in mid. Fnatic are going to feel like a lot more relaxed now that Caps is dead.
Yeah, I mean, Hylissang finding that pick there with the hook again. He's been in every single kill that Fnatic have found in this game, and for a split, a series even that's been so topsy-turvy for him, it is Hylissang in the clutch to show up and shut down Caps.
Oh, I can't wait to see the discussion and the learnings from this game. 1,500 gold up off Fnatic right now, 2 towers to 4. And it does feel like the last few kills they've been able to pick up have been punishments. Like they've caught G2. They had the death bush in the red buff of G2. They responded to the tower dive top. But now Fnatic may be walking into a trap of their own. Hylissang gets caught out. The heal keeps him alive a few seconds longer, but he's down. Core of the Forge God flies across multiple members of Fnatic, and the teleport comes out from Bwipo. 9 seconds to Dragon as a numbers advantage to G2.
And so this is the biggest difference. Fnatic get a pick, but they can't convert it into much. G2 get a pick, and they can secure a Drake. But Fnatic right now, they're threatening the Baron, and they're saying, if you start that Drake, I'm going to take that Baron.
Yeah, Fnatic won't be able to commit to it, though. They do not have Thresh on the board, so they just wanted to cause the chaos a little bit, waste some of G2's time, as they still haven't fully committed. Just Perks finishing off the Ocean. But this is where Game 5 has been different to every other game for Fnatic, because they already have 2 Drakes, so losing this one does not put them in a position where they're fighting against an Ocean Soul or Soul Point for G2. After a death like that, they can back up, lick their wounds, and live to fight another day.
I could just imagine fans right now sitting at home, wrapped around their pillow, like clutching it and fighting into it because of how tense this game is.
This game is a clincher, Andrew Vedius. There's no doubt about it. And Fnatic are just marginally in the lead. The Dragon was picked up by G2, so the 4.5-minute timer is on the table. The later we go, the easier it'll be to take that Baron as well, and it's starting to get risky.
But I think it's really worth highlighting the itemization right now, because when we look at the items for Reckless, he is fully, well, he's got 3 online. He's upgraded the Muramana. Same for Nemesis. He's at 2.5, working towards his 3rd. And you can also see, not Infinity Edge, the Essence Reaver plus the Trinity Force on the GP. All the gold, or the vast majority of it, is actually on Wonder. Yes, he's at 3 items, but Caps is only at 2. We don't see the death cap from him yet. We don't actually see any upgraded on items yet coming out from the side of G2, which means that right now I just think that Fnatic is that much stronger.
Yeah, I mean, in theory, Wonder could give the upgrade to Caps' loot.
Oh, they're actually sitting on a lot of money right now.
That's true. I believe, yeah, I think they want to wait for Rabadons for the Infinity Edge too, because those items can be upgraded by Wonder.
Well, let's see what happens as Fnatic are now pushing into the Bramble back. Still 3 minutes till Dragon. Yanko's going to step forward. Ends up winning that fight. Gets the smite to it as well. And you can just see as well, in comparison to all 4 previous games, the willingness with which to go and make those plays, to initiate fights, is not happening. We talk so much about items. Perks just picked up the Infinity Edge. That is why...
Oh, look at the arrow!
The Enchanted Crystal Arrow. It will connect, but there was a dash as well. Gets pulled backwards. Core of the Forge God comes out. Nemesis will flash away from that one. Got a lot of damage onto Yankos. Multiple ultimates committed. And they do end up getting his flash.
But they get the flash, and that's ultimately all that matters, because now there's no objective. They don't need that ultimate for anything, and on top of that, Pokes will get his upgraded Infinity Edge as well. So I think the play was worth it. Nemesis now has to be very careful, as Caps is going to be looking for him in the next.
Exactly, like Caps finding him in a side lane, and G2, the way you can watch it and look for where they want to make plays, they're going to be playing around Perks, it feels like, or Caps, and a lot of it is going to come off of Perks' arrow. When he has arrow, when they push out a lane, walk through the enemy jungle, look for targets, look for deep vision, because wards like that will set up picks for kills, for flashes, and future objectives.
Keep looking at the minimap, I keep looking at the vision, and it's been G2 dominated for several minutes, but they haven't been able to catch a Fnatic member out of position, and it does feel like both teams have kind of handshook and gone, if it's not a Dragon or a Baron, maybe we don't want to fight over it anymore. We haven't seen those dives, we haven't seen G2 even really crossing the halfway mark on the Rift. Fnatic, similar situation.
Yeah, the interesting thing here is that the Soul is not really the big threat, it's the Baron. That's going to be the biggest objective that's going to swing the game in either direction, and whoever gets that can come very close to winning the game, depending on how the team fight plays out. G2 now grouping up. You can see Gangplank in the bot lane. No teleport, but does have the ultimate. Wonder just ticks 16, which means that he has the upgraded Ornn ulti. Both teams looking for a fight, but I think G2 need to wait for that death cap to be completed before they go for a fight, and this might be the window where Fnatic could actually force them.
Right now, Bwipo comes back to base, gets back onto the map because he doesn't have that teleport, of course, and it will be a trade of pressure constant. Now that Baron is the only objective on the map, one top laner, or mid laner, I guess, is going to have to go back down to the bottom lane, push out that wave fully, and that means the other team, Fnatic in this instance, can group up and get a little bit of vision back. But I think G2's attempt to get vision into the river is going to stick with them.
The death cap now finished for Caps. Like, this is it, gentlemen. Like, both teams are ready, right? They've entered the arena, the items are good, the levels are through. Like, both teams are poised and ready to fight, and it's all going to come down to the team fight that will decide who moves on to the finals and who ends up moving into the lower round.
But first, Caps is sprinting over to Wonder. He's like, come on, give me the item. Like, the death cap is good, the death crown is even better.
There it is.
Got it.
It is. Molten Edge upgraded for Perks. Death Crown for Caps in the middle lane. 30 seconds until the Ocean Dragon is up. It is the third one. It may not be worth throwing the entire game over, so if a team has an advantageous position, it may not be contested, but Baron is still open and available. We need to see whether or not either teams will contest. Fnatic are currently pushing through the mid lane, trying to put pressure on that tower.
Still can't take it down, though. The Drake is spawning in 7 seconds. This could be a quick shot. Arrow! Oh, it goes wide. That's a big deal.
We're both sidestepped. 1 second. Okay, Ocean Dragon has just been spawned. And Vedius and I cannot get closer to the monitors because this game is so incredibly tense. Both teams playing with an immense amount of respect. A single mistake cost the series. A single mistake costs a guaranteed first or second seed at the World Championship. More importantly, a shot at the LEC title, the 8th one for either team. Caps gets chunked out by Bwipo. The Bwipo's going ill! Bwipo flashes over the wall! He's not going to be able to find Caps, so the Dragon has been peeled away. Wonder and Mickey are inside Fnatic's jungle. Caps is able to escape. Now Wonder takes damage. Perks and Jankos will be able to pick up the Ocean Dragon.
Look at Selfmade, look at Selfmade!
Waiting, the barrel will catch under Jankos, the rest of G2. Now they're starting to come together! Selfmade finds the kill! He goes golden for a few seconds, and the death sentence will not find his target. Call the Forge God will knock up Nemesis into the air, and Caps goes down. 3 G2 members are down, but they did get the Dragon. How much more?
They're gonna get them all!
It's going to be the kills. It's going to be the ace. It's only going to cost 1 and the Dragon, and Fnatic are gonna push.
Fnatic smashed G2 in the team fight. They say, forget the Dragon. We're just gonna go straight for the base now. It is a long time before G2 come up. Fnatic are gonna break this wide open.
Fnatic are looking to end the game. Those death timers are huge. The teleport is going to come through from Bwipo. 8 seconds on Jankos. I don't know if this is the correct play from Fnatic, but they're going to go for a quick shot.
That's a lot of death timers, though. Jankos will just come up. This should be the inhibitor.
I think they can do it.
Do Fnatic keep pushing?
They can do it.
Do not pull a G2. Showstopper into the minions. That's a great
He got the minions. He got the minions. Oh my God. Jankos, you beautiful man.
Saves the game for G2.
Oh, what a clear from Jankos. He uses the ultimate. He uses the W. The minions are gone. Fnatic can't siege, but the jungler is dead. Oh, if Caps can interrupt the backs.
Doesn't look like he can.
Oh, he can get it.
Hellasang will land a death sentence. Body slam. Barrel is gone. It's gone. Selfmade sends his regards and sends Caps back to the fountain. 15 kills, 5,000 gold. And it's Fnatic in the lead. It's Fnatic in control.
Trevor, I can honestly not believe this. And Jankos is still dead. Fnatic, they're walking to the Baron. They're going for it. This is going to put them right into the advantage.
There's no one from G2 around. There's no one to stop this. Fnatic have secured the Baron with 0 contest from G2 Esports, and they are in the driving seat to pick up the series.
Oh my word. Let's have a look back at this team fight. Keep your eye on Caps versus Bwipo here. Look at how Bwipo just eliminates Caps from the fight. He stops him from doing anything, which means that the rest of Fnatic is very safe to play. They all commit. They're saying, let's kill Caps, let's kill Caps. And of course, they commit and the fight becomes a little bit split up. But G2 are immediately on the run for the rest of this fight.
And on the bottom of the fight, Selfmade, you just saw the cast. He corralled G2 down there. He made sure they could not escape here. And at the end of it, it is Bwipo that finishes the duel against Cap, snipes him out there, and Fnatic run away with the rest of the fight.
Oh my word, Fnatic played that fight so well, and they had their eyes on ending the game, and if it wasn't for Jankos, they could very well have done it. Clutch stuff coming up from Fnatic. They now sit with the Baron. They have a 7k gold lead, and they are so close to finally beating their rivals in a best of 5.
For the first time in a year, Fnatic are looking strong against G2. We got 2 5-game series last year, and Fnatic right now looking to end this one in Game 5 as they're sieging the middle lane.
The difference in 2020 for Fnatic was self-made. He sits 8-1-5. Fnatic have the Baron pushing into the base now, and Caps is on the flank.
And in the final game, Nemesis gets his hands on the Lucian and sends a
in?
big message to fans. Whippo's in trouble, got caught out. He's saying, oh! G2 turn around. Caps blows up self-made. Whippo's already down, but Nemesis is looking for the culling. He can't find the kill into Mickey, and he's forced to run away. Jankos goes low, and Hilly's death sentence does not find a target. Reckless needs to back away, and will not be able to find more. Okay, Fnatic lose 2. What?
My mouth is wide open. My jaws on the floor. I can't believe it. I thought that was it. I thought the Fnatic were gonna just end the game right then and there, but like, you can't give all the credit to Caps, but the fact that he just one-shot self-made from the flank, the fact that he was able to find that opportunity was beautiful, but the entire G2 team just committed to that play. Front to back, they just ran Fnatic down.
We have 2 teams that won a team fight, and G2 got it right there. It starts off here. I think the Ornn ultimate comes through and is going to be huge after they isolate Whippo at the start. But he actually doesn't even get the Ornn ultimate off, but it doesn't matter because Caps explodes self-made there. No Zhonya's to come.
If you're a G2 fan, you want to see that happening more and more. Caps needs to blow up members of Fnatic again and again. They are still down. There are super minions pushing in the bottom lane, and the Ocean Soul is up for grabs for G2.
It's in 20 seconds, and Selfmade's flash is going to be up right in time for the fight. He used it in the last one. It will return. He's level 16, and his mission is to find Perks and Caps in the back line.
This game is too intense, man. It's so intense. All right, Dragon, G2 might just give this one up. Wait, what if Caps actually tries to steal it over the wall? Remember the QR combo?
That's a lot of damage. I mean, Jankos too, he has Hex Flash, and there's not a Baron for 3 minutes. This could just be a 50-50 steal and get the hell out.
Caps out. He's going to go for the try. Death Sentence almost catches him, but the Dragon is secured by Fnatic. Level heads, they pull the Dragon out of the pit. They played that one as safely as they could. The super minions, this should be the last couple of waves pushing into the base. As you can see, the respawn time at 30 seconds away. And I think the next Dragon or the next Baron could be the final play to win this game.
It's sold one way or another.
Okay, so a couple things. Number one, I do think G2's comp gets a little harder to execute later on into the game, because while they do have what is kind of considered a traditional front-to-back, their only backline really is Perks, because Caps is going to want to look for flanks, and ideally not hard commit to a fight, but just look for picks. The problem is, if G2 don't have that vision, it's very easy for him to turn that around. Now, for Fnatic's side, their scaling is incredibly strong. You can see Reckless's range is so excessive, and my observers are going to tell me in just a second how many stacks the center does have, but Nemesis with the double AD carry threat, with the Gangplank ultimate, they have a lot of damage, but they're very squishy. He has 117 stacks on the center right now, so like, you are full late game center, your range is insane, and like, the thing about Fnatic, again, they have a lot of damage, a lot of range, but they're very squishy. If Caps finds anyone, he could almost one-shot pretty much any member.
He has so many targets.
And keep in mind, Reckless has been the consistent rock all year long. Consistently high-performing. When the pressure was on, when the back were against the wall, Hylissang and Nemesis, the players that have been discussed and debated and argued about and criticized for so much of this summer season, have stepped up. 2-2-5 for Nemesis. 1-1-12 for Hylissang. His death sentences and his lanterns have been game-changing. The reason we've got so much time to talk about this, both teams are committed to the Barons and the Dragon fights as G2 now start to back away. Predator there, used by Selfmade. Not going to look for any initiation. Instead, Fnatic barreling down the mid lane.
The map is in a position where G2 cannot risk a fight because there's no neutral objective open. If G2 lose a fight in this position, the game ends with the priority in the lanes. Fnatic have gathered the...
It's an Ash Arrow.
Yeah.
Solution.
It was witnessed, it was seen, easily dodged away with
That's
the relentless pursuit, and the death sentence won't be followed up on. The tension's too big. There's nothing to fight for. I think that right call
Oh,
from
the vote
Fnatic.
swinging back in favor of G2.
Oh, I love it. Just leave that up there for the rest of the game. That's exactly what you want to see. I mean, it is just teeter-totter this entire game.
The belief in G2 and the expectation that Fnatic will throw. I'm not sure if the fans are watching the same game, but Fnatic are not making those mistakes.
I mean, you know the world is watching right now. Everyone wants to see G2 and Fnatic. These are going to be two of the most discussed names going into the World Championship, especially after G2's year last year, the fact that Fnatic caused so many upsets. But right now, a very intense Game 5. This game could literally go either way. Both teams fighting for that spot in the finals. And here we go!
Hylissang! Where's the death sentence? Where's the death sentence? Wonder is going to be able to escape for now. Comes down the flame, comes out as well. Dawning Shadow is good, but so is the Call of the Forge Guard. G2 running for their life. Showstopper brings Selfmade backwards, but the Caps are able to jump around, surround him. That's Caps! Does it! G2 Esports may have turned this one around. Reckless, the rest of Fnatic start to back away. 2 more kills to G2. The arrow tags onto Hylissang. Nemesis will get some damage down. That's the pull backwards, but it's blown up. Jankos goes down. He will get taken out from the damage from Perks though, and now G2 turn around. The fans predicted it, and G2 are pushing.
I think G2 won it all right here, Trevor. There's 2 members alive, Nemesis and Reckless on the other side, but Caps finding 3 members in the backline with his LeBlanc. It's massive.
40-second death timer for Hylissang. 30 for Bweppo and Selfmade. The teleport is coming in from Wonder inside the base. It's up to Reckless and Nemesis, the double ADs, to defend. Mickey's going to jump forward. The Unbreakable will time out very, very shortly. The first Nexus turret is down. G2 Esports are pushing it. Nemesis is forced to zone away. The culling! Reckless is getting the damage down though. The scaling, the late game.
Wait, Selfmade, 5 seconds! Selfmade, 5 seconds!
They've done it. Selfmade's going to come back alive. G2 get the Nexus turrets, but they don't get the game. They don't get the series. G2 do not advance to finals.
How in the world did that game not end? Nemesis with the ultimate comes up so clutch. The Drake now spawns in 35 seconds. Wonder does not have TP. He will be dead when the Drake is alive. Fnatic are very likely going to get the soul. And I'm like, what is Caps doing right now? Is he looking for a pick? Is he looking to clear out the wave?
Is he looking for the
there's
Nexus?
the ward though. It's
Is he
going to spot him out.
the back door?
He was going to find Nemesis as well. Nemesis was going to go there.
There's no ways. 43 minutes in, 13 kills to 17. 74k to 76k. You know what? The numbers don't freaking matter. The next team fight can dictate.
I thought the last team. Oh, no way.
But there's still wards here. Oh, no.
Caps almost get taken out. Apologies to headphone listeners. Did not intend to scream that loud.
But we're still on the dragon. The Ocean Soul is...
Nemesis!
He just solo killed Caps!
Nemesis kills Caps. The soul goes to Fnatic. They kill Jankos as well. It's 5 versus 3. They can push into the base. Fnatic have everything they need to win the series.
I think that's it. I thought it was done and dusted. I thought G2 had won it all. But Fnatic have held the line. They get the kill onto Caps. They secure the Ocean Soul. 5 members strong. Fnatic are looking to end it.
With the world watching, with the criticism never being higher, with Nemesis and Hylissang.
Perks is going for the Nexus! Perks is going for the Nexus!
By fans, they turn this around. Now Perks is pushing into the base. You are kidding me! This is a 5 versus 1 base race. There's 1 cannon minion to work with. It gets interrupted. Mickey and Wonder are doing what they can. Nemesis is there to defend. Nemesis kills Perks. And Fnatic turn their attention to the Nexus turret. They get 1. Stop focusing down the second. The backdoor bonus is just about to end. Fnatic, for the first time since 2018, for the first time in 875 days, Fnatic take down G2. Fnatic are your summer finalists.
What an insane Game 5. Look at the elation on Fnatic's face. Such a hard-fought game. I thought that final team fight was it. I thought G2 had won it, but they held on to their Nexus. They were able to come back. Nemesis getting the kill onto Caps. And that will do it. That will move G2 into the lower bracket. Fnatic have locked a spot in finals.
Fnatic versus G2 never fails to deliver. Last summer in the same match, it went to 5. In the finals they met again, it went to 5 as well. These two teams playing just on a knife's edge in the final game.
You broke the table!
I broke the table, okay?
For the first time since 2018, Fnatic take down G2. 875 days. A best-of-5 victory. We were talking about Selfmade was supposed to make the team better, and it finally happened. They finally did it. Key player of the series at LEC, Selfmade, Reckless, Hylissang. After Game 3 and Game 4, a series that arguably should have been 3-1 to G2, after G2 through Game 3, Fnatic have the mental fortitude to dig back and win Game 5 in that fashion.
It's just incredible. And to think, if that game hadn't been thrown, we would have never gotten this Game 5 as well. Like, this is one of the greats.
And it was such a great Game 5 too. Like the team fights were so intense. It came down literally to the final dragon, the very end. Like
we had a base race at the end.
That was
like, giving us
so
all
unbelievable. And also the beauty in Nemesis taking out both Caps and Perks. Solo kills as the last 2 kills for Fnatic there. Beautiful. Look, we're going to hear from Reckless before Bwipo joins us in the post-game lobby. Don't go anywhere. TSM and C9, you got a hell of a series to follow up.
I broke the table.
What? Yes, what a series.
I think this patch was a bit rougher for us, but we picked it up now. That's like our biggest strength, I think, like the adaptability. I can already like taste the feeling of like being in finals and like playing against G2, probably having another rematch. But I think like outside of G2, I think like Rogue and Schalke should be the next best teams.
Will the sleep come in? It does. And Roman, they don't know he's here. Triple sleep, massive all the across the entire time, but no, still don't want to do so much damage. Still trying to find a way out. Gilly is simply next on the list. No, not like this. The triple Abadage wants to turn it, but it's not going to happen. Oh, I love it.
Special, the kind of brush onto the face breaker. Reckless going to be the first target here as he goes down.
And winning the LEC would be really cool to stop the G2 and Fnatic dynasty. And I think we have a really good shot at winning LEC. So I really hope we can take the chance and actually win it, because I think we can do it.
Rising G, 내가 좀 mask. Look at the gold, all on my chest. Look at the gold, call it a flex.
Welcome back to the LEC as Fnatic defeated G2 in a best-of-5 series. And Reckless, I remember that a couple of weeks back you told me that you lost confidence after playing G2 in finals in spring. What does it mean to you to win today?
It means that we have a lot of confidence again.
I mean, this game 5 was crazy, really, and we know how usually these things go when you take a best-of-5 series to 5 games against G2. So explain to me, how did you feel going into this game 5 and also defending the base with only 2 players against G2 to finally take the win, like the mental fortitude you guys had to win this series? Tell me about it, especially this game 5.
Yeah, so as you said, like we've had a really tough time against G2 now for a very long time, basically since the loss of Caps. So it's really tough to play games against them, regardless if it's a best-of-5 or a best-of-1 in the regular season, or if it's game 5 of the series or game 1 of the series. It's just that much extra on top of it. I don't know how to explain it better than that, but it just feels like it's always something more that weighs down on you. So in this game 5, we were obviously, as you could probably tell, we're trying our best to win the game, but we could clearly tell as well that there were chances of losing. So then we started making some mistakes, and they got a couple of picks here and there, and then that led to the 2-man defense into I think Tim solo killing Caps up top and us getting the smite on Soul. So it was down to very, very small things, and I think it may as well have been us losing in the last game. So I don't want to take it out as like we dismantled them in this series, because I feel like it could have honestly gone either way. So I'm just happy that like we got to be a part of another banger, you know. It's always amazing.
I mean, yeah, a lot of mistakes here and there, but in the end you won, and I mean it was a banger of a game indeed. I mean, Ender broke the shoutcast desk. I don't know if you saw on Twitter, but you're gonna see the pictures. Yeah, you see the video right now. Yeah, he actually broke the casting desk. That's how cool this game was. And I mean, let's talk a bit more about this series itself. 5 games, as we said. I want to talk about the bot lane, because we saw that G2 adapted throughout the series, banning Ez all the time, constantly, and prioritizing Senna. And then in game 4, they switched. They stopped banning Ez, which means that you have to ban Yuumi. And they start on picking Ashe and then afterwards Senna. So talk me through the adaptation from Fnatic in the series, in the bot lane, regarding what G2 was doing.
So I think for us both this series, it was a lot about just surviving and making sure we could find use in the game. I feel like when Blue Side ban AD carries and they first pick AD carry as well, they will always get whatever they want, and you just kind of have to take what's left open. So in my case, that was sometimes Jhin, sometimes Senna. I didn't really get to choose. It was just whatever they wanted me to play, sort of, and then they could pick first, so they could like basically choose the matchup. And in that sense, I feel like then that puts us in a situation where we just need to survive. We need to find use in the game, and I think we did pretty well in that regard. I didn't play like superb or anything, but I feel like we always found use in the game, and I think that's honestly all we have to do when we have these kind of players. Like, I don't need to be a carry in my team, so I'm more than happy to just...
And ends up winning them the fight. But here they have the champions to follow, and they have the lead to go this aggressive. And this is just last week against FlyQuest, where it looks kind of dire. Blabber almost dies, but he returns the engage by flash kicking, and this dedicates them into a team fight. But look at these champions. We're looking at an Ezreal, we're looking at an Yuumi, and these champions are trying to follow up on this flash kick from Blabber. These plays are aggressive and they're needed for their success, but Cloud9 needs the champions like Kalista, like the roaming champions from Niski, that can actually engage in these fights and make them successful.
And they need to get past the early game. And it's not just between, 2 minutes until 8, but level 1s are incredibly important. All season long, I've been saying, level 1s, guys, you have to be fighting for this. And FlyQuest showed up in their series against C9, picking on Blabber. And if you've been watching the rest of the world, teams everywhere are making sure that they have a level 1 strategy, whether it's invading, whether it's defending. There's something about going for the early level 1s that just immediately throws any game plan that a team had out the window. It becomes a matter of, from a scripted way of playing the game, oh, here's my jungle route, to you have to improvise. And that can put a lot of junglers out of sync because they're thinking, oh, this is my jungle route. You throw them off guard, and suddenly every other lane that was relying on that jungle path starts falling behind, and it can snowball out of control. So the level 1s are incredibly important to dictate the pace of a series, and also the mental fortitude for a lot of these players. So I really need to see C9 having improved drastically in that department, since they were the ones that were doing the best level 1s in the regular season. They know how to do it. They just haven't done so.
Yeah, we've seen them do it before, so we know they can get back to that state. It's just a matter of whether or not they have done so. Another thing I want to touch on, though, is something that you actually called out and pointed to probably there, the champions that Nisqy is finding himself on, and now he's very much returning to that role as a facilitator, as it's what Cloud9 needs.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm going to go ahead and say my initial thought when I'm thinking about Nisqy is always going to be like the TF and the Galio. But I do think in this meta now, he can still achieve these successful movements, playing the Zoe, playing the Akali, which he's shown before, and being able to play these kind of assassins.
Yeah, it's worth noting that the champions with red highlights around their boxes are things that were banned versus the player, and this is only playoff champ pool. And I think this is where I'm looking now, because Bjergsen has been such a monster in playoffs, executing on a number of different champions, as well as getting more banned against him. And the question of what is he going to pull out? He's going to be playing facilitator. If some of these are paired, like, yeah. And so if I'm watching the series, I'm really curious of what C9 are going to do, and also what TSM are going to do. Are they going to try and pinch Nisqy's pool, take some pickaways, ban a couple of his best champs out, and force him onto something new? Or are they going to leave it totally open and say, Bjergsen has the better champ pool no matter what, so just leave everything up and we'll let him counterpick however he wants?
I actually think you could go even farther and go ahead and start banning your own mid lane champion pools as TSM, and banking on the fact that Bjergsen's might be deeper than Nisqy's.
Deny me.
Nisqy's champion pool has shown to be somewhat limited with only those 3 TF games and a lot of success on Galio and Zoe.
Yeah, if that graphic represents anything, it represents how much larger Bjergsen's pool is than Nisqy's at this moment. And we've seen that Bjergsen can absorb up to 5 target bans per pick and ban phase. So that's quite a bit of leniency that he allows for his team there when it comes to drafting. But let's hop to another lane here. Broken Blade. I want to talk about Broken Blade versus Licorice again. This is a matchup that we've talked about in the past, just as these guys have kind of come up together in the LCS across from each other. And out of Spring, again, would have been called far in favor of Licorice, but now looks a lot closer.
And, Broken Blade was huge in the Golden Guardian series. He had a monster Renekton performance to actually help them win that series. And both of them are great at carries. You do see the Malphite in there, and they've got the Ornn, and both players can play tanks, but I think they're both at home on carries. And if you're watching LPL, people are playing Fiora, Camille, in top lane in the finals. This is the kind of stuff that I hope to see out of these two players, because that's what they're most at home at. And it can generate huge advantages and warp the map and how it's playing when you're willing to play volatile carry versus carry matchups. And so I hope we get to see some of that, because both of them have monstrous champion pools, and a lot of them are shared. So you might see, people takeaways, flipping matchups over the course of the game.
His champion pool being carries is really fitting at this time when you have a TSM that
You want to play too? That'll be fun.
ADs, whether it's your Sennas or your Ashes in the bottom lane, as you can now play weak side, bot side, and make sure that Broken Blade is playing on the carries. That actually also enables Broken Blade to have a Zillion behind him. So Bjergsen can pick Zillion as long as Broken Blade is carrying, and when he has champions like Vladimir against the Shen, so Aurelius against Cannons, he's got matchups that can legitimately just take over games if you just give them the time. So I think that he's going to be a really important player as he was.
Probably, I'm really curious how this, though, interacts with the bottom side of the map, particularly in the case of Cloud9, where last week against DG, it was the bot side that kind of stepped up with a little bit more agency in the game.
Yeah, so this was really important because against the FlyQuest series, we just saw them pick Ezreal Yuumi 4 times, so it was kind of worrying that they just didn't know what to pick in bot lane. And the Ezreal Yuumi, it wasn't the worst thing in the world, but it really didn't lend to the compliments of like C9's actual strengths. So in the EG series, they kind of went back into this Kalista kind of mode, and they actually find themselves getting these engages, and they're actually able to make a lot more map impact that we're used to seeing. They can stack Drakes again, they can make these invades plays, and potentially even fight 2v2 bot lane. So I really hope we get a repeat of that today and see a much more aggressive bot lane with some agency.
Aggressive, and where the Caitlyn lies as well. I think both teams have shown that they're very happy to ban it on blue side, which is just saying we don't play this champion and we're going to sacrifice a ban. So every team that can figure out how to play Caitlyn will have an advantage in the draft just from being able to free up a ban. So I think this series really comes down to, if you play Caitlyn, you now have a free ban that has been available, but the teams in the semifinals did not give us that. So
I want to believe the 280 carries that'll be on the Rift today can play Caitlyn. I want to believe that. So hopefully they'll prove it to us today.
I mean,
they can.
I have my theories.
Yeah.
I mean, Double Lift's I'm not so sure, but Sven, I have a nice story that goes behind my theory behind Sven not picking Caitlyn. So gather around. I would really like your full attention during this lovely story.
Okay.
We're going to go back to the wondrous time of 2015 Season 5 Worlds, where Kalista and Jinx were the meta picks. And we had a player named Sven, or Niels at the time, who wasn't picking either of these. So at Worlds, I was talking to his coach, and I was like, hey, why aren't you guys playing Jinx? He goes, I don't know, Jinx is really broken, but I can't convince my player to play it. Can you speak to him? So I go, oh, of course. I just have such a great relationship with Sven, or Niels at the time. So I go, hey, man, why aren't you playing this broken pick when it's a teamfight meta and your team has the identity of being successful in teamfights? And he basically told me that Jinx is not a playmaker. It's going to require everyone to play forward on his team, and he just has to follow up. This was like not his style, and that's honestly what Caitlyn is. She's not a playmaker, and right now he's picking the Kalista, so I think he's just not tending towards it because he wants to be able to make those plays. And that's my theory of Sven not playing Caitlyn.
And then you have to, Nestor, I think you remember he played Jinx that week.
Yeah, you played Jinx later. I'm not going to credit that to me. I'm just saying I spoke to him, and the point of the story is I talked to Sven about playing.
You got into his mind. You understand his philosophies.
I'm just saying that I think he can pick up the Caitlyn too. If he can pick up the Jinx, he'll pick up the Caitlyn. It's so dominant right now. 97% presence across the world. Both of them should be playing it. Double Lift did play it a little bit against FBI, but he lost a little bit of in it. From that tough match, they played a lot better in the second series, against Golden Guardians than they played in the initial first one. Part of that having to do with Biofrost coming in.
Yeah. Well, all right, well, let's talk about this squad who's going up against Sven and Vulcan today.
I mean, the laning phase was definitely what we were looking out to improve from the Golden Guardian series. The fact that they held on to what they quoted as their strongest opponent in the tournament in FBI and Huhi should just mean that they're going to be even stronger against a Sven and a Vulcan that have been moved away from those laning dominant champions into more of playmaking. Now, when you say playmaking, that doesn't mean that you actually don't get to dominate the laning phase, because you can start getting a lot more kill pressure. So if the game is picking the bottom champions are what both teams want to play, C9 could very easily be playing a way where you're just tower diving, you're getting a lot of kills, but not so much about those CSs. So I think they're going to prioritize a lot more pressure on Fire, who will still be looking to survive as they're still recovering from what must have been a very brutal series against Golden Guardians.
That's our take on this best of 5, but ahead of his Worlds qualifying match, we heard from Coach Park on today's best of 5.
Best of 5 with a reverse sweep, you definitely feel happy. Because the biggest thing for a team is to be able to have the grit and the experience to be able to that's like the mark of a truly great team, to always be in the fight, whichever game you're playing or whichever set you're playing. So you don't really get a lot of experience doing that in the regular season since it's best of 1, but in a best of 5 series, you definitely see over like the course of like one set or even through the tournament who like better and more experienced players are going into Worlds. I think the C9 series is going to be pretty close, in my opinion. I think Sven has stepped up a lot as their primary carry, and even Blabber has kind of found his footing again after the mid-season, and I think those are like the 2 key strengths that Cloud9 has. I think for us, obviously, Bjergsen's been playing really well, and we've kind of had to change our identity as a team a couple of times towards the end of the split. So I think when we explored using two supports as split, we saw that each of them had kind of distinct strengths and weaknesses. Bioproz obviously has played with the team and worked with for a long time, so there's kind of that pre-built synergy and trust there. And he also has a lot of experience in like playoff matches for the last few years. Treats is also like a really great player, both mechanically and what he brings to the team in like a leadership role. And so I think we can be flexible in terms of what we need during the series and how the series is looking for like which support. Obviously this is the match that qualifies you to Worlds, so I think it is probably the most important match of the playoffs. That being said, I don't think that we treat this match any differently. We definitely take it one series at a time, and right now our goal is set on Cloud9. I really think that the team that's more willing to take risks and go aggressive and be more explosive is going to come out ahead. Both of our teams, in contrast to teams like TL and Blacklist, who kind of play slow, methodical games, our teams are more scrappy and explosive, and so whoever is more confident, more willing to kind of go the extra mile, is going to be able to take the series.
Heard there from Karth himself. They're looking at this as the most important game for them in our post-season. So with the stakes set, I want to know from the three of you, who you think is going to take the series in the end and be the third team to represent North America. All three of you are going with Cloud9 in 3-2 fashion.
Yeah, I mean, I thought someone would have taken the TSM side. I think it's a very close series, which is, I think, is why all of us are 3-2. These teams have both been very volatile. We've seen them win and lose in playoffs, and they've looked very different in those wins and losses. So I could easily just see who steps up to his Broken Blade, have a monstrous performance. You know, it's going to come down to that individual play.
Yeah, I agree with Mark. I think it's going to be very close. I do think the kicker for TSM is Cloud9 has not shown so much adaptation. They do seem pretty stubborn in draft right now.
Yeah.
So if TSM does take a win here, it's going to be because they adapt and adjust throughout the season and are able to take that fifth game. But again, I think it's a more C9 favorite.
Look, to me, the happiest thing I see here is 3-2. All 5 games, that's what I want for all of the fans at home. It's time to hand it off to Captain Flowers for Trophy. Game 1, Cloud9, TSM.
We're at a spot at the LCS right now where there's 4 teams left. All 4 of these teams look like they can take a series off of any of the other 3. FlyQuest, they came in 2nd place back in spring, but that was Cloud9's split. And now we see a situation where FlyQuest is challenging them. Power of Evil coming in from the side. They sent Cloud9 to the loser's bracket.
Again.
Nobody was expecting that.
Every single time.
This is their chance. Team Liquid is coming off of a 9th place finish. But if Team Liquid goes the distance, that 9th place finish is a blip on the radar. This becomes 5 championships in 3 years. Team Liquid versus FlyQuest.
Overall goes Icar, click, boom!
A battle at the top between the 2 hottest teams in the LCS.
Oh my goodness!
2 teams, 1 spot for grand finals.
Team Liquid looking so clean.
It always somehow comes back to Cloud9 and TSM. One of the biggest rivalries in League of Legends. Cloud9, this is a team who stood alone back in spring. The LCS was them and 9 other teams who didn't matter. A team that looked unstoppable. Now have to really grit their teeth and show us what they're made of.
Oh my word.
Because they're not just going up against any opponent. They are going up against the one team that has shut them down in so many playoffs in the past. If there's ever a time to step up, it's now.
That Ren was enormous coming in from Sven.
Cloud9 Gauntlet form activated, Riv. We're talking about 2 of the most successful teams in the history of the LCS colliding to earn that final spot at Worlds. It's do or die. You either show up or you spend the next few months thinking about how you wish you did.
Also predicting the flash.
Try as they might, Cloud9 will never kill Power and Evil. A great Tempest fake into double Q.
TL is just running through him.
Broken Blade so far. Broken Blade running over this game right now. They're going for the base.
Cloud9 taking over now.
The day has come, the time has arrived. It is time for TSM versus Cloud9. The best of 5 decide who goes to Worlds and who sits at home and watches it on TV. My name is Clayton Captain Flowers Reigns. I am joined once again by the most dashing dude in the room, rocking his suit here for the best of 5, Mr. Sam Kobe Hartman Kinsley.
I'm tired of quarantine. Get me out, Captain Flowers. Suiting up for this one, baby. The pressure is immense after the seasons for both of these teams and how different they have been. They meet here to determine the final world spot for North America. Now, so much conversation has been about picks and bans for both of these teams and the Caitlyn, and yet we see another blue side Caitlyn ban. Even though I've been spying on the solo queue accounts for all of these players, both Ben and Double F have put in their bans on Caitlyn in solo queue, not necessarily looking to first pick it. Cloud9 will opt for the early playmaking abilities.
Yep, we're going for the set. It's Caitlyn, Nidalee, Shen, Tom Tench, Olaf, Callista, all banned away. The TK, a little bit unusual, but a lot of those other ones we've been seeing plenty of here so far. TSM immediately going to respond to their first round rotations in the draft, being the Senna.
This has got to be then a carry top strategy from TSM. The change already in the Golden Guardian series. They picked Ashe every single for double lift. So early picking the Senna here, giving that one away, plus that with the Twisted Fate, a play-making mid lane that wants to push it low. Signals to me that they want to put Blade in a space to carry once again. They did get the reverse sweep off of a couple of those Renekton plus combinations, but Nidalee is the key ban for Cloud9 and starting to take it.
The Jack also one that I remember. Step up and punch the whole good 5-time strategy. But Cloud9 will be running Ezreal and Galio. So far, I see a marksman with incredible range and self-peel capabilities, as well as 2 meatballs to dive into the fray and really just start messing up the TSM line. Meanwhile, on TSM, 3 different range champions with a lot of CC and control capabilities for those Velo opponents, as Graves is the 3rd pick here.
TSM taking away the Graves, seeing that there is a Galio already locked in for Niski or Cloud9 are definitely going to look to collaborate on one of those more carry-oriented junglers, given that Niski is on the classic Cloud9 champion, something that can be helpful to a jungle. But now with the taken away by TSM, the most prominent option that Blabber has. And they're taking away the Ezreal Yuumi that Cloud9 was so infatuated with in their FlyQuest. And even though they didn't get their victories on it with the kind of deeper early lane phase of that duo, it still is a very big mid and late game power spike that TSM want to avoid.
Yeah, the 2 champions together can do quite a lot. Obviously, going into the same strategy 4 times in a row did pay off for Cloud9 against FlyQuest. Then also mechanical errors in that series, but he will have to have a different lane partner this time around, as Renekton will be the final ban here for Cloud9. And TSM are saving their final pick of the draft for Broken Blade, going in line with exactly what you said earlier, facilitating him to be able to carry. He's got a mid laner with plenty of global potential. He's got a powerful early jungler. Bottom lane's also going to have some engage potential. I'm excited to see what TSM is going to pick for their top laner.
Yeah, and I think this game is already going to be very high. Cloud9 in the regular season was of course #1 in combined minute, but look at the compositions here. You know, TSM definitely showing a lot of early game power. They lock in the Rakan to allow them to bridge that gap of early game forcing a lot of plays. Rakan plus Twisted Fate, very good at picking people off and quickly seeing some 100% 2-0, but there's that carry jungler I was looking for from last. His Kindred. This is a champion that I asked him back in the beginning of summer when Cloud9 were still dominating the LCS, what is a champion that he has not played yet that he loves most? And his answer was Kindred. He has played so much of this champion in solo, versus what TSM are showing here, baby. That Lucian solo lane has been gaining so much popularity and is a very, very offensive lane.
Now, Cloud9 have a lot of tools to disengage and protect themselves with if they're initiated on it. When you look at a Galio ultimate, Kindred ultimate, Braum ultimate, all these tools. But their engage options are limited, specifically against a team that is so ranged and has so much kite back potential. You've got Graves, you've got Senna, you've got Lucian, all on this same team. This TSM squad will be difficult for Cloud9 to engage on.
And it's got to be Licorice, like, very, very good about TSM, because Set's ultimate is the key that could bring that all together. Set and Galio, that is a dream combination if you get the good setup, if you're able to position yourself from an angle onto an opponent to dunk into the rest of the team. That's going to be what they're hoping for. That plus, you know, Kindred ultimate going down can also buy time for that big knockup.
Well, with Champion Select complete, let's waste no more time and send things over to Summoner's Rift for Game 1 of this playoff match.
Been slain.
Let's do it to it. Get this series underway. A best of 5 between TSM and Cloud9 like we've seen so many times before. We've talked about it during Countdown when they checked in with us there at the beginning of things, Kobe. Just how many times these two teams have played against each other and met each other in a best of 5s in playoffs here in North America.
It really is crazy, the history between these two teams. Ever since the beginning of the LCS, they have fought at the top of the North American competitive scene. Spica's gonna dash right into him.
Oh, Spica immediately dashing over the wall. I don't know how that's gonna work out too well here. Spica is gonna be kept alive, and now Niski's having to run away. This is turning into a bloodbath here at level 1. First blood over to Broken Blade. The only thing better than top lane Lucian in a 1v1 is top lane Lucian in a 1v1 with 400 free gold. TSM are on the board.
Fearlessness wanted level 1s, Captain Flowers. I am not sure that's exactly what they wanted, but man, Spica jumps over, dashes into the brush. Gotta be a little surprising to see that many Cloud9 members there waiting for him, and yet TSM are able to defend him as he walks his way out, even with the taunt coming through from Niski and the Flash. TSM get the first blood. They get their Graves off to a bottom side start. Here's another look at it. TSM are like, all right, here's the plan, Spica. Look juicy. Look real juicy. He flashes there and gets caught on the other side of the taunt, but no other members of forward to follow up CC. Galio stun, taunt into the set stun. Cloud9 do not get a kill. They are unable to focus down the extra member. Starting off the series first blood.
All right, let's go ahead and take stock of what all was used in that level 1. Sort of turned into a big old mess there as all 10 players were shooting each other. Flash from Licorice, Blabber, and Niski, as well as Vulcan, all like Cloud9. On the side of TSM, it was Flash from Broken Blade, Spica, and Bjergsen, along with Bjergsen's Ghost, and they steal from Biofrost. So almost identical summon spells used the level 1 by both sides. Entire top half flashes plus support heals. The difference being Bjergsen's Ghost with the extra spell used there, but that is all the half around the down. Does have a shorter reset time.
And the reason, Captain Cloud, why I point out before we go into the right, that that's not going to mean much at all. Meanwhile, Blabber trying to pass down towards the clear. Have to worry about getting double scuttles for himself with all of his lanes pushing and the full priority here of TSM. He's got control of the jungle.
Right. You're talking about Spica needing to continue hanging out on this top side. Make sure that he's allowing Broken Blade to play as aggressively as he wants. We've seen Lucian top fail in the past, and often it is because he gets collapsed on by the enemy jungler. His ally isn't able to help him the way he needs to be helped, but Spica's going to make sure that he's right there behind Broken Blade here in this game. You can see Broken Blade keeping those minions underneath Licorice's turret, and with no flash, there's no way Licorice gets anywhere close to the guy. I don't care if you're going to be able to press Q and run a little bit faster. Lucian's staying at gun's distance.
Exactly. Level 1 trading flashes is definitely a huge advantage for the Lucian, considering that top lane sets do not take the Hex Flash like support sets do. Support sets, around the flashes, no problem. Take the Hex Flash plus Nimbus Cloak combination plus the brush and players. But topside, solo lane doesn't have that light speed. He requires a jungler to make those sorts of moves.
Blabber will be just the man he needs to help him out here. You can see right there, without any sort of a flash, Licorice goes in. Yeah, he's fast, he's not fast enough. Blabber needs to go up here just to make sure Licorice is able to shove this wave all the way in. Broken Blade cannot freeze. That means that this will reset a little bit, allow Licorice to go home, shop up a little bit here. And although the gang didn't exactly get a kill, Blabber's presence is still very much appreciated in keeping the team playable.
Keep my game playable, please. So very those Graves games, plus just brutalization here from Broken Blade's Lucian. And you can actually tell the builds that the Lucian is going to go by whether they choose line or overheal. Of course, the overheal one Broken Blade going for right now. Tons of power. The bloodline ones with the lifesteal from moves go for the unscaling. Go for mana or go with
This time around, we are going to see Blade of the Ruin take as the rush. Which makes a lot of sense. You're laning against a set, Blade of the Ruin King will be incredibly useful in that 1v1. Also on shooting Braum and Galio and Set all together, the two targets will be mostly exposed to the team fight. Also going to put in plenty of work there with the on-hit damage. Blabber now collects the first dragon of the game that is Eternal inside of Cloud9. As bottom lane, the 2v2 gets a little bit scrappy here. Sven down to 300 HP, but not really too worried about anything else here. Double Lift and Biofrost doing a good job in this 2v2, and I think specifically a lot of TSM fans are looking at this duo to step up here in this series, because part of the reason that TSM had to reverse sweep against Golden Guardians, part of the reason that TSM got 3-0'd by them in the first round of playoffs to begin with, is Double Lift and Biofrost not being able to measure up to the standard that FBI and PvP set. So I think Double Lift fans in particular are looking for this dude to really, really show up against Cloud9 here when it matters.
Yeah, Double Lift had such nice words to say about FBI after that series. He also added in that he thought it was going to be Cloud9 because he is more comfortable playing versus Sven, and it won't be as oppressive. So we shall see if that actually comes true on the Rift. Currently, both players are playing some of the champions that they have probably gotten the most flame for playing. Double Up Senna, you know, a big part of the team play.
Ally has been slain.
And for Sven and Deadreal, even recently, final stage there, both. But the fact that they're willing to go back, they do not take that to heart, and they know that they can put in the work on the biggest. Outside though, let me start from the first good down. All the way up here, both trying to away, but there is no way out. Liquid calls in the capital, and Cloud9 will tie this game up. And this is why, Captain Flowers, there were two champions that Cloud9 say. Galio and Callista, the big guns. Here we go, though. Twisted Fate for TSM.
Well, the guns have already been fired off the top lane, and now TSM is striking back. Labber is already out of this fight, and Spica is leading the charge into the remaining Cloud9 lines. The Licorice back to Wallop. Sends Spica right back to the spawn platform. Niski going to be taken down there by Broken Blade. Absolute bloodbath here in the top side. We're going to have bodies traded back and forth, but it's TSM who are able to secure themselves that Rift Herald. They'll pick that one up. Jungler's dead. The eye has to be picked up by someone else. They put it on Bjergsen. He has the easiest time getting around the map, slotting it where it needs to be.
Oh, anything you can do, I can do better, Captain Flowers. You can roam from mid lane and pick off the jungler. So can I. Bjergsen teleports in with the Twisted Fate, and Biofrost goes to lock up Slabber before Slabber can use his ult. Niski gets the big taunt here, and Licorice is able to pick up the counter kill onto the TSM jungler, but he dies after flashing over the wall anyways, and with the Rift Herald in hand for Bjergsen, this can be the determining factor in two mid laners that both want to push and roam. Plus, Bjergsen will be able to get full gold from a Rift Herald activation.
Well, here we go. Vulcan starting things off in the 2v2. Opens up with the Glacial Fissure. However, Doublelift's Flash is used there to escape the True Shot Barrage, make it so Cloud9 is not confident to follow that up and go for the true all-in. But Doublelift will now go ahead and go all the way back to base, pick up that Mana Moon, so he can start charging.
Take care for Lucian, so this is a big power spike on the top side. Licorice thankfully did get to the Rainbow Vest, rushing that very quickly, which is super necessary in the matchup. As you need to do something about cutting that healing. Actually, Broken did not go over this matchup, which is usually the case for a start. Opted for the Presence line instead. That option allows you to get mana back after getting the extra levels that push the wave after getting a kill.
Broken Blade is very scary on this Lucian now. You mentioned how Niski used the flash and died afterwards in the last fight. Broken Blade also telling a similar story when Cloud9 collapsed on him in the 3v1 to begin with. So solo laners on both teams missing some flash. Bjergsen still has his up and ready to go. Speaking of that, he's going to drop the Rift Herald here in the mid lane and see if they can make some money off this mid lane tier 1 turret. A couple more shots, we'll be able to take down that fourth plate, but Niski's doing his best to try to defend it, but his best is only going to put him in the dirt. Cloud9 will
early game focus here. TSM is paying off in spades with the Rift Herald, getting the plates, turning into a dragon start here. 14 seconds left on his revival. He does have Galio ultimate, but TSM should be able to finish up the objective before he gets back up.
This TSM is looking like the team that's been playing for the last 3 games against their series against Golden Guardians. It looks like they can get out of the wrinkles, fix some of the issues there, and not put themselves in the same sort of bad spots they found themselves against the Golden Guardians. This squad is up to a 2,000 gold lead already. They're tied in the Drake count. It is going to be a mountain soul this game, so every Drake from this point forward will be those mountain drakes spawning, and things are going really nicely for TSM.
Delay on the plan, but TSM's focus on the early game still should remain similar here. Bjergsen's able to get to a pretty early Rod of Ages off of the Rift Herald running, plus the 4 assists from the Rift Herald play itself. And with the early boots of swiftness, now it's up to Cloud9 to ward around this mid lane. Constantly have to move those wards to both sides. So honestly, those types of maps are options for teams. They've kept both sides. Broken Blade tries to keep up the pressure on Licorice, and Biofrost with flash on Rakan. Definitely available for those good hits.
Looking across the board at what everybody's got to work with, I see convincing stopwatches ready to go here for both Bjergsen and Vulcan. Playmaking opportunities for both of these champions to be able to go into the game. Both are up. with everything ready to fire there in the tank. Above Blabber's Kindred. So instead of Champ Select, just wanted to see Blabber on one of these carry junglers. This is what people know Blabber for at his best. But being 2 levels down is not a good look.
Yeah, TSM had a really good jungle start. We talked about Blabber, and then that Rift Trail fight determined so much of this mid game. As TSM were able to kill Blabber before he could get his ult off, plus getting the objective, and the focus has kept up here for TSM around the mid lane. No surprise here, there's only a tiny bit of health left on the turret. This is a really good matchup. They will get Broken Blade down just for a second to make sure that they can open up this map for Bjergsen now. Level 11, you get rank 2 in your Twisted Fate ultimate, and all of a sudden, Cloud9 have to worry about the size of the map as well.
And it was right at 14 minutes. The first die as the turret plate falls, and it guarantees there's no way for C9 to be able to hold that mid lane tier 1 turret. TSM is up to over 3,000 gold as an advantage. Blabber's looking to take himself a Scuttle Crab down here, but the fight is going to break out. Blabber continues to chase forward. Spica on the run. Devlin looking to get away as well. Niski following up. There's your taunt. There's your dance. There's your kill. Niski gets himself on the board.
There's your counter engage, Captain Flowers, that you point out in Champion Selection. And this time around, Niski is able to protect the team. They also teleport down Licorice. So Set coming down does the fight, get them the kill. However, it leaves your tower very vulnerable here, unprotected, and Broken Blade will be happy to clean that one up. Top lane Marksman, of course, easily able to punish anytime their lane opponent needs to be.
There is no better feeling as a jungler. You might have been having a rough early game. You're trying to grab a Scuttle Crab to get back in the game. The enemy jungler comes to contest, and what do you get? You get 3 of your boys coming down and say, no, get the hell out of here. And they make sure you get that crab. Protect the crab, helping you back like here compared to the TSM jungler. And now it's Cloud9 on the Rift Trail here yet again. Will TSM stop this? Will Cloud9 get one? It looks like no. Licorice is in trouble here. Vulcan jumping in front. He's on the breakpoint, trying to block this from going any further. Disney wants to go in. However, the taunt is flashed away from, and that means Cloud9 has to disengage. They will not be able to chase TSM first. TSM are saying, all right, Cloud9, we dare you to show up now. C9 health bar, all of them get injured here. Half HP on the Rift Herald, Biofrost taking the damage. Niski going in, but he's stunned up before he's able to go all the way into the TSM health bars. Now he's got to get himself back away. Nice ulti coming out from Dublin, finds the damage onto 3. Nearly a kill coming out from wild card, stun goes through. Not to find a whole lot just yet. Blabber taken down, Blabber gone. Means no way to contest this objective, and TSM get the 1-0.
And we see, Flowers, why a TSM strategy like this requires so much patience. You have to focus fire down. When you're running 4 ranged champions like this, your positioning and your kiting is put right to the forefront of your team fighting. As TSM are able to evade there and then counter-engage onto Cloud9. Biofrost, of course, is trying to get anyone locked down and allowing the rest of the 4 range members then to focus somebody down for C9. That's why it's so important for Cloud9. No more playing in the at-range fight. And for that one kill, he shows up not on both halves of the map. TSM, once again, their macro play has the proper timings to give them rewards for the small victories that they're having against Cloud9. Yeah, and even though Cloud9 is not the first dragon, that's pretty quick with the 2 consecutive ones after that, so moving towards Soul Point for themselves. Now, I will say, from Cloud9's perspective, they know that if a TSM strategy like this collapses, it collapses in a big way. If you can get that team fight without them being able to scatter and being able to kite out of your crowd control combination here, then Cloud9 can make a huge comeback in this game and gain a lot of this standing gold very quickly. The outer towers are all still available, so when we look at the scoreboard and you see all this money, remember that the outer towers, being very valuable, have a lot of gold that if you win that team fight, if you jump onto the ranged members and you can cause a collapse from the side of TSM, then your rewards will be huge.
Cloud9 will continue just trying to defend for now, allowing themselves to scale up, seeing if maybe they can get to that point we're talking about where they can just catch TSM out, get the chain CC, like what we saw Nisqy able to do near the enemy blue buff when they did fight over that crab. Nisqy charging up the taunt, but considering he's on top of a ward, there's no chance that he's
Ward
going to
saves lives, Captain Flowers. Wards definitely save lives.
If any of y'all out there watching right now have a friend that doesn't want to buy wards because they don't do damage, just show them that clip, because otherwise that would have been 300 gold in the pocket of Cloud9. But C9 still down about 5,000 here, 19.5 minutes into the game. Sven is scaling up here on the Ezreal, almost has the Iceborne Gauntlet completed. However, Iceborne Gauntlet's one of those items that you look at it, and if you're playing against a melee champion, a champion that has a difficult time gap closing to begin with, yeah, it's very useful. It helps you kite them away, keeps them at bay, really good stuff. But when you're already up against a team that's going to be trying to maintain as much range as possible, feels like you don't get quite the same amount of effect out of it.
Yeah, I do like it though still, because he wants to also offensively add slows for Licorice and Nisqy to be able to get their combinations off. So I could definitely see it. Plus, there's so much attack damage on TSM's lineup here, with Graves and Lucian also being some of the shorter range marksmen, and Senna still stacking up for the extra range there. He can definitely get a lot of value out of the slow and out of the armor in this game if he's able to position well and also try and help the teammates in their objectives for the team fight. Rift Trail number 2 activated down mid lane though. Smart by TSM to keep Bjergsen splitting on top side until they absolutely need him to pop the Twisted Fate ultimate. He can join at a later time.
Well, that Shelly didn't get a whole lot. I mean, 75% of the HP on the tier 2 turret, but it's not like there's plate money available for that. It's not like you were actually able to knock it down, so TSM...
You get paid for overtime, you get one charge.
Yep. You just kind of drop it, say, all right, cool, we'll take that, then walk back away. We're starting to see those 2-item power spikes come along for a lot of different players here. You've got the Essence Reaver done for Broken Blade. Lich Bane completed for Bjergsen. He's also about to hit the 10th stack there on Rod of Ages. Also, QSS completed for Biofrost, making sure that when he jumps in, he's not just going to get immediately CC'd and controlled by a Nisqy taunt, and that he can get back out after things are taken care of there.
And it's a key part. It's a key part of their strategy because, as we mentioned, you know, it's 4 DPS, 4 ranged DPS that are trying to focus fire, and who's going to be able to set them up for it? It has to either be a gold card or it has to be Biofrost, because Senna's Snare is actually pretty difficult to land as the first form of CC. Much easier to get that lightning quick engage from a Rakan or, you know, a Bjergsen teleport in to lock someone down and then try and layer the ensuing skill shots. And here's Biofrost sneaking around for the big flank. They're going to go for it.
This could be tragedy here for Cloud9. Biofrost able to find the initiation onto Vulcan alone, but Nisqy's going to be entering now with the Galio. Comes down, Blabber at half HP. Teleport also brings Licorice into the fray. Biofrost has no flash, no ulti, half HP. The Dragon will be live here in 6 seconds. TSM gets it, they bring themselves to Soul Point and will force a Dragon contest for Cloud9 for the rest of the game. C9 trying to prevent that, immediately going to start the Dragon up, but TSM do not want to concede this objective. Spica is still ready. Flash available, Smite available. Dragon down to 1,500. Nisqy looking to go for the flash play. There you go, there's your engage. Goodbye, Bjergsen. Cloud9 will pick the enemy mid laner. They will take the Drake, tie that count up at 2-2. Broken Blade still hanging around, looking for maybe a chance to go in on the flank here. But 1 versus 5 isn't good odds. They'll walk away from that one, and Cloud9 find themselves a nice mid-game win.
Ooh, we are still in it, Captain Flowers. Niski casts a wide net here on the Galio. And even though Speak is able to flash away, double lift flashes, that's 2 flashes for TSM, kiting away in that scatter that we talked about, trying to kite for themselves. He does catch Bjergsen, and just catching one is enough to earn them Dragon number 2. Now the hopes of TSM's early soul are getting very far out of reach, and Cloud9 starting to make their comeback.
I'd say they're already gone. Earliest either one of these teams is going to be getting a soul is around 32, 33 minutes. If you're killing the Drake on spawn and you get both of them back to back, seems like a pipe dream, my friend.
It's definitely going to have to be a much longer game plan than initially hoped for. I will say, so update right now on Senna, 43 stacks. Every 20, you get the extra bonus range, 25 range. So with the 43, you've gotten the extra 50 range so far. That needs to keep on going for to have a little bit safer time, especially in scenarios like this where now he does not have his flash. So Cloud9 keeping very, very close attention to flash timers right now. Also, do not be stingy with your gold. Buy your control wards right now. You can see 4 members do have them in inventory.
Broken Blade going for the all-in here on Licorice. Used his Blade of the Ruined King. Recognized the Blade of the Ruined King had already been used by Licorice earlier, but Licorice turns things back around. Blabber has arrived. Broken Blade has committed the cardinal sin of greed, my friends, and the shutdown from Cloud9 will be money in the pocket of Blabber. But TSM, not to be caught asleep at the wheel, will take the tier 2 turret in mid lane.
Cloud9, good movement here to collapse onto Broken Blade and kill him and get another of the important flashes off of TSM. Broken Blade flashing away at the end there, but getting chased down with the flash follow for Blabber is really big for them to get some gold. But on the other side from TSM, you know you have to keep playing with that offensive pressure. When Cloud9 chop off one of your pressure points, you have to get something back. And they did get the secondary turret mid. It's just that on the response, Cloud9, we talked about the standing gold and the rewards that they can get if they make these picks, if they get these kills. That is their first tower of the game that Niski was able to acquire.
Yeah, 25 minutes in for the first turret take from Cloud9. And when you look at the fact that all 3 lanes, as well as the jungle of TSM, are ranged champions, I mean, it makes sense. It's very difficult to push and not be able to just get anything done when your opponents are constantly clearing those waves out. But Blabber is 3-2-1 now after the rough early game that he had. He's got a QSS ready to go. Golden. This rush right here. Now they're going in for the Wombo combo. Double Lift is going to be taunted up there. Takes some damage. Isn't going to be dead here quite yet. Biofrost trying to get away. Bjergsen coming in from the side. Gold card tossed out. Blabber with the QSS continues the engage, but now has to back away.
Twisted Fate ultimate is up.
Bjerg could go in here for the kill on Blabber. Lamb's Respite keeps him alive. Heroic entrance from Galio also used. Remember, Spica has no ulti, already used that one earlier. TSM continuing to push forward here, knowing that Blabber is so hurt. Now the pings are down onto the Baron. TSM says enemy jungler can't contest. Go, 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 go.
Yeah, the ultimates are all down now for Cloud9. Trying to get the fight while they have the cooldown advantage. Sven walking in.
Oh, Biofrost going to find a base check in there, and Sven is killed. Biofrost taking the kill credit for it as the TP comes in. Broken Blade going to be joining this fight. Niski goes back in looking to find a 3-man taunt, but now he's going to be killed off instead. Bjergsen is there. Bjergsen's got the kill onto Blabber, and a face check from Sven, a punish from Biofrost.
Flowers, the Cloud9 player, fans just yelling out again. Sven Ezreal checking into Baron area brush. He gets locked up again. He gets taken down on one of the most mobile carries. I gotta check because right now there's a Scryer's Orb up for Licorice. We'll have to look at the replay to see if that was up and in position to be used for a check for Cloud9. But that is Baron now in the hands of TSM. And a composition that you have to play with so much precision, so much offensive power, but so little defensive power. The Baron just is your dream scenario. Already they can send Bjergsen up to the top tower while pushing down mid. Here's another look at it. Set was on the bottom side of the map. Okay, so Licorice does have a Scryer's Orb, but he's all the way down on the bottom side. Would not be able to use it. And Cloud9 feeling so TSM though, they did make the turn, getting the extra kills with nobody going down. That is just such a dream scenario. Now it's definitely blown wide open as TSM were able to make the perfect turn after drawing out those Cloud9 cooldowns earlier with the Twisted Fate from Bjergsen.
TSM
You wanna play too?
State of
It'll
this
be
game
fun.
now. 8,000 gold lead, 28 minutes into this game. Baron up on this team that is so difficult to engage on unless Cloud9 can find some sort of a flank. Licorice, that really only engage tool for C9, still has to wait over 2.5 minutes to get that flash up and ready to go again. And TSM has 90 seconds more that they're able to push here with this Baron buff. They only have one turret left outside the Cloud9 base to take. It is this bottom lane tier 2. Should be able to fell that one with just the damage from the minions. And now TSM still has a little over a minute here to work on trying to break the inhibitor turret line.
All right, Baron working its magic right now. All 3 lanes here for TSM. And they can try and sync up a little bit with the minion waves. Bjergsen here, you can see he's waiting a long time. He's not hard pushing these. Broken Blade on the top side with the Lucian, though, has a few more minions to try and build up before they get them to crash at the same time. And now comes the mid wave. Pretty well synced up, honestly, for TSM. They get all 3 in, and they get the damage on the towers. That's some good coordination.
Yeah, the 3-prong push manages to get half of the HP on the bottom lane tier 3 turret, takes down the mid lane inhibitor turret, and now even once Baron wears away, TSM will have a clear path into the Cloud9 base. C9 have lost 2 inhib turrets now as the bottom one falls. Top lane turret under half HP, inhibitors now under siege. TSM is playing this game with fangs bared. They are not willing to walk away and just reset this one for later. They are going for the throat. Niski finds a taunt on the Bjergsen, but nobody else nearby. It's not like there's any kill potential there. Spico with a dash back over the wall to make sure he stays safe. Still 2 seconds left on Baron buff, but those are expiring as the minions collide into the inhibitors here yet again. Licorice goes for the play on to Broken Blade. He tries to use the flash to get away. He makes it a 1-for-1. And honestly, that alone will provide the chance for TSM to continue causing a ruckus here in the other end of the base.
Yeah, I mean, even though they do get a kill, it's heartbreaking for Cloud9 to watch as yet again Blabber gets bursted down, does not get his Kindred ult off. It is a hard decision because you are trying to finish Lucian before ulting so that you don't ult Lucian and save his life, but you know, you got to err on the side of caution here since they had 3 members there and should be able to get him in the aftermath. Blabber does give up the counter kill, and TSM, that whole time, there's no way that Cloud9 sent 3 members at killing Broken Blade and TSM don't get the bottom inhibitor. They knew they're giving that objective up when they go for the kill to try and cut off at least one of the lanes of pressure. But TSM, they do their work. Now it's 2 inhibitors down for them, and they have to keep up the pressure.
What a promising first game here for TSM going up against Cloud9. Nearly a 10,000 gold lead now. They do have to be mindful of the Drakes. If they make a mistake and somebody gets picked right before a Drake spawn, Cloud9 do have only one more Drake they need to collect before they can acquire that Mountain Soul for themselves. But with control over the entirety of the map right now, as long as TSM don't put themselves in a bad spot like that, they should be able to tie this Drake count up at 3-3, or just go for the end of the game. There's only one inhibitor left standing on the Cloud9 side. It is exposed here in the top lane, and TSM are shoving both mid and top lane up with their champions, while the bottom lane just automatically reinforces with the super minions. Licorice going for the engage here. Broken Blade going to be in some trouble. Blabber into the Lamb's Respite, keeping himself alive. Cloud9 moving in as 5, looking to make the plays, looking to grab the kills. Broken Blade is gone. Double kill over to Niski. Into the stasis he goes. TSM have lost 2. It is 5 alive for the side of Cloud9, and the Drake spawns in 25 seconds.
Cloud9 are not done fighting yet, Clayton. They deliver the Justice Punch. They get the combo here. 2 kills for themselves and some precious time to clear their base of these pesky super minions. Now that soul that you're talking about does come up, does put the extra pressure point here, but they've got to do two things at this moment. Top inhibitor, their only one left standing, has to be defended against Bjergsen. Meanwhile, they're going to get the soul for themselves, thinking this is the only way that they win this game if they have the mountain soul and they can just huddle inside their base, protecting those Nexus turrets. Blabber's the only member on Cloud9 necessary to finish off that dragon. They do get the soul, and now they have to have defense chance, Flowers. Baron has arrived, and their base has no...
The base is a rubble, and TSM are on the Baron. It will be time for Cloud9 to weather another purple storm here. As you can see the wards placed down by TSM through the top side of the jungle, outside of the Cloud9 base, to be ready if C9 would try to make any sort of a move towards this. Baron is secured for the second time now by TSM. They will look to end the game on this push. Mid and bottom lane inhibitors both respawning in under a minute and a half. TSM will want to take those down again, and if you're Cloud9 right now, it is all about survival for the next 2 minutes and 45 seconds.
And the thing that's most annoying for Cloud9 with the situation is that their strategy revolves around Licorice finding a good flank. You know, they don't have any wards to deal with. Them losing so much early on, them being pinned up in this small area inside their base makes their options of surprising TSM very difficult. So it has to be a combination here where they try and take advantage of somebody without flash. And currently, the only one without flash on TSM is Broken Blade, and that one is coming up fairly shortly. So with the Mountain Soul as their power here, Cloud9 trying to buy time.
Oh, here we go. Flabber with the flash. Niski coming in from the flank as well, but he's going to be killed before he's able to do anything. Double it with the damage. And TSM will shut down the Cloud9 plan. Sven with the flash as the gold card is in the air to make sure he's not going to be caught out now as well. But that is such a deluge of minions here in the Cloud9 base. Lamb's presence will keep them alive for the time being, but Blabber is down. Vulcan is lifting away. Double's got the kill, and Licorice, try as he might, will not do a thing. Biofrost goes into the station at the last minute, and TSM comes out swinging and takes game one.
Now that was an impressive win from TSM because their strategy revolves so much around this offensive power, and it really just makes it a very high barrier of execution for this composition. You can crumble very quickly if you fail in some of these tiny situations, but they were able to use especially the Twisted Fate multiple times, also hiding away from the Galio, from the set, multiple times, taking advantage of the Broken Blade, gets 400 killing anyone on one side of the map, they still use the other pushing side of the map to their advantage, getting those down. Definitely a fun start to the series, Captain Flowers. Super excited to see how this draft plays out.
Yeah, draft in particular, man. 4 ranged champions into an engaged star composition. TSM knew what they were doing coming into game 1, and as you said, the barrier for execution was high, but TSM met the challenge and made game 1. Before we head to break, I'm going to go ahead and hand things over to Daz for a brief message from the LCS.
Thank you very much, Flowers. As we go to break, I want to highlight our Final Four LCS playoff teams, who are not only giving it their all this weekend, but pushing for meaningful change off the rim. Cloud9, TSM, FlyQuest, and Unity have united in the belief that Black Lives Matter and have collectively contributed $100,000 to the ACLU, which the LCS League has matched in addition to $33,000 in donations made by teams, staff members, and the Players Association. The LCS affirms that Black Lives Matters and supports Jacob Blake and his family and those who protest in Wisconsin and across the country. Thank you to everyone who is in this fight against systemic racism and pushing towards meaningful reform. We'll be here after this.
Break time!
1-0 stands the series score, and it's TSM who's got the lead. An impressive victory in the face of the Dragon Soul, gents, but I want to start in Champion Select because TSM went the route that we typically don't recommend for teams looking to win, and that's to go 5 range on one side of the rift.
It's not recommended because of how difficult it tends to be to execute, finding team fights, disengaging, but they did a very good job at disengaging and in the draft. The things that stood out were what we were highlighting earlier. Still, C9 does not play Caitlyn, banning it out. Such big disadvantage for them. But what was interesting was C9 ended up with no priority lanes. There's no lane that is actually getting the shove against any of TSM's counterparts. So it's a lot harder to play Kindred, a lot harder to search for those marks and start to get the ball rolling, and so much easier in this what should be a difficult to execute composition out of TSM to get past the early game, to start getting those leads in CS, and then transition to a position where they're so ahead.
I think also the mid lane and top lane, we were talking about them in the countdown a little bit about how good, you know, the champ pools are for TSM solo lanes, and they show it here. I mean, Bjergsen just takes away the TF, not punished at all for just early picking that. And then same with the last pick, they utilized red side super well by actually hard countering and taking a volatile matchup.
I mean, I'll say on the defense of C9, actually like their draft. It was a bit different than they normally do because it's a bit slower of the early game. Their advantage does lie in the Galio versus TF matchup. Galio is just a great pick to do it after you fight it, and it can have all of its rooms early game. Lane is actually fine. So I think, yeah, what Mark said is pretty correct. The fact that TSM had 4 range, so I think C9 went, alright, we can do a tank top because it'll probably be a tank versus tank matchup. But they gave them a beautiful red side and went for a full range. They picked the Lucian, and I think the Lucian pick is what screwed up C9's draft, where now they have a lot of people, and now they're not able to get Kindred in the early game. You saw he had 0 marks for such a long time. But I think the idea behind it is okay, but I think it's going to be more successful in the draft if they're the ones on red side.
Oh, go ahead, Crumbs. Sorry.
The Lucian pick should not be a surprise coming into the playoffs. All year long, LPL top teams, whatever they pick, spills over into other regions, and some of their best teams have been just blinding Lucian in mid and the top lane, counter pick, whatever it is. They're playing Lucian and they're obliterating teams with it. So moving forward, if Proxy already showed it, they have to keep in mind that they're going to be able to flex this into the mid lane, into whatever AP carry numbers they want, and it's a very strong champion right now. We even did a patch breakdown when it got popped. We're like, hey, it's gonna go into the solo lanes, guys. Watch out. It's only happening now.
Yeah, well, if they got caught off guard by it this first time, like you said, Crumbs, can't let it happen again, because it very much was the TSM solo laners, both Bjergsen and Broken Blade, that got TSM off to that early lead.
Calculated level 1, shift over the wall, oh my god, there's 5 people, just kidding, bait them into killing themselves, you know, just like they drew it up on the playbook. It was a nice reaction, though, by TSM to go and collapse, and the fact that the Ezreal and Braum couldn't actually get over the wall and get a bunch of stacks off, that's why Braum's usually so brutal in level 1, but he was kind of isolated from the play. They then used that first blood onto Broken Blade to snowball a lot of folks on the top side and explode the game open through playmaking around the Rift Herald.
See, Speaker just knows that Graves' dash gets armor when you dash into the enemy. So he's just maximizing the double armor boost.
There it is, the true level 1 strats. No, but in reality, this mid lane here, it fell apart pretty quickly. And I look at Nisky's performance somewhat critically on the gap.
But the way he's playing team fights, he's their first one in. He's doing all this ADCC. He does need that survivability that he just didn't have.
It's just so hard when it's 5 range, right? Like your range of taunt is not longer than the range of the carries that TSM has. So I think the Galio pick was hard to pull off with what TSM drafted. And they did a really good job disengaging. There was a tough fight. They were trying to get in on whoever it was from Cloud9. They saw that the TPs were coming through and they immediately just backed off, trying to bide their time, knowing that eventually their range would be the defining factor in the team fight.
Yeah, and I mean, all this culminated in a massive 5,000 gold lead at around 20 minutes into the game, using their, basically all priority lanes, global playmaking, and executing. So that was all super impressive, and it made team fighting from then on really hard for Cloud9.
Yeah, to your point though, Crumbs, there was one fight around 14 minutes near the Drake. you know, the best possible looking fight for Cloud9, and it only ends up being a 1-for-0 after all this work.
And the TPs are really quick, and this is what's interesting about C9, which was what got them to be so dominant early. They're willing to immediately pull the trigger. And normally this kind of play would net you more than 1 kill, but you commit so many ultimate TSM right on what's happening, they just back off. All right, only 1, we'll just give this up. And so they actually do gain a big window with which to operate and be aggressive, because now the TP's down, now the Galio Global is down, so there's a likelihood that a solo lane is going to get picked up, goes down significantly.
Okay, because now I come back to you, Mark. Fights like this one, 3-for-0 near the Baron, post 20 minutes like you talked about, way more favored towards TSM.
Yeah, it's a really hard situation. You have to find a way to engage. They don't have really a primary engage, like a Jarvan goes flying into Galio on top, and when you're funneling in, straight through here against this team with a massive lead in all range characters, they can easily hit you coming out of that choke point. And then they do have Chase down as well with the global from TS. So it was a really well-played comp by TSM. It's very volatile. That's one of those comps that can easily look terrible at 20 minutes if you don't have a 5K gold lead, but they executed it so well, and it raises big questions about what C9's draft is going to be, because this is what we've identified as potentially one of the reasons and showing us what else they have.
Absolutely, and I do want to reframe towards that second game where C9 has selected the red side. But before we do that, Crumbs, got to give you the space and opportunity to correct predictions that came out at the top of the day today.
That's right, thank you. Thank you for the space. Don't need that much of it, though. It's very simple for me. It was a TSM win. I did think TSM was actually going to come out ahead. It has nothing to do with the game 1. There's email records of this being submitted
confirm we had
the public will never see it though.
Hey, did their due diligence. Yeah, they went back and they checked the emails, and we did verify that TSM was the prediction. And so, Crumbs, looking at this second game, I want to get a little bit of a sense of why you think TSM is favored in this series and where it will be difficult for Cloud9.
I think the flexibility that the solo lanes have with the draft is so much greater than what C9 has going on for them. C9's draft seems constricted around making sure that the jungle gets going, whereas TSM, they don't really care what Speak is on. If Speak is doing your job, our solo lanes are going to make it a priority. So don't know about making sure that they have a cohesive composition. It looks a lot cleaner from the early game, whereas C9 is still trying to find their stride, trying to find whatever compositions work best for them, has a much more limited champion pool, and thus is not as flexible. So I think the draft advantage translates into the game, and that's what we saw already in game 1.
Now, probably you called out, you think Lucian and the red side for TSM played in, factored into the victory of game 1. How could red side factor into the victory here for Cloud9?
Well, one thing is it's going to make TSM's blind pick top lane kind of be exposed right now. They're not going to be able to get that for sure counter pick unless C9 opts for it. So the fact that we're going to have to see Broken Blade play a blind pick, and if he wants to play a carry blind pick, that's going to be much more difficult. He'll probably have to rely on the, maybe the Renekton Nidalee goes back to it again. But I think most importantly, C9 doesn't have great first picks. They're not taking the Caitlyn. They didn't learn it. So I'm fine with C9 being on red side. They get the counter pick support and they get a counter pick support. I think these are the good changes that C9 finally is doing in the series.
Looking for that series to tie up 1-1. We're stepping away. We'll be right here, though, for game 2.
Welcome to Assist of the Day, presented by State Farm. Flashy plays aren't always reserved for offensive moves. He shows us how to turn a fight perfectly timed.
Broken Blade in there, a flash shield. Who he tries to keep alive, and he frickin' does it. What a team fight there. Golden Guardians get 2 kills, and they get out. SCI refuses to die.
Have you seen my berry shivers?
but also the high risk of taking form. However, they met the mark, they performed well, and they were able to take down Cloud9 in that early game. And now the sides are switched. See how things swap up.
All right, first question for me, Flowers. What is going to happen with Cloud9 bottom? The Ezreal cannot show up again. I really just don't think at this point. There's even got to be a most played champion. It's not a bad win rate for Ezreal. It's over 60% win rate, most played champion for him through his career. And yet, he constantly has these moments. So, once again, the most important ban, I think, for TSM, keeping that Kalista ban, as that is one of Sven's best AD carry champions. Meanwhile, the Cloud9 are banning out the Caitlyn on red side. TSM actually dropped their blue side Caitlyn ban, which they were doing a lot recently, so maybe trying to scare Cloud9 and establish their dominance in the down saying, yes, Doublelift will play Caitlyn again. He did play it versus Cloud9 in the race, and that was the game that TSM won.
Kalista, Olaf, Twisted Fate, Caitlyn, Set, and Vivian all banned away. First hit Set, confidence in Broken Blade, take that dignity matchup that he can take it into, as Cloud9 will lock in the Senna for themselves, and now they will also lock in the Lilia. This champion has seen success all over the world since her release, and now we get to see what Blabber can do.
And this champion has also seen a lot of level 1 invading. So since we are already so early in the draft phase still, you have to be cognizant of the possible level 1 prowess of the champions you're going after right now. But as you said, they've got the blind pick Shen as well here for TSM, so I would think Cloud9 would want to pick Licorice champion first round before the next couple of bans come in. The Gangplank and the Vlad have been the two that he prefers. I think Gangplank is better than Vlad. Meanwhile, though, Doublelift going to the Ashen instead. That was the one who spammed pick versus Cold Guardians. And with the extra bans on Kalista, makes a lot of sense.
No fear in the TSM solo laners here, as Broken Blade and Bjergsen will both blind pick their solo laners. Here picked up from Bjergsen, and the lock of Cloud is top 10. One. This is lock not game number 2. Ends up making TSM get to take out a Jace already off the field. Anytime that you have a jungler, this is one of the things the teams adapting to Lilia. They have to more of an attack solo laners so that you don't have a full AP top side. Jace is one of the big ones, so I like that TSM are kind of targeting those active solo laners after they have blinded their two matchups here. Cloud9, they still have some different options. Of course, the Lucian on the table is really big for me. Whenever I have Lilia, she pairs so well with Lucian, not just because of the damage types, but because Lucian, his control in the lane phase, being able to push and trade early on, goes so well with Lilia's desire for power clearing into infinity. So, from TSM. Also, when you look at the bans from Cloud9, keeping the Bard away from Biofrost. Yes, we all remember the Trolly Inti stuff that happened in the Golden Guardians versus TSM series, but he also had some pretty pop-off plays on the Bard in the other game in the Golden Guardians series, so we can't overlook the skill. And it's understand that based on it. Also, the Hecarim banned out by C9. For any of y'all that did not catch crazy Hecarim plays without that is not going to see anything similar coming out from TSM or Cloud9 here in this game too, as Cloud9 will lock in Akali.
Yeah, both Licorice and Nisqy have a bunch of Akali games in their solo queue that I was looking at earlier, so this is definitely a flex pick still for them. So it's not like, oh, TSM was surprised because they blind picked both of their solo laners anyways. So I would expect it to go into this year. It is a very good match. People use it a lot for the level 6 kill pressure. Let's see what TSM are going to round it out with, though. Biofrost was amazing on his return in the previous game, being the main engage for the team, the only kind of upfront player for the team. Evade a lot of the Cloud9 CC, and a lot of the engage options for Cloud9 was really big for TSM. So the comfort there with the Lee Sin. And what's it going to be for C9? What's the top lane Licorice is feeling into Shen nowadays? Okay, they will move into Lilia. They rotate here for the solo lane Lilia. This one is very down really easily. Lilia has percentage health damage in her kit as well as true damage. So he can definitely get to harassing Broken Blade very early on. And she can also push the wave and try and roam the rest of the map to create more plays for Cloud9. If TSM try and make that same kind of play somewhere else, Licorice definitely on the champion that had it.
Plus, we're going to play there's one item that supersedes all other items, and that's and nothing goes well with Dot, synergizing very well with that item. I'm looking at TSM's draft this time around. All 5 champions have the ability to engage and start off any sort of a
Unstoppable.
2v2 to a full-on 5v5 here for this squad. There are so many tools in their arsenal to get things going here against Cloud9.
And I will say, this is a very different draft from game number 1 from TSM. Much more scaling now on the side of TSM. They don't have as much pressure early on in the game.
We'll get on to Summoner's Rift here in just a moment, but as we work our way on there, we also have to look at what Cloud9 is going to be doing here. We talk about Sven, we talk about how Cloud9 needs the rest of the team to be able to follow up, back up the aggressive plays from players like Blabber and players like Niski. And with Sven on the Senna, I think this fits a lot better than Sven on an Ezreal. Because as fun as it is to stay 1,000 units away, spam fuse, jump away with your built-in flash on your E,
or run into the river,
plays a lot better, and I really am excited to see this Sven off the Ezreal. They've been doing a lot of good work for him here so far in the playoffs. I'm excited to see what they're able to do here.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty crazy out of those plays. But in the last game, one of the curses had to break. It was either the Sven or the Doublelift Senna. Doublelift ended up getting his first ever Senna win. That was enough for Cloud9 to steal it away. They're like, nope, 1 is enough wins for you on Senna. So Sven is going to play it, and Sven has been a very effective Senna Here's the sweep invade, though. They do have a sweeper to get that one down for the delayed invade.
No Cloud9. TSM have no desire to fight over this. They don't want to have the game turn into anything back to level 1. Instead, they're going to beat them by himself. Now, of course, this is not going to have any sort of leash, but he is Lee Sin. He can deal with this pretty effectively just on his own. You can see his level 2 using 100 HP up his health bar there. Immediately switches over to Proxy to farm this up a little bit here. Proxy, as Licorice is pushing up aggressively, Speaker could make a quick visit up here at level 2.
Yeah, Broken Blade would also need level 2 first to get taunts to make it happen, but if he takes down the next couple of games and gets level 2, then he can do a gank setup. Off the melee, gets it.
There it is. Level 2 for Broken Blade and Speaker and Licorice all. Broken Blade looking for that taunt here. Licorice will try to kite around to the best of his ability, but that kiting not doing the job here, and it's first blood over to TSM.
Yep, good split on the map here for the invade, and you gotta say, when your jungler invades red like that for Cloud9 and they're trying to split the map, topside does have to assume a little bit of a weaker role, be really careful about enemy jungler. The Lilia, the aggressive matchup into the Shen, getting killed early on. on is going to be kind of difficult. That being said, he did not pull his flash. Chris here kind of accepts his death. He's like, okay, 2v1, he does get a nice Q to run him down, but as soon as Broken Blade commits the taunt flash, there's no reaction speed there. Start your cast of your taunt first, then flash to make sure there's no reaction time from your opponents. Licorice definitely focus on the flash, so it's not the terrible world where here this aggressive matchup top side, you have no possibilities of evading the future events. Still really good news there for TSM to convert though.
Absolutely. Shut down the Lilia a little bit, slow down the ability for him to bully the lane and build up those natural advantages against Broken Blade. Plus getting a kill on the reset nice and early will make it easier for him to get towards those early power spikes. Test the creeps and for aggression.
An enemy has been slain.
See his Flabber get involved in these lanes. Top side, you can see pretty much at an equilibrium state at that very midpoint of the lane. Both champions are sort of farming back and forth, trading blows here as Spiegel will continue to clear from top side towards bottom side, maybe working his way down there, seeing if there's a gank.
And we could see from the passover on the mid lane matchup there with Bjergsen opting for lethal tempo as Broken Blade gets a pretty good trade in here onto the Lilia. Bjergsen not looking to try and punish Akali pre-6.
Shut down.
Heavily. You can see Niski's farming really well on the Akali here, and Bjergsen went for lethal tempo rather than something like the Comet, which is a lot more oriented for the early stages. Lethal tempo is one scales super well for this year, looking much more at those later game team fights. And it is going to mean that with Niski CSing really well here on the Akali so far, he's going to have to worry about
An enemy has been slain.
level 6, and you start to see roams coming through. Multiple angles here around mid lane, probably going to need some more. You see already just one here on top 9 towards the ramp leading down into the Dragon side.
I feel like we talk so much about Niski and Flabber working together, roaming around as a duo. On Akali and Brave, those are two champions where if you run into them and you weren't quite ready for it, you are guaranteed to free money Cloud9 side. Once again, Flabber will be grabbing an early Drake here. Should be completely uncontested. Cloud9 will get this just to make sure. Ocean Drake coming up next. Either another Mountain Soul or potentially an Infernal Soul.
And the timing on that is pretty big for Cloud9 because you want to try to force that first Dragon before you level 6.
Comes in, guarantees Liquid won't have any chance to kill here, but hey, this Fan United out. Nice. He doesn't die. You call that a win for Cloud9.
Yeah, I think that was interesting because there's a kind of a decision tree here where you stand United early on Stika, try and force the flash to get away. Right? Really, really heavily with that cooldown, but then you're trading to stand United for the flash. And they didn't really want to make that trade, so they tried to do this. Stika can fight his way out. Licorice opportunities. With that early gank, though, it has set up Broken Blade nicely in this lane. Early power means he gets to shrug off so much of the dot damage. What's great against dots, Flowers? Oh, shooting over time.
Yeah, so, turns out, Hots versus dots. Good times. Good times up there for Broken Blade, who finds a taunt yet again onto Licorice. Remember, Lilia's base stats are not very intimidating. if you are able to close the distance, she can't just kite away. You can win trades very effectively against that champion, especially if you're within the range of that sweet spot on the Q, makes it so she doesn't get all the bonus damage or convert it to true damage there. So Licorice is on the losing end of some trades up here. Broken Blade dashes forward. Licorice turning right back in now as Blabber shows up, getting some good damage down there with the challenging smite. Chasing after Broken Blade, forcing the flash of the TSM top lane.
Yeah, they do get the flash out. Broken Blade actually returns through the tower to pick up the minion wave, so he won't lose out on the big golden experience, but it does mean Blabber moves right in to the Rift Herald, even with the control ward down on it. Him and Licorice, looks like they're sticking on it.
Rift Herald, Rift Herald, Rift Herald. Will this one turn into an absolute topside party like they did in game number 1? C9 wants to finish it off before that reality comes true. Blabber will go after the eyeball, making sure not to leave that one sitting around. We've seen those sorts of things happen before, but not today, not in this series, sir. Collateral damage will get Blabber over the wall to make sure he stays safe there. Just wanted to make sure he got out of that pit as quickly as possible, and Ulti has a lower cooldown than Flash does.
Yeah, I mean, you start jumping a little bit. Your heart starts beating when you see the supports roaming up on the minimap from bottom lane, approaching, getting closer to that Rift Herald fight. But they do get it before they get out, and we have a ult for flash trade.
Yeah, that was, talking about close, Bjergsen nearly getting the Emperor's Divide there onto Niski, but Niski with the flash gets himself away from it. And that's a superior cooldown. Bjergsen trading up there, now just needs to wait until the ulti's ready to go again and can try a similar strategy onto Niski and the Akali. Bjergsen has now passed up Niski in terms of farm, will be able to pad those numbers a little bit further here with that wave he's now farming up. So as that Lost Chapter comes into play, that item is so very effective for pretty much every mana-based mage in the mid lane. Helps you just make sure you have the mana pool required to spam out those waves, take lane control when need be. Doublelift getting hit by the center root, but Sven and Vulcan are really just more concerned with his turret right now, trying to get that plate money. One more shot would have done it, and not quite, not quite.
Yeah, they have definitely done a good job of keeping up the pressure. The bottom lane looking so different whenever Cloud9 gets, lanes with much more agency than the Ezreal and the Ezreal Yumi combinations that we've seen from them. I think this is one of the big necessary and positive changes for Cloud9 this time around with the Senna. Vulcan and Sven continue to push in here. And with the recall, they even called down Blabber on Graves. Rift Herald is ready.
Yeah, Shelly's just about ready to go here. Smokescreen came down, but Blabber didn't want to fully invest into the dive. Doublelift does have ulti plus both summoner spells available. Now, Shelly summoned up will not quite be able to kill this turret from here. She takes a little bit more than 40% off of the turret. So it will still be standing here, and remember that last plate is incredibly hard to kill. So although the turret looks like it's at death's door, it's actually still pretty healthy. And Cloud9 have to walk away from this one, as Dragon is alive for the second time this game. Spica throwing the Sonic Wave over the wall. Maybe he can piss the Dragon off enough to make it attack Cloud9 here once or twice, but nope, it's just gonna go home.
It is the most annoying dragon to piss off, because the Ocean Dragon with the slow on it, it actually hinders you. Most of the other ones are like, okay, you can shrug off a little bit of damage, but the Ocean Dragon slow can be game-changing. Also, sitting on wards can be game-changing.
Whoop. But also when you're Lee Sin, it doesn't change that much when you can just jump over the wall to another ward placed down by your own volition there. Spica gets himself away safely, but with the enemy jungler running out, Cloud9 seizes the opportunity to go after the dragon here. Enchanted Crystal Arrow fired out, finds its way onto Blabber. Biofrost going in, Stand United also going to show up. Blabber with the secure onto the Drake, but now he's likely going to die here. Vulcan with the save, getting Sven away. Bjergsen and Niski into a 1v1 off to the side of the fight, but it's already going to turn into an absolute mess. Niski grabbing the kill onto Doublelift. Biofrost now going to be in some trouble. Niski's making it a double. Good golly, Miss Molly. Blabber's grabbing the kill onto Bjergsen now as well. Broken Blade and Spica are back into the Cloud9 jungle. Blastcone's going to stop Spica as he tries to make his way out, but now Sven's also going to be in a bit of a bad spot. Vulcan with another clutch save here in this fight. Blabber chasing him down. Ninja versus a shotgun. Which one's going to win? Put my money on the bullets, baby. Blabber with one more at the point-blank range, and TSM is wiped off a Summoner's Rift.
5 kills for Cloud9 now as they wipe them down. Dragon started up, and just look at this initiation. Okay, the arrow is onto Blabber, and the charm follow-up here with Rakan, very nice as they're able to lock him up. Dragon does go over. Vulcan's then able to devour and spit out Sven to the backside, while Niski, look at him on the top side. With the help of the Senna ultimate over the top, Niski versus the two TSM carries, Bjergsen and Double Lift, takes them down. Blabber's ult is also able to get the 3rd kill for Cloud9. And then in the chase down here, Broken Blade and Spica trying to pull out an extra kill out of a hat as they're able to get the execution and almost finish off Sven. But yet again, Devour comes up. Vulcan saves Sven 2 times in that fight with 2 Devours.
That was such good play from Vulcan's Tom Kench as Licorice tries to survive 1v3 underneath the tier 1 turret in the bottom lane. Will not be able to do so. He had the ulti, looks like either available or just about available, but unfortunately the damage came in so rapidly. He's not really tanky yet. The champion does like to grab a little bit of AP before itemizing towards those tankier stats. So you can see still working on that Leandri's Torment, means TSM was able to burst him down. Meanwhile, Sven and Vulcan in the top side here on the tier 1, trying to get as much plate money as they can. Plates will fall here in 3, 2, 1, and the turret is history.
Yeah, it's pretty funny because at 14 minutes, the plates fall and you're like, I don't get the money from those plates. But at 14 minutes, the plates also fall and all the extra armor and resistances fall and you're like, well, I can easily now kill the tower. It goes from super tanky to paper thin up there, and they do finish it off. Here's a little Gromp fight for some mid-game entertainment in the end. Able to steal it away there. For the Lilia though that you're talking about, I mean the Leandri's is the one true god item, right? You have to include that in your build no matter what you're going. If you're going more utility after that, if you're trying to get Zhonya's or even spell shields or something, or if you're going Deadmans and you're going full tank, the Leandri's is just so insanely effective on this champion with the synergy. Now he gets locked up again though.
Lilting Lullaby goes down. Sleep onto both players from TSM here, as you're also getting the Dawning Shadow coming in from Sven. That, coupled with the sleep damage, knocks half the HP off of both Bio and Spica. However, that is 2 ultis expended here by Cloud9. However, with Vulcan and Blabber both working on this Rift Herald, Niski also hanging around nearby. You can see he steals the blue buff away from TSM. Blue buff, it's okay for energy-based champions, but it's even nicer to keep it away from Bjergsen and limit his ability to wave push and clear so much.
Yeah, and it is part of the handshake of trading the 2 sides. You know, both teams opting into this. As TSM, they push all 4 people, or all 3 people down bottom to try and kill Licorice again and try and take down that tower, and they trade the tower for the top side objective here. Cloud9 force on Rift Herald. Might as well take the blue while you're at it when you have topside control, and Rift Herald number 2 in the hands of Blabber. It's going to be a big tool in Cloud9, pushing ahead their early game lead that they have this time around off of that big fight around Dragon. 40 seconds left on Inferno, plus the second Rift Herald left in hand, and bottom tower being as weak as it is. I think Cloud9 should have a really strong setup for this Dragon. And as TSM, you're thinking, okay, we do have some pretty good scaling options here. You know, Bjergsen's Azir is at the Nashor's Tooth, is starting to get there, but it's going to have to be a good Ash Arrow if they really want a contest on it. And since Double Lift is top side, I kind of doubt that's really going to be the case for TSM, and they just want to wait for next one.
Getting out also back in the farm department, but this time around he's on the Graves. He's got the 2 levels. He's significantly stronger than his opponent at this point in time. Drake is alive. If Cloud9 get this one, it's soul point. TSM have to fight for every dragon for the rest of the game, or else they'll have to deal with an Infernal Soul. Sven goes for that lockdown onto Bjergsen, but will not find it. Sonic Wave is on Blabber. Resonating Strike won't be able to set up any sort of a kick here.
Distraction Herald
is mid. Yep.
Deny me.
TSM's attention towards mid lane. Give Cloud9 priority over this bottom side river. Shelly will likely get some good damage down here with this headbutt. She does freeze up right outside of the charge range, so TSM could try to pull off some sort of miracle and keep her stuck here before she gets off any charge at all. And it looks like they just might. Yes, Shelly gets distracted and does not land any sort of a charge at all. Spica hanging around the back of the Drake pit here. Blabber's still trying to put the damage onto the Drake. They see the TSM's aware. Spica over the wall. Sonic Wave, where's the resonating strike? Blabber looking to fight for it, stolen away by Spica. Make sure Cloud9 is not going to be back before that.
You want to play
However,
too?
Cloud9 is now
That'll
looking to
be
make the fight
fun.
go all the way. Bjergsen in some trouble. Niski on a killing spree, 2 dead on TSM. C9 lose the Drake, but win the fight. Blabber now continuing to play aggressively, posture forward, flash, taunt, damage coming through, but Vulcan is once again right there, the Devours. Bring him up to 3 saves in total this game, making sure everybody's staying alive.
What a trade, Flowers, because TSM actually got 2 objectives there, and Cloud9 got all of the kills and the money there. With TSM killing off Riftfield before they get the charge down, no value out of that objective, and then stealing away the dragon. Look at Spica here. Honda performance replay. Wave lands, as he safeguards into the pit. Cloud9 do back off, and they're looking for the fight. Smite Fight does go with the execution damage over to Spica. Then, though, with the snare landing on him from Sven, they lock up that kill, and Cloud9 want more out of it. They're able to go on to Bjergsen, right through the Shen Stand United. Niski is able to execute him. Really good extra damage there, right on through the shield. And with that extra money, can Cloud9 actually leverage this into more map control for themselves? Because that steal away for TSM, keeping Cloud9 from the really early Dragon Soul point, is going to buy them a lot of time.
Leandri's Torment now done for Licorice here on the Lilia. He is 0-3-5, so he has been targeted a little bit, probably getting that a little bit slower than he would have liked to, but hey, the item is completed, he's on the board, he's ready to go. Umbral Glaive also done for both junglers, will help them to maintain vision control, clear out some of the wards that might otherwise be a pain in the butt. You've also got Hextech Gunblade on Niski's Akali, 3-0-1 here on this assassin pick, really getting work done so far in the early and mid parts of this game.
Yeah, and I want to see Cloud9 try and make use of that solo laner here. Get your Akali into the side lane, pressuring. It's really difficult for Azir to answer, even though TSM have a Stand United. It's still down from the last fight, so they're trying to pressure in on mid, do the damage that Riftfield could not before the Dragon fight, and it looks like even though Shelly was stopped right at the doorstep, C9 still able to finish the job.
Shelly did not die in vain. She provided an example on how to get things done later, and Cloud9 took up that mantle to get themselves some extra money and a structure here in the mid lane. 4,000 gold lead at 20 minutes into the game is pretty substantial here for the side of C9. Blabber continuing to stack additional lethality here on the Graves. Sometimes we'll see them just go for Warrior into Umbral Glaive and start to mix up, go for Black Cleaver, Death
30 seconds until minions
type
spawn.
items. But he sees that the only enemy player that is going to be tanky at all is probably going to be Broken Blade. He's not too worried about that. He just wants to continue going for high lethality versus low armor targets. I like it in this situation, making sure that he's doing the maximum burst damage possible to blow TSM up.
Yeah, Broken Blade doesn't even have armor yet either, too. So, since he itemized for Lilia in lane for the 1v1. So
Minions
definitely agree with the lethality build thus far. Now comes down to the map play, though. And with Cloud9, their attempt here is to get your Tahm Kench to level 11, because this greatly increases the range of your Abyssal Void. If you haven't put time in on Tahm Kench since the nurse to the range on level 1 Abyssal Voyage, it can be shocking. As people are so used to talking about it as this global ultimate, this semi-global ultimate to be able to protect mid lane, to be able to move to the side lane. You need the extra ranks in it to be able to have that full effectiveness. He is pretty close to his level 11. I recall now and we said before, but once Cloud9 gets that, they're so much more unlocked in trying to play this red map style. And then you get to see the effects of Lilia later in the game, where her Swirl Seed flip push on Lilia, and then continually throw these Swirl Seeds towards your opponents, just fishing for a lot of extra burn damage and possible sleeps. He got one.
Gone fishing, baby. Here comes the chain CC. Goodbye to Spica. Goodbye to TSM. Double kill, but there's 3 dead on the TSM side. That wombo combo could not have been prettier if you're a Cloud9 fan today. Licorice starts it all up. The deer is here. He gets his revenge. And it's Cloud9 into the Baron pit.
Speaking of the devil, Captain Flowers, that wasn't a swirl seed. That was a silver bullet from Licorice. Nails them. 2 members, sets up the sleep, and just like that, Cloud9 get the triple kill and the Baron. Talk about a high-value single spell usage there. He gets the proc on them, immediately procs the sleep afterwards, doesn't hesitate on using his ultimate, and man, Cloud9, they get the Baron, they can reset after that. Infernal Dragon is available, so maybe with the Baron empowered recalls, Cloud9 feeling like they can reset and get back out of this, but it does allow TSM to set up first.
And the Senna was so critical as well, because the center room managed to lock up all 3 of the targets right after the lullaby. The chase is perfect coming out from C9. TSM at least going after this Drake for themselves. Should be able to find it, and now some nice chain coming down from them, managing to get a return kill here. With Licorice already out of the picture, TSM have themselves a numbers advantage, or at least they would if Spica wasn't already gone here too. Turret summoned up by Bjergsen, carries at low HP on the TSM side, and both teams decide to back away.
Yeah, Cloud9 wanted more, you can tell too. Blabber flashed forward for an auto Q there with the Graves.
An enemy has been
kind of in
slain.
anger, shot his ult out as well to get the big chunks down onto TSM. But TSM successfully sneaked away that Infernal Dragon. Another possible Dragon Soul point here from Cloud9, and now they're tied at 2. All that being said, C9 with a huge gold lead still. Baron buff means they can push for more. They can increase this gold lead. They should easily be able to pull off this 3-1 while they wait for Licorice to walk back down.
Remember also, standing in a lane when Lilia is off the map can be very dangerous. Swirl seeds just rolling at you from a million miles away could spell a little lullaby that means you're doomed. Cloud9 still has another minute and 15 seconds on this Baron buff. It's Licorice here in the mid lane, but TSM are looking for an opportunity here. Niski very slippery, but Licorice can't say the same. Doublelift is under pressure. Niski's going into the back line, has to flash away. Niski in some trouble. Licorice able to find the kill on to Spica, but Doublelift with the shutdown on Niski is huge. Doublelift barely walks away. He's got 20 HP. Cloud9 in upgraded 1 for 2, nearly a 1 for 3. Biofrost and Spica out of the picture. Doublelift has to heal up now. C9 mid lane push.
Yeah, and with Baron buff, that means C9 are going to get inside the base here, right through turret number 2, right onto the inhibitor turret afterwards. On Broken Blade, they've sent Licorice down to the bottom side, and his stopwatch purchase was very, very valuable for them in the last fight. He got off the damage, before looking Lullaby, and then going into stopwatch, meaning that TSM were only able to kill off Niski here in this attempt. It's a pretty good surprise attempt. Initially, Niski goes into the Shroud, so they turn their sights towards Licorice, but him proccing 3 members, setting them to sleep, and then proccing a stopwatch means he survives. Niski not so lucky though, as Broken Blade came in on the Stand United. A double of clenching there. I didn't see he got that close to dying from Blabber's ult on the edge, but he walks it out.
He was so close to dead in that situation there. Something I want to point out as we're 2 minutes away from this next. Then on Senna, 3-0 and 10 in a 13-kill game spells 100% kill participation. Please, 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 keep this man off of Ezreal and put him on something with some more playmaking potential like what Senna can do here in this. The difference between champions has been night and day. I really like seeing Sven on something like this so much more. The Senna top catch combo has just done wonderful work here for Cloud9's bottom lane speed.
Yeah, I mean, I know she has a global ultimate, but he's got
So does Ezreal.
He has 100% kill participation. And she's able to heal, shield allies with the ultimate, with the Q, and bring so much to these team fights, but he has been exceptional. And that being said, you also have to give credit to Vulcan's Tom Kench, who saved him multiple times. Supports often get forgotten.
Enemy killing spree.
Accolades stage.
Shut down.
Setup. You have to watch out for initiation if people are out of position. And since Licorice has stop watch and flashlight, he doesn't have capabilities for the Lilia. TSM has consistently targeted him, and Cloud9 has to bridge this next few. Worried about the possible engage. 30 seconds on the Dragon though. C9 are trying to get a 30 health lead. After the opponents away from this. C9 have lost the last 6 in a row. Tied up. Somebody put themselves in control point here with this game. Cloud9 area. But now he gets some trouble. Forced to use the second half of the ulti to get himself back away. This is Cloud9 looking at 25 minutes. No ulti there. He has to go back to base. Cloud9 has to be ready for that possibility. Sonic wave over the wall. Resonator strike could come in now. He comes through and it's double it. Who takes the Drake? It's 3 in a row now with TSM. Mika's dead first here in the fight. Miki coming in on the side. Blabber is dominating TSM that way. And Cloud9 will slaughter their time. Blabber is just dumping out damage on this Graves. I am just... This is going to be the game. This guy is absolutely insane. The Dragon does go over, but he's fine taking the time of TSM instead. Dragon for Nexus is not a good trade to make in League of Legends. Miles Ross and Steve are up in a couple of seconds each. Nexus turret already falling here. Nexus is vulnerable. Cloud9 is not messing around. They are not padding stats, but they are grabbing their first win here in this series, tying us up 1-1. Fighting over these dragons is dangerous. Cloud9 in the last game. Yes, they did attack Licorice a lot from the side of TSM. They early ganked him, level 2 on the top side of the map. They just tried to pick him off in the side lanes, but he landed that really key sleep towards the mid lane, setting up Cloud9 for multiple objectives. And since Blabber and Niski were so fed on the Akali and the Graves, they just dissected these team fights so well later on, annihilating the TSM carries.
An enemy has been slain.
This game defined Cloud9's success by showing us all the different ways we've succeeded before. Niski and Blabber working together with that.
An ally has been slain.
Sven and Vulcan. Sven participating in every single kill. Alive time and time again, also having incredible kill participation. And Licorice absorbing pressure, still being relevant, and making the clutch play when he needs to. All work together to bring Cloud9 a victory and tie this series up.
1-1, baby, let's go.
1-1, let's go the distance. 3 more. 3 more, we're stepping away. State Farm Analyst Desk joins you to break down Game 2 after this.
And we've upgraded her with a sonic shield and holographic mapping drone.
Impressive.
There is one more thing.
Jake from State Farm.
Here's the deal. With the Drive Safe and Save app, you'll save up to 30% for being a safe driver and get a discount just for signing up.
Well played, Jake from State Farm. This usually.
Way to victory in this 1v1 League of Legends tournament. Any champions will be crowned, but only the best of the best will be a part of All-Star 2020. Learn more on redbull.com/soloq.
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Turret plating will fall soon. An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
There yet?
Welcome back to the LCS Dome, presented by State Farm, where the series score has tied up at 1-1 as Cloud9 strike back in this series here against TSM. From the red side, they get it with Lilia in the top lane, and pop-off performances by both Licorice and Vulcan.
This is why Lilia's OP. You can die early, you can be very useless at the beginning of the game, but when it comes to team fights, you hit some good sleeps and all your previous feeding is undone.
I like that you call that out, the early death, because that is how the game started, with an early first blood from the side of TSM. Interesting pathing here.
Yeah, I want to call it how smart this is, dude. Like, Broken Blade drops the ward form over the wall, and then when they eventually see that C9 goes for the group of invade on his red buff, he's going to W over and start the enemy side red buff. And this avoids the vision that they would have on this. And when you're playing Lilia into a tank match, you want to push really, you want to press. And, you know, if he's just starting off blue, which is what C9 probably assumes is happening, there's no world where he's ever going to go see, blue to top gank, because you're sacking entire topside jungle to do that. Graves will go red to red, and you'll just get completely out-farmed. Here, because he actually gets over the wall sneakily, he can then also do Grom, get, this level of it, and then still turn the game. And, there's no world where Liquor is ever prepared for this. And he still has this whole blue side quadrant up to go as well. So absolutely intelligent level 1 there, and I love how they were able to use that to start punishing the Lilia early. And they did a great job punishing the Lilia. It just worked enough.
Yeah, and I will have to say, he was planning to do that level 1. Sorry, Speak was planning on doing that level 1 regardless of what C9 was doing. So if C9 actually started on their own blue buff, they would have been late to topside. They would have lost their red and their top lane.
An ally has been slain.
Everyone likes a close-up. Why not?
I love that so much. Okay, I'm so sorry.
That's me.
You were making a great point, probably. But just in case anyone wondered what Krubs thought at this point, now we know.
It's not a very good ventriloquist. I can't make the mouth move. That's just the way it goes.
Oh, that was brilliant. Okay, well, I kind of lost track there, so let's maybe try and bring it back. We're talking about the top lane, and Liquor is getting knocked down early and ultimately striking back.
Yeah, so Lilia is still a high utility champion, even though he's not really fed in this game. His passive applies a dodge, and that dodge can be activated as ultimate. In real fight, there's passive, and then he uses ultimate. This one's very, very important. Q flashes onto TSM and gets a 3-man sleep. And this entire time, it allows Cloud9 to play basically a 5 versus 2, and then choose to break the sleep.
And another key part of the team fight is going on with Vulcan. He saves Sven once and then is able to help down with this chase down sequence where TSM is now trapped after losing to the sleep, but then they're still trying to get some fixes on cleanup. They do grab Licorice. Sven split from his team. They think they're going to be able to get him too. Nope. Flash Devour by Vulcan saves him, and then he baits it. You know, I think Spica wants to take the Q here and get onto Sven, but it's just a little too greedy, and he's able to get another kill for his team, flashing the emotes as they baited Spica in there.
So disgusting with this Tom Kench. He's 70% now, 17-7 as a record. Time is pretty nuts for just a champion that is so relevant in the meta.
An ally has been slain.
Here again, you're gonna see it.
Yeah, I mean, this is just another team fight that just shows how powerful the Lily is. Hits the 2-man, E sets up the sleep and lets the Akali go in. They're asleep that whole time where Akali's trying to figure out who exactly she wants to go on. She got ulted out and goes back into her shroud while they're sleeping. And so, insane setup. And once again, on the tail end of the team fight, TSM's like, oh, let's get some kills. We'll find some. Blabber's too deep. Once again, Flash Devour, Vulcan, saved him. This is the reason it was being. Remember, Game 1 was banned in the second phase, and C9 on red side snatched it up when they had the opportunity to in the first phase.
Look at how insane Blabber was after that fight was won. Instead of just very warily doing the Raptor camp, he's dashing into the enemy. Like this is why champions like Alistar, like Pumpkin, that deny people from feeding are so important when your team is so aggressive, because suddenly what would have been a scrap from TSM to be hard to deny. That would have been 3 kills that we've already seen Vulcan save. Had those not happened, this game would have been very different.
Didn't end there either. 22 minutes, 30 seconds into the game. Cloud9 in the mid lane, same thing. Vulcan's gonna collapse along with Licorice here, making a great kickoff on the dragon.
Look at the range at which he started that too. It's so disgusting.
I mean, that's what the problem with Lilia is. It's like she gets to choose the fight. So if you get hit with that global roll, you're not gonna flash that. It's like a 6-second cooldown. So if you actively don't dodge it, this means the enemy team can come collapse on you now. So it's like this really non-threatening little ball rolling at you. It does like 100 damage, air, puts a dot on you. But then she sleeps you and her entire team comes out of the river.
Yeah. Well, and what's interesting too is that in this game alone, we saw kind of the example of both play styles for Lilia. Both that poke-oriented, engage-oriented play style, but also getting into the middle of it, the thick of it, with some of those team fights. You know, the flash Qs that you were talking about.
Yeah, that's why Lilia is just such a unique champion, because she has the ability to play these close-range team fights, try to get a lot of damage and a lot of sleep, and then she also has this pick potential. Like, usually you don't have pick potential and team fight potential in the same champion. That's probably an overpowered one. The fact that she also has a really strong laning phase and melee, so you can position the champion on the side, or it's really frustrating to watch because she prances away when she hits him. I do like the fact that, yeah, he's able to use the whole
Lilia gonna have to be a consideration when it comes to champions like here in Game 3. Mark coming to you, TSM going to red side. Interestingly enough, it appears like red side is the deciding side in League of Legends for the first time in just about ever. Only one LCS split in 16 total LCS splits has had red side with a winning percentage, and that was back in 2019 spring. But these teams really won.
Yeah, I think both wants to play it, and so if C9's going to perma ban Caitlyn, you're never going to get the first pick it anyway, so go red side, get the counter pick, and that's going to be the focus, I think, on the series. Who's going to have better use for their champions.
Yeah, who wins that blue side game as well is going to be a question that needs to be answered to see who comes away with the series. Game 3 is coming up after this short break. We'll see.
I'm Randy Diaz, mayor of Seltzer, Pennsylvania. If you love Bud Light like me, you'll love Bud Light Seltzer. It's a hard seltzer from Bud Light. Because of 4 flavors, it tastes great. Bud Light Seltzer. It's unquestionably good. If you don't love Bud Light, you'll love Bud Light Seltzer. It's not Bud Light, it's hard seltzer. It comes in 4 flavors and it tastes great. Bud Light Seltzer. It's unquestionably good. Questions?
Has been slain.
As we get back into the series of 9 and TSM, where they are tied up 1-1. I was talking to Cody in the team during the break. I said I'm so glad we're not going to see any sort of a 3-0 for this. That would just absolutely let the hype add the whole thing. I'm so glad it's going to be competitive. Let's see how they get into things here against TSM. Back on the red side. How is the draft going to change? It's Italy banned away by C9, Ballista by TSM.
Okay, so key champions last game, obviously the Senna has been prominent for the top 10. Both of those are still up. You only have to break one of them to lose a lot of value. I kind of like this choice. Senna without the safety of the Tom Ken. They still decided to go for it. I would still think though that TSM probably have a decent high priority on it. Double F also looked very good on it, and I don't think you want to let Sven get his hands on it.
Okay, so Cloud9 fans, heart rate probably
oh
a little
my
bit here
goodness!
Because these first 3 picks are looking exactly like draft number 1. It's set into Senna and TF for TSM. Now Cloud9 have drafted themselves again, and they've drafted the Bard with it here in the bottom lane, making sure that they have some powerful early laning capabilities. Bard also provides that same problem that they faced back.
Yeah, I think the Bard could be a game changer. This could be a huge difference maker for Cloud9. Now, Vulcan for the regular season has the lowest roaming percentage for any support in the league because he played so much junior for Cloud9. Play safe, go out your queue, farm, and let Bard make some plays. Vulcan was in the top ratings for best support in the league until Court JJ just went God mode and took over in summer. Vulcan was right up there with him. So this could be a time to shine, break away from his lane partner, and make some roam plays.
Well, Graves will be banned out this time around. This will be the first game of this series. We don't get to see him. Orianna also banned away by TSM, keeping Niski away from that tried and true staple of the team play. Lee Sin banned out, doesn't want to see battle this time around. What's the final ban with that? Junglers, you're going to see some special top lane perhaps. Remember, TSM do have the ability to leave that final broken blade redacted out there, but they wouldn't be blind picking it anyway. Stand out. What's the TSM going to get? Check a jungler.
Yeah, for sure, jungler first. Broken Blade actually has the most unique champions played of any of the players in this series. As much as people talk about the unique champion pool of Smith, over the split, Broken Blade has played 15 different champions coming into this series. You get to see Spica on the Evelynn. I actually love Evelynn plus Twisted Fate combos, as you can have two people pop up out of nowhere on your map, as long as the Evelynn's able to navigate those control wards. And ever since they buffed the cooldown of the Q for Evelynn, not requiring any hits, she actually has become a lot better at taking some of the early fights, whereas before you really had to power farm and then just go for assassinations. Now she actually has more options. Look at this response though. The Rek'Sai radar system to see Evelynn try and track Evelynn while she's invisible.
Yep. Evelynn has been seen around different regions. The champion is very powerful, particularly if it gets going. It's one of those snowbally assassin type things. All the eyes gone, but Rek'Sai. It does not matter if as long as Rek'Sai is go up with any other champion. This set this game playing with ultimate side of TSM. And with Broken Blade on that fifth pick yet again, this TSM squad is the same thing that was in game number 1, with the one change being Graves is banned away. Evelynn is now the main jump.
And so far in this series, the early advantage has been so much. They are very difficult at keeping up. Cannot make mistakes. But I cannot blame them for going back to this successful strategy. Like you said, it's similar, except for having Evelynn. There's a lot more. It's generally recommended to have a full grid for Evelynn, so you can try and get to 6 as quickly as possible. Then the opponent lanes that are set up already in detrimental lanes with the really good setup here for TSM also have
Enemy double
Yellow Blades or Conqueror? Which one is it, Flowers?
Let's see. Hold on. We gotta watch our dramatic intro here first.
My personal favorite for Rek'Sai is the Yellow Blades. It's super early game oriented, but it's a super early game oriented champion. Rek'Sai needs to get a lot done in the provide a lot of use. Scale that well. Does get a little bit better if you max your E second, 2 or 3 points in your Q. Generally, you're going to want to put 2 points in your Q and then try and max your E for better tools. But it is the Conqueror that is the better scaling version of the Rek'Sai. We can all stack up for your true damage later. Let's see about the level 1. After there's
down here in the river. We'll see a war down by Cloud9. Walk close enough to those guys. Important to point out, the 3 healing shrines placed down by Vulcan in the solo lane behind this. Yes, this lowers Bard's level 1 combat potential a little bit in his own lane, but each one of those shrines, if given time to mature to maximum, is going to give increased. All 3 shrines put together will give a really nice edge. Especially in that early melee versus range matchup, it'll help keep him topped off. You can see him just stepping back, picking up one of those health packs right now, playing it like it's A-Ray.
Looking at the map here, tracking the invade from TSM, because Vika does not continue and trade top side for bottom side. He just takes away the Raptors. He then walks through mid lane, doesn't care that he goes over vision, to get to his red side and cut off Blabber from putting pressure on Broken. He doesn't want to let him take the Broken. So the defensive ward, the river for himself on the ramp there, should try and accelerate this. Headed right over level 3. Get behind him anyway.
Oh, here we go. Liquid's already using the flash. Starts things off here against Broken Blade. Blabber's still looking for the way to get the ball. Now fights the turret shot. Will clearly kill Broken Blade himself. But he has to run jump. Broken Blade is already using his flash. This gives the flash to make sure the first blood. Blabber says, hey, money on the page. That's first blood.
We are not in the game, so I can't see the game chat, but I can hear the noise. After that kill, I just heard 3 chat box noises go on. And I can only imagine what went on for Cloud9 with Blabber getting that kill. But here's Broken Blade, he flashes away. Maybe I can make it all the way on Cloud9 territory to try and go for an execute, but Niski started roaming over early, and because there's a blast cone there still, he's able to get a flash for it. Praise Seeker, though, for Blabber means jungle money.
Jungle money on this champion that you already said needs to get off to a very early good start here. As Vika tries to steal away the chickens for the second time. It will be a smite fight over the big chicken. Blabber with the smite makes it happen. Vulcan moving up. Nice! Stun on to 2 from TSM, but the cavalry has arrived, and Spica's able to find the kill onto the Cloud9 support. Blabber with the tunnel over the wall. Niski gets one on the Spica. He's got the double buffs on himself, but now he's in a real danger of dying off here. Tries to turn around and fight there with the Kingslayer. Blabber not able to make it back to the fight. Won't quite be able to find it. Double lifts heal, barely keeps him alive, and TSM will take over that fight.
TSM remain on the attack. Captain Flowers re-invading on the Raptors the second time around. And keep your eyes on the mini-map. As you go for the invade, it's all about the roams. We mentioned Bard, and that being a game changer for Cloud9. Vulcan can get there first because of the magical journey and gets the flash with the stun in there. But that doesn't mean that Cloud9 don't roam up. They still send Bilefrost. It takes him longer to get there, but he still arrives with the Recon and the Guardian Shield for the extra stun to get them the extra kill here. Then blocking for the Twisted Fate. My goodness, he got so incredibly low.
Here we go again. Blabber making another return visit to the top side, trying to keep Broken Blade under control. You can see the big farm advantage he's already built over Licorice in this matchup that in Game 1 we discussed was so difficult. TSM still with a 1,000 gold lead, though, even though the kills are even in this one.
That's why they pick Rek'Sai, though. Rek'Sai, one of the champions that is best situated to gank top lane. Because of the length of your tunnels from E and the fact that it doesn't cost your CC ability to use your dash ability. A lot of the other champions in the game for jungle if you dash forward and try and get a crazy gank angle off to get around vision, you'll have to use your CC ability also. But Rek'Sai can stay tunneled in and then still have the unburrow to get off behind the Lucian. Now Blabber, though, walks into TSM territory. They stake their TSM flag in this red quadrant of the jungle. They will not let it go. It's another roam from Biofrost here to accelerate the counter jungling from Spica and this Evelynn. Pre-6, this Evelynn is just all over the map in all of these skirmishes. That would not be possible pre-Q buff on that cooldown reduction for the Q for Evelynn. TSM are just keeping up the pressure on Cloud9, and it's crazy to see if you think about where these teams came from Summer, with Cloud9 dominating the LCS previously in that style. If you remember, Captain Flowers, they started out this year
9-0.
finding, well, never mind, let's wait for this. Will we get to the stat? Okay. It's stat time, he's not dead. They started out the year with spring and the first half of summer combining for 35-2 as Cloud9's game record. Off of just smashing teams early, snowballing those leads, fastest game time, highest combined kills per minute for their games. But it seems like those dream glory days have been put behind, as so many of the teams in the LCS have decided to throw down with Cloud9 in the early stages, especially. In this game, no different.
For Cloud9, man, to go from 35-2 to now being a single best of 5 away from either making Worlds or having your entire season end right here. Remember, there's no more Gauntlet. The Gauntlet gods don't get a chance to ascend to their throne. This is as close to a Gauntlet as you're going to get here in the lower bracket of playoffs with this new format. So C9 really have to show up here, but damn if TSM and particularly Spica aren't trying to make it so difficult for them this game. These constant invades, the constant pressure on the Rek'Sai, the Evelynn completely unafraid of this champion. However, now that Spica is level 6, the Demon Shade is active, which means he will have to be more aware of where Rek'Sai is to make sure he's not accidentally seen when he thinks he's invisible. Blabber's still only level 5 here. Both junglers do have jungle items completed, but it is a 20 farm advantage for Spica.
All right, the stolen Twisted Fate ultimate from Niski used to get back to lane. He just stole it with the ult before he went for his recall, so he can basically get an extra teleport here. That does mean TSM with a move timer, though, because Bjergsen could shove in the wave. Evelynn's so good at diving.
Here we go. The charm ready to go. Chain CC it together with the gold card, and Spica cashes in before Blabber is able to do anything about it. Spica still has the last caress ready. Remember, not only a powerful execute, but an even more powerful aggro drop. Blabber can't do a damn thing. Broken Blade takes the kill. Spica gets himself away with that ulti I was talking about, and TSM have themselves a 5-3 game and a 2,000 gold lead. Now bottom side, Sven down to 300 HP. Vulcan trying to fight this one here a little bit, but Sven has to keep on running. Vulcan there on the front line, but Cloud9 losing out pretty significantly in this 2v2.
This is the reason why the early game has been such a determining factor for this series. When you can draft and have your pushing lanes get the Evelynn multiple invades before level 6, then it's just a crazy accelerated Evelynn. You see, Spica is the same level as the Cloud9 solo laner there. You know, Licorice is 7, Spica is also 7 here with the Evelynn. He didn't have to use his ult on the dive, so then he could use it in the next fight through the jungle. Here they're going to try and contest this Rift Herald, though. Spica in place. Rek'Sai's above ground, so didn't see him.
Looks like we might have got one Tremor Sense there. Blabber's still trying to hang around. We'll be able to secure it, but now with the damage coming out, it's jungler for jungler being traded away. The reinforcements have arrived here for both sides. Flash over the wall. Niski continuing to chase after Biofrost. He has the stolen last caress. Give him a kiss on the cheek. See you later, buddy. Niski takes that kill, gets himself up to 3-1-1 here on the Sylas. Now joining Licorice here in the top lane, going after Broken Blade. Haymaker comes out, looking to find a little bit of damage as well as the shield. Bjergsen still plenty healthy enough to try to provide covering fire for Broken Blade to continue his retreat.
That was a much needed skirmish win for Cloud9. They pick up the Rift Herald, they kill the Evelynn, and that was all because Licorice did not hesitate. They got that little one single ping on Evelynn, and he just turns and ults her, locks her down immediately. Ult still was on cooldown from the jungle skirmish, So they actually were able to make something happen off this Rift Herald play. And that Rift Herald money is going to be so precious to Cloud9. Chunking out some of these turret plates, they will be able to gain a foothold right back into this one. Here's another look. Just in that brief moment when Blabber goes underground, they get a single ping, and then Licorice, no hesitation, dunks him over to the wall where Vulcan can stun him against the wall, and Evelyn doesn't get to move. So even though more members show up there for TSM, Cloud9, because they coordinate so well, dunking the Evelyn into the wall, into the Bard stun, immediately killing him, they're able to chase down the extra one there and fight their way back into this game. TSM still with a 2,000 gold lead in their hands, as they've been able to keep up the pressure in their lanes with their winning matchups. And Evelyn, she plays off winning lanes so well, because when you push enemies under tower, you set them up for those devastating Evelyn tower dives. She can go in, get her full burst combo with double Q spams plus your E, and then still get your R execute, allowing you to drop tower aggro and get to safety.
The tower aggro drop plus execution is just the ideal jungling tool for those dives you're talking about. TSM did already secure themselves first Drake of the game. Second Drake is now live. Spica's in the bottom lane, but Cloud9, unless they have Blabber nearby, have no way of being knowledgeable about that. Doublelift will step up and make sure he clears away the control ward, so Spica's not revealed by that one. Now that they know that that's taken care of, Spica can move through here. Once again, still completely unknown to C9. They must, however, expect that he's nearby with their opponents starting the Drake up. Spica is going to be nearby to smite this one. Blabber and Vulcan ready to go for it. However, the Drake is going to be secured as Blabber takes the tunnel over the wall. Spica with the last caress just to disengage. TP coming in from Broken Blade. Just a slight mistiming meant TSM was able to grab that Drake before C9 made their move.
Yeah, and Cloud9, I think the plan the entire time for C9 was not fight there. I think the plan the entire time was, okay, we'll go for the steal. You know, if we get it, great. If we don't, you know, we don't. Flash out Blabber. But they still got the ultimate cooldown from Evelyn there when, you know, Spica ults back out, even though they didn't commit their teleport from Licorice, while TSM did commit Broken Blade's teleport. So that was a cooldown win.
I don't think it's going to matter too much here. Licorice is in some serious trouble. Spica with the follow-up, Bjergsen with the kill, and that is easy money in TSM's pockets.
And he gets the push on a tower with exposed plates here. Oh my goodness. For Broken Blade, Spica up
and there's almost, look at the timer on the scoreboard, on the Rift Herald that Blabber picked up. That Herald that C9 fought for earlier is about to expire. It's going to be summoned up here in the top lane now by Blabber. They want to try to shepherd this in and make it charge right before those plates expire. Just try to get some sort of value out of it.
20 seconds, Shelly, get in there!
They have Vulcan here, they have Blabber. They need to get Shelly in range. Shelly, stop skipping leg day, get over there!
She's there, plenty of time for C9. They cashed all the turret plates, plus the tower bonus for themselves. That is first tower to boot Captain Flowers, as Cloud9 are able to make that objective work.
Yeah, the timer was running pretty low, but they made it happen by bringing Vulcan up there, gave him the extra manpower they need to make sure Shelly was shoved up, got the plate running and the turret down. Cloud9 closing this game down to a 1,000 gold gap. Honestly, 12 kills between the teams at 14 minutes. It's bloody by LCS standards.
And I think it should remain bloody, because TSM want to play a very bloody, you know, spread the map style, so that Spica has just a playground to work with on Summoner's Rift. And while they did lose out some return gold on the top side of the map to Cloud9,
You want to play too? It'll be fun.
Dragon lead over Cloud9, so they want to try and push out on the side lanes and open up opportunities for Twisted Fate and Evelyn to be able to pick people off before setting up, you know, for the possible dragon here. Meanwhile, Cloud9, they need some big plays here. Probably started out from Vulcan's Bard. Tempered Bay is going to be one of the big tools that Cloud9 actually style around on TSM. If you can land that, the setup is so big.
That Tempered Fate can make or break any kind of a game, but especially a game like this, man, where it's like the tool oh, there's just all the weight of the world on Vulcan's shoulders here in this game. Game number 2, his Tahm Kench performance was exactly what C9 needed to make sure they got the win. And here in game number 3, they have so much faith in him on this Bard. TSM with about a minute and a half to go until that third dragon is alive. Spica also still prowling around here on the Evelynn. 119 farm, more than both top laners. There has been so much of a mess around the top lane. Both of the top laners' farms, is around solo queue level. It's pretty bad. 105 versus 96 is just not what you expect in a professional game. So neither one of these two are at the mark that you would expect them to be at. Doublelift trying to retreat away from Sven, but with Blabber and Niski both showing up, I don't think Doublelift is going to be going anywhere except back home to the fountain. Money in Cloud9's pockets. It's 4-1 now for Niski in this game on the Sylas. Might just be the man who has to carry here in these team fights.
And just again, like game number 1, yes, TSM, Doublelift gets picked off on top side. Cloud9, good job on attacking one of the pressure points. You see the other 2 pressure points gaining some tower damage. Bottom side actually died. There's the Tempered Fate.
Tempered Fate onto Dirksen. Licorice goes for the Phase Breaker immediately thereafter, but now TSM are looking to save their mid lane if they can. Biofrost with some nice CC coming through. Niski barely going to be kept alive. Vulcan and Sven still looking for a little bit more. Broken Blade with the culling over the wall. Everybody from both teams walks away alive.
I honestly thought for sure Bjergsen was going to have to blow his stopwatch, but they get him out without even having to use that cooldown. Flashes out in the end, and TSM are able to save their mid laner from the C9 attempt here. Plus, Broken Blade pushed that minion wave all the way into the bottom tower. Okay, Biofrost slips his way out. Yeah, he's getting a little frisky.
Yeah. It's one of those things where you have to just kind of sit on a knife's edge, be like, oh, are they going to do it? Are they going to do it? But TSM have a level 11 Evelynn now. Critically, that level 2 ultimate will make a big difference in any upcoming fights. But considering it's down, that means that it's very risky for Spica to go in. If Evelynn ever does get herself in a fair fight, she loses almost all of them. Unless she's overpay. So she always has to take advantage of flanks, use the ultimate to drop aggro, get out of a fight, sort of reset a little bit. So TSM does not want to contest this third Drake. That means that Cloud9 is going to stop their soul stacking, bring this up to a 1 and 2 Drake game. Still 2,000 gold separating the 2 teams here. And this one stayed pretty close as we just pressed the 18-minute mark.
Yeah, and honestly, usually you get to games too where you're like, okay, the Ezreal now, 2 item power spike, you're right where you want. This is where you really take off. Death Stance comes next. You get the Caulfield's Warhammer for more cooldown reduction and can really start to carry. But those are also usually games where you think the opponents will have a difficult time gaining access to your backline, to the Ezreal. In a game like this, where you are facing an Evelynn and a Twisted Fate and a Rakan, all champions known for extremely quick access to the backline and assassinations. Well, here we see an attempt to force.
Yeah, Licorice had to flash away there, or he is 100% dead. Spica and Bjergsen both coming down there with Broken Blade, also within range to quickly apply a culling if need be. Blabber going after the second Rift Herald here, as TSM should be able to take down that tier 2 in the bottom lane. No contest. There you go. 3-1 on the turret count now brings the TSM lead up to almost 3,000 gold.
Licorice actually going to keep the wave in front of his tower as long as possible, trying to deny some minions there. Because top side of the map, good job observers, there's always a give and take. And the argument for not holding waves and trying to deny minions is always, okay, your opponent can go below the other side of the map, get objectives there. But since we just saw Rift Herald picked up by his team on that side of the map, there is nothing for TSM to overload on this side. They can't really send their resources somewhere more effective. So we can try and deny some of the minions there at the tower while his team picks up the Rift Herald and holds down the other side. You basically just try and play defense up there until TSM does it back.
Look at gold rack. You're really showcasing where those advantages are built in TSM. With a 1,300 gold lead over his game to him in gold. And it's actually Spica who has 1,000 gold more than even the top laner of Cloud9. Going back to what I was talking about with farm levels of the top laners being solo queue level. Well, with Spica's got more than either top laner still. Also, Rabadon's Death Cap now completed as his second item. Before he can upgrade Boost, he He's got the free
blood.
magical footwear from the room.
ally has
A
been
running
slain.
echo and a Rabadon's death count. This man has one mission, and that's to make sure that whoever combo dies.
Yep. Ideally, getting his hands towards the backline would work, but Licorice will do if he can touch.
There it is. Licorice eats a lot of damage. More coming through. Double entanglement from a long way away. And the last caress, one last breath for Licorice. And he is gone. TSM pushing into the base now, looking for damage onto the tier 3 turret. Where's Cloud9? They're nowhere nearby. It's TSM that has control over this area for now. Turret destroyed, and that is such a problem here to the side of Cloud9, trying to rotate around, always having people picked off. The tier 3 still stands, but it's still 4 turrets now taken down by TSM with that mid lane turret falling. It's such a problem to deal with this Evelyn. Look at the inventory on Licorice. You've got a hoodie, you've got a special armor shirt, you got a lid to a bucket, some old shoes, and a pipe. None of this is going to manage to carry a game on its own. He went down to the thrift store, walked down each aisle, picked one item from each one, put them in his shopping cart, and walked home. No completed items at 21 minutes into the game, man. This is difficult.
All right, he's got the lid to the bucket, but he has no bucket.
Yes, no bucket.
To Gary. Ah, crap. Forgot the bucket. Okay, honestly, your point really does stand, and if we widen the conversation to TSM throughout the season and what the biggest differences have been from then until now within the playoffs, within these improvements, is their handling of this mid-game scenario. Now, again, they set up with a lot of opportunities in the regular season and fumbled them in the mid-game. But, well, let's see if Biofrost fumbles anything right now. Riftfield activated by Cloud9 as they try and push. In this game, though, and in this series, TSM have done so good in the mid-game to continue to assassinate members of Cloud9, but here we go on Spica.
Niski looking for the play. A pick onto Spica is exactly what they need to have a fight they can win. He's taking himself away, but Blabber's able to pursue him using the ulti, chasing him down, grabbing the kill. TSM now going to lose their top laner as well. Broken Blade is off the map. Double is under pressure. Double kill over to Sven. Mid lane turret also erased. Shelly still alive. A second charge could happen. C9 doesn't care. The call is the Baron.
Cloud9, what a play! Niski steals away the Twisted Fate ultimate, and they use their greatest strength against them, Captain Flowers. Oh my goodness, Niski steals Bjergsen's ultimate. They take down that Evelyn. They take down the pesky damage dealers. Doubler, Broken Blade, Spica, all in the graveyard, and Cloud9 will be wearing purple.
What a change of pace here in game number 3. All it takes, one time being caught out, one time where the enemy team has just enough damage, and Cloud9 immediately bites back. The gold is tied up here in the game. Item completed for the set. Licorice has some real deal stuff in the tank now. Let's take another look at how this play happened.
Look at this go button. Niski steals a Twisted Fate ultimate, and they catch Spica looking for the flame. He just absolutely annihilates him. Then with the Rakan trying to get the follow-up here, all of the extra CC was used, and Blabber is open to finish the execution with that ultimate. What a play. Honestly, Niski starting it off, getting the big chunk, getting the Evelyn roll down, and then Blabber with the mark on him can finish it off. Really well coordinated by Cloud9 and a power move in the mid-game to throw this one right back in TSM's face. Baron buff will be made march on the units.
Yeah, now the important thing to note is in the replay, TSM was able to take their third Drake off the game. That means they are one single Drake away from the Ocean Soul. Very, very important to keep track of that moving forward. Cloud9 has to make sure they don't fumble a minute before a dragon's about to spawn. Give TSM the chance to just force that soul point, force the fact that they now will get a huge buff if they get even one more of those. But with the mid lane inhibitor down, things are looking good here.
Yeah, they really needed that. What a big power move from Cloud9. Now they can get their Baron power reset off. They also didn't take the bait with the bottom push. You can see on the minimap, you know, the Lucian still pushing there with Spica hovering him. That has to be something it's so dangerous to go after those split pushers. Why Evelyn works so well in those types of traps.
So much on the line here in game number 3. We This series already tied up at 1-1. Anybody can still win this. Less than 1,000 goals separation. Staying with that QSS to get out of any CC that might show up. And when we're talking about CC, look at Bjergsen. 7 out of 8 kill participation here on this Twisted Fate. 4-0-3, yet to die. Medjai's Soul Stealer for all the confidence in the world. Rapid fire cannon so we can get those very long range gold cards. The pick potential is real here for TSM. But C9 also have a lot of ability to punish if TSM goes in an uncoordinated or slightly sloppy way. Also with TSM, after Sorcerer's Stroke, almost mantle the next guy's inventory. There's not direct skill power coming out here just yet. Then the arcane ship letting go, expecting some sort of trouble on the rush. Bard ulti's not going to find anyone there. So that disengage mechanism is down on the side of Cloud9. Spica hanging out over the wall. Yes, he's on top of the board. No, it doesn't matter. His name is Evan. He gets the ball down. Cloud9 nice and healthy. Flavor looking for a little bit of something here. Biofrost getting himself back away. Niski going gold to TSM on the retreat. Bottom lane tier 2 turret falls. TSM backing away. Cloud9 will take the objective and back off.
And in that, you see the importance that C9 put on protecting their flanks. They know that there are so many ways in for TSM. If a Rakan Evelyn combination ever gets to your back line, a set of ultimates down over the top, here to be going, this is a bait ultimate, they can annihilate your damage dealers. And yet C9 does such a good job of protecting themselves here. Licorice with the kind of garage sale that you talked about did go for the full adaptive helm as his first item. I like the completion of your first defensive item. Now there are no like stacking tanks on the opponent's side, so it doesn't have a lot of on-hit damage. The active's definitely decent. I personally would have liked to see him on like more full tank. Going that way because Cloud9 have plenty of damage, but still serviceable here. Meanwhile, your Sylas scales so incredibly well. This is almost level 16 now for max Sylas. And man, the buffs that were aimed at Sylas 4 or 5 times ago were about scaling stats for him as well. So he's in a very good spot. Really run this Cloud9 comeback home for Niski. You need to continue to watch out for his steals on the Bjergsen ultimate. Twisted Fate a very good surprise factor in combat combined with flanks that give them the trying to enact while they're trying to get into position for them. They can
Death Dance done for Sven. Not only does this item provide general, but the ability to make it so you don't take as much upfront burst, very effective and very well.
An enemy has been slain.
Dying and staying alive against the burst that come out from the likes of Bjergsen and Spica. Cloud9 control this dragon now. Remember what I mentioned earlier. This is soul. Go for it. TSM get it. The teleport's coming in. Licorice and Vulcan looking for the chance to go in. There they go. Licorice in the middle, using the haymaker, keeping himself alive. Spica looking to get away, but the damage comes through, and this will use the last caress onto Spica. A stolen ult to take him down. As Niski is now in the front line here yet again, trying to kite away, but Bjergsen deals him a losing hand. Licorice tries to fall back now as well, but TSM have a 4v3 and a path to the Ocean Drake.
TSM, what kiting there? Bjergsen's done.
Oh, Bjergsen is going right back into the fight. He is not done yet. Vulcan barely getting himself out. Chen, the only damage dealer here left alive. TSM making it happen. Bjergsen yet again. This man does not stop for TSM.
And that is going to be soul unless there is a miracle from Flavor. He doesn't even have to fight. It would have to be a Prey Seeker over the back of the wall.
No way.
Biofrost is on guard. Making sure nothing can get inside the pit, and TSM will claim the Ocean Soul. Wow, you watch these fights too. They have definitely practiced full damage composition. Look at the kite even after the opening here. So Cloud9, they get the dunk in there from Licorice. The Bard ultimate actually on the Rakan, not the best, it kind of delayed there, but you see the power of the Sylas. It goes back here. This team, they do get the first kill onto Evelyn, but then the snare. Senna snare lands, and all the ranged champions can focus find, broken blade, dash to the side. TSM pick up the extra kill. Double Lift landing the slow there as well. But Bjergsen flashing in for that gold card. This extra range. Down the TSM. Cloud9 may have made that big mid-game comeback to get Baron from themselves, but TSM now wearing Ocean Soul. C9 not done though, they're starting it up again. But
Bjergsen is just such a damn good League of Legends player, man. TSM staying in this game. They got themselves that Ocean Soul. Cloud9 staying on the Drake. Spica knows he could possibly steal this one away. Cloud9, you'll want to try to burn it. You go for the that's the most winning play here. Broken blade goes to the calling. Spica over the wall. Baron goes over to Cloud9, but now what about the fight? Damage coming through and double grab the kill on the Vulcan. They're stuck in the pit, no way out, have to die as well. Double kill over to double lift. And he's stuck on the other end of the wall, using the last caress, getting himself away. Teleports, backs I should say, coming through from Cloud9 as Niski tries to escape. He's in a 1 versus 2. Going for some damage here on the Spica. Needs a little bit more. Tries to buy time with his own, but time is not for sale when Bjergsen is gone. Yes, yes. Three players from Cloud9.
I need to watch this in slow-mo because Evelyn is actually a face-handling Baron required. If you put your charm on it first, you flash in, you get execute ult damage. He even got his Q damage there too. Smite goes down. Flabber gets the smite as Licorice ult. Spica into the back of the pit. He did not get the ult first. He did not get the ult combination damage that he was looking for there, because Licorice makes the heads-up play going for him, and Flabber lands the smite. That save could have been even more devastating for Cloud9. On the back of it, even with TSM not getting the smite steal, they still pick up all of these extra kills. Cloud9, they're wearing a few Barons right now. I believe 2 members survived with them, Sven being one.
Sven and Flabber have the purple, but nobody else. Cloud9 ready to use this buff. Now, TSM, they've got the Ocean Soul. It's 3 minutes until the Elder Dragon. That could be the difference maker here for either side. Oftentimes we see a game end at Elder. Not too common that it goes very far from that point. TSM have played this time well here once again. Maneuvering around the fight. Proxy Bjergsen still 0 deaths. 24 pages in the Magi Soul Stealer. Absolute insanity from this man. Rabadon's death count now completed to full build. Full build Bjergsen here on the Twisted Fate. This is just such a mountain to climb for Cloud9, dealing with Bjergsen, which is in the there is no way I'm going to lose type of form.
Unstoppable.
All right,
holy cow.
An ally has
Cloud9 though, they have done it before in this game. They cannot give up in the face here. Still wearing Baron buff. They can buff up their own minions, is really good for defense, and look for these possible fights. To make this comeback here, they've now got the level 16 Silas Death Captain for Niski. Flash is all available as well. See, Flabber with the Spell Shield from the Edge of Night as well on the Rek'Sai can look for that big stun onto Bjergsen.
Vulcan just lost 2/3 of his HP to a little bit of poke there. Redemption summoned up just to try to bring him back above half. Niski with the stolen Evelyn ult, ready to use that one here too. Broken blade on the retreat. Cloud9 having troubles initiating getting any sort of a fight on their own terms, because once again, the only way to do it is a flash from Licorice or an ulti landing from Vulcan, and the Bard ults have not been the god tier that they have to be to win Cloud9 these fights in the last couple of engages. Elder Dragon down to under 90 seconds before it spawns now.
They're definitely going to have their hands on this here. Bjergsen with full damage build doesn't have a Zonias or anything to save him if Cloud9 can get on. That is a 24 stack Medjai's Twisted Fate right there. So that should be a main target for C9. They get one flash with that Bard ultimate. Double Lift did have to blow it. Flabber gets his spell shield proc though, so it's going to be more difficult for him to find that engage.
Finn going forward with the arcane shift. Might bring all the way out here. Flabber trying to get away from the culling, has to take the tunnel over the wall. Cloud9 jungler nearly killed off. Bjergsen coming around from the side. Cloud9, they got the left on Sven, thrown up in the air. Score! It's a shutdown for jungler. And Cloud9 is focused on the retreat end. But the Gemini is fine. Cloud9 is done. Good. The rest of TSM. They do not need an Elder Red. They will push down the mid lane without 5 men strong. He has undercooked with the target. Broken Blade is the first one to lead, and TSM will bulldoze through these structures. Next turret in their sights, it's Niski, Vulcan, and Flabber in a 3v5 to hold the game and prevent the TSM win. Redemption summoned up, now going to be called down, but Niski's only at the picture. Flabber is back, but he won't do a thing. It's a double kill for Broken Blade, and TSM, with nearly the same clock that they won game number 1, will take the game number 3 victory and bring us to match point.
The improvement from this team, Flowers, is so crazy to see in this game. TSM playing so many of these high damage compositions, relying so much on layering these key abilities, and them being able to do this versus Cloud9 that have dominated so much this year in the entirety of spring, in the beginning of summer. This is stacking up so nicely for our last world spot. I really still hope that we get all 5 and we get to go to the last side here. That is going to require some more adjustments from Cloud9. He's very offensive. Play off of that. Senna, extremely. Senna is going to cause a ripples here as we move on.
Right now, it's time for us to go to a break. The State Farm Analyst Desk will be back to break down Game 3.
Your Honda MVP! Dreams aren't achieved overnight. They take passion, dedication. And even then, there are no guarantees. But for the LCS, that's the power of dreams. It means you never give up. It means you always play again. Honda, proud automotive partner of the LCS.
And we've upgraded her with a Sonic Shield.
There is one more thing. With the driver being safe, this is up to 30% for being a safe driver. That's your neighbor.
State Farm Analyst Desk. Series score now stands at 2-1. TSM taking it after a very scrappy game between both teams. You know, C9 having their opportunities to take it through the mid-game, but ultimately crumbling under the pressure that TSM would throw at them in the late.
Yeah, I mean, this game's crazy. I'm glad to see the draft branching out a little bit. I like seeing this new champ pool. That was one of the big question marks we had coming into the series. Is what else is he going to play? The Galio didn't work out in game 1, and I was starting to get a little bit worried, but he's put together 2 good back-to-back games now. Melee Assassins, we call it last game, and the Silas this game. And I actually thought he played pretty well, all things considered.
Yeah. And probably first, then Crumbs. No problem.
All right, I get to go. I'm going to say I do want to give extra praise for Nisqy because he dropped his pick into 4-5 so he had to beat another ban. They didn't end up banning the Galio, which I was surprised, but I think the Silas pick was really, really impressive because Evelyn is a great ult to take, TF is a great lane for you, and you get to take the TF ult. So I think he had a lot of options when he picked the Silas, and it made it.
The early game is fine, but then I think that the response to the Evelyn makes a lot of sense to be correct side. Pepper says the spotter opportunity is good, but the Evelyn is still a lot. At least makes it feel like she can be everywhere at once, so I really impressed her coming in a lot more way, but not being in charge with carrying. He's just been given the agency to play these kinds of champions, and it synergizes really well with what Broken Blade and Bjergsen are playing. These are the picks that LPL champions play, that the best team in the LEC are playing. Evelyn and Lucian is a ridiculously difficult combo to beat because of how early and dominant they are and how the Evelyn skills are. They're so far behind in the stages of the meta that there's like, how do we actually, like, we can't play this, we're not playing it. Rek'Sai is our best bet, and if we fall behind, coming back is really difficult.
Is that a face of pain? What is that?
It's the elephant in the room that we've kind of danced around. Ezreal again. Oh, God.
I thought we were talking about Ezreal later.
I couldn't hold it off.
I'm saving the Ezreal point for later. Sorry.
I mean, still on the screen, so the longer I look at the more Toro and other champions, they just lose so much volley pressure when they use the champion. They try to pick the bar with it to give it a little bit more than, like, say, the Yuumi when they've used it traditionally. But Vulcan hasn't been super impressive with Bard all so long, and they still got outmoved, and they lost a lot of Drake pressure during this this Ezreal pick. They still kind of had all the Ezreal is not a criticism of him, it's like what it does to their team.
Also, what it does to TSM, because in game 2 they took the Senna, and Doublelift's response was the Ashe, which is a fine answer, but the Senna had lane pressure. It was doing so much work with getting the global ultimates out. So Spin's Senna play has been great, and that's also been what Doublelift has been playing in their 2 wins. So it's not only a takeaway, but it also like solidifies this pick. Like we can play topside a little better now, and these long team fights that get drawn out, Senna's gonna be able to outperform because of
C9, you're not selling us on the Ezreal pick. Get it out of here. But with some of those other unique picks that were called out, like the Rek'Sai and the Evelyn, we were in store for a very heavily active early game.
Yeah, so, I mean, I agree with you guys. The Ezreal is an important pick, but there's a lack of synergy and trust that's happening with C9 in the 2v2 advantage. Like, what is it? You don't steal that. You don't steal that. You really do not. Like, that is a triggering kind of steal. And then here, watch what happens. A 3-on-2 collapse. You're like, okay, this could be a really big opportunity. Now, Spica is level 4, but a great flash binding, and then they're collapsing onto Spica. Great flash away from him, but it's towards the end of the fight where you can see that Blabber and Nisqy, the synergy that they had as a 2v2, is just no longer there. Blabber still has flash. You can flash back on these 2 members and re-engage and try to save Nisqy. You see how low Bjergsen stayed in there. You would have had another rotation of so that play right there, like, the Ezreal for me doesn't matter. Like, the mid 2v2, Blabber and Nisqy are not playing well together, and that's how they won so many of their games prior. This synergy that was their strength has suddenly become.
Let's keep going on this too, because on the flip side, Mark, you've got Bjergsen who's taking full advantage of his position.
Yeah, Bjergsen will pop off. He's all over the map. Deathless as well against just essentially a dive top. When you look at set, Rek'Sai, silences, people trying to kill a whole backline. That's what AF is for the most part. He play phenomenally, does not die. In the early game, to be fair, as much as we're kind of harping on this stuff, it was super back and forth. And both teams were finding a lot of kills. I agree with Crumbs about the Niski being not on the same page with not necessarily about the fight. But individually, he was playing quite well.